sorry. Nimewachelewesha. Karibuni, wacha niweke my computer hapo. Nimewachelewesha. Yeah, karibuni sana. It's my hope that umeshinda vizuri wherever you are. Na nimekuja hapa ili tuweze kusemezana. This is Monique Mwangi. Monique Mwangi anasema waiting. Anie anasema hello daktari. Hatutapiga kelele. Yeah. Good. Nataka kuwapea breaking news leo. Ati Bwana Ruto Ania hii lazima niwachezee because mutacheka muishe. Na please kama hujatupigia subscribe tuwekee subscribe. Nataka kuwekea huyu Ruto kidogo. One time.
No, especially the difficult ones. You would have waited for your second. I've even had occasion people telling me, oh, you have picked up too many things. Especially the difficult ones. You would have waited for your second term. Right? Then you ask yourself, why waste the nation's time waiting for a second term merely because you are working on difficult things? Why don't you finish the difficult things now? If there is a second term, there is plenty of things to be done.
Jamaa mumemkaramba. Jamani kama mumemmaliza. Gradual karibu sana. Ruto anasema ati yeye term ya kwanza ati alianzia na zile vitu ngumu. Ati Ruto started with ati anasema ati alianzia na zile vitu ngumu, lakini ati kama kuna second term atafanya zile vitu rahisi. Anyway, wacha niwaekee Bwana Rigathi wa Gachagua awadeconstructie best yenu kidogo. Rigathi wa Gachagua
alikuwa anaiba nyimbo zetu. Yeye unajua alikuja kwetu akatudanganya na Biblia. Alikuwa anasema ati mwadhani ya ngosho. Alikuwa anaiba nyimbo zetu na kula mahindi na viazi. Ndio tufikiria ni mmoja we. Sasa nimeona Kwale kwa Raila anakula omena. Hii mtu ni mtu deceptive. Akija Ukambani anasema leta modokoi. Ati adanganya Wakamba. Sasa mimi nauliza wewe William Ruto. Hawa Kalonzo na watu yake na sisi we are cousins. Kweli ama uongo? Sisi ni makuzo. Wewe William Ruto mambo ya familia unaingilia wapi? Wewe unataka kuingia katikati yako na Kalonzo, sisi ni cousins. Wewe kwenda tafuta kazi yako Raila huko mkae na yeye. Yeye unajua alikuja kwetu akatudanganya na Biblia. Alikuwa anasema ati mwadhani ya ngosho. Alikuwa anaiba nyimbo zetu na kula mahindi na viazi. Ndio tufikiria ni mmoja we. Sasa nimeona Kwale kwa Raila anakula omena. Hii mtu ni mtu deceptive. Akija Ukambani anasema leta modokoi. Ati adanganya Wakamba. Sasa mimi nauliza wewe William Ruto. Hawa Kalonzo na watu yake na sisi we are cousins. Kweli ama uongo? Sisi ni makuzo. Wewe William Ruto mambo ya familia unaingilia wapi?
Anyway.
Wewe unataka
Wewe Kipril, wewe ni kuzoea nani? Nikukuuliza Kipril, wewe ni kuzoea nani? So Ruto bwana, vitu imemkwama hapa. Vitu imekwama hapa. Bwana Ruto, vitu imemkwama hapa, so he cannot move right or east. Kwani kuna mtu mwingine mmeua, man shot dead at Cross Ridge in Kasarani. Hebu niwaekee hiyo because it is in KTN. Munipe dakika 3 niwatafutie hiyo. Karibuni sana. Nasalimia wote. Wewe na Resilient uko wapi? Siku hizi unakuja kwa kipindi umechelewa kabisa. Ati Waiguru wanasema nini? Ati tafadhali tuheshimiane. Waiguru Slams Gachagua, hebu niwaekee hiyo kwanza. Wacha kwanza niwaekee hiyo ya Waiguru kabla. I was really waiting for that. Bibi ya Waiganjo ama mjuangi Waiguru ni bibi ya Waigash. Haya, tusikie bibi ya Waiganjo, bibi ya Waiganjo. Na hii ni Waiganjo. Bibi ya Waiganjo, bibi ya Waiganjo.
His fight back at former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, telling him to respect himself and stop issuing political instructions or insults during his visits to the county. This comes days after Gachagua accused the governor of doing little to address the milk surplus in the region.
Ati mimi hakuna kazi nafanya, ati huku nimenyamaza watu wetu wakiteseka. Mimi nataka kupatiana mawaidha. Tafadhali, ukikuja Kirinyaga kufanya homework kidogo tu. Just a little bit. A little bit of homework. Hiyo shida ya Kerema Slopes mulisikia ikitajwa. Na ilikuwa hapa imetajiwa hapa siku ya Sunday. Kerema Slopes waliniambia wako na shida ya maziwa. Wakasema KCC imesema haitanunua. Pia wale wa Meru wa maziwa wamesema pia hawata. Walikuwa wamekataa kuchukua hiyo siku. Wakakubali kuchukua 65,000 liters per day from Kerema Slopes. Kwa hivyo ukikuja Kirinyaga, tafadhali jipatie heshima. Ufanye homework kidogo. Sikupewa porojo na mtu akipita wewe ni kiongozi mkubwa sana. Ukuwe na facts before you come. That issue was solved long before ulikanyanga Kirinyaga Jumapili.
Mambo ya maziwa. Tuko na society yetu hapa ya Kerema. Ilikuwa inauza maziwa New KCC ambayo ilikuwa imekufa, ikafufuliwa na Rais Mwai Kibaki kupitia Matu wa Mai. Because watu ya Kirinyaga wamekataa kuunga yeye mkono, New KCC imekataa kununua maziwa ya Kerema Dairy. Maziwa inamwagwa chini. Senator wamepiga kelele, tumeongea, wacha tuone vile watafanya.
Meanwhile, President.
Okay, sure. Alafu pia kuna some news nilikuwa nataka kushare na nyinyi. Sure. Na sijui saa zingine hawa Wakikuyu wetu, marafiki zetu, what is the problem? Sasa ati Ruto ameinvite huyo Mr. Joseph Kinyua. Ruto aliinvite Joseph Kinyua to mentor the government officials. So Bwana Kinyua, is he aware that the government officials he is being told to mentor, they only doing corruption? Anyway, President William Ruto invites former head of public service Joseph Kinyua to mentor government officials at the high-level cabinet and senior government rank retreat in Karen. Yeah, so Joseph Kinyua alikuwa ameitwa huko. So I don't know. Next we will invite Uhuru. Ni watu wanasema ati next anyway. Wow. I don't know, but hii mambo. Yeah, Joseph Kinyua. Wacha niweke hiyo story ya KTN kwanza. KTN. KTN wanasema kuna jamaa amepigwa risasi at Cruise Ridge. I don't know why. I don't know. Okay. Ndio hii kidogo. Dhome niko na marafiki wangu wanakaa hapo Dhome, but I don't know about it.
Elon has failed. That is what they want you to believe. But tech expert Jeff Brown.
KTN.
Now, in another incident, Joel Austin Maina, a 24-year-old man, was shot in the head at close range by a man identified as Peter Langat in Thome area of Kasarani on Wednesday night.
Police say Langat, during interrogations, claimed he was a friend of the deceased and that his gun accidentally discharged during a commotion between them.
Langat is currently in police custody.
Our reporter Akida Kasim has more details.
Maina was allegedly shot at close range while seated in the driver's seat of a Land Rover Defender at a petrol station in Thome area, Kasarani. The suspect, Peter Langat, told police the gun went off accidentally during a struggle between them. He fled the scene immediately after the incident. Langat's vehicle, stained with blood, is currently being held at the Kasarani police station as a key exhibit in the case. Kasarani Sub-County Criminal Investigations Officer Alois Mboya says the bullet entered through left side of Maina's head and exited on the right. Witnesses say Maina was known to do informal liquor deliveries in the area. Although the liquor store has denied formally employing him, they acknowledge that he was a familiar face at the premises. Other people at the scene confirmed that Maina often spent time at the nearby Boda Boda stage at the liquor store where one of his close friends worked. Maina's mother, Caroline Neserian, is devastated. She says her only wish now is for justice to be served.
I want justice for Austin. Yes.
What kind of a boy was he, Austin? Tell us a little bit about it.
I'm just thinking he's a young man who would never hurt a fly, but he has to die in a bullet. For what reason? For what reason?
Is justice for Austin. Justice for Austin. He doesn't have to die. A 24-year boy, surely.
Peter Langat remains in custody as investigations continue. Police are now currently reviewing CCTV footage from the liquor store, a nearby chemist, and the petrol station to piece together the events that led to the fatal shooting. Akida Kasim, KTN.
Really sad, ain't it?
Wamama wamejionea.
All right.
Wamama wa Kenya watakuwa wanazaa alafu wamama mtakuwa mnazaa alafu mnapeleka kwa jeneza. That is now the new norm in Kenya. It's so sad and sickening. Hebu nionyeshe kitu hapa. So please Nazikuwa ametuletea nukes. Andre Onana na Ibrahim Traore, watu wa Man U. Andre Onana and Ibrahim Traore walipatana leo. Andre Onana na Ibrahim Traore. Yeah. Good. I don't know why our mothers should be burying their kids anyhow. It doesn't make sense. So huyo kijana hakuwa anafaa kukufa hivyo kinyama. So many, I don't know, like, so hii appetite ya kuua watoto na sijui Lagat. Who is this Lagat? Na hii jina Lagat inakaa ni kama ni jina ya uchawi ama ni nini? Tuko na sasa yule Lagat wa Vigilance House. Then tuko na huyu Lagat mwingine. What's wrong with Lagat? Huh? What's wrong with Lagat? Okay. Aya, wewe an Lagat Junior tena. So now then, why are they saying that it is ati ni bunduki ilijitoa yenyewe? What's wrong with them? Ati ni bunduki ilijitoa yenyewe, sababu I don't get it. Bunduki ilijifia tu aje? Anyway, Ruto must go. So Ruto ati anasema kuna marafiki wamekuwa akimwambia ni kunoma. Wewe yani wacha. I can be your lawyer. Ni nini mbaya? Unafikiria Cliff Obeta ana represent akina nani? Cliff Obeta ana represent watu kama wewe, wale hawana malawyer. So don't worry. Cliff Obeta will work for you. Cliff Obeta anangojanga watu kama yeah. I think our kids have died enough. Our kids have died enough. Our kids are not warranted to be dying like that. Watoto wetu wanakufa kama chicken. It's not good. Yeah, I'm trying to put in line anything. At the defense, yes, 2-year launches construction of 29.005 meter long shuttle. Let me see. Unajua huyo 2 year I don't take her serious, eh? At a 29.05 long shuttle drought ferry. Long drought ferry. I don't know what that one means. Infighting continues in Isiolo County between governor and MCAs. We anataka kukua impeach. MPs pass finance bill 2025. Hey! Ya mjasikia? Wacha niweke hiyo, wacha tusikie walipitisha nini. Hebu tuone. Wacha niweke hii mkasirike kidogo. Sasa Father, uliamua kutoa majina yako now that uliona watu wanataka wewe sana. Wacha niweke finance bill.
By members of parliament. MPs, however, removed proposals to allow the Kenya Revenue Authority to access your financial personal information, as Chichi Josephine now reports.
The Finance Bill of 2025 was passed by the House after the removal of several clauses that were contentious. Among the proposals that was dropped is for the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, to have powers to access your financial personal data.
And we agree with the members of the public that this particular provision be deleted. It goes against our constitutional right to privacy and goes even against our other laws on data, on data and privacy, Honorable Chair.
The report by the Finance Committee of the National Assembly dropped the clause proposing the repeal of Section 59A of the Tax Procedures Act that bars KRA, among other authorities, to push businesses to share the data of their customers.
Will husband of that opinion say aye? Will husband of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
The Finance Committee in its report indicated that proposal did not meet the constitutional threshold, which guarantees Kenyans the right to privacy.
As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the court of opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
The bill now seeks to raise at least 24 billion shillings as opposed to the initial projection by the National Treasury of 30 billion shillings.
I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
The government had sought to collect more than 344 billion shillings from the Finance Bill of 2024 before projecting 49 billion shillings from the Tax Laws Amendment 2024. Among the items that the government has zero-rated include electric bicycles, electric buses, inputs for animal fields, bioethanol vapor stoves, and locally assembled mobile phones. The legislators also voted against the pay-as-you-earn proposals that aimed at introducing 5 tax brackets. The MPs cited concerns of unchecked executive power on taxation matters. The bill now awaits President William Ruto's assent. Chichi, Josephine, TV 47.
Yeah, sure. That is the finance bill. I don't know what it is in it. But also in other news, nimesikia vitu mbaya sana about Sakaja. Maybe I want people to confirm here. Nasikia ati kuna timu huko Nairobi ati walikuwa ati waende ati wakapiga ati wanawake visu kwa maandamano. Sijui kama mumesikia hiyo story. And let me share with you. Wacha niwasomee because I was shocked. Who in his right mind would do that? Audio leak, I don't know. Yusufu Niko, I have not. Yeah. Ebu niko nataka kuwasomea. I got it from somebody. Yeah. Wacha niwasomee. Dennis Okali reveals that a source told him there were plans to stab a few women in town during protest to draw public outrage and blame it on the protesters. Let's hear.
The planned, the protests, Tuesday's protests, and including future protests. My source told me the plan was there are groups that had been identified, and each group had a role and tools that they were going to use in this protest. But what was the most scariest thing I heard is the plan was try and stab a few women in town, because the effect of stabbing a man is different from the effect of stabbing a woman. So you'll draw public outrage. When now the calls are, see what these protests are doing to our women, to our mothers on the streets. So blame it on the protesters that, look, they are criminal outfits that have infiltrated these protests, and therefore the more reason to ban them. And so the plan, and I remember I told you last week before this happened, the plan was they're going to get into the city, beat up people, stab, and the target was specifically just try stab 1 or 2 or 3 to make the headlines.
And you remember what's happening? Yeah, that's what happened, because remember Manasseh was here and she said,
story ndio hiyo. Your government is planning chaos for you. Wewe tu unatokezea maandamano vizuri. The people who you are paying with your taxpayers money wanapanga majangiri wakadunge watu visu. So now that there is that outrage from the public, ati waandamanaji ndio wanadunga watu visu. Makubwa haya. It's scary, man. So so you need to know that any maandamano which will be planned in the future, story itakuwa ni hiyo. Wanapanga. Si mnakumbuka hata ile wakati Sonko alisemanga walikuwa wanachoma magari. Okay. And that one is okay. But me, I've just brought it here. It's yours to make the judgment. there are also other news. Gaucho went full thieving. Out of the 2 million he made, he only unleashed 100 to Sware and promptly. So kuna hiyo story ya Gaucho anagawa pesa, and I think she's getting it from somewhere. So Gaucho went full. Out of the 2 million he only unleashed, alipeana 100,000. I think hata ameanzia kujipanga sasa. So kuna hiyo story ya Gaucho kudistribute do. So mlimuona hata jana akigawa do. Let's hear this. No need. Yeah. So story ilikuwa hivyo. Kuna vile maandamano yetu inapangiwa, and I don't know why. So yeah, so continue listening to us. Your story ya Ruto at 1,000, that one I cannot put. Hebu tuone hawa wakimenyana. I was trying to, if there are some more, we can. Sawa Kipril, nitacheza hizo video. Sijui ni video gani hizo unasema ni
channel not getting the attention it deserves. Building a YouTube channel can be a very
Clark next. Yes, Emily Odhiambo.
Mr. Speaker, of course, I do welcome the students that have come here, but that's not the reason why I'm standing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes. I just wanted to get clarity whether Honorable Wamushomba, is properly dressed. Order. Because she's adorning party colors. She's wearing yellow, her dress is yellow, her shoes are yellow, Order. Everything about her is yellow. Is it appropriate to wear party colors in the House? Because she's adorning UDA colors, Mr. Speaker. And it's against the standing orders of the House. I'm focusing on Wamushomba.
Order, Wamushomba. Nobody has invited you to say anything. Order, honorable members. Order. Order, Wamushomba. Honorable Millie, in the order, in my communication about dress code, the Speaker never prohibited any colors. What we will discourage are party symbols in the House. The Speaker is colorblind in terms of the color of the clothing you wear. So Honorable Wamushomba is properly dressed. Yes, KJ.
Mr. Speaker, my concern is in the veracity of the information being given by the Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Is she really in order to contend that the Honorable Wamushomba is in yellow and everything that she has on is in yellow? What measures does the Honorable Millie Odhiambo have to confirm that everything that Honorable Wamushomba has is in yellow?
Wacha nitoe hiyo upuzi, wacha niwaekee Ruto tena, kwa sababu Kipuri nataka kusikia Ruto akisema he has been told by friends he is one term.
Or you have picked up too many things. Especially the difficult ones. You would have waited for your second term. Right? Then you ask yourself, why waste a nation's time waiting for a second term merely because you are working on difficult things. Why don't you finish the difficult things now? You know? If there is a second term, there is plenty of things to be done.
Let's do it again.
I've even had occasion people telling me, oh, you know, you have picked up too many things. You know, especially the difficult ones. You would have waited for your second term. Right? And then you ask yourself, why waste the nation's time waiting for a second term merely because you are working on difficult things? Why don't you finish the difficult things now? You know? If there is a second term, there is plenty of things to be done.
Hiyo Medias, nimeona message yako. Sawa. Mkereketo wenyu ndio huyo. At if there is a second term, there is a lot to be done. Ruto, unatoa second term wapi? Ulisikia wapi? Ubesti yenu alisikia wapi? At if there is... Anyway, so I think hata anajipanga, majority of the things inabidi amalize saa hii. Amalize wizi saa hii. Kama ni abduction ni saa hii. I think that is why he decided to do everything in one round. Because, frankly speaking, the truth of the matter is that Ruto cannot get another chance in Kenya. Unless kama Wakenya wote wamepagawa. Wakenya vichwa zao hazipigi sawa. Kama Wakenya vichwa zao hazipigi sawa, I can agree. But if ni wale Wakenya najua, Ruto is done. Ruto is done. Ruto is done. Yeah, so I think Ruto is also sensing those issues, where especially Raila Odinga, I don't think he will be able to move with Raila Odinga all the way. And in fact, whether Raila Odinga is with him or not with him, wherever he will go, that one doesn't matter. Yeah, Kipriri niliona, and I don't know the reason why Ruto revoked your nomination ya Wanga, the husband to Wanga. I think kuna kazi alikuwa amepewa kubwa sana, but it was revoked. I think Ruto alitaka hiyo kazi, anataka kupea one of his psychophant who can help him. I think Ruto has sensed that ODM cannot help him. I think ODM has been unable to mobilize their grassroots. Unajua pia kuna hiyo story. I don't think now ODM in Ruto has no capacity to mobilize the grassroots. And remember, Ruto needed ODM so that they can be able to mobilize to him 150% of Nyanza. You need to know that, Kipril. If Ruto does not get 150% of Nyanza, he is done. Story ndio hiyo. So, but I think because Ruto has his own data, I don't think Raila has capacity even to mobilize 75% of Nyanza to him. So I think he is done. Yeah, si walilala huko, si walikuwa na ringa. Walilipwa ngapi? Si nikunyeshewa tu bure huko tu na mabaridi. In fact, hao watu walijishukisha sana. It was the least. You cannot allow your people to be disparaged by somebody because of few coins. At least watu wapate, people should have a respectable value. Ati baba akishiba hata sisi tumeshiba. Okay, sawa. Muendelee kushiba. Sawa. Anyway, that is what is happening in the circles of politics. I don't think there is capacity for Ruto to get a second term again. I think the bells have rung. I think he is aware of that. Things are not tying up. And that is what is happening now. It's unfortunate that. He can't do much. Wewe nyiwe wapendwa mko wapi? Where are you? No, Ruto is going away. So mimi nilikuwa tu nimekuja tu kuwapea hiyo confirmation ya Ruto is going away and you should not be worried of that. Ni sisi tujipange, kura zetu zote ziingie kwa kikapu, kwa kikapu moja and we will do well. I don't think Ruto has capacity ya kudanganya watu tena. Yeah. I don't think Ruto has no capacity ya kudanganya watu tena. So, yeah. So it's okay. Yeah, so gradual, that is what is happening. Sasa serikali ya awamu hii, niongee kwa Kiswahili. Kipuri hiyo siwezi toa. Wewe kama utaki kuingia ni sawa. Serikali ya awamu hii is the one which is planning terrorism on behalf of people. Serikali ya awamu hii wanaenda huko wanapanga ati vile watapiga watu visu na vile watapiga watu. It is so sickening that the government is supposed to protect people, not to do crazy things. Sawa. I will be coming on later in the evening. So this one was a short one, nitakuja. So munipe masaa 3, I will be back. Now that akina Kipril, they are not interested in coming to the studio, I have no any other alternative other than leaving the studio for now. But I will be back in around 3 hours. So you can keep pondering about that. Nimewaletea vitu mingi, so I will come and continue more on that. So I will put another reminder. So Kipril, I will be back in around 3 hours. I need to finish something. Mbona unacheka, Father Danny? No, Kipril, if you come, I can close the show after umefanya presentation. So, but I can do it from my vehicle because I have to go somewhere. Sawa, Kipril, nimekutoa. Aya, karibu.
Sema.
Niko salama. You can comment about all those things which I was talking about today.
Umekataa kutoa hiyo kitu kwa kichwa.
Hii kitu siwezi toka sasa hivi.
Religious purposes. It's for religious purposes.
You know, ndio nawaambianga saa zingine Kipril, lazima mukombolewe na muachane na maisha ya watu. I don't know, like you people, you are so much concerned about people's life.
You. I'm just teasing you.
Na bado hujapanga maisha yako.
Sina kutusi tu yani, si unapanga hivyo.
No problem.
Sasa bonge back. Because you look like a thug. Unaonekana kama magunzi walitumwa na Sakaji.
But you know, unajua wewe waliingia mbinguni.
Hapana, si polisi wa Kenya. That straight to hell.
No.
They can go say hi to Lucifer. As I'll tell Ruto to go say hi to Lucifer. Ndio kazi yake. Ruto is going straight to hell.
You can comment about those videos. Niko hapa dakika moja.
Yeah. For me, I see a man who is very scared. Naogopa tu. He's a bit afraid because it looks like there are cracks in ODM. I smell an imminent divorce. But I also want ODM not to be disruptive. Waende wafanye hiyo kitu yao vile wanaimbanga kwamba we are the largest political party in East and Central Africa. Waendelee kwa hivyo, lakini I don't want them to join us. Wafanye yao huko, wafanye vitu zao, waendelee kuchocha watu, because I'm hearing mtu kama Gaucho amepanda ndege sahi, he's going to do business, he's been given money. I don't know if he's going to allegedly export gold on behalf of the Ruto government. Kwa usiku anabeba anachukua Dubai alafu anarudi. So I don't know if he's going to be some kind of mule for either any of the ODM goons that are with Raila to ferry money outside. And one agency alikuwa amemwonya, somebody who told him the way he's talking is a manner to annoy some people that have no jokes. Gaucho has to be very careful, Njeru. Gaucho has to be very careful because there are people that of the community he's making fun of or the community he keeps castigating, na vile anatembeanga, kuna watu wananyamaza, lakini I'll be honest, Njeru, that man's life, he has to be very careful how he moves now. Because you cannot talk like that about a certain community boldly and also boldly hire goons that are going to harm the citizens of Kenya, especially the ladies. Kaja anacheza na moto pia hata yeye. What's the first thing we're going to ask Raila? Sasa wewe hii ndio ulikuwa unataka kusupport this devil here. And Kenyans, you see, the unfortunate thing about those goons who have been hired, mtabeba mavitu, mavisu, na nini. But even cornered Kenyans, kwani unafikiria sisi hatuna goons wetu? You think kuna mmoja alikanyagwa town? There are more, because wakianza kushambulia, you see, there's a difference between a man with a rungu and a man with a gun. Mtararuliwa bana na Wakenya bana. I'm warning all the goons, just be careful, because now Wakenya wamesema we're not going to allow this. Mtachapwa tu. And the way these goons are being picked, because I saw one, because they're also videoing themselves. Gen Zs mnakwanga wajinga saa zingine. This this culture, it also happens in America, by the way, and Britain. This culture of what we call self-snitching. Self-snitching is where mnaenda kujistaki. Unajua hata hamtaki hata muonekane kwamba mtatoa ushahidi ustakiwe na mwingine, wewe unajistaki mwenyewe, ukionyesha sura yenu kwa mtandao, mkisema kwamba mtaenda town na marungu, mtaenda town kugonga watu, so unatoa ushahidi against yourself. Self-snitching. And these people are actually from one particular community. That's the unfortunate thing. Sakaja, mbona una haya watu kutoka community moja na umeacha yako ikwame? Inyamaze tu. Raila, your community is being used by Sakaja very badly. I'm not afraid to say it, because most of those that I saw on TikTok, those that I saw on the internet, identified themselves as being from that community. I'm not gonna say it loud, but it's bad. It looks very bad. You're slowly, you see what Sakaja and Ruto are slowly trying to do is they're not using Kalenjins again, by the way. They are not using Kalenjins. They're trying to pin the Luo community against the Kikuyu community. And they're blatantly being shown on the internet, and they show their faces. You can see their names, the way they talk. They're trying to drive tribalism even to our youth. Very true. Kaluma is one of the dumbest person ever. And they're trying to do that. They keep talking like this. Wanaongea tu hivi. Creating hate. Hate. Now they're making it trickle down to the Gen Zs who never knew hate. But youth tunafaa kujitegemea. Something, there's a saying they keep saying. They keep rattling around on the internet. Specific communities are being used to castigate hate against another. And this
Kipril, kuna jamaa kidogo Kipril, kuna jamaa anajiita Jemo hapo afungue kamera kama anataka kuingia kwa kituo. It is that simple. Jemo, we have to see your face. Is that okay? We don't want porn architects here.
It's Ndwati. It's Ndwati. It's Ndwati. Weka ni yeye. Ni Ndwati. It's my brother from Rift Valley. Yeah, it's
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's Ndwati.
Okay.
It's our brother.
Ndwati, is it true?
Njiru umeshika Njiru umeshika wasiwasi
Wewe, ile mambo imetendeka hapa bwana. Unajua mtu anakuja hapa hata anakuja kama Kipril. Unaona wewe hujakuja na ile kaikoni yako, naona sasa umekuja na kaikoni nyingine. Wewe, we cannot allow it. Devil is a liar, man.
Lazima tuzunguke hii town.
Ndio nakwambia.
I'm
telling you, devil is a liar. Devil is a liar. Unaona sasa Ruto asha confirm apart second term. You think the guy is going to sleep? Lazima sasa akuja aanzie kutugonga huku, lazima aanzie kutumia mazaigot kama wewe.
Kipril, hebu sikia huyu jamaa anaongea hivyo na amevaa mask.
Anasema it's for religious
anataka si tukuje na tumeeka sura zetu na majina.
Unajua Korino wanaekanga kwa kichwa, wanafunikanga nywele. Sasa amesema atafunika ile nywele. Najua alipata accident nini ndevu ilimwagika. Aliangusha ndevu. So ukiona no, just accident ya ndevu kumwagika tu. Nothing else.
Sio real.
Unaona hiyo profile picture yake? Hiyo ndevu yote alikata. Kata ndevu.
Kipril, you think I'm fearing you to see my devil's face?
Yes,
that is my devil's face. That is my devil's face. If that's what you want to see.
Umeficha ndevu.
Na kweli walio. Ulienda ukafanyiwa ile kitu.
Yeah, bana, nikaenda nikapigwa hata massage. Nikaenda pale unajua nilikuwa nimekaa bila kuenda kwa kinyozi for like a whole year. Nikamaliza pale, nikaambiwa sasa mtu akinyolewa anapelekangwa pale. Nikaenda pale. Ndio. So that's what you wanted to see Kipril. Sasa si umeona sasa?
Only extend
yeah, you look handsome. You look very handsome. Kwani Kaluma alinunua nini bana? I'm just seeing that story now.
Kaluma alinunua ile kitu.
Alinunua nini?
Alinunua bidhaa.
Ilikuwa mwanaume ama mwanamke?
Ni mwanamke. Lakini najua anaongea mingi. Alafu mwishowe hizi streets ukienda kujifanya mjanja, unajua watu wako na receipts.
Nimeona picha bana.
Oh my God. Ati Kaluma alienda kununua nini, simtuambie bana. Unajua receipts zinaandikangwa goods once sold they cannot be returned. Nini hicho alinunua na alikuwa anataka kurudisha?
Alinunua about a year ago huko Russia. Hebu sema Ndwati.
Let me tell you as a man bana, lazima kuna vitu bana ufai kukua ukinunua bana. At this era bana.
Alinunua bidhaa kutoka kwa clearance aisle.
Kuna vitu ukiona unauziwa, wewe tu anzia kujua wewe huko. There are things which you
Omera.
don't buy.
Yeah.
What are you buying?
Kaluma, and this is 10 years ago, bana. Boss, ilikuwa transgender, LGBTQ. Yo, Kaluma, mtu asimbi.
Hao ndio wabunge wenyu shwari. Unajua pia saa zingine I don't know like hawa viongozi tunatoanga wapi? Sababu mi inakaa sasa saa hii Kenya we actually elect Tom, Dick and Harry. Hao watu tunatoanga wapi? Who recommend them? No wonder bwana, hii maneno ya majenerali wa mitaa wana history ya Raila kuinua mkono ameleta magabeji mingi sana. Sini huyu. Hada kabisa.
If you read that post, mtu ni mshamba bana. Nitakutumia. Yaani Gen Z wanakwanga na receipts. Huyu mtu alipona 10 years ago. We forgot. They picked it up. Lex.
So naona finance bill ilipitishwa.
They removed a lot of the nonsense, by the way. There are still some painful things, lakini kuingilia kwa mfuko yako, kuangalia bank account yako, walisema hapana, alafu kuweka hiyo bracket ya increase taxes, it was a bit untenable because the last finance bill waligonga payslip sana, wakasema boss, not this time. They did it quickly, quietly. They're still doing some stuff that is going to harm local businesses, which would mean that the local businesses also need to start shouting and screaming, but your pay, well, they're not going to rape your pay slip yet. Waliona bana, unajua hawa ni mashuga daddies bana, unaenda kuonesha gavati unalipanga kodi ya I don't know how many thousands kwa msichana wa kando, unalipa school fees kwa mtoto wa kando, atauliza hii pesa ni imetoka wapi? Sema imetoka kwa mzee. Yeah. Your wife will know your payslips. Wakasema hapana, no, boss. Yeah, they cannot see my financial.
Yeah.
And also, the high payee will also affect because they also want to tax the richer. So it will affect the members of parliament's payslips. Sasa wakasema hapana, wezi tuingilie hivyo. So also they did it to protect themselves. They're stupid. But the taxation on certain goods like kwenda remaking phones, there are certain things that are trending in terms of doing business in Kenya. They've decided to start taxing it. So there's a bit of nonsense that was removed that was going to cause a lot of controversy. Zimetolewa. But there's still a lot of hidden gems inside there where the public need to be educated in. But I don't think, from my opinion, Njeru and Nduati, the collection of those monies would be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult. Unaona sasa siku hizi ukienda kwa maduka zingine unaambia hapana, chukua ya kutoa, weka withdraw. Na utapata huyo mwenye duka na hiyo withdrawal office. Unaenda una withdraw and that is it, and it's not taxed. Yeah.
All I think is that say kama watapitisha hii bill bila walikuwa nasema public participation, alafu if they haven't just to pass a bad bill,
it has passed. It has passed. With just a second.
They depended on the chaos.
Reading. Yeah, but you see, they saw that the deaths that have happened right now is a way to just pass it as quickly as possible so that the attention does not come to Parliament. So they did it just a second. They just did a second reading so fast, just quickly. They want to. It's going to ascension by the way. It's going to ascension. Ruto to kusign na imepita.
But you
That's
know, I think that is the same strategy that might, you know, it's like a suicidal strategy, because once you sign it, it's a bill, right? Now you have to deal with it. You don't have a second chance. Meaning, if there's something bad in that bill, italeta maandamano ya a whole year instead of how it was last year for 1 month. There's nobody that's gonna deal with that pain, knowing that it's already low, you know. So the kama ni ku protest the bill that they were not involved.
Jemo kidogo I'm going to do something. You can be in the studio. Kipulita atanitumia message mkimaliza. Please.
Kazi yako ni kutorokanga tu. Umenyoa ndevu sasa unataka kwenda kuonyesha kila mtu.
You look very handsome by the way. Usifichange hivyo, unakuja hapa kuficha nini bana? Ask Ann. Ask Gladwell.
Jero usiwachie Kipril initwaje nguvu za kupandisha watu.
Tunangojea nani Kenya mkora nje anakuanga nayo.
Anataka nguvu atasema.
Sasa watu watakuwa wanapiga story hapo chini
wananihangaisha sana No, I need to do something anyway. Lakini nyinyi
story yenu atanitumia
text. Nitakuja kufunga.
Nitakupigia simu tu kufunga.
Lakini
chapa story na Jemo kidogo.
Hawezi taka kuleta watu wengine hapa juu. Msi unajua kienda naendanga kienda.
Nitakuwa naona hapa chini kama kuna mtu anaingia, I will be seeing. The only thing I'm saying is that I cannot be able to participate because there is something which needs to happen right now. Please.
Okay.
See, Ann, you are talking about your husband Jeru, like you're the second wife. Sasa ulikuwa umeongea juu yake. Sasa namtetea alafu utaki.
Yeah, but like I was saying, that thing, if they do it now because they are doing it to avoid something, wanaweza enda wakajifunga na hiyo bill. You know, it's always good to know the public opinion, and the public knows imepitishwa saa zile hawa wako kwa maombolezo. So it's not such the motive is not so good. So if they sign it, if it's signed and something and it comes out that it's not a good bill, itakuwa ni ile far for nini.
But you see, the unfortunate thing is some of the things that they're proposing will come in small bursts. They are not things that you'll have immediate effect. You'll not feel them immediately. That's the unfortunate thing.
Me, I'm more interested in that bill ya shamba, the taxes part.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of that one anymore. I used to be. Utakuja kushika shamba ya Mkenya kweli? Enda guza shamba ya Mkikuyu akiwa huko Central.
You know, like especially the inherited land. Sometimes inakuanga, you know, it's a lot. Sometimes it's a lot, and you can't pay for that amount of taxes at the, you know.
There are certain things he plans to do, he's not going to be able to do.
Yeah, where me, I'm just waiting.
Nasikia kuna hired gun alichapwa.
Si kuna wangapi? Watatu. Alichapwa when the same day?
Amechapwa tu jana and he was killed, I think. Mpaka sistaka kuja confirm. Goons are being attacked by Kenyans, and I'm just telling, for those people who are being hired by goons, and Nduati, you know I'm not being biased here. Sakaja is only picking he's only picking Gen Zs from a certain community. You know that?
Wewe uliona Gen Z wapi hapo?
No, I'm talking about the youth. The youth. No, he's speaking.
Oh yeah.
Not
Those are
Gen
just
Z. He's
youth.
called.
Those goons did not look anything like Gen Z. Those are thugs. Those are not even Gen Z. I mean, you saw those
Okay, whatever. Okay, let's just say the youth of a certain community. You've noticed it's a certain community. They want to start a tribal war.
And wakiongozwa na Gaucho, you know.
Gaucho,
that's the
yeah.
problem. That's the problem. When you are, I mean, hiyo ignorance enye iko na watu kama kina Gaucho. Man, I can't. Yani, the entire country is mourning the death of one of your brothers from your area, and you are leading people against the same protesters.
Same with the Mosh. Same with the Mosh. Laughing. Mosh was laughing at. Mosh was laughing at the father today. She was laughing at the father of Albert. Nikashindwa. Sometimes even if you're supporting a political party or political person, there's empathy. Something called empathy. Whether the father took the money or whatever it is, poverty is not a joke. So I don't even blame the father for what he did. And I said this in the show, I cry for the person who lost his life. That's what I told you in the show.
This
life is for the living, This life is for the living.
It's sad. Sikia Alex anasema the only youth Raila nani Ruto anajua ni Oburu Odinga.
That's Father Didi's favorite saying. Oburu Odinga is a youth leader at 84.
Lakini Alex anafaa kuja achongoe hawa kina Oburu. Because sisi tukiongea inakuwa ni sisi tunasema. But eventually you can tell. Hakuna, one of the things is that the facts is that hizi vitu zina happen, in front of our own eyes. Sio ati ni kitu tunaekelea mtu. So sometimes mi ukuwaga frustrated when you address issues. And unasikia mtu anasema they are being attacked. Hii vitu ina happen mbele ya macho yetu. This guy that was shot turned out to be, but they started by saying he's from Homa Bay, and then they realized he's a Kikuyu guy. Sindio? Yeah. So if for any reason the Kikuyus and all the other members of the citizens were not protesting against mambo ya Albert, you never know when this bullet or injustice is gonna fall on you. So this guy, it happened to be that he's a Kikuyu, but it doesn't make any difference. We should all just denounce those type of police injustices, whether alikuwa ni wa Homa Bay ama tena ameturn kuwa wa Mount Kenya. But while we are doing that, and that's a good thing of protesting injustices regardless of tribal background, but when you are doing it, unakuta kina Gaucho, they are bringing mambo ya the goons now, always attacking Mount Kenya. Like wanataka ku hijack the protest and flip it and make it at my Mount Kenya interest. I mean, I don't get it. And niliona kuna mtu alisema, one of the YouTube platforms, kuna mtu alisema Gaucho needs to be very careful. This Ruto guy, once they disappear out of power, they will leave Gaucho with a lot of cases to answer in court.
Gaucho is in trouble because right now he's talking like this, and as you can see, first of all, I'm not gonna repeat what Alex Bundi is saying there, but I believe so too. I see that the ODM gravy train is soon going to fall. Huh? So Alex, I believe that mtu ni mgonjwa sana. So like for me, the reactions I've been seeing for the last 5 or 6 days, starting from Sifuna down to Nani, to Gladys Wanga. Gladys Wanga is currently still in the thoughts that she will be put as running mate for Ruto, so that's why she talks like that, as being ODM chair. But she's caught between a rock and a hard place from what her people are asking her to do, because sometimes Nduati, the loudest voice does not mean that the majority. It doesn't mean the noise you hear from the leaders of Luo Nyanza, you think that is what the people of Luo Nyanza think. The Omosh idiots, the Gaucho idiots, it's not a direct representation of what is happening in Luo Nyanza. So the people of Homa Bay are not happy with Gladys because one of their sons is dead. They have pride. They have pride. And from hearing hearing from what one of our panelists that is from that area says, that some of these people are ferried from far away. That is why they slept overnight in the stadium. So there's a perception that it was the people of Homa Bay that actually slept in that in that stadium, but it's not. Walikuwa wageni tu wamekuja, kwa sababu hao wageni, you're being ferried ferried from a place that is not your home. Utalala wapi? You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So Gladys, I think, has had feedback from her people and they're not happy with what she's doing. Of course, they will not be happy. So she has to think about either being re-elected as governor of Homa Bay or have aspiring dreams to be running mate of Arab Masham. She has two choices. So because the man is ailing, by the Mr. Ndwati, the man is ailing.
Rao.
Soon, hiyo nguvu imeisha.
Raila ama
I
nani?
don't think he's got that strength anymore. So that would mean that there's going to be a very, very large split in ODM. There's going to be Wakukula and the true fighters like Senator Onyonka, hopefully Senator Edwin Safuna. There are a few, Kinababu, a few of these ODM people that do not follow this blood-based garbage. And then there's going to be the likes of Opio and Daya, the Mbadis, the Johos, the Oparanyas, and some that are within the party that have been promised positions, because we've got another person that is immature, that does not even deserve to be vice chair, that does not even deserve to be governor, and that is Simba Arati. Simba and Arati, forgive me, people who are believe in Simba Arati. For me, Simba Arati is not ready. I think my brother Lex alluded to that before, mkamgonga, mkamchapa. He told you guys, huyu mtu ako tayari, mnamuingiza hapa. You twisted his hand mpaka akaenda nyumbani akaongea na wazee, because he's got a group by the akona group ya the people from the Kisi community, and wakakubali tu wakaenda nao mtu. So it's like there's that group of ODM that still want to stay intact, kukula, kufanya hizo. And then there's this other group that actually listens to the people. So ODM is going to have a very big split, Mr. Ndwati.
Yeah, there is that inaitwaje? The Simbaratis are not, let me tell you, in ODM, it's Raila who controls it. You can be anything, within those ranks of after Raila, but it's him who is controlling it. Unakumbuka alikuwa wapi akaulizwa story ya kusupport a Kisii or somebody, the way he answered, not was it like last year or when? It wasn't that long. He was asked about supporting someone from Gusii, and he dismissed it just because they supported me, something like that, something to that nature. I think to discuss hapa, and I think that angered a lot of the Gusii nation, But at the end of the day, if you're an ODM, it doesn't matter which nation you're coming from. If you're not from Nyanza, my friend, you have little to no say. You have little to no say. If you're not Raila, you know how they dragged Orengo all the way to State House na hiyo mdomo vile alikuwa ameipiga. Where is Orengo right now? Has he even said a single word about
He can't, but he'll be punished. Alex,
he's still nursing. He's still nursing the wounds of State House. He was the first one. Huh? He used to be the first one.
Hebu soma hiyo comment ya Alex ucheka kidogo.
Ati Kaluma kanyuma. Oh, kumbe. Kumbe.
Simtu bana.
Kumbe ni mtu wa mafla. Yeah, so at the end of the day, the Simba Arati, he's trapped. He's holding power that he can't really use it in around his people, especially with the Matiang'i conversation. People don't want to hear about ODM. So what is ODM chair, vice chair? Itasaidia mtu na nini? So at the end of the day, I feel and I believe with the exit of Raila, ODM will be like how Wamalwa suddenly left us, and they have never really consolidated the Western people have never consolidated their region. They were left scattered, and unfortunately, that's the story with the Western area. Mount Kenya, we always regroup, and it's easy for us to regroup and speak in one voice, but Western has never been like that. And I believe with the exit of Raila, ODM will be scattered and itakuwa ngumu sana consolidate. It will take a stronger person, and the likes of Orengo, sahi wamenyamazishwa, it will be hard for them to agree on one person that's going to consolidate that region. Because even with Western, unaona kuna push and pull. They are trying to establish a superior kinsman wa hiyo area. Unaona Mkweta, Mudavadi na Tembea. I believe with Babu, Orengo and Gladys, wakiwachiwa hiyo itakuwa push and pull. Itakuwa left to specific counties, especially if they don't, the Nyanza area, they don't really agree that it took Raila, or it has to take someone like Raila to consolidate them. So unless Alexa tuambie, that's how I see it going.
Hiyo story ya Kaluma bana, we have to fafanua kidogo bana. It's hot.
Niliona hiyo story ya Kaluma hapo walimwekea.
Let me read a few sentences from this. This is just too hilarious. Tuone kama naweza soma. Is it? Allegedly, this is from Twitter, from a guy called George T. Diano. Kaluma's Russian roulette. The night of Manyungulu's mayhem. Manyungulu's mayhem. It was November 3rd in the frosty corridors of St. Petersburg when Honorable Kaluma tragically lost his Manyungulu's virginity in an international scandal that would have later been nicknamed as Operation Nyasknikovu. Nyasknikovu. The United Nations had graciously invited Kenyan delegates to attend the annual UN conference, but Kaluma, fueled by wanderlust and suspicious level of testosterone, decided to bribe his way onto the list, not to contribute to the anti-corruption discussion, but to fulfill his dreams of becoming an indigenous tourist from Homo Bay in a land of vodka and vixens. Now Kaluma is a seasoned consumer of Homo Bay Nyas. God damn it. I think I should stop there before I destroy Ncheru's show. But I wish I could, yeah, I can send this to you.
Kaluma.
Jemo, utaenda kusoma baadaye. Bwana, this guy aliraruliwa huko bwana, huko Russia.
Anakuja hapa. Hey, jamani. Anakuja hapa kutupigisha makelele, kumbe
Very normal. Transgender, LGBTQ, HD community.
wamemroast, naona hapa. Walimroast.
Alisherekewa na watu huko bada.
Na akiongea hawezi jua.
Huwezi sema vitu kama hizo. Hiyo hata sijui hiyo story nitokelezea aje.
Alienda kwa therapist. Therapist akatana hakuwa ni mtu wa Murima.
The story is so elaborate that I believe it. Na hatasema kitu. Hajaongea juu hii kitu bana. Because it's giving dates 3rd of November. Mpaka taxi driver mwenyewe vile so it means walienda na mtu mwingine. The person who's narrating the story and him. Alikuwa na testosterone.
DJT guys. He was well rounded. Akafikiria ni compliment, akacheka, akasema thank you. Nakwambia, man, the way things are going in Kenya, we don't know.
Kuna mimi ya shako meka hapo. I don't know how to describe it.
So was he sodomized or what was it? Walimsodomize ama ilikuwa ni nini? Ama ilikuwa vitu zenye alifanya willingly?
Ni vitu alifanya willingly because si unasikia alinunua vitu ba.
We. Na ukiangalia hiyo sura yake hata ikae.
Mpaka imefika ghafla news, imefika Nairobi gossip. It's trending mpaka kale kamse, the truck driver in US is talking about it. And the memes on it bana are too much bana. This guy is not going to recover.
Ukiangalia hiyo sura inakaa tu sura ya kunde. Sika ya nderema.
Being called as him too in African community is not good.
Ani anasema it was not willingly. Alikataa kulipa. Alikataa kulipa, wakamwambia okay, tutachukua grip. Nasema tutajilipa na grip. Kaluma.
He was gripped. Observed you shitting on Kenyans for some time now.
So alienda hizi nchi za nje unaendaje bila do? Isi Kenya utaenda huku kusema hautalipa. Hiyo ndio shida yetu sisi wa Kenya. Like huku hata if you hire somebody you have to pay them. It doesn't matter if they are government, if you have a business, a private business, you have to pay your people. That goes to ukichukua Uber.
Now, this is actually straight from Russia itself. The Kremlin, when it's Twitter handle, observed you shitting on Kenyans for some time. One more move and I'll pull receipts for November 2nd to the 6th, 2015 in St. Petersburg, Russia, during a UNCAC conference. Hotel Park in Radisson. Bandika room number.
So
being a resident, I saved your ass. Angeulia huko.
So alikataa kulipa Milias, wakamletea Shimel.
Because shit one more time. He was warned. Shit one more time. My receipt. Yeah, mpaka wako na ma videos. Not videos, ma images. Forensic images of what happened to him. What?
Na kipu umedig deep sana. So uingie tu DCI. Umpeleka syllabus.
This guy was violated, bana. Kama umbwa.
Here. Oh.
Well, what this guy called the Kremlin is not a good person. Bana.
Ukienda mahali pengine uitishe service, lipia tu. Na kwanza kama ni mahali kama US, usilipie tu, ulipe na uache tip. Juu ukilipa tu ile yenye wamekucharge na usiwache tip, wana consider you have not paid.
It's normal. This is the it's politics after this. This is finished, bana.
Waliwaambia finish kumalo.
Mtu alifinywa bana huko.
So what is actually Kaluma's stand in politics, Kenyan politics? Yako saidia nani? Yako broad base.
LGBTQ is supporting the community.
Ukiingia
this girl keep quiet for a while, but
ukiingia Google search type Kaluma Kenya, utaona ati Kaluma sijui strong pain balm, sijui bado na madawa zake.
Kama mimi zapo bana, nimecheka bana. Alex, now I understand.
Kaluma pain relief. Okay.
What? Kenyans are horrible, but this is another level, but
kuna wengine wameweka pain relief alafu Arimis kando yake imeandikwa Kaluma.
Paribik sama mimi zapo bana. This is called learning the hard way. Don't mess with kids.
Unajua watu wa Kenya wanatenda kwenda. Ukienda huko nje, hiyo mdomo kierere kama ya Sudi, mtu ananyamazisha. You know, unaenda kama umetulia. Unajua chenye unafanya. Usingie sakati huko unachukua Milias ukifikiria utatembea vile wanatembeanga Kenya. Uliona vile nani Nyamu alikuwa anasema ati ama VIP na hata hajaingia kwa inchi ama VIP kwa airport ati mnanipigisha line. Nikamuona anajipampia gas. Nani hata sijui kwa nini watu wako mseti kwa wako nini juu. Unajua Kenya watu wanaekewanga mafuta kwa magari zao. Huku wataki kujua ni senator, utapump hiyo gas mwenyewe. Ngamona anajiekea mafuta kwa gari. Kenya ajifanya vile ni VIP. Dereva umeweka gari mafuta. Hakuna mtu anajali. So mtu akikuja vitu kama huku move careful. Pitaka nyuma. Kaluma naye sasa atafanya nini?
Kenyans are bad. Nimesoma ingine hapo noma hapo. Had the Kenyan Supreme Court rejected Parliament member and deadbeat dad Peter Kaluma's challenge against ruling protecting LGBTQ. Yani wameweka hapo tu kwa hiyo HD community alphabet sasa.
By the way,
Peter Kaluma, who is feeding your children?
Okay. The person that jenzi kama wako na hizi mainfo waanze kuzitoa. Na nikidhani wako nazo. Kwanza vile
you delete one, another one comes out.
Ama MP na politicians wale wanapenda kulalalala na wasichana wadogo. Wakiwaamulia fiti, game over.
This is from Kaluma. Kanyuma leaving Russia. But these kids are me says cheza na Gen Z. I'm sorry if I ever offended any Gen Z. I'm sorry. I've seen what you guys can do. In 12 hours, a man's life has just been reduced to nothing.
You know,
would you go to in a bar and socialize with this guy?
Affiliation ya Kaluma inakuanga what side? How anakuanga ni mtu wa ODM?
He's ODM, but he's he's very tribalistic, and Kaluma is the MP version of Gaucho. You know what I'm saying? He talks very negative against the Kikuyus. He's very tribalistic. Very bad, actually. He's one of those that fuel tribalism in Luanyans. Very blatant. I hate the way he talks.
You know, the one thing the funny thing Kenya. You know, the funny thing happened Kenya, even with Ruto being from Rift Valley, I haven't really had, people haven't gone for the Kalenjin nation. I think there is more going on between Mount Kenya and Kinagaucho vile wanaongea. Even Sudi, even when Sudi, even when Sudi speaks the way he speaks. Even when Sudi speaks the way he speaks and Farouk, I haven't seen people going for Calais just because those two people are affiliated with Ruto. I think what I am encouraging, people go for them, not for the community.
No, but it's been designed that way. That's what I was saying in the beginning of the show. It's been designed that way by politicians to try and create hate amongst the community. It's just the politicians who are doing this. It's like the youth. Stop saying Gen Z. The youth that were sent were from one particular community, very distinctly picked by Sakaja. Please bear with me. I know what I'm saying, guys. I'm not saying it tribalistically. I'm just mentioning it. Why didn't Sakaja pick Luyas? He went straight for the Luo youth and sent the Luo youth to the streets. Why? Why would you do that? Why didn't Ruto send Kales to the streets? Mbona tukutuma Kale kwenda huko?
Yeah, you know, it's more about stereotyping. And
Why would you send Luo MPs to go hit on Gachagua? Do you understand what is happening?
They are trying to establish that.
They are trying to establish
animosity.
hate between the communities. Tribalism. It is being fueled, and they're trying to bring it down to our generations, which is very stupid. I find
But
that
how?
stupid.
Mi nimesikia nani Gaucho akiongea juu ya Kikuyu, but mi najiuliza, all this animosity Gaucho ako nayo na Kikuyu, it does not help him with even his community going against Kikuyus. At the end of the day, they are not on the ballot. They will not be on the ballot. I'm saying
He wants to be. He's been lied to that he's going to take over Jalango's seat. Some people are stupid.
Gaucho
Someone like
can
Omosh has been promised that is due Karen Ward. Watu wengine ni wajinga. You're not even from Karen. How can you be promised Ward in Karen? I don't get it. Give me 2 minutes. I'm coming back. 2 minutes. I'm not no way to find with the audience. I'm coming back.
Yeah, it's funny. Me, I don't get it. You go for Kikuyus and Kikuyus don't really care about. Honestly, Kikuyus don't even care about the Luo part of politics in Kenya right now, because the Luos are not in power. You know, they're affiliated, but they are not in power. You know, Gaucho akisema, oh, the Kikuyus, it does not help him being a Luo, you know, because at the end of the day, I don't see Raila getting back on the ballot. So it's your animosity anajaribu kubuild. It's for nothing. And the other day I saw somebody saying that nyinyi wakale, I think ni MCA kutoka Nairobi mahali, akisema nyinyi wakale, ukijana ni wenu, mnafaa mumprotect. I have a feeling they are seeing Kale's being silent and letting Ruto handle his own mess by himself. You know, so they are trying to drag them even if they don't want to be part of the mess. Nobody wants to be part of this mess. So we will handle Ruto as Ruto, Rigiji as Rigiji, and that's why I keep saying kwa hizi platform, if we come for Raila, we don't mean all Luos. I think everybody is trying to introduce the narrative of Luos versus who. No. Come for Rigiji doesn't mean Kikuyus. You know, there's a Murima nation issues. And we understand that is, if it's a narrative that Gachagua is trying to do to consolidate Murima. And that by itself can also be attacked, and it's open for attack. If you preach Murima nation as a strategy, and then mtu anajitetea hapa, bro, if it's out there being preached as a narrative and a strategy for 2027, then it's open for discussion. That one I get it. So I wouldn't understand if Kikuyus wanafikiria they are being attacked, but this is a strategy. So we go for strategies. If Raila is being used as a strategy, we'll go for that strategy route. You know, but going for the community has nothing to do with anything. That, you know, that's my opinion about. Wala watu wanatetea Raila sana mpaka wanataka kulia. You know, we're not going for your community. We are going for individuals. Maunga na kuona hapa.
Mambo. Ona mko sawa? Sijui kama mumeona ile kitu nimekuwa nikipreach about throughout has been picked up as an idea and people are running away with it. Ile story ya kubeba Biblia na kwenda kuomba na kulia kwa street, kulilia Mungu. Sijui kama mumesikia that is hiyo ndio strategy ya 25th.
Oh,
Sijui kama
really?
muliona. Sijui kama muliona Ruto's resigned way of addressing people at State House. Ni kama ameambiwa final communication, because there's no way people can be fighting for Ojwang. You buy Ojwang's father and then Eli goes down. And so now there's justice for Eli. And now this one has been captured on camera. You see, yeah, Ojwang, there's speculation, or you're still trying to find ways of if there's evidence of anyone participating in. But in this case, this is a uniformed guy who point blank shoots at a guy who was totally harmless, who meant no harm to him, was not even confronting him in any way. So mahali imefika, he's just saying this is actually God's work. And for that reason, because God has confirmed that he ata decide, if one crisis fails, if I address one crisis, the next will crop up. Alichukua Raila akamalizwa, Raila akakuwa enemy of the people. Raila sasa anakuwa bashed. Baba ya Ojwang what walisahau he was mourning. Wali decide Ruto has bought our tears using the 2 million. Watu wakabandon Baba Ojwang na yeye huko. Watu wameendelea na maisha yao, wameendelea kumpatia chuki. Only now they have a stronger case against him. So I think, and everything did you guys hear about the 90 billion that requires 600 million to destroy? So like truly, I don't think there's anything left for this guy to even imagine hope is on his side at all. So by the time you see his body language, I think it's clear to him God has probably just sent, maybe hata kuna mtumishi wa Mungu ametokea akamwambia on his face that, by the way, on this one, give it up.
Aimba, I was trying to explain to the people. Yeah. And I'm glad you came. Trying to explain to you. There is a loud minority from the Luo, and these are the leaders. Leaders, I'm going to shame them. All these MPs, the stupid MPs and senators, are the ones who Akina Gaucho, Akina Omosh. It's not what is happening on the ground, people.
Yeah.
Gladys
No. It is not. In fact, I was just telling them. Like there's.
Why is Gladys Wanga's tone changing? Why is it changing all of a sudden? That is the ground, bana. You guys, you think in kitu tu hivi.
That is the ground, but there was a rumor, by the way, and I didn't want to pick up on that rumor. There was a rumor that she was Matiang'i's side chick. So like if that be true, you see that would be a dynamic, because now she has to align, because then she knows she has a place there. But then at the same time, ground ni mbaya, my guys. Wacha tu nisiwadanganye. That I'm telling you for free, because you see, I was telling guys, because I remember earlier today, we are in a team of ODM women leaders. And so from yesterday, there's just some comments that were being made, and some of us have been reacting very explosively there. So today, like a section of us, there's normally a different group we're on, and then someone asks, hii bread-based government inaendelea? Nikamwambia hapana, iendelee anywhere. It's never been, some of us have never been a part of it. So by people now coming to decide that now that they're dissenting voices amongst within the opposition, those are just people who are trying to be populist, and they obviously know with the small nikawambia, by the way, you guys who are in ODM, like your ODM officials in places that are not necessarily Luo Nyanza zones, how are you surviving? Because I'm sure it must be very, very hostile there. And in fact, even Luo Nyanza, because I remember someone gave a demographic of Luo Nyanza Tituli 70-30. I told them the problem is even the old people that you guys are thinking are aligned to Raila have seen their grandchildren being killed. These are, like the old people really value blood, and especially young blood. When they have since confirmed that Raila is attached to someone who's actually the one spilling this young blood. Because I hear my mom was telling my sister the other day that when the news of Ojwang broke, she cried. She told my sister she sobbed in a way she could not believe. Because you see, she has a grave of a son of hers who was actually unwell, and you see how she tried to give him life, and nothing was done, nothing could be done to give him life. And then she imagines someone has come and taken a child off the parents' hands and goes and kills just because they can. Because the truth is Ojwang's death happened because they can. What was displayed on the street the other day was because we can. I will shoot you, and what's the worst that can happen to me, So when the older people are seeing this, I think ideally this has been the last stroke on the camel's back for even the old people in Nyanza. So I'll tell you for free that Luyas are done with Raila, as in Luyas are done completely, as in it's done, dusted, wrapped, and completely packed to wherever, to Masinde Muliro's grave, or I hear Musalia's dad was a very good man. So they've literally taken their cries to the founding fathers of the Luya nation. They do not want anything to do with Raila. So the only guys he was remaining with who were the Luos, ndio hao amewamaliza, because you see, as we don't, the spilling of blood is not part of who Luos are. And so now, if at all you're talking, the young people are already speaking revolution. So them, the young people, I don't know if any of you have seen the clip of that Swale. Amerudi ushago akipigia Jenzi magoti akiwaambia 25th atakuwa pamoja nao kwa street, ati ampiga magoti, ameomba msamaha for anything that he agreed to do for Sakaja nini. I don't know if you guys have seen any clip going around of that. If you haven't, once I find it, I'll
We have
probably
seen
share it.
that.
Yeah,
Some
Yole
have
Swale
seen that.
ameva. And you know he has a home in Shags, so you'll now we some of us will now be vindicated when we've been saying hakuna haja watu wakuja wa live deplorably kwa slums. They're being used badly, and yet at home either they have land that you can build a structure, or at least they have something decent they can call a home. So for one, Ruto's affordable housing have no place there. And then secondly, why live in a shanty when you actually have a home that you could be tilling that land? You can be making something respectable of yourself and developing yourself. Because for every day you're not growing older, you're not growing younger, you're only growing older. What value are you adding instead of someone using you and making you into a goon and everything? So in fact, for me, that clip can be a good basis of argument in terms of as a way forward for the young people. Can we, like programs will come and
One of them has been killed. One of them has been killed. Like the
one of the
goons has been
goons.
killed on the streets. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
it's bad. It's
they've
bad, and
been
now they're going to
beaten.
be
Like some
hunted
of them
down.
have been identified and they've been beaten and hunted by these people.
Yeah.
Like goons are being hunted, but it's not a joke. And
Look
Sakaja
at that.
has not even paid some of the others. Some of them have
No,
not
he
been paid.
won't. He won't, because there'll be a trail. You see, there's even prophecies that are going around, Keep, that there's going to come a man with an iron fist in Kenya. This guy is going to get back everything that has been stolen from Kenyans. This guy is going to make sure that everything is atoned from Uko 1963, all the ills that have been done to Kenyans by Kenyans about Kenyans. All of that will be paid. Like they'll revisit court cases. I hear now there's going to be like the wheels are going to grind, and they'll grind backwards before they can grind forward. So now all these guys who are doing these things, they know they'll eventually be caught up with. So it's not like you're safe having taken money outside of Kenya, or even bought property even locally. All of that will be gotten back. But most specifically, for everything that you have done, knowingly or unknowingly, for as long as it was against the people of Kenya, the constitution will be revisited and it shall be acted on. And this country shall be restored, but it shall be restored by making sure that all the wounds are properly covered. So you see, whenever anyone is hearing this, and these are people who, like in their minds are thinking, what have I probably done? Whatever is, see, so now it's a little difficult for them. So everyone is trying to make sure that they're covering their bums and everything like that. But still, maybe too little, too late. But then the truth is, Kenya is coming to change, and everyone will come back home to roost. Everyone will pay for everything. There'll be atonement of sin in a way that people won't believe. So, like Matiang'i was coming back tonight. So the airport was pretty filled up. I was supposed to be there, but then there was a miscommunication that I didn't get yesterday. I think it was actually, okay, so I think the way, because we were previously told, he's coming end of the week. He's coming in the course of the week. But then what we did not realize is that as at yesterday, the week was actually at Wednesday. So again, he has to be a bit secretive, because you don't know who's receiving what information and what they may plan to do that information. So he's coming into the country, hitting the ground running, and so now it will be, like all systems go. So before you know it, these guys will be trying to grapple. But the problem is, when you're grappling, there's already systems that are checking everything that you're stealing, where it's going.
Father amesema yuko ndani. He's in the country. He's already here.
Nani?
Father. Unajua father ako na familia
No,
huko.
Matiang'i is in the country. That's what I'm telling you. He jetted back tonight.
Yeah.
But information was that he was going to come this week. So it appears it wasn't very specific as to when. So guys were just quickly mobilized, and I'm one of the people who didn't get that information in good time. So you see, the airport was sufficiently packed, as in I would have wanted it to be more packed. And I think, like, looking at those videos, it's like it's goosebumps all over, and it's a very electric moment. It's highly orgasmic to watch that, really. But then now you can imagine he hits the ground, and then this guy, but you see him, he's not hitting the ground campaigning on the premise of I want to become president. He's hitting the ground, and already systems are in place to check everything that has been stolen in this country, where it is going, like doing a full paper trail, so that by the time he gets into office, all these things are being gotten back. So as it is, you see what Kibaki did with his first term, those ones of making those declarations, there'll be free education within the first week and everything else. It's possible because, you know, when I get this back, it will immediately cover this spot. What I then need to do, make the cabinet lean, make sure that all these departments that have been, the state departments are duplicating roles, to shrink them completely, enforce the counties if that will still be viable. Make sure that anyone who mishandles things at the county is dealt with and the money is recovered and people are jailed. You know, like, make sure that corruption is punishable. It's actually a criminal offense, that it can be a capital offense in Kenya moving forward. Then Kenyans, you know, like Kenyans with the kind of resilience Kenyans usually have, and the kind of diligence, Kenyans will literally volunteer themselves to work for you and work for their country, and they'll get their country back. So there'll be renewed hope for as long as it will be a 202 moment, or even better, because right now we have social media. We have young people who are aggressively on the ground, like they feel that this is part of what we need to do. What is my role in it? Because each one of them wants a part in it. The ones of what will I have done for the new, like, we are in a space where I think the only time I can liken this moment to is the Mau Mau time. Those ones of, yes, I have, this is what I have. This is what I can give my country. It's no longer what my country can do for me. This is what I can do for my country. Where am I fitting to sufficiently serve my country? That's what these young people have decided. And so we are in a good place. So all of us who are right now Kenyans of goodwill, and Kenyans who actually believe that we can realize change, let us all just come out, hands on deck. Anything you know you can do. You know, like, because God is helping us in this matter, clearly, as it's been evidenced. Anything you believe you can do it. Do not try and wait on anyone to tell you. Do not try and decide, oh, what is in it for me? What is in it for us is the fact that we're getting our nation back, and you all want to just be part of this history and rewriting the history of our land. That's about it. Santeni.
Where should we place Maraga? Because I think he needs to be part of that government.
There's no problem. A government, we have a judiciary. You see, how many arms of government do we have, Jemo?
But now, Lisa, in your opinion, where should you?
No, straight up. Rule of law. You see, the Constitution is the governing, it's actually the governing manual of this country. So it requires someone who is sound and firm. And the problem is, we might want to say that we want to give a balance to this nation, or we are from these regions, we need people represented within the governance. But when the Kisi nation is proving that they're producing sons or daughters, at least so far, sons of repute, what do we do then? Do we then do with that fact? We apply them in roles as Kenyans. And then knowing that, especially someone like Maraga is pretty advanced in age, he's going to build a good transition. He's going to build a good team that is going to sustain within institutional development, with the institutional memory that he will then provide, and the guidance and mentorship that will be required there. So that he tells us, this is what was done. This ought to have been done like this. As we move forward, this will work out better. So naturally, this will augment into something very, very beautiful and sustainable. So that is what we're looking to do. So for me, Maraga would be very good in terms of ensuring that our judiciary is taken back. When we speak about legislature, now that is where we come in. Who are we and who are we electing?
Something like
hiyo ni kazi ya Martha Karua.
something like justice
Ni best yetu hiyo ya judiciary ya Martha Karua.
Justice ipewe mtu kama Martha, Maraga apewe hii ni Attorney General.
Okay.
A lot of what happened there, I didn't know how important.
So Jemo, this is what I suggest we do. Because right now, what we have, you guys realize, Matiang'i is not here because of his own volition. He's not here because he wanted to be here. He's here because our voices were heard. So what I recommend we should do, you see all these recommendations you guys have, write them down, put them on your social spaces, Let us take them viral, let people interrogate them, and let them be pushed. What this will do, it will form in the minds of these people that, yes, Kenyans have faith in me. And trust me, when we come out as having the level of trust that is necessary in these people, none of them will come bossing around, hitting their chest, thinking that they're powerful. They will come as servants to us. But we will have fun, because when you guys are sitting here and the ideas you're giving, they're awesome. So by all means, this is someone who we have identified in the capacity they have. So in the book, in the court of public opinion, they've been cleared. Like they literally have the good conduct certificate, and they've been tried, tested, and confirmed by the Kenyans. So by the time the name is put out there, it is interrogated, questions are asked. By the time this person finds their name on social media doing rounds in a docket, already they're asking themselves, why did these people find me capable? By the time you're calling them to these spaces, because trust me, they'll be coming to these social spaces. By the time they're coming to those social spaces for interrogation, all the questions that are being asked are things that they're already working on. So even before people take government, they already know which is my role, what do I need to do. By the time I'm coming, what do I need to do to come and deliver to Kenyans within the shortest time possible?
Yeah.
And then before we know it, we will literally have a team that's confident. So even when they're going on the campaign trail, it is not a competition. It is people who know that Kenyans have faith in me. They have picked me, that I need to work for my country. By all means, let us go and fix Kenya. So people will be going on the campaign trail, not thinking what is in it for them. It will be them thinking, what can I give to Kenyans to actually affirm their confidence in me and give back to my country? Because someone like Maraga, what is he looking for in this life? He's looking for the satisfaction of knowing that I served my country and I served it well. Yeah.
Yeah, I see if we can get someone like Matiang'i president, justice, ministry for justice, I'm just saying, to someone like Karua, like this, umesema kitu to do with ruling with iron fist, meaning people who are not swayed.
No.
When it comes to justice.
Yes.
And then
people who, Jemo, what has happened to us? It's not understanding the constitution chapter to chapter. It is not understanding that why are these Kenyans fighting for this country? Why do these Kenyans have this kind of rights? They have a Bill of Rights that protects them and gives them these rights and freedoms. That has to be spelled out and practiced. When we say that we are bringing you, and you see what we have done to Ruto, the most Katili man on earth, there'll be no other president who will come and take Kenyans for granted. Never. So once we put people in place who are working for us and working with us, and we are working together with them, guys, everyone will be able to pull their weight where they can. We will be citizens of this nation. Na tutakuwa wananchi, tutakuwa wenye nchi. And that is what is needed. Itakuwa kwamba ukiona mtu akilita, you're stopping them and telling them you're messing my country up. Pick that up. Unaona mtoto ana mess wherever you are. Unamwambia you are the future leader of this country. When I'm old and grey, if God gives me life, you're the one supposed to take care of me. If I left you to do this and get away with it and you get messed up, who do I depend on to take care of me during the time when you should? So you correct them at the spot, knowing, and then there'll be a sense of responsibility. When you see a child in school uniform, you will first make sure, in fact, not even in school uniform necessarily. When you see a child of this nation, you will grant them the love and affection that they require, so that they may understand that everybody who is here is my responsibility and charged with the responsibility to love me. What is my responsibility to them? I have a duty to serve them as a child of this nation and to support them where I can. When people grow up with that mentality, I say that is, in my experience in going to Asia, that is exactly what I got to experience. Like, these children literally give back because they were cultured to do so, because already people took care of them, and that heart of service was raised in them. It was done in practice, it was done verbally, and everything was literally instrumentally fixed with them in mind. So at no time does a child grow up bitter and thinking that I don't own this. I don't own these people. Everyone is on their own. And as such, when I'm occupying a position, I'm occupying it and doing whatever I can to enrich myself and to make myself comfortable at the expense of everybody else. So we can get back there. But when do we get back there now? We take it back now, not later. We don't have a tomorrow to salvage Kenya. It is now.
So far, so good. Tumekimbishia Ruto syllabus, especially in the last 1 or 2 weeks. I am really encouraged by the fact that tumekimbishia Ruto syllabus to a point where they exposed themselves. You know, the issue of police brutality has brought other issues like, you know, and I think that's where you see Ruto today. His energy, you know, his energy was just not there. He sounds like he's speaking from a point of almost reflection, but a point
No,
of
defeat,
giving up.
No,
Defeat, yeah,
it's called
almost giving
defeat.
up. Yeah,
It's
reflecting and
actually
giving up.
defeat.
Mm-hmm.
You see, from Naivasha, from the time he was talking in Naivasha, to the time he spoke about, I'm not gonna hand it over power to people who have no plan out in Ruto must go. To today's speech that Njero played, he sounds super defeated. Like
Ni
you
vile
can tell he's
anakimbisha
deflated.
syllabus
Eh?
yake amekeep. Look, from when he said he's not gonna give up power to people who have nothing, syllabus imekuja kimbi. You know, like, how do you go from I will not give power to people who don't know anything to your own people messing up, including Sakaja? You know what Sakaja did was just the most stupidest thing I've ever seen a politician do, where you bring goons being escorted by police, alafu ile aerial picture yenye ilitolewa pale, you can tell there's no, and then plus they're shooting live, you know, live on camera. There's no way of coming back from that. So hii syllabus inakimbia sana.
Na Jemu sayo umenunua Baba Ojwang 2 million akaanza kukupatia sifa za Mungu.
No, amenunua Baba Ojwang, and things are getting even worse because part of the strategy, most of his strategies are not working. Hajui kupoesha moto na hajui kufunga mdomo, and it's because he surrounded himself.
What did I say 3 days ago? I said hii kitu ya kila siku watu wanasema pole kwa sijui the father, sijui aliacha watoto, sijui bibi. No, we should focus on Albert Ojwang, and I knew this was going to happen, and I knew it. I did not want to say it then, but now I think, guys, you get why I said that. I said it very clearly. Let us focus on Ojwang.
Not the dad.
Condolences to the family, but let's focus on somebody who lost their lives at a very young age, and now it's coming to fruition. Kasema unaona bibi yake sijui anapewa kazi na Sakaja, which will be revoked. I'm just thinking of the young man that lost their lives at time because sorry, go on. Yes.
Can we look at the content of what this boy wrote? This boy pointed out that this corruption, he literally like gave a trail of the corruption and mentioned how corruption usually finds its way from the bottom to the top. He spoke about Lagat as being a beneficiary of corruption. This is someone who's second in command in the police force. This is someone who's very senior, paid using our taxes, who occupies a position that ought not have corruption. Why are we not addressing that, Kip? Let alone, you know, like the murder that has occurred is already a crime in itself. Right now, we are left with a Lagat who probably will be given a job tomorrow for Ruto to save his bum for whatever reason, whatever he may have on Ruto or anything. Why are we not talking about the crime that Lagat committed?
He's still getting a salary from the
Why are we not talking about that crime? Because that crime was, if that was the content of what this boy wrote, was it true? So if it was true, why are we not dealing with the fact that this man was supposed to have been? Why is it that government officials are impeached, and yet they can never, so that they can never hold G positions G for how long? Why doesn't the same thing happen with these appointments? Because Ruto appointed all the corrupt people in his government. And right now, the kinds of Akina Lagat are just criminals who are waiting to then be placed in positions of higher authority where they can, in fact, siphon more. Look at what Duale is doing. That destruction of 90 billion. Hizo drugs imetokea wapi considering there are no drugs in hospitals? So we need to start interrogating what is going on in this country that is wrong. That, by the way, this is a criminal occurrence that needs to be addressed. So when we are addressing this crime, it is not about personalities anymore. We are addressing in terms of what is right and wrong in this country, first and foremost. Yes, we have individuals in office, but most of these individuals, we flagged them even before then. We knew that Ruto does not work with anyone who's clean. He always works with someone who's dirty, either for one reason of making sure that this person, he has a carrot to dangle just in case this person should try and be awakened for whatever reason, like Akina Muturi. But at the same time, the crime that they have committed, is it not a crime in our land? Shouldn't that be prosecuted? So, in fact, Lagat has two charges. He has the charge of corruption and he has the charge of the murder. Thanks.
Hii issue yenye whatever that's happening in Kenya, I'm talking from Ruto's perspective and how Kenyans are addressing it. There's everything under that umbrella. Ni kama mtu mwenye alitupa mawe and then it's headed towards umati, and the umati is wa Kenya, and he's now begging that nobody gets hit. Ruto has no control to what happens to anything, because he allowed corruption to manifest itself within his own government.
He did not allow. Why would you say
that is
allowed
who
corruption?
he is? He doesn't know anything different.
I mean,
Yeah.
for you to allow, you have to be okay. No, but for you
He
to allow,
facilitated, Jamo, he facilitated, like he created those channels and now he fuels them. And in fact, he adds ideas on how the money should still be siphoned. So you come with him and give him an idea. Yeah, he's already from 92.
And you have to be corrupted.
Jamo, from 92, since 92, the thing that this guy has been doing in successive governments is making sure that he lines corruptions into the government institutions, so that there's a stealing model in every government institution.
But
So now,
same thing.
Exactly. So now when he came in, what he did was, it's those things were already in place. So he couldn't find a way of channeling them to just himself only. So now it is those ones of whatever already exists. Should you have any other ideas, bring it to me so we can fortify it, so that we can make it even more lucrative. That's what he did.
But the thing is, that's why I started with what I was saying. When you allow corruption, you have to be corrupted. You have to be the father of corruption. Okay? Uweziekea watoto chakula na wewe sio mzazi. You know, like you have to bring the food and allow the kids to eat. And whatever you feed the kids is what they will turn out to be. What I was saying about allowing corruption, for him, we've had corrupted presidents before. But the way Ruto, so the way it's going against Ruto is the fact that this issue that has come out with Albert and all protests, even today, the other day's protest, is all related to that corruption network that is already out there. The issue with the finance bill, the issue of firing other people, it is a whole one roof that is corrupted and corruption filled. There's no way Albert will have been killed if he didn't post anything about corruption, right? So hapo chini, kwa hiyo chini ya hiyo umbrella, kuna kina Lagat. Those are the people who Ruto allowed. And since it is so much out there, people are writing about it. And the people who are Ruto's friends are not happy. And the way they go about it is what brings all this maandamano. And it's a chain of events. During maandamano, someone gets killed. Ruto, at the end of the day, he has thrown a rock towards the Kenyans. I'm saying this because you are addressing the issue why focus na issue ya corruption, vitu kama kina Lagat nini. Let me tell you, the rock is already out there. It has landed. And it has hit somebody more than few people. So for us to say to address the trajectory of the rock it's too late. We have to just address the fact that it originated from Ruto and it has landed and people don't like it. In between Ruto and Ruto's accomplice, they have to suffer the consequences. There's no way sai tutasema tutaanza kuaddress Lagat one by one. Let me tell you, whatever that's happening in Kenya is beyond control. Ndio nasema Ruto anakimbisha. The syllabus inakimbia so much. Something that started with a post about corruption has ended up killing a protester in the street who was protesting the murder, the death of somebody who posted about corruption.
Yeah.
He does not know where to untangle this steel wire. It is too much, and that's why I was saying his energy. You know, even Sakaja.
How many crises?
The way Sakaja did his thing, you know, sometimes when you do even still with people, you know, there Kina Kibaki Pia, they had some corruption issues. But when you're still with fools, you know, when Sakaja hire goons who are willing to walk side by side with cops, they blow cover.
Self-snitching.
No. It is God. It is called God at work. Jemo.
That is God at work.
You know, God usually sends confusion to the camp of the enemy.
We are the ones who are going on the streets, Gaucho, telling us loud and clear, hey, streets.
There is nothing that Ruto has control over right now.
Let me tell you one thing. Jemo, sorry for the interruption.
Nice, okay.
Uhuru did most of what Ruto was doing, like clean up that. Quietly.
Which was what? Aki, imagine. Keep to be honest.
No, by the way,
I'll be honest with you. Aki, hapo tu ndio naomba to draw two line kidogo. Kucompare Uhuru na Ruto, Aki wanga a bit too much.
Okay. Some of the things
would be Uhuru enabled. What Uhuru did was he was a bit too weak. When he needed to actually put a very firm hand on certain things, he did not. But as for being half as corrupt as Ruto, no. Allow me to.
He's not half as corrupt.
But you guys are not getting my point.
And to that point, even the next government, Matiang'i's government, there will be some corruption.
This guy did things undercover. Huyu mtu ako kwa Twitter. Uhuru was never on Twitter. And every time there was something like this that would happen, because some of us were kidnapped. Some Kenyans were kidnapped by the Uhuru government.
It's true.
But it was done quietly. I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying how loud and stupid Ruto is. It was done quietly. Things disappeared. Ikanyamaziwa, ikazimwa. You never talked about it. Because even when you're doing, you know, Ruto ananga plan, he just wakes up and says, yeah, this is what was going to happen. And it's the same with Sakaja. So I'm just trying to say, yeah, I'm not going to call Uhuru angel, and I'll never call him an angel.
When you allow goons to march with cops.
These guys were taking videos. These guys were taking videos of themselves on Twitter, on TikTok, on Instagram. I saw
they've incriminated themselves, and you're the recording
self-snitching.
Yeah,
self-snitching. Another thing here, which Father is saying here, just quickly. Father amenifurahisha hapa. Father says he told us clearly before election, corruption cannot hinder development. This statement is something that we need to look at very carefully. What he was saying today is he took on too much, and it's. I remember when they were doing the digital brother thing, and when he was making those promises in 2012 to Kenyans, he talked about stadiums. He talked about, you could see Ruto looking like as if he came from some kind of American, whatever it is. And Uhuru was looking at this guy.
Like, do you know what you're talking about?
What are you talking about? But Ruto let him just talk. Because, tumeweko pamoja kwa sababu ya kitu ya ICC. Let this guy just talk. You could see Uhuru's face during that, which I'll get that clip one day. Uhuru looked at this guy's like, man, what are you talking about? Do you know we can't do most of what you're talking about? Can you shut up? Then, like you said, Uhuru is a Cerelac boy. Uhuru just looked at this guy. He bullied himself into making those promises. That, unakumbuka, you know whose promise was the tablets for the kids? in
Was it
2020. Hiyo tablet watoto bado wanangoja hiyo. Every standard one will get a tablet. Those kids have wamemaliza
Ni
form
Gen Z
4.
ndio ilikuwa promised wewe keep. Sisi kumbe tulikuwa tunaombea Raila ashinde. Hao watoto wako hapa wanaomba kina Uhuru waingie ndio wapate tablets. Ni hao
Wapate
Gen Z
tablets.
wetu hawa.
Sasa now it was Ruto. Now Ruto has realized that sometimes you do not, by the way, I think he believes his own lies, because he'll walk in a site and then he says, kuna pesa yenye tabaki hapo yenye nitapatia wananchi, then I'll start building this thing. But he forgets he's got all these pipe dreams that will never be achieved because the thugs you've put into government that will help you steal on your behalf will never achieve those things that you pretend you want to get. And that is the problem with him. So that is why he said that today. Oh, I picked tough things. But picking tough things, it's like, I think all of you are parents. You're all parents.
Kibaki picked on the tough on tougher things.
Have you ever seen a child pick an assignment? Unajua mtoto atamaliza, lakini unajua mtoto amekupromise, ameongea sana kusema kwamba atamaliza hiyo kazi. Unamwangalia unasema, son, I don't think you can achieve that.
Yani,
Tafuta kitu kidogo, lakini mtoto ata insist na ata believe in themselves they're going to do it. That is Ruto. He's a child. He's a spoiled child.
But you see him, he'll even steal what can be used to work. So you see, it's not like what he was saying was impossible.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's so for one, when you're having, I don't know how many hundreds of people, how many hundreds of ghost workers in State House alone. You know, Ruto, keep already, when you're having ghost workers, already that is already money that you're stealing from a system that would have helped you to do something. When you're having 4.5 million every day in State House for teas and everything, running State House, that is obviously money that would have gone. So that is all money that you're stealing that would have gone into doing something else. Now, and that is State House only. So when we talk about all the other offices, all the other departments of our government, all the other parastatals, and every other thing that's involved that billions are being lost in, it is totally untenable. Even if you are capable of doing it, you can't, because you've stolen from yourself.
But also even narrative yenye alikuwa anatumia, if it can be done in 5 years, why do it in 10? Hiyo ni kama kusema nimeingia primo, I might as well start with KCPE.
And work backwards.
And work backwards. Yes, you can take it, but you will fail. And that's what he's doing. He's failing people. How can you have like a project?
I'm going to take KCSE before I do KCPE.
You're failing. Nobody is saying don't take it. But you're failing, and when you're failing, people are seeing that it's not.
And time is lost.
Mm-hmm.
Jemo, the truth is, children who are 13 when Ruto got into power will be 18 when he's exiting power. Where will you get them their 5 years back from? And many other things, of course. People who are 30 when Ruto was starting off, are already past the youth age. What are you going to do with those ones if at all the country needed to do something for them before they attain that age and everything else? We're not just talking about numbers. We're not just talking about days that he's wasting. He's losing, including the resource of time that doesn't belong to him sometimes. Like the entire country is failing as a result of one man. Not that they elected him. He forced his way there.
So there are projects, and that's why I believe for any country to progress, the next president should always adopt the projects that were ongoing. Don't come in saying we don't have money and you stop all the projects, but then you want to start your own projects that are not sustainable. And I believe that's what Ruto does not get. Anataka kujenga. First of all, you came in saying we don't have money, but I have these projects I have to do. There are projects that are ongoing, you stop them. That means there is money imebaki kwa hizo projects zenye. A lot of these projects, if you don't continue and finish them, you will have to restart them, especially when it comes to roads and stuff like that. You have to.
No, you see the problem, Jemo, with this idiot, the problem with this idiot, is the fact that all Kenyans, I'm talking about all Kenyans, kutoka mimi mpaka ule wa mashinani, tumemwambia boss, hatutaki project, we don't want we don't want development. Who says Kenyans have said
That's
we
all
don't
you
want your
got.
developments, Ruto. We don't need them.
We don't want it.
Staki barabara, staki
it's not even that we don't want it. We don't want it the way you are doing it. Because it can be
I
done.
don't want anything from him. I don't want anything from him.
If
I
he
don't
was
want any
doing
promises.
it, and that's the first thing, even with corruption, if you do the right thing from the get-go, nobody has complaints about it. You huwezi kuja kutuambia unataka kutujengea project ya gorofa 800 na ujenge na speed ya nyumba ya matope, and then utuuzie sisi tuingie kwa hizo substandard projects.
How many houses have been built? We are 55 million Kenyans. How many houses have been built? 2,000. 2,000.
And the irony,
hakuna hata tujafika 10k. In 2 years, 10k.
And the irony
you've taxed the whole country. You've taxed the whole country 3%, or is it 1.2 house levy, and then kuna hata nyumba ijafika 2,000.
Ni 3%, alafu hizi nyumba uko ndani tayari unalipa monthly na unakatwa bado mshahara, yeah, alafu bado nini we pia una grow, so kuna other things you're supposed to be growing in your life, such as your home at home, because tuseme kama uko na bed sitter, so unakatwa mshahara.
No, you're going too far. What percentage of Kenyans will get those houses if we only have 2,000? Just think 55 million.
Nilikwambia Itumbi alituambia hizi nyumba za Mkuru kwa Njenga sio ya watu wa kwa Njenga. Watu wa kwa Njenga it will be demarcated, alafu private developer atapatiwa nyumba zenye anajengea watu wa kwa Njenga. Did I tell you that? So usifikiri ati hizi affordable houses ati zilikuwa za watu wa kwa Njenga. Ni hivyo Itumbi alituambia. So it's not like ati they were building houses for actual vulnerable Kenyans. No, they were building their own businesses.
Baba yako. By the way, I'm not saying that derogatorily because I know you.
I know you are silly.
No. I'm not saying you'll understand when I say
know.
it now. You'll laugh.
I
Dr.
know.
Fred Matiang'i, your father, has said, I have returned back to the country after resigning from World Bank. Sasa ametoka World Bank.
Haya, kipu kujua. Ali resign 2 weeks ago.
Sasa ndio nilikuwa nakuambia baba yako sasa umesmile.
Huyo by the way.
Tumkimbishe kwa ile speed ya.
Hajafika kiwango kwa baba yangu. Matiang'i is quite young.
You know, Matiang'i is like he should
no,
learn
politically in Africa,
yeah.
you know
he has to land
in Kenya. Martha is my mother, see, politically.
Matiang'i has to land in Kenya like a treadmill that is already running at speed number 12. There's no time for warming up.
No, hakuna. Anatufanya on your marks hapo airport. Get ready. Ali get ready akiwa America. So ameland kwa Kenyan soil cargo. Tumeshoot go.
Kimbia treadmill ikiwa at high speed.
Anaenda Meru.
Ile ukijaribu kupanda inakuangusha inakuvunja.
Inakuangusha. Anafaa ingie kama keep up with the pace, because the pace we are going
it's not for it doesn't require faint heart.
Kwanza ameingia saa zile watu
wako juu kabisa.
Wako juu.
Saa zile tuko charged. Tuko na sababu.
Hii project ya Ruto nilikuwa nasema ya affordable. The irony is that the only people that can afford these houses are the same people who are financing it with their taxes. People with
yeah.
You cannot sell it to anybody else. Ama goons hawa uchukua wape nyumba.
I know.
Na wanalipwa ngiri moja, ngiri mbili.
They can't afford it.
They can't afford it.
No.
And I believe that anybody that I believe that people that who should get those houses should be also in a position to contribute to.
But you know, it was designed to fail in that manner. Jemo, the mischief behind those houses was that he was to get a project, use government land, use people's money and government's money, and then supply materials to these projects, and then eventually sell them to his people or buy them himself. It was still designed for him.
It was still designed. How much do you buy? I don't know what you call it in America. How much do you buy council houses in America?
Project 8. Project 8. Zinaitwanga Project 8.
Si
Akina
unaingianga unapata
Bronx.
unaingianga tu unapatia kifungu unaingia ndani na unaishi huko mpaka ile siku utajiaza, lakini ukikaa huko miaka mingi, you're given a point in time when you don't even pay rent. It's through the government subsidy,
Social nini?
social whatever. Yeah,
And
and
Social
then
welfare.
and in
social
a place like US, there's those houses are based on income. Okay, so
Yeah.
you come in, it's not free, by the way. It's the low income people. So there's a
but
cap
it's
of how much.
affordable, like literally when I say affordable.
But in the UK nasikia kuna hizo
Ni
nyumba za
bure.
council zinapatiwa watu vulnerable.
Huko US kuna
So what
hizo
happens in the
free
UK?
homeless
Let me
people.
explain what happens in the UK. You'll explain Section 8. I'll explain council housing in the UK. We have non-profit organizations here, very large. These are wealthy people over the years, like Guinness Partnership. The Guinness family decided to sell all their alcoholic thingy, wakauza wakaanza yao, sasa inaitwa Guinness Partnership. So whatever profits they get as a family, they then build houses. It's not the only one. There are like tens, like 12 of them like
What
that
are
in the UK.
partners?
Yeah, there are many. So what they do is they build houses, and when they build houses, they maintain the houses, and then the government itself, what it does,
Pays.
it pays
The Guinness partners.
pays Guinness Partnership so that they have the ability to build more houses in future. Then what happens is, if I'm vulnerable, the government pays my rent on my behalf. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Then it gets to a point whereby you get what
You've
you call
covered the
the rights.
expense. Yeah.
Yeah. Nikikaa huko for 2 years, even when I start becoming what you call it, able by myself, it's also kupatia motisha ya kuendelea. You'll start paying like the proper rent with time. Utaanza kulipa yani proper rent. But also then they give you the ability to say this is your right to buy the house because umekuwa ukiishi hapo. So there are programs within these governments, even the Section 8 one. There are programs within the governments where the government
That
are
has
not
social welfare in it.
they're not making it into a business. You come and
Yeah.
rest your case, uniambie kwamba boss, sina kazi. Sina in some cases it's teenage pregnancies. Unaona wasichana at 16 amefukuzwa nyumbani, vitu kama hizo. Because at 16 you're an adult here. Unapatiwa nyumba and your kid is you take it. Like these things were supposed to be designed to help
The
citizens
vulnerable,
of the
the
country.
vulnerable in the
It is not
society.
about, it is not, and it's never, you can never see it in any bill in the US. Ati imeandikwa hapa kwamba to make a finance bill where we're going into somebody's payslip to pay for Section 8, or for us to go into my payslip imeandikwa
I
hapo,
know.
you have to
Housing levy.
housing whatever. No. That is absolute. They will find a budget from the whole country's budget. Alafu waseme
Yeah. Si wako na
itaenda
social
kusaidia
welfare
watu.
kwa one of the departments of the government.
US inaitwa hood.
We have what you call NI number in National Insurance Company. I think you guys have social insurance company, social insurance number. What do you call it in the UK? In the US?
NSSF. Do you know what he's planning to do with the NSSF, by the way, now that you're there? Allow me to ride. I hope you won't lose your trail of thought.
Go for it.
Roads,
Yeah, he's taking that money to build a road, a road that will be, guys will be paying toll on it. So already they're taking our savings at old age without our permission. Then they're building something that they require for us to pay for a lifetime. And you see what they're doing is they're trying to build, and because like most of these things that they're building, of course they're getting their kickbacks. Besides getting the kickback, they're also working on a way where a percentage of every amount of that is paid on that toll goes to them for a period of how long? For the rest of their lives.
But if a road can be built in 2 years, why wait? You see why I don't get what he was trying to say. Number one, you don't have the money for it, but you still want to build a road in 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
but you see,
and that's why
because the investments that they're making that will serve their cause even when they're not part of that government. What these guys don't realize is there will
Again,
be
Shah and affordable housing projects are just money squandering
yes.
schemes. Then
So now they're
all of
trying to
them.
do that. They're trying to do that with
Direct
the
quote
road.
from Sifuna.
and
That's a
Yeah,
quote
they're
from
trying.
that's
Sifuna.
why today he tried to sound a little bit intelligent and aligned with the interest of Kenya. And that's why when he say if we can do something in 2 years, why wait for 10?
Let me ask you, James.
What that he's saying he wants to build on these projects. Definitely he's invading NSSF to
Yeah,
build
that's.
roads.
But what I'm asking is, why couldn't he invade that NSSF to even say that we are cushioning Kenyans in terms of healthcare, in terms of food, so that we can reduce the taxes of production, even helping the the investors who are coming in to do factories and to create businesses in the country, so that it is subsidized. Why is it that he could not take those interventions to try and give us education that is affordable and actually quality? Why is he taking that away? And yet these guys are time bound. The road is not urgent. The road is not a basic requirement. The roads that we have can suffice. But what do you do with children who are not now able to go into uni because their parents cannot afford it? Right now, you can't be able to take your child to high school because you cannot afford it. Right now, all the capitation that was going to schools, he's scrapped. So what is more urgent? Is it more urgent to make sure that these children who are time bound, that they'll be adults in no time? Would you rather waste them because you have an infrastructural whatever capital development to do that is not urgent, that is not adding any direct value, there's nothing, we've not been hindered from doing anything because that expressway does not exist. It's not like it's opening up to any market that it's leading to. He's killed all the markets.
Oh yeah, and guarantee you.
Wanja, all housing projects, affordable housing projects are from most councils are run from non-profit organizations for low
Even
rent.
the ones that we presently have keep.
Yeah, and in most cases, the council actually pays the rent on your behalf if you can put your case in. You all you have to do is go to your council and explain. So long as you've registered as a voter, you've registered everything around your council, they will take care of you. So do not compare na huku Kenya where these people are coming to raid our pockets, kuja kutufinya kama wajinga hapo kama kina
The other thing, Keith, and
Ruto, wait, just very quickly. Ruto, ushai procrastinate kusoma kwa exam. I think all of you mulikuwa shule. Have you ever procrastinated to go for exam alafu imebaki kama siku 3 na hujasomea hiyo mtihani, lakini unajaribu kusqueeze 15 chapters of a book into your brain, kitu yenye ulikuwa unafaa kusoma in 3 terms unajaribu kusqueeze in 2 days. That is what Ruto is trying to do, but you can't. It's impossible. Unajua kama ukushika, kama ukaenda darasa au kusoma, because grasping things when you're reading, it takes time. It takes 3 months. That is why it has been scheduled for 3 months, and it's the same as presidency. There is a time that has been scheduled for you in your term to deliver things. You cannot tell me that you're doing syllabus for physics while you're still in standard 1. It doesn't make sense. You can't tell me you're reading for your exam when it's 2 days that you. What did we call it when we were in school? Ukika overnight. What did we used to call at intercation is on, and yonipite mtm at intercram. Ruto, this is not school. You're not going to cram. You've wasted 3 years of our lives, like Maunga said, and those 3 years of our lives,
you can never get them back.
You cannot get them back. There are people who are planned to get married. They can't get married because the kickstart of getting a job, wajafika hapo bado wanatafuta kazi. You know what I mean?
And some of these projects could have been good projects in his second term, maybe, let's say, 7th year. Meaning he has built an economy where people are working and you can actually sell these houses to them and they will be comfortably without saying that they are living there for free. You know? So he's building things backwards. And
initially, you guys remember, Jemo, he said that he's creating jobs in the for the affordable housing. So we were wondering, okay, so since the projects come to an end, what then happens to these guys? Because it's not like that you'll have created any other means of work. So they can't even be able to afford those houses themselves because what you've already paid them, they've already eaten into. It's not like they have investment opportunities. Should they invest? We don't even have water in Nairobi, you guys. Water is being rationed. We're getting water twice a day. Twice a week in the capital city of a country. You can imagine industries.
City of bohos. We are city of bohos. Imagine.
Maunga kama nani your Sakaja guy is paying 2,000 per goon. Wewe una expect atajenga nini? Hizo ndio pesa zilikuwa ziende kwa some of those things that make sense.
Yeah, ndio nasema sasa hakuna industries zinaweza fanya kazi hata watu wenye wameji employ self-employment, they cannot sustain their businesses. They have got to pay taxes, they still got to pay all these licenses and everything. They cannot even get returns, they can't break even. Like it's just totally thoroughly crazy.
It's chaos. You employing people in the projects you created ni kama mzazi kwa nyumba, baba andike watoto wake. Baba walipe alafu jioni aseme let's count all the money that came in from this house. It's the same money.
Yeah. Yes. It's the same fuko. There's no production.
There's no production.
They didn't go and work elsewhere.
Yeah. You're not richer. Umepeleka hiyo pesa anywhere. You have not created new opportunities.
Any streams.
You know, the last one came with the tender you got. You know, if you have 4 kids, that's $40 umwalipa. You started with 100. Now 40
from your pocket.
Yeah, 40 went to your kids. You have 60. At the end of the house, mkikutana jioni, muko na 100.
Ile ilianza tu.
Ile ilianza.
The opening balance.
Tukwambie thank you. You're not going. And now you're building roads. I'm saying this because in an economical situation where you're building economy, you have to create.
You're building roads that people need to pay for, Jemo. Where are they going to get that money to pay for it?
Not your kids. Then you can tell the kids are Kenyans. Build roads that can bring investors. Build water infrastructures in Nairobi that will bring in investors and whatnot. And economy is a whole big deal. You know, it covers a lot of people, you know. And that's how you get your money as the dad of that house, you know. Wezipikia watoto githeri mukule yote, alafu useme mko na extra anything that comes out in the family. You know, if you can bring in something from jirani, akuje na nduma, that is a nduma that you don't have in your family.
Thank you.
You know, but anafikiria ati ataenda brag aseme nimewapea kazi gani na unatutax. Mwenye anajenga hiyo nyumba hatazishi kwa hiyo nyumba, by the way.
Alafu stadium ile Talanta Stadium yenye alienda ka stage watu wamevaa protective gear ati sijui over 2,000 sijui 1,000 people who work on those project every day. Nao pia kuna ghost hapo ndani wenye wanalipongwa ati they work on that project and they don't.
Sawa,
you know,
tuseme our 1,000 people or more than 1,000, let's say 30,000. How are they moving the economy?
Thank you. Because by the money is the money is being generated from the from the same pocket.
Yeah, so how you move in the economy? You give them the money and guarantee you will tax them.
Yeah.
So you'll end up with less money.
Hizo ni daily au analipwa daily, so hakuna venye utawatax. Hawafiki threshold.
Yeah, hawafiki threshold. So hiyo issue it's too late. He started his syllabus vibaya. It's too late to fix the syllabus. Ulianza na kuchukua mtihani ya KCSE na uko class 1 hata ukufika KCPE. Now you're trying
to tulizaliwa genius.
Now you're trying to sit there talking as if you're intellectual just because you are taking an exam, that we should see why you are trying to save time. And eventually, the entire time you are there, at the end of your 10 years, will be a waste. Umekimbisha vitu, umeiba zingine, umeua wengine. And I think Ruto is wondering, why is he not getting credit? Why am I not getting credit?
He's thinking he's working. Like he believes in his head that he's working. Kumbe he doesn't realize he's working towards his pockets.
Matiang'i is good that he's back in the country. The issue, I have an opinion. Yeah, I saw Maraga speaking yesterday. He said he wants to run, but I believe Maraga will be useful in the government, next government, when it comes to the issues that we are facing. The issue of lawlessness.
Yeah.
These are Matiang'i and Amartha Karua somewhere, and positions are very influential when it comes to advising the president.
Rule of law, yeah.
The rule of law.
And enforcing our constitution, like making it work for us. Oh, we lost Julia.
Kwani Julia hataki kuongea juu ya baba yake?
Hapana, tumeongea sana, tujamwachia nafasi.
Kwa department
Julia, come and talk about your father Matiang'i.
Julia is happy just like me.
Yeah, so
with
Maraga, can you imagine Maraga in a position of, I think, Attorney General? Ulisikia hiyo story ya JB Muturi, where this government deal sealed a lot of deals that now let's talk about corruption.
Na Ruto ako na government seal, msisahau.
Ako nayo. Imagine
Attorney General's office.
General that will allow that seal to be used for corruption purposes.
Yeah.
So we need to have people like Maraga.
He's sealing deals now.
A lot of this money, how do they get out of treasury if it or even dealings with other countries?
Let me ask you, Jemo, you have a buddy in treasury. Imagine uko na John Mbadi kwa treasury. What do you expect to go right there? What do you expect him to say no to when he looks at Ruto as a god?
If someone is so happy, he even says he cannot believe he's a CS. What do you expect from someone like that? Just being the CS by itself is a big deal. Forget about the principles. Let me tell you, if someone like Baba Albert anaweza simama mbele ya watu na aseme nashukuru rais wetu mpendwa Ruto na mtoto atajazikwa. Can you imagine?
Do you know, nasikia Wanga alikuwa amekaa hapo next to him, ni kama she was the one chiding him and coaching him to say, but it doesn't matter. This guy, mumona mama yake anywhere. Ndio wanaume tunaambiaga saa zingine uchungu wa mwana ijuae ni mama.
Ni mama. But I was using that example to say issue ya body.
Yeah.
Sometimes we are easy to forget even our own principles when money is involved.
I don't think he had any. By the way, watu ODM wameconfirm they've never had any principles. Imagine. Jemo, Mungu amewa-expose wote.
Rajio utachamusha keep hapa, hiyo ni special subject.
Hapana, wajawahi kuwa na principles. Wamekosaga tu opportunity.
ODM, I was told by audience bana. And I listen to the audience sometimes when they come and put reason. Kanaambia keep enough is enough. Wachana na mzee. Nikawasikia tu. So you've seen I've not talked about the old man. I've been just told let it rest. Tuachane nayo sasa.
Ana mahali anaenda, hakuna kitu unamsaidia na hakuna kitu anatusaidia nayo. Tumwache atulie.
If you noticed last week, I went too far. Nilipogonga bana. I hit him. I went below the belt.
Oh, now
no, this one was, I cannot even repeat it. I went huko chini. I went to the gutter huko.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Kasema tuacha tu.
Chuki yako ilienda another level.
I just said, wacha tu niache mzee.
Atulie.
need to atulie because you see sometimes some of the people in the comment section, I like the way that some of these people approach it. You could see that she
Ulikuwa
understood
umeshika raw nerve.
No, she
It's too
understood
much.
how much I have been fighting the old
Dented.
man, and she could tell, yeah, you can continue with your your hasira yako na lakini hapo ulichapa wrong number. So I will not apologize for it because it came from the heart, but I will not continue. Hizo ni zangu sasa, it's for me to lakini inaweza fika siku moja tu anikasirishe kwa sababu atakuja aseme nimerudi. Alafu you'll expect baba while you are away. Wapi?
Wapi?
I think
his better days are behind him.
And you can tell God has given him a lot of opportunities for redemption.
No, he's done. He's done right now. I'm kicking what you call a dying horse.
Yeah.
It's down. Iko chini, mguu when a horse's leg is broken. When a horse's leg is broken, there she is, Cecile. She's the one who told me to lia. See, I listened to you, Cecile. Lona amejitokelezea. I remember that comment. Kaniambia, boss, don't do that.
Mwenda sana. Heshima kidogo.
Baba tu shida yenye inakwanga na baba ni watu wake wanakwanga emotional. Mimi hata siwezi laumu baba kwa sababu watu wake ni super emotional.
No,
we fight for our cause, Jemo. Unajua pia sisi tulikuwa watu wake.
When a horse is broken its leg, the best thing to do is shoot it in the head. So we shot Raila's political career in the head. It's dead. His political
never to resurrect.
Amekufa. And when Aimba, now I understand when Aimba tells me, keep, the more you talk about him,
the more famous you make him. Yeah.
For what?
Give him relevance to nowhere.
Yeah, and
he can't influence anything.
And I'm not going to apologize because it came from the heart. It's not an apology. It's just my respect for the audience. Hiyo ni kitu bado. I still believe in what I said. It's just kuna zingine usemi hapa.
By the way,
that's what I took over. But I'm not going to apologize. I still believe what I said.
But Baba,
I would say it in front of my friends.
Baba,
I'm not ashamed.
Baba check out. We have not done anything to Baba. Baba took himself out.
He didn't realize. You see,
mchana. So
it is what Aimba you told me nipone haraka because I told you that was my hero. Raila was my hero.
We saw him.
Let's stop it because nitaanza kusema vitu sitaki kusema.
Tusite.
Cyril,
umemwita bro. Yeah, so hiyo ndio inakwanga.
Okay, Cyril. Cyril is a Nyanza.
Cyril ni mjukuu ya baba.
Cyril, you're from there?
Wengi wetu hapa tulikuwa yani tulikuwa soldiers, yani tulikuwa tuna operate wachezaji wasiolipwa.
Mimi baba. I used to drink.
Sini wa baba.
Ile time baba alishindwa nilikunywa karibu 30 pack ya pia. Hapo tukiomboleza tu. So
ulienda ukakaa mahali
2022
and I will not apologize. Raila was my hero. I am not ashamed of that. He was my hero. Watu wengine wanafikirianga that we are not people who can change our minds. Yes, we can. That is what
if Raila changed his mind, ni sisi sasa tutakaa hapo nini?
Yeah, exactly.
Keep. Yani Kenya iko where it is today because he changed his mind. Sasa sisi we're supposed to sit and think kumbaya. Haiwezi.
Lakini baba amefanyia watu kama kina Orengo. Si amewafanyia ile kitu.
Orengo, ni kama, you see, Orengo was warned because this is the second time Orengo has gone against Raila. Kaambia, unajua tutakufanyia ile
No,
kitu.
but unajua the truth is, wachani niwaambie ukweli, keep. Orengo na Raila ni age mates. You understand? They are on the same level. Just that Raila now came and took it over from wrestled it out of Orengo and Anyang. It's not to say that he's any better than them. He just beat them to it because of charisma. But it's not to say that they are junior to him. So now, what happened was Orengo ought to have just stuck to his guns because he's a man within his own right. He's not the kind of person who particularly needs. Not at this level. You see, Umri,
yeah, he's an elder.
Umri Orengo ni gani? Umri Orengo ni gani ndio useme ati he still needs to lick Raila's boots for any survival.
No. He's a man on
you
his
understand?
Own. Exactly.
So he ought to have realized that Raila's legacy is over. His doesn't have to be over. He can live gracefully. You know, he can carry his head high and decide, Mimi, I fought the fight. I had a good run. I fought the fight, and now it is over. And it is over with my crown. So does he have to put his crown down? And yet you have seen Raila has put his crown down.
Look at Anyang' Nyong'o. Anyang' Nyong'o is leaving. I don't even think he's going to run for senator.
Because
it's better to be quiet. It is better to be quiet because Anyang' Nyong'o did not leak.
Retirement zilitengenezewa nani keep? I'll be honest and ask you that. What is the reason for retirement? All this money you've made over all these years. Why do you still have to wake up in the morning, go to offices, crack your mind, work up strategies, try to do deliverables and everything? At what age? For what? If at all you're doing it for the good of the land, in terms of there's something you're giving people, you remain at an advisory capacity. You do not remain in the active line of duty. When will these young people who've always come behind, when will they come and occupy those seats and give new ideas and then you apply their energy towards even them making a contribution to their land? When will you ever give them that? You cannot kuwa ati mtaka mkue majuza kwa hizo viti, mkufe mkiwa wazee kwa hizo viti. What are you trying to demonstrate? Sasa huyu umekuja ukazekea hapo, umelose hata ile ona ulikuwa nayo. What was it worth it? What contribution can you give that is useful right now? So continuing to hold on to those positions is to what end? What are you trying to achieve, considering you do not have any new impetus you're giving? So there's no way you're taking these people. You're literally just receiving a salary. Where did your pension go? Why can't you wait for your pension, which is in its millions? Then let young Kenyans come and progress the country. Because eventually one day death will take you out. Of course, you'll be remembered as a nobody who sold out his country, nini. Now that is what remains on Raila's epitaph anyway. Right now, selling people in the height of mourning, what's his name, Juang last week. Tungepata breaking news, Raila amekufa, nani angemlia? So the truth is, right now, let people now start making sense of each other and saying, I have outlived my usefulness. I will be there in as far as I loved my country enough. I was not here for my sake, for the sake of being powerful. I was here for the sake of service, because you cannot all come and display to us that indeed, truly, you have been what people say politicians are. You are in it for your stomach. You can't come and make it so clear to everyone, who even the few who believed in you and thought there's something you had to give them. So hizi Raila tasimama mbele ya nani aongelesha nani, awaambie nini? Jenzi yoyote anywhere, hata wenye wanataka tu kukua mesmerized by the fact that baba ametokea mahali. So baba atakwambia nini yenye utamwamini? Ni nini saizi atasema yenye utaona, this is something that I can borrow?
Na youth leader tutamwambia aje?
Has he ever been a factor? Si hao ndio hao salary seekers. You see, when we have relegated salary seekers to leaders, hapo ndio tulikosea kwa Kenya. Saki Julia aende tena.
Julia, natupea Julia nini? I inject.
Yeah, come and tell us about your father, Matiang'i, your political father. Yeah.
By the way, Matiang'i kama amerudi.
Yeah, Julia nasema kama amerudi. Julia ako kwa Kenyan soil, aliarrive leo usiku. Sikia tu, yani wewe of all the people mama ujui movements za baba yetu. I don't like it, Julia. I'm disappointed. I'm a bit hurt.
Sasa nani aliendea Matiang'i kama Julia ajui?
Imagine.
Nimeona
Wacha mzee atembee na Uber.
Nasikia uchungu.
Nimeona watu wanachia Ruto must go kwa airport.
Imagine hiyo ni nakwambia international arrivals ilikuwa imejaa hivi hakukuwa hata na polisi ati wanaweka owe.
Hey, Kenya's the fear is gone. I'm telling you.
Ni tamu. Julia ni tamu. I wish ungekuwa hapa kwa ground. Utamiss.
Umesikia hii protest ya 25th ni ya kila mtu. Hii protest ya 25th.
Na magunzo wamepangiwa
vibaya sana mpaka wengine wameresign, wameanza kutuma clips wakisema niko part of Gen Z, hakuna mtu mwingine, sikuji kwa threaten, wanapigia Gen Z magoti.
Alafu niliona vile walichapwa mtoto wa Mungu, yani nashangaa wewe unaenda unapewa 1000 ni Sakaja and you are risking your life.
Walichapwa, mwingine aliambiwa aogelee, mwingine aliambiwa aogelee sewage, aliambiwa oga kwa hiyo
swim
kwa sewage.
Nyanza wachezi
Wakenya so wachezi, but the thing is the fear is gone. Like, so the fear is gone. Unajua vile Wanjira alisema, when we lose our fear they lose their power.
Annie, please be careful, and if you're going for the protest, and uchukue mwanaume ya protect please, because unasikia Sakaja, we need you alive, so ukienda protest and be close to a man. I need you protected. I want to see Anne on
because hiyo story ya kustab wa mama.
Please, and I've told all the female to be around men when you're on our protect. Yes, please.
Alafu wamekuwa wabait organize wa in groups. Hata nimesikia akina Malala, nimesikia watakuwa huko.
Nani? Akina Malala?
Akina Malala watakuwa huko. So sasa hii ni Gen zote. Na
no, ni Gen zote. Kenya has to be need by Gen zote.
Yes.
Gen Z wametufanyia the work of the Lord. That is the truth. Tulizaa matunda mema. Yani mimi I am a happy mother in this land, by the way.
By the way, our children will be counted as a generation.
When the history of the world is written,
yes,
the Kenyan youth will be counted.
And those
na yao walipromisiwa laptops hazikukuwa delivered Julie.
By the way, hiyo group laptop.
Sisi hapo tunaomba Raila ashinde, kumbe watoto wetu hapa hivi silently wanasema wacha Uhuru waingie ndio wapate laptops. Do you know those children betrayed us in that manner?
But you see, they were not even voting, they were just lied to.
Wakavumilia. Hao ndio ilikuwa tear gas na Ruto bado. Lang'ata primary.
Hao ndio watoto wa Lang'ata primary.
Sasa ameongeza Butere girls, ndio hao sasa Butere girls wanataka kutoka another generation. Alpha ni wabaya. Julia, Alpha are terrible. Alpha are nothing compared to Gen Z. Alpha ni wale on your face. Alpha are confrontational. They have wakona confidence ingine mwenda Kenya. By the Kenya watati.
Si kuna Alpha mwingine alikuwa napigia anti yake kelele. Sasa ukikuja shule kuniona, usikuja na hiyo makeup yako. Unavaa nguo ikutoshi. Nasema sawa.
Alpha, woi.
Alpha alinichekesha, and she was serious. Alisema unavaa makeup na haikufai.
Wamebait government, wamebait Sakaja, you know, like.
But let me ask you people, Sakaja, how stupid can he be? And so
he's always been stupid.
Gen Z, he's already stupid.
He's always been stupid, Julia. It's not like at how stupid can he be.
You're coming from a stupid point of view. You will take baits.
Because he even talked about it openly. Anajuka kwa hiyo bait. Alafu anatuma anaitwa nani
Gaucho.
Fearing that there will be no process.
Alafu Gaucho anajifanya ati yeye ndiye wako mstari wa mbele, anafikiria ati ako part of the system. He will pay for those things. Atasimama kwa dock peke yake.
No, he's now a mule. Now he's a government mule because niliona akipanda ndege. I think he's a mule. He's a mule.
And what Gaucho doesn't know If you move with these people and you're mtu wa mdomo wafanye kitu wenye wanajua ni risky,
get rid of you.
Take you out.
Yeah.
It's level to how much you can be talking out there. And so far, ni carelessness.
Yeah. No, unajua power ilimwingia kwa kichwa sana. Niko kwa serikali. Wewe uko kwa serikali aje? Kama nani? Wewe ni errand boy wa hao watu kufanya dati waka, alafu unakuja hapa unaleta ukabila mbele ya kila mtu. Unataka kuonyesha watu ati we are trying to make our communities fight. As in, you're selling that agenda. Every program that you're doing is geared towards making sure that Kikuyus are vilified. As in, they're trying to send that narrative at Kikuyus against the rest of Kenya. Ikitoka wapi?
Hata haisell. Hiyo kitu imekosa.
Ikitoa wapi, Julia? Kikuyu ni mtu ataanza kuuza makaa na mikebe 5. Kesho umuone ameongeza ingine 5. The next day umuone na gunia. The next day uone amefungua duka, ameanza kuweka tu sweet na tumaziwa. The next thing you know, kona supermarket. Huo ni mtu utatafuta trail yake useme ati nini ama nini. Ni mtu atashika jembe, I decide ati hii waru inamea within this long. Ni inaweza kufeed watu. Anze hata kupeleka kwanza na matatu. Si ati atangojea ati apate hata wheelbarrow ama apate hata pickup ndiye anze kuzideliver. The next thing you know, mtu ako na kanta. Utapigana na huyo wapi saa zile we kazi yako ni kungojea kola job yenye nakulipa 300 siku kwa siku.
Gaucho unajua ni wale watu wa kwenda kugojea kibarua.
Imagine.
Anangojea form from these politicians. And at the same time, if this government will take Gaucho na kina Sudi all the way, kina Gaucho ndio watafungua mdomo time ya kura. These are very risky people to hang around.
But you know the problem I'll tell you is, Jemo, akina Gaucho watakuwa descended on, even the public can kill them if the government does not. Wanaweza provoke tu watu na watu wakuwa wamecharge wa gonge vibaya wammalize.
Gaucho has been won. Gaucho has been won by Gen Zs from Mulini.
Just the other day.
Quietly. See threat. Aliambiwa, unajua kuna watu wengine wajuangi jokes. There are people that don't know jokes. Gaucho unakuja hapa every day talking about people from the mountain. Tribalistically. And by the way,
pia ni watu wa Kenya.
There's never been a retaliation backwards from the mountain people. Ni yeye anaendanga kuattack hao. And it's very bad, causing tribalism. Gaucho utakuja kumia. I wish I have his number. I wish I could just tell it, boss. Kuna mahali watu wajuangi jokes. There are people
anajipiga kifua anaona kuna protection.
But the mountain is too big for Gaucho to even attack.
Utakutana naye tao, that man follows you because he's seen you before talking shit about his community. Na atakufuata. Na kuna wale wachuangi jokes. There are those guys who...
Kuna mama TikTok siku hizi ameshinda ameaddress hiyo Gaucho akimpigia mapaja. There's a Kikuyu woman who, by the way, ameshindaga siku hizi address Gaucho akimpigia mapaja akimwambia akuje Thika Road na asikuje na gunza, akuje tu mwenyewe. Face. Awache kuwatukania nini wanaume wao, awache nini. Nakwambia. Now asidhani Kenyans will go against each other tribally, no. Watu wataenda for individuals. Wewe ndio unadhani unajua zaidi because wengine wetu yesterday I was talking to a colleague of mine. She has she's Luya, her children are Kikuyus. So tunajiuliza tutapeleka watoto wapi? Na si ati tumezaa watoto ati fogodhari. Tumezaa quality. Now hiyo quality uji-identify as Kikuyus. Ndio leo hii uanze kunichezea mtoto wangu na niambia nini nitakuua mimi mwenyewe. Na naambianga ni mimi Mjaluo nitadeal na nyinyi, by the way. Au Wakikuyu are not allowed to touch them. Because they are part of me and I am a part of them. And for the fact that we are living within the same geographical location, we are all supposed to be intertwined in that manner. But mine is personal. So when you attack Kikuyus for me, you're attacking me personally. Nita deal. Naendaga kwa spaces zao, they can't believe it. And I address them in the Luo. I tell them, no. Msidhani ati that name Acheng is imekuwa fetched. It is one that I am a daughter of the soil, but I will not allow you to talk this rubbish. These are the things that we have done. We have overcome this. Our children now wenye tulizaa hawa ndio wamekuja wakajenga Kenya, wakatupatia a new awakening. They have reminded us what it means to love each other as neighbors and everything else. You think you can undo some of that when some of us are still alive walking? Ha! I will bite your head off before anything of that sort happens. So saizi they're dealing with a very different way. Hawaelewi, watashanga wanadeal nao watoto wenyewe na wazazi wenyewe wataki mchezo. Wasifikiri we were weak in raising those Gen Zs. We raised them na hiyo fire walitoa makwao. In fact na sisi tuliwatuma na hiyo fire.
On that note, if you see the behavior of those children, they have been brought up with a lot of confidence. That one I agree.
Yes.
So ni kama wale wazazi, the generation of those parents let those kids think independently.
We allowed them, yes.
And develop.
We did not allow them to be cocooned in stupidity and allow them to do mediocrity. The mediocrity was not allowed. When I personally remember the ones that I raised, they literally called me bipolar because 1 minute I am doting on them, I am loving them, they're crazy. The next minute I am I'm shouting them down, I'm killing them over there because they're doing the wrong thing. So I've put all the effort. And then these children have come and brought that right personality out here to save their nation. And then you want to come and tell me rubbish? You who did not even see the four corners of a classroom, and even wisdom was not accorded you by God, that is a free a free attribute. And then you're coming and telling me what rubbish? Ha! In fact, hata Kikuyu sijiongelele. Wengine wetu tuko.
Hata sisi hatutakangi kuongea. Like, how can you go for mountain? You know, like mountain, sometimes we are so focused on other things. Ukituleta story yenye Gen Z amekushinda unaturushia sisi. Because that's how they try to dissolve their issues with, with the nation. So Gen Z is taking them up one-on-one. They are trying to say it's the mountain who is doing all this. They cannot believe that all the movements have been done and succeeded by the Gen Z. So
imewauma
energy.
Jemo imewauma.
Sisi tukiongea tutakuwa tuna take your energy from the Gen Z. There's no need for us to get involved and make their point. So the other day they organized the goons, but Gen Z came mchana na mabanas na hiyo wimbo ya sina makosa, and they came and just by that they took a bait from the Gen Z who have maintained that they are coming in peace. So they try to introduce the goonism, and
that doesn't exist.
Wakawahepa. So they were left burning their own cars with cameras, marching side by side with the cops. They were not Gen Z.
And the cops shooting people at point blank in the full glare of cameras.
It was highlighted. They came from these streets. They are here. They are shouting Sakaja and Kumi tena, Kumi bila break, na wakiwa na makarao.
Alafu wana attack bypass watu tu wenye walikuwa wamekuja tu makazi zao, wanawarob, wanawachapa.
So if we take that narrative ya Gaucho ati you are attacking us, no, we handle, nyinyi mu handle shida. Hiyo ni vile Ruto anajaribu kuintroduce debates.
Haiwezi. By the way, amerealize imegonga mwamba vibaya. Ulisikia Kitana Cousins? It's like he can't beat Gachagua, amemjoin.
People are running away from the narrative ya Kikuyus are gonna retaliate ati tuitane nyinyi Wajaluo. No.
And I think nini? I think hapo State House, I think watu walikuwa ile pesa Gachagua amekuwa offered, nawaambia you guys, I think it is crazy. I think it is sick money yenye Gachagua amekuwa offered. Ukiona Ruto ako deflated in that manner, right now he's clutching on straws. I'm sure he's offered Gachagua everything he can. Kalonzo ndio we can't even speak on his behalf.
And Maunga, you are married to a Kikuyu guy. Do you know us? When ulizana na Mkikuyu. Unajua sisi kuna ile kitu inaitwanga betrayal, you cannot buy it. There's no apology. Ukisha betray a mountain guy, hata mimi nikongo hivyo. I didn't realize it's a thing. Me, a betrayal I take is so hard. I can live with
anything but that.
But ninakuaga tu like I can't
trust you again.
But I can't believe you betrayed me. So I stay with
you.
So
we imagine Leo Dorcas askia ati ata Gachagua anataka, na vile Dorcas ni maisha ya Gachagua saa hii. Dorcas asikia ati Gachagua anataka kwenda kukutana na Ruto hata mahali. Si Dorcas atalia ishe.
Remember when Obina asked Gachagua, why do you have Ruto's picture? That thing it gave me chills the way Rigiji answered. I want to see it to remember how a betrayer looks like.
What? Okay. I missed
that. Julia, ulisikia your part?
Nilisikia your part.
It gave me chills. I only want to wrong you Maunga na ukwe na picha yangu hapo hivyo.
Nini na unajua the world is, nini life is very spiritual. Labda kuna vitu Gachagua anasemanga kwa hiyo picha.
Kwa hiyo picha?
Labda every day he wakes up wakiomba, inakaa naombanga na hiyo picha kama yeka chini akiambia Mungu grant me justice.
Na
akisema mtu mfanyie hivi na vile.
Na alisema mtu yote akimwongeleshanga anajaribu kusikia maneno alafu anakompea na hiyo picha. Umekuja na uongo kama ya ule. Imagine that gives you I will literally pay for him just to take that picture down.
That was strong.
There is something about betrayal that you can't buy out of Mount Kenya. And wanaweza run around na hiyo issue ya kusema utanini. Unaweza pengine get Gachagua, but you're not gonna get the Mount Kenyans because that's a community.
Gachagua followed Mount Kenya. You see, Jemo, it was so clear Mount Kenya walikuwa wameachana na Ruto kitambo sana. In fact, Gachagua alikuwa ameachwa nyuma. If anything, hii impeachment ndio imesaidia political career ya Gachagua.
Alikuwa ameenda kiendani.
Alikuwa amemalizwa. Kikuyu walikuwa waliachana naye kitambo sana. Kikuyu had moved on.
Mimi hata sikuwa nataka kusikia Gachagua akifungua mdomo.
Exactly.
Nilikuwa nimemweka kwa hiyo category ya Ruto. Sionangi. Naonanga sound bites. That I choose. You know, or maybe Njiru atuchezea hapa mambo ya Ruto, but
mimi siwezi hata watch. Hata hiyo ya State House nimeona two snippets. I can't stand it.
Yeah, so hiyo story ya Gaucho kusema mountain, we are cool, man. We have decided our votes are going this way and it's not Ruto.
I know.
Kama ni
Matiang'i, you have a candidate.
Yeah, anything else.
Unajua Matiang'i ni candidate wa Central kushinda any other person. Actually, I think ni Central imeshikilia Matiang'i kushinda any other community. I don't even think Kisii wamemshikilia vile Central wamemshikilia.
Oh yeah, tumeshikilia Matiang'i and miscalculation ya baba ilikuwa people after kushindwa and then Ruto was messing around. That was easy for baba. That was an easy even though age may catch up na yeye.
I remember when the results were announced, director of youth affairs wa ODM alisema, in fact we should be glad that Ruto ndiye ameingia because that would mean that it will be way easier for Raila to come in 2027 because then Ruto will have really messed up. So people will now listen to Raila, everything Raila is going to say, oh yes, Christ Jesus Lord.
Hey,
little did we know that yani kumbe tunakatwa, we are being chopped in small portions tukiekwa ndani ya pan ndio tukarangwe vizuri tu na mafuta yetu. But uzuri Mungu pia anatupatia opportunity, by the way, for a new, because the truth is when you look at how akina Kaluma akina Badia and everything, hakuna vile, sidhani kama ODM inge make difference, inge make government.
Cyril anasema, so guys, genuinely speaking, what's the difference between Gachagua and Ruto? Is Gachagua being sincere with Kenyans, ama is playing a role of...
But I've always said Gachagua is a lesser evil. You know, Gachagua, I'll be honest and tell you guys, I know of someone who used to work for Gachagua before the Gachagua joined politics. Gachagua had mad love for the mother. Okay, what I'll tell you is he was a womanizer. I wouldn't say he is now. Unajua kunafikaga wakati vitu zimekupiga kwa hii dunia yenye that one wife of yours, the wife of your youth is the one that God can use to give you, to grant you favor. No, una make that realization. So he was a womanizer, but he was a very good human being. He was a very good boss. That is why I was telling you guys, Gachagua is a lesser evil for me when you compare Gachagua and Ruto. Gachagua was mostly talk, but Gachagua was akwa mkatili ile ya ati utaona kwamba the life of another human being is not of value to him at all. Hajawahi kwa nayo, it's never come out quite anywhere as close to come so strongly. So now, in the person, because the character of a man is based on what he does privately. So we knew him as a public figure, but we knew him as a public figure at what level, in what sense, when did he come to the fore, and at the time in his former life, did we know him? Can we give evidence? Because unajua kusema ni rahisi. Can we give evidence that he participated in anything that would make us now? Because comparing anyone within the political scene to Ruto, by the way, is an insult to that person. It's an insult to the ancestors of that person for sure.
Yeah. Now the other thing about Gachagua, so far so good. Everything he has said, including Yalagat, we have seen it. Everything he said about Sudan, we saw it on Nation TV.
Ulisikia, by the way, that kulikuwa na guns inakuwa destroyed, Jemo?
Yeah, I saw them.
At what cost?
Yeah,
mtu mwenye akona kampuni ya firearms a destroy firearms, akona pahali pa kuziuza.
There are no guns that were destroyed. He just lied to us. He's a thug.
Yeah.
And history, everything Gachagua has said, he has come to pass. And Gachagua has been vindicated. So we trust Gachagua's word. We used to say, make fun truthful man. That's a wearing a truthful man. Nah, because
God's words.
Gachagua alituambia maneno ya Lagat before Lagat committed this crime. Do you remember that it was shortly before Lagat killed this
God
person?
manifested.
And then God just proved it. And because Lagat amekuwa amezoea hiyo mauaji, it is in his blood, like Ruto. He didn't care when they were arresting that boy and planning to kill him. It was like, what I do, kumbe hawakejua ita blow. So everything Gachagua has said. So someone is asking what is the difference between Gachagua and Ruto. That is the difference. Gachagua has come to Kenyans a time when we need such kind of a person, a time when we need someone to rescue us. That's when Gachagua has come. Gachagua has come to Kenyans like Samson. You know Samson, when he came the second time for the Israelites. You know, Samson used to be a very strong man. Then he messed around and he slept with Delilah, and Delilah betrayed him. Then towards the end of his days, Samson asked his God, give me one more time to destroy the enemies of Israel. Samson destroyed those guys. He brought up a building with thousands of people in that building. So Gachagua has come to the time when Kenyans need him. He has come to, so we can forget all the things he did because we need, he's saving Kenya, he's rescuing Kenya right now. He's one of the few men that are daring the devil right now. And knowing that it may even cost his life, he's still daring that devil. So that is the difference between Gachagua and Ruto. Somebody wants to know the difference between Gachagua and Ruto. That is the difference right now. Kama mtu mwenye haoni tofauti, basi anajifanya kipofu. Alafu history watu wa kutuambia difference ya Gachagua na Ruto ni gani. So now we tolerate Ruto's rubbish. Tukae hapo tumegojea and we wait for us to die. We wait for our death under Ruto. That is what people want us to do. Hakuna. I refuse to listen to that. That's my take, Jemo. Naona sija Irina ametupwa nje ama ameruka nje.
Hata mi usema, just because if you get a gun that somebody was using against you, don't you use it to shoot back? Just because you don't use it just because it belongs to your enemy.
Mm-hmm.
You use it regardless. You know. So at the end of the day, I think it's like Gachagua is saying something, and these people they can't wait to prove him right. You know, it's usually you say something and you can't wait to prove somebody wrong. But so far, it's like Gachagua says something and these guys go on a mission of proving him right.
Yes. It's like unaona kama jibu. Umeona hii statement ya Mudavadi amepiga picha na ujamaa wa Iran. Did you see that?
Sijaona bado.
Jiru, come back and tell us. That this guy, there's a guy from Iran in Kenya. I don't know, the prime minister or somebody.
Ambassador or prime minister. Nimeona kwa news, Subui Spice.
Hey. Let me ask you, Jemo, at this time, in time ya kushowcase na Iran, uniambie kama Ruto hakuangi na wazimu.
I mean, In a diplomatic way, Ruto ameanguka.
Uniambie kama hakuangi na Ruto hakuangi na wazimu.
Kusimama na China, kwenda kusimama na Iran ama Israel for that matter. You don't need
you just he should just leave he should just not. There is some like Kibaki used to say he's non-aligned. Unaona? You just leave things the way they are. Stop getting into that boat. Come on.
You should drag into
Why is he dragging himself? Is this the time to showcase, even take pictures with Iran? I mean,
not for wrong move. And you know, the worst part of that type of approach, from a diplomatic perspective, you have so many people in Middle East now to a Gulf. You don't know how they will feel about you standing and making statements and being stupid with. You don't know where people are in that.
Yes.
Citizens are out there,
and not even citizens. You need these powers. You can't do saizi. See ati Kenya iko independent. Unaona, see ati Ruto can carry himself alone. So his story, you know, like it seemed like taking sides with Iran. You know that picture that Mudavadi took and posted. It looked like Kenya making a statement that we are on the side of Iran. You know?
Yeah, and this is a situation. Honestly, hata ukiangalia pa US. They are struggling to pick sides. I mean, they are obviously on Israel side, but they don't want to make their decision so fast.
Yes, they are also intelligent. So I saw that I just said Ruto again. First, Gachagua says that Ruto is supporting the killers in South Sudan. Then we see them in Nairobi trying to declare a government. Ruto again. You know. Then before long, we hear that Kenyan girls have been found on the soil of Sudan. I mean, Ruto goes are there again. I didn't think. I don't know. You know, Ruto has been living in a world. Kama Bibi Kitu. I think huyo jamaa. Do you think even watches news? I mean, how can you describe this character? Jemo, mtu mwenye anajifanya kwamba he cannot be corrected. He cannot be given reproach. You know, there's no reproach against him. Yani museme che mtafanya mtachoka. Yani mtu mwenye hata haangali, if I do this, what will happen? What kind of a character is that? I mean, I don't know how to describe Ruto. Ruto just thinks, I don't know how, he thinks he's above board, or I mean, he's a bull of walk, he's the only bull that walks around anajionanga aje. Because every time we see Ruto again makes this blunder. So niliona hiyo picha nikashanga Wakenya Ruto wako na wazimu. At this time can you go showcase with Iran taking pictures?
You can't really get what Ruto is trying to do in this life, because somebody was saying on TV that Kenya sends police to Haiti to fight the goons and send the police in Kenya to support the goons.
Yes, and it creates goons in Kenya to fight the people of Kenya.
The goons in Kenya, they are protected by the police.
Yeah,
you know, but you send them to another country to fight the goons over there. So Ruto, in a way, I think he's trying to write his own syllabus. He does not believe in anything out there that standard procedures of operations. When it comes to even diplomacy, he always jumps in too quick.
Yeah,
he should learn from, and that's a problem of not being in direct contact na previous advisors wako kama, you know, the best person mwenye angekuwa nampea a real time and life experience ya hiyo ofisi ni Uhuru, but you know, he's not trying to reach out for Uhuru when it comes to things like this type of situations where angekaa stay away from Sudan as far as possible, you know,
stay away from Iran as far as possible,
and Iran and China. When China is going back to back with US, that's not when you go get a state visit.
Yes, you don't get a state visit. You stay away. Even if the Iran guy came to Kenya, don't take pictures with him.
Yeah, there's a reason why you have built a whole state house yenye iko na marooms mingi huko zenye mnaza
yes
na mumalizie hizo story huko, you know.
ikuwe tu kama rumors ati kuna mtu alikuwa hapa. Rumors that are not confirmed.
So far, he has dug Kenya into a mess because diplomatically, because even in the other day when he was invited to G something meeting, Uko, was it in Finland? He went and talked about going against, was it, he supported, what do you call, he supported Ukraine. And you know, the position of all African nations are either to stay neutral or they were, most of them, going with Russia. So he did not have to speak his mind by saying Kenya condemns Russia, but yet you are taking their free fertilizers.
He should just have said we are calling upon peace. You are hapo.
Yeah, angesema hivyo.
Ama for Kenya we stand for peaceful resolutions to conflicts. Asimamie hapo. Nobody will take you anywhere if you just say that.
Yeah, but he's busy trying to attract attention, you know, to himself. He wants to be important. But in a national stage, in an international stage where every time he wants to be important, the more he makes a fool out of himself.
He screws every time he screws it. Every time he wants to make he has a what do you me I am trying to analyze Ruto. Na ni kama mtu amesoma at his age. Definitely he's tending to 60, I think so. And kwa hivyo that's an old man. That's somebody who is supposed to be old enough to be called an elder in Kenya. Now, secondly, at least I trust Ruto alifanya a bachelor's degree. Hizo zingine sijui alifanywa wapi, masters na PhD. Lakini ninaamini kwamba alienda college, akaingia class, akainteract na college students.
Najua pia kuna kuenda college na kutopita college. You know, you have to show some level of comprehension of
that's what I'm saying. But
the knowledge that you got out of there. So he went there for, let's say he did bachelor's in what?
I don't know. He did bachelor's.
Whatever he did, we don't see it. He's not applying it.
Because he should have, you know, by the time you complete a bachelor's degree, or even a college diploma, your interaction na books na watu, huwa inakufungua macho kiasi. It makes you begin to see the world from a different point of view and people from a different point of view. So you cannot be so rigid. And that is why mimi nakumbuka Kenya, I don't know how they say it in the US, that I give you power to read and to do all that pertains to read. You know, read, kusoma, to read and to do all that pertains to that degree. Yani ni kama umefunguka kwamba to investigate more knowledge, to acquire more knowledge. It is your starting point. So it means you should be open to information. You should be open to current trends. You cannot be so dumb to be doing things, to be dumb all the time and making dumb statements left and right. And that is what exactly Ruto does. So sasa yeye hata kwa hiyo serikali ameingia kwa serikali, you are saying that he was supposed to be getting advice from Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. He came in to undo everything Uhuru did, like an idiot. You cannot come into a system. You should ask yourself, mbona masomo ilikuwa, mbona walikuwa natumia help? Okay, was help working? You know, you don't jump in to do away with help to prove a point.
Structures, the framework. You unajua nyumba upakwa rangi, lakini haubomwangi foundation.
Haubomwangi foundation.
Yeah. But this guy wants to come and level up the house and build the same house within 2 years. Vile alisema, if he can take 5 years, why spend 10 years? Okay, if you are leveling up the entire house, kuna nyumba, kuna vitu zenye you can come and build on, and it will not be, people are not gonna feel the pain as if you're building something from the ground up. So he did not want anything to do with what Uhuru did. Number two, from what he's been saying, he was trying to even outdo Kibaki.
And he did not even get to the Kibaki point, because he did not even get to Uhuru point. He instead destroyed the achievements Uhuru had made. You see, in 2 years, he damaged Kenya. He turned things upside down. Alafu na Kenya, anasema Kenya, they are being incited by who? Wakenya wamchuki. Wakenya wamechoka tu na hiyo jinga yake.
Yeah.
Everything he touches he destroys it. Alafu he doesn't even listen to anybody, not even his wife. I think he doesn't even, that is why that woman has been in hibernation all through. Unasikia story ya Gachagua akisema ati alikuwa anaambiwa ati Dorcas can only come when Rachel is there. Ati kama ati anaambiwa twende kwa mkutano na ukuje na Dorcas come prepared to be the second lady. Then Rachel decides I'm not coming. Then they are telling ati Gachagua ati abia Dorcas aende. Rachel has changed her mind. Yani
lakini mimi hata kama ni Gachagua ina arrangement like that, knowing that you can tell that tunaweza korofishana asubuhi. I will nitaambia tu Dorcas, fanya hivi, ka rada tukimuona but because of protocol the vice president needs to be there first.
Yeah, so you come there with your wife.
So it's very hard if the first lady changes their mind and you're there.
Ruto ana whisper kwa Gachagua ati abie Dorcas aende. Is he an idiot or something? So hizo story Rachel mwenyewe ameishi kama statue hapo State House. But you know what? She's to blame. She saw all this build up since the days of Youth for KANU 92. She had room to walk away. Mimi najua mke. So people say that Mwangi Kijere's wife vanished to the US. I don't know how true that is. But we can call that allegations or rumors. But she had this Rachel since the days of Youth for KANU 92. She saw the crimes that Ruto was committing. She was an educated woman, a high school teacher. She had room to walk away. And because those days I'm sure she acquired her diplomatic passport a long time ago. Angetembea akiendanga.
Pengine aliona vile watu wanafanyiwa na akaambiwa ukitoka hapo ujue hata you know too much for you to walk away. You know, but
what about if you go haywire na watoto na useme you seek for refugee status and you say you seek for refugees protection and you say by the way mimi ni bibi ya fulani. Unaona if you walk away JB style na Gachagua style. You don't walk away quietly. That is the only time you get protection. Unaona. But if you walk away quietly atakuua. Watu watasema tulikuwa na heart attack. So the woman, let me tell you, Rachel is going to suffer to her grave miserably because of Ruto. Because she decided to put up with a criminal for the whole of her life.
You really have to pray if you're married to these politicians that it goes well. Because at the end of the day, the more you stay in that career, the more it gets messier. You know, I can even tell Mama Ida, most of the time, he will want just Raila to retire and just concentrate on the retirement and taking care of the grandkids. And I there was one time that aliletwa hapo hivyo, Mama Ida aliletwa kwa mkutano ya DM na akasema nimempeana kwenu.
Alisemanga hivyo.
So like it's not easy for the wives. This guy mi hata siwezi hiyo maisha. Like mtu wako kwa nyumba lakini amekuja na unajua my dad used to be a pastor. So on Sundays I used to hate it because we can just go home na to chill. Kuna wazee wa kanisa sijui wamekuja hapa na porojo. Yani you go home from school praying that nobody from church is there. Because it's not even your house anymore because utachilaje. Hata wezi ona ile TV nini. Mtu nivyoja mahakamani. Mzee wa kanisa hapa anataka kutoa mashuhuda yake.
Na mwingine ako na shida. Mwingine
ako na mashida na mwingine alikuja tukukula dinner na spend time hapo hivyo. So hiyo maisha ya kukua public sana, it's hard for families, by the way, because number one, there's no privacy mpaka kwa nyumba. Hakuna hiyo privacy. You can't say you have like for Ida, Raila is just pretty much married to everybody out there. Ni mtu mzee lakini anaingia, mtu mzee kama Raila anaingia kwa nyumba saa 8 usiku juu ya campaign. Kwa hiyo miaka.
Imagine at his age, that is too much. By the way, at his age, the guy is above 80 now. Ama kwa miaka ngapi?
Ako na 80. Ni same age as Joe Biden.
Mtu wa 80 ni mtu mzee. Mtu wa 80, I can say right now I have a grandson. Kwa hiyo mtu wa 80 ako na great grandchildren, si ndio?
Ako na yeah.
Sasa mtu wa 80 ako na great grandchildren, ati anaingia usiku wa manane. Hiyo that's ungodly.
It's hard. It's hard for the family. It's hard to for the wife to see. So hata Rachel, once you're married to someone like Ruto, there's no your aspect your family need to, because you have to be seen as someone that has a family structure. And I applaud Rigiji for hanging tight to your structure ya familia hata in a public nini, because it's very very hard. It's very hard to maintain that structure. Unatoka hivi muenda kudance na wanawake huko, and it's supposed to be looked at as ni hiyo tu ilikuwa tu ni dance.
I saw him dancing one time with some women, and it was really circulated in TikTok. Uliona hiyo kitu?
Kuna mtu akajaribu kumtoa hapo. Nikija kaza wachana na yeye, you know. But so for Rachel, that's the price I think any politician spouse will have to pay.
Wow,
ule gavana wa Nakuru amekatika huko na ameenda manini, ameenda makampeni, amerudi sana. Huyo ni bibi yako ujue, sio ati tunasema tu wanawake wenye wameolewa na polisi. Even a wife that is a politician ameenda amestay overnight, and you are a nobody kwa nyumba. She has outdone your success, because anybody that becomes the level of governor and any, there's nothing you can tell them as a husband other than, you know, just the respect yenye anaweza kukupea kama bibi. Akisema ametoka na ameenda mkutana na kina baba na kina XYZ, you have no option but to say okay babe, tukutane jioni. Akikuja saa 8, wewe leo ametoka kazi. The people that they are meeting out there, you don't know what they did, you know. So it's tough.
It's tough for those families, especially African families, because I think in the West they try very much separate their political career and family life. Wanangangananga at least maintain, because when their family life affects their political career, so they try very much not to destroy their family life, because they know itawafuata. Those shells zitawafuata. Lakini sasa in Africa they may not care, because nobody follows what you are doing in your private life. Yani ni kama you are free to mess around and sleep around and do all that. Wow. Lakini mimi, Rachel, that's for me what I'm thinking. If you are married to such kind of politicians and you can see it from the word, this is my take, I may be wrong. Some women may say they value money and power. I think if you have a chance, if you have an opportunity, you should walk away before it is too late. I think some women have walked away, and I believe that today they don't regret for walking away.
But there are those examples of Mama Lena Moi, where they did not leave your mama ya ex nene bibi ya Moi. Me, I was all the 90s. Tangu, when I understood who Moi was, I thought that guy was single, which he was. But
by the way, but the Moi lived a different funny life. He made up his mind he's not getting involved with women, he may have been involved with women, maybe emotionally and sexually, but he made up his mind he's not bring another woman into the limelight. But he did not divorce his wife, yet his wife decided, I'm not part of your political career.
So when people like Rachel, when they see how Lena Moi lived, it's very hard to say you want to take that route where utaekwa kama secret. It can be messy. It can be messy living your husband at that level, and he is a president, or even before he was president, then he becomes president. Yeah, you have to leave the country, Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She had a choice to leave the country. She had an opportunity to do so.
Liona hata Wanga bwana ya Wanga alipigwa kalamu. Once Gladys Wanga made a statement that she made, Ruto just gazetted that the husband is also, he was I think he was being considered for the sijui alikuwa mkubwa wa energy ama ilikuwa nini, sijui naona nani amepost hapo Father Didi. You know,
he was sacked, he was fired.
Oh yeah, on a gazette notice.
This one, the way Wanga talked the other day.
What is that?
When was he fired?
Jana.
Sasa Ruto hata anakuanga na kaujinga tu.
Ni emotions, Ruto emotional sana.
Because me your story ya Wanga I didn't buy it, but now that he fired her husband, now I buy it.
Yeah. You know, see when you dine with Ruto, you are dining with, it's you and your family and everybody, and it's very risky. Ukiona eri uingie hapo ukiwa solo, but don't bring your kids, you know, bring kama sasa Oburu, and like it's true you said, ama ni nani alikuwa anasema Maunga. You have made all the money in this world. Why would you want to drag your kids to go be the advisor of the president? Now, if you mess, your kid is also entangled with that mess.
Yes. And they can even harm your child. Because umewaleta kwa hiyo ujinga ya politics. Mbona uwalete? Keep them safe. Keep them at bay.
You have money. Money. Why do you want to dig yourself in more mess? Kama Wanga sijui bwana yake, do they really need that money that much?
Hiyo ni madharau ingine hapo. So Wanga, I didn't buy Wanga's statement. I thought they were just acting like there is a lot of ODM people have been behaving like hako kwa gava. Ati wana condemn hii gava, ati condemn the killings. So I didn't take her statement seriously. But now that Ruto has acted upon it, now I take it seriously. And now I want to believe that kitumbua kimeingia mchanga.
Na mpaka wakaanza kujibishana na one of the state house somebody huko mwenye ana speak on behalf of nini ma proxies wa Ruto wenye wanakuanga on the standby to make statements, you know.
Yeah.
Sema ati Wanga only made this statement because we decided to fire her husband, blah blah blah, you know. Yeah.
So now we did it fast before she did
it.
So
inakuwa who did it first, who posted. Whatever happened.
Now you see, now you know some of us were not taking those statements ya kitumbua kimeingia mchanga ya blood-based government. Now I'm taking it seriously. I thought it was people are acting up and they were pretending that you are kwa gava. Kumbe, things are falling apart. I'm telling you, what goes around comes around, you know.
Father Didi amesema chairman wa energy, yeah, that's the husband was appointed to chairman, but then Wanga ended up deleting that post. But the gazette notice from State House about the husband had already been posted. So
I also I want to laugh at Wanga. What were they thinking when they were working with Ruto? Let me ask you. I mean, you can't harvest grapes from an orange tree or an apple tree. I mean, grapes come from a grapes tree, lemons come from a lemon tree, right?
No.
Our watu Wanga is old enough to know who Ruto is. Yani let's niliwaambia ODM needs to know. ODM psychophants need to know. Ruto is Ruto, and they should remember the days of Ruto, of Moi, Raila Odinga, and akina Saitoti. Mnakumbuka sinipale Kasarani waliambiwa KANU iko na wenyewe. Do you remember when Raila Odinga was thinking he was going to take over KANU?
Akaambiwa KANU iko na wenyewe.
Akaambiwa KANU iko na wenyewe. Yani Raila Odinga and team forget so fast, So were they thinking they were going to take over Ruto and maneuver him and control him around and tell him shit and tell him what they want to tell him, and then they're like, Ruto anyamaze. Ruto is evil. Ruto is not Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
And remember also Rigiji said, Ruto will only put people in positions, but like all these Mount Kenya folks that are CSs, they have to have somebody from Rift Valley as their inaitwaje?
Mkale.
Yeah, mwenye ako chini yake, but he does not work with the person that actually sits as the CS. He works with the people, and he used to do that even at Uhuru's.
Yeah, he used to do that even
all the offices directly instead of going through the chain. You know, communication.
Yeah, and that's what I blame Uhuru for that. Ruto literally took over the government.
Oh yeah, he did. He was running. He was, you know, how Farouk wanted to do with Rigiji. That was Ruto in Uhuru's government, because he was running the government by cutting through the akijua akipigia CS itakuwa mambo mingi, so anaenda directly to the people under the CS, giving direct instructions to those people, and the CS will find out later.
Yeah, and that is why even Uhuru took over Nairobi and brought in the army to man Nairobi. But I'm telling you, Uhuru, Uhuru, let me say this. Though maybe Uhuru may tell me it is easier said than done. In 2017, when we went for the election, and Uhuru realized that alikuwa amekwa kwa mtego na Ruto, maybe he should have just given away the government. Lakini ubaya, saa hizi tukiangalia behavior ya Raila Odinga, now we know Raila Odinga, Ruto would have gone round and bought Raila Odinga. Angepunua hata kama Raila Odinga angekuwa sworn in, ama unaona aendi jemo.
Oh yeah.
So they will still be together. They would have been together longer, based in our country.
Ati jemo, hebu angalia at Kaseo on X with Ruto, we are tighter. Is that on X? Ntaangalia.
Who? On X?
Tighter. Yeah, see the thing about issue yenye tuko nayo Kenya sahi. Even Raila, we can't say as Mount Kenya that we were so wrong about not voting for Raila, because at the end of the day, does he just turn around and give that power easy back to the person that we didn't want?
Yes.
He could have maintained opposition leader, then we'll say, okay, we made a bad choice by voting Ruto. But he's the same guy that was supposed to be on the opposition, maybe in jail, like in Tundu Lissu na kina nani. Lakini Ruto akiwasha stima hivi ya bedroom yake anakutanga Raila yako hapo. Usiende mbali nami, you know.
Yani nakwambia Raila Odinga would have done the same thing that he did right now. So I think na tungekuwa na shida ya kuwatoa wote after 5 years. So I think now we are happy. We may be feeling so mad and very aggravated about the whole scenario. Lakini Mungu pia anapenda Kenya, hataki Ruto last. So God has destroyed them both at the same time.
I feel like Ruto has been, in this short time that Ruto has been in power, he has brought so many things to light. You know, those things that used to be done kwa kisirisiri. Look at how they are paying goons to introduce violence kwa nini. So this thing has been going on for years.
Yeah.
Maandamano imekuwa mkikuje wanawambia you guys are free to demonstrate but peacefully, but they are the same people who introduce violence. So Ruto, due to his ability to mismanage, he has brought all these siri zenye wamekuwa akifanya to light. Ruto has also helped us understand who Raila is, because being a goon, the way the goons are moving is the same way Raila is moving, and Ruto has just
yes. You know, Raila Odinga has always had goons around him. We just used to ignore him. You remember the Men in Black?
Raila amekuja in amejifichua in Kenyans that he was never for the people. He was for himself. This power thing and this fighting for your rights and freedom of speech is not so much free because he has to get a check from it for you guys to
But
exercise.
if we are just idiots, even this thing saying that Raila Odinga has fought for Kenya, I try to add, and it is neither here nor there, because I'm trying to trace Raila Odinga's struggle for Kenya. See, I don't see it in the 90s because he never featured in the 90s. Only that people say that he was arrested by Moi during the coup. Mimi sijui alishikwaje kwa coup.
Yeah,
I was young, tracking the coup thing. I don't know what happened. Why he was arrested in the first place? He was not even in the army. So why was he arrested in the first place?
And for him, I mean, I think he did a lot of work, groundwork, and now we have to pay the mortgage for him, to him. Ni kama hata kama alitu, so he can't really take credit to a lot of things.
He cannot take credit
he's
because
telling it back to us. You know, ni kama landlord aseme unafaa ufurahie nimekujengea nyumba while he's collecting rent. So Raila right now, with all the freedoms that he fought for, he has sold it to the highest bidder, and the highest bidder is Ruto. And
sold it to the devil.
And he looked away. So all the work that he did, he cashed in. Yeah, so it's like that guy that built a house and he's charging for you to stay in there, and he expects you to say thank you.
Yep.
It is not for free. We can see that you sold it to the highest bidder. You did not do it because it was for free. This freedom of speech is not free anymore, and it looks like Ruto understands that you did all the groundwork for him. Now he pays you, and as long as you are quiet, there's no longer freedom of speech. And that's why Albert died.
Yeah, that is why Albert.
If it wasn't for Raila selling this freedom of speech to Ruto, Albert would have been alive. But you can't even make a tweet. You already picked. So Ruto knew. He bought Raila and told him, thank you for all the work that you've done. Now, if I pay you to look away, will you do it? Raila asked, what's the price? Ruto said, name a price. Here's the check. He's quiet. So all those things that he keeps saying he fought for, he collected a check. So we might as well just give credit to Gen Z going forward. Because
so my point, Jim, I'm trying to analyze what he fought for. And I'm going back to I'm going back to going back to 90s. 90s Raila didn't feature in 90s and 90s. He was not in the first he was not in the second liberation for the struggle for multi-party.
He wasn't.
Baba yake alikuwa kwa hiyo struggle for multi-party. Sijui saa hiyo alikuwa wapi? Alikuwa jela, alikuwa wapi? Because when was Raila jailed and when was Raila released? Because I don't understand where he was. Because in the 90s he wasn't there. Okay? And his father vied for presidency, I think in 1992. Na Kalus kwa Moi na Kibaki na Matiba. I think his father was number 4 or something. So we can count his father as one of the people who joined the Orengos to fight. His father was there in the fight for multipartism. Yeah, give credit where it deserved. Right? The old man was there, fought for multipartism. And the old man also, we can count him up among the people who fought for independence because he features a lot in the days of the struggle for independence. Now, when we come later in the late 90s, I think Raila Odinga vied for presidency. Did he vie for presidency in 1997?
Yeah, Raila, yeah.
Raila vied for presidency.
Yeah.
Was I don't know your number what. Now,
number 4, I think.
Yes. Now we see that, so we can attribute Raila's efforts in the Kibaki Tosha movement because, and that one, now let me say this, that one only came out of his fight for Moi, okay? And that helped Kenya, that he came up with the Kibaki Tosha movement because that was a movement that Kenyans also could appreciate Raila Odinga for. And the likes of Ngiru and those who are there, the likes of Michael Kijana Wamalwa, Kina Shikuku, and all those who played part. Martin Shikuku has played part in Kenyan history.
Multipartism, yeah.
Yes.
Since independence.
Since independence, since multipartyism, people like Martin Shikuku, Masinde Muriro are the people we can also remember that fought for Kenya's. Kenneth Matiba, Charles Rubia, even Orengo. Orengo can be counted all through from the days of.
Yeah. By the way, Orengo did more that I remember than Raila.
Than Raila Odinga.
Literally. Orengo.
Yes.
Tumepigwa tear gas na Orengo Eldoret when he was trying to hold campaigns huko Eldoret in the 90s.
Yes, Orengo did more. Orengo fought for multipartyism. And we had, I think even Paul Moite was there fighting for multipartyism. So we can count the people who fought for Kenya. And then we come to the 2002 Kibaki Tosha movement. Then we see our new constitution. So I don't believe that he is the only person who brought in the new constitution, because even I think the likes of Mother Karua were among the drafters of that new constitution. The likes of Timothy Joya. We have forgotten Timothy Joya, Reverend Timothy Joya.
Yes. Ule Cornelius, ule Bishop Eldoret, those ones, the Wakalis, but they...
And the bishop that was murdered, Bishop Muge.
Muge.
Who was murdered. There are people who have fought for the democratic space in Kenya. So we can name a lot of them. So when we name them, Raila is not coming out conspicuous. He's only coming out conspicuous in the campaign season when he's vying for presidency. Okay? So can we associate him when he's vying for power is when he comes out like he's fighting for Kenya. All right? So vying for presidency is when he comes out and it is tagged on him that he's fighting for Kenya. Now I'm refusing to buy that narrative, that it is not fighting for Kenya, it is fighting for his power. Right?
He was fighting for power. Because he was trying to take power from his dad.
Yes, he was trying to take power from his dad. In fact, if we compare Raila Odinga and Jaramogi has fought for this country since the days of independence.
You cannot compare what Jaramogi did
with
Odinga. Raila. Right? Raila has done barely. He came after the multipartyism. Na akapush with kina Kibaki and after nani ali exit anaitwaje huyu mwenye alikufa huyu for the silly nani Matiba. But I also say, in as much as he did not do the most, but he did something. But also to that same aspect, we have had people who have done even more and have not sold their souls.
That's what I'm saying. There are people who have done more, are either dead or alive, and they have not sold their souls.
They have not sold their souls, yeah.
Yes, Orengo has done more, right? Yet we don't attribute that to James Orengo. We push him aside, like the governor wa Siaya and a rebel. We push such people aside. The people who have done more than Raila Odinga. But because Raila Odinga has been vying for presidency, we were overshadowed by that, and we seem to think he was the hero of the day. But now, actually, he was the hero of the day had he pushed his agenda to the end. Like if he had pushed his agenda of the opposition to the Atakama side,
to the end, yeah.
Angekuwa kwa stila akituambia atubabaishwi, atubanduki, akiambia kwa Kenya, we are delivering this country. Let me tell you.
Julia Tange nyamaza tu, vile Jenzio alimwambia nyamaze, bado angebaki ka hero.
Yes, he would have gone to his grave as the hero, one of the heroes of Kenya, because we would only have remembered him on the days he has spent on the streets. Unaona? Saa hizi tunajaribu kumbuka hiyo story ya streets, tunakumbuka kwa gava, inatuudhi sana. So I don't know. I think we are also learning a lesson that how you finish as a man or a woman is very important. The kind of a family you bring up. You know, how you
It's never how you started, by the way. I don't think anyone ever remembers how you started or cares.
Yes, that's right.
People always care about results. Yeah, his results have been terrible. And when you're talking about the Wanga issue, Wanga is a very self-centered person. The bit about even right, that statement she wrote, she was just being, and I can't put it past her that she has been sent to do that so that she can infiltrate the Matiang'i camp. Because you see, Ruto still needs credible moles there. So they may appear, she could be one of those people appearing like, oh, now I'm standing with Wananchi. Kumbe she's on his payroll and she's on duty to him. So I can't put anything past her, because the person she has displayed is not necessarily a leader. From my interaction with her, in terms of even her outcomes, even her performance, it's never been really anything geared towards a greater good. It's always been very individualistic. So nothing would surprise me that she's on an assignment there as well. And that having written the release she released it, I think, after the husband. Because I remember yesterday I was in a meeting, and then I saw the Gazette notice. I was in fact on the Gazette notice, and then at night, as at this morning, is when we came across that statement. So I don't know that she wrote it yesterday, and if she did yesterday, I don't know what time it was that she wrote it, because you only got to see it after the degazettement of the husband. And she's the one, she's pushing for her brother to be MP in I think Kano. And being that she's a party leader, they know that they're going to give her ticket. What is not lost to these guys is the fact that ODM is now a shell, and nobody's going to go with the euphoria of the party, even in Luo Nyanza. But then, according to them, for some reason, they still have that fallacy of imagining that there's still something that they can hold on to in terms of some form of power they have there. But there isn't. So she's all those things that she's also just one of those people that I usually think talking about adds very little value to the political landscape of Kenya, because of what she stands for, what she represents. She represents just herself. Like, it's been very unfortunate that the women leaders that we've had in Kenya have proven nothing. And now, okay, sadly, even across in Tanzania now, most of them who've been given positions have come out to disappoint us a major one. Like, for instance, right now, when the government seal is in the president's office, we have a female attorney general. Why is she still in office? Why has she not resigned? Why didn't we get that information from her? Because that seal needs to sit with her, and she's not supposed to ratify some of those things. How come all that happened and she was quiet? We only got this through the grapevine, only for us to later confirm that it was true.
Is she affiliated to ODM or?
Yes, she is. Oduor, yes. She is affiliated to ODM.
So anybody that came in, I believe anybody that came in.
What I'm saying, for me, Oduor, Jemo, what I'm saying, she's a female. I'm looking at a point where, Jemo, we will want to, Julia and I will come and tell you that women make better leaders. Okay. What examples will you give in Kenya and East Africa, or the ones that you can talk about in East Africa? Which ones can we point you towards?
I think mi vile naona kwa hii issue ya anybody that came in to help Ruto, these are people who are offered ultimatums before the job. Like, actually, you have you heard that there are people who sign resignation letters before they are given the job. So for the minute you see them in the office, they have already signed a resignation letter because of the ultimatums that were there. And what are the ultimatums? You're not here to advise us. Now forget
You're here ceremonially.
You're here ceremoniously, okay? Listen to your anaitwaje mwenye yako chini, permanent secretary, okay? You are taking orders from your permanent secretary, you're not giving them
orders. It's not
okay?
supposed to work. Yeah.
You are coming
in. Work against the laws.
By the way, you are coming in, anaitwa nani? Huyo mama. Huyo Oduor. By the way, national seal iko huko kwa state house. Hiyo mambo ukienda huko hakuna
usipige makelele, usiulize maswali.
Na kama unataka ndio resignation letter utaiendea nyumbani, you know? So by the minute you are being sworn in, you know the amount of
consequences
that you are
the consequences of you doing your job, like the consequences of you applying your TORs are that you lose a job on account of you actually doing the job that you're there to do. Your
So
terms of reference,
leader.
your terms of reference cannot be what you apply. Should you apply yourself to your terms of reference, then that means you're out of work.
But on the same time, we can attribute some women to leadership. There was a woman who was offered that job and she refused, remember?
Yes, yes. And then there was a PS who resigned, a female PS who resigned.
Yeah. So there are
much is never said about her, but for me, that's my hero.
Those are the people when you come talk when
The more I'm talking about success stories, you see, the problem is we are very visual people. We work with reference. You know, like that is basically life, and that is how it gives it takes. I will refer you to someone who's done it well, and basically that example should be them. Because you see, the problem, especially with now where we are as a country, we are working on crunch time. We don't particularly the one thing that we do not, the one resource that we do not have is the resource of time. So now we cannot afford to claim that, oh, you know, in the matrix of things, this is how you place it, this is how it should be done. Kina Wangare Maathai did it like this. You've got to speak of here and now. What can the Gen Zs, for instance, relate to? What can the Gen Alphas relate to? In a way that is actually credible and believable, like they did Raila Odinga, for instance. You understand? So their memory is as clear as the ones who served now, that you can point me to a leader in Kenya who's done right as a woman, who then you can now tell us that women are worthy of the positions that we're seeking for them. So when we're looking towards opening the political space, and we're looking towards even getting the one-third gender rule quota to go through, of what value is it? Mato keeps asking, and imagine generation ya Mato, he needs to understand where we've come from as women and why it is necessary for us to apply affirmative action. But if the likes of Mato are questioning, you can imagine how much more Gen Z are going to question, and how much more Gen Alpha are going to question, and rightly so. But now when you can point them out to the leaders, with the women leaders within the region, that you can say these ones have occupied a position, they ask you about a scorecard, you have none.
Yeah.
You know? And that is, and for me, that is the saddest part of trying to serve at a time such as this, when you actually have nothing to show for what a female leadership would look like. Because if you pointed towards Europe, for instance, towards the Americans, they look at you like, excuse me, we come from very different backgrounds, and our story is very different. So a political story needs to be a local story. So when I cannot tell a local story based on a dynamic of an action I should take, then it is lost on arrival.
Oh yeah. Kiangalia, I mean, there are good examples of leaders, good women leaders, and those who are serving right now. They are
privately.
Yeah, they are not
private. In private institutions.
People, they are with their own intentions. Unaangalia mtu kama this one for Senate, Nyamu, you know, the things she says, and even she continues to say about Albert and the people doing bro.
And you know, your taxes have gone into, you see, and then now, okay, nominations is also an affirmative action position. So our taxes are paying for more members of parliament who are not elected, because you're trying to grow the political capacity of women in this region. All right? Then when you ask for which examples of those women have you done, so that we know that has helped, my taxes have gone into growing the political landscape, I point you towards Karen Nyamu.
Oh yeah. Dorcas Oduor. Nimekuwa nasoma hapa chini comment ya nani Father
Darius,
yeah, anasema we have a PS in that nini State Department created weeks ago. PS has to be appointed. Nilikuwa naangalia ni nani huyo? Yeah, because that docket does not have a PS for Attorney General.
No, it doesn't, but they have to put a Kale there who'll be pushing their agenda. I've got to put someone who's compliant, because Dorcas is, I'll tell you for free, Odor is has been around the block. All right. She actually merited that position a really long time ago, but because of the dirty politics of Kenya, the tribal politics and everything, she was denied that chance. So she's merited. to be in that position.
Yeah, she looks like
So
she
I
is.
would tell you, I would tell you that her capability has obviously been muzzled. And I have a feeling that she may be one of the dissenting voices. And by the time you're hearing that there's any other creations, any other offices that are being created around her, it is probably just to curtail her authority as much, and then now probably trying to let her out slowly.
Oh
Because
yeah,
JB had also resigned a really long time ago. Muturi had also resigned a really long time ago, long before he actually physically exited.
yeah.
So it's something that can happen.
You have to be willing to take orders without question. You have to
Yeah,
be
and I think right now it's becoming too much for her
you
to
have to
bear.
be willing to let go your merit in that
Yeah.
office.
And I think it's gotten to a point where she's arrived at a threshold that she cannot go beyond.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Just collect your check. Kwanza you're allowed to leave your koti kwa ofisi na upotee.
So you see, a profession with the kind of skills that Dorcas possesses does not allow you to just come in for a salary. And then we know the community she comes from. We apply ourselves passionately to everything that we do, and then we look to acquire impact. I wouldn't say that is something that that is a vocabulary that the likes of Wandai or Mbadi have. Oh, Joho. And have you noticed with Nani, what's his name? Oparanya has just disappeared. He's just not in the scene.
Julia ulipeleka wapi Oparanya?
Yeah, so I think, but unajua Oparanya alianza kuprotest as soon as he took that job. His
Yeah,
protest was immediate.
Aimba, where has he gone to?
I don't know.
That's funny.
Yeah.
You know, the other day he came on TV, Oparanya, and he said that he said something that was very political. Controversial. Yeah, against what he considered to be in broad base, and he might support. He will support who he wants to support when that time comes. And he looked like he was not leaning towards the government. And then
no, he's not from the start.
Your docket, you heard yesterday what happened to Fuliza.
What happened?
Fuliza.
What happened?
Last year, Fuliza was given, was it 24 million? They spent 16 last year, but 8 billion, 24 billion. But the Auditor General audited 16 billion that were transacted out of the 24. But 8 billion. So the entire money was used. 8 billion is missing. Unaona kina nani huko wanazunguka naitwaje? So hata before I even say kina Sudi, Oparanya kazi yake ni nini? Like I don't think he even
because you know what happened, and I wish Safaricom had not allowed themselves to be used in that manner, because this is what happened during immediately Ruto was sworn in. Safaricom was having one of their meetings. He crashed the meeting. You know, like those ones of the management was just told that the president is coming into this meeting. They didn't even know what to do. Like they started running helter-skelter to make the place presidential and everything. So one of the things that he went to discuss with Safaricom is for Safaricom to ensure that whenever they give Fuliza loans, they have to charge an interest, irrespective of whether, because they previously had a caveat that when you get a Fuliza loan, for as long as you're paying within 24 hours, there's no interest.
Oh, na hiyo Fuliza yao inasema Fuliza. I'm talking about Fuliza the way nani Salasi aliambia Oparanya aliwekwa kwa Fuliza. So Hustler Fund is what
on Hustler Fund unasema.
Yes,
no, but even what I'm telling you also is that there was interference with Safaricom also. When he became president, that was his first order of business, because he had mapped out all those enterprises that he knew are making money, and so therefore he was thinking, how can I also get a cut from them? So he went into that meeting, and immediately after that meeting, Fuliza now introduced a mandatory interest, irrespective of whether you're paying. Even if you should use Fuliza now and then pay in 10 minutes, you would still be billed on interest. That is something that never used to happen. There used to be a 24-hour grace period. That was his first order of interference. And
I feel like kitabu ya Ruto itaandikwa kama ile ya John Kiriamiti. Once he's done,
I know. It will be a crime scene kabisa. In fact, itakuwa way worse than ya Keriomiti. Like it will literally read the life and times of a political thief. As in, guy, I'll look for a title.
The goon in chief.
The goon in chief. Huh? During his tenure as president, but now they have to give a history of where he came from, how he rose, and what he did even at the time before he became the goon in chief.
Hiyo kitabu lazima iandikwe.
No, ni generations gani tuna deal nayo wewe? Labda hata itatolewa, chapters tayari zimeandikwa, ni vile tu hazijatolewa.
Hiyo kitabu ya Samoei.
Ukimagine
tu Samoei rap mashamba.
Shalin alinini mtu alisu mtu kwa kuandika kitabu yake. Kwani nini ilikuwa imeandikwa kwa hiyo kitabu? What was she afraid of? She always thought she's looking for publicity. So someone was giving her free publicity. How come she was fighting the guy? So that's what tells you who the guys are, who they are.
So it is so bad that we don't know. Like, it is true how Rigiji says. These CSs, they barely run those ministries. Okay.
No, they don't.
If we start mentioning CS, when we see Mbadi is the only one that keeps coming up because of treasury.
But he has to come up because he's the one who's being used to sign off most of our money. So now, seeing as he's being used, he needs to come out as though it is legitimized. Because he's in deep, he has to now just come and but kuna siku itafika atainua mikono.
Atainua mikono. Hiyo kazi si rahisi. I think people like imagine, does CS Treasury get paid more money than other CSs?
What I had happens at the moment you become CS Treasury, ati unapatiwa a percentage of pesa ya Delaru. I cannot confirm how true that is, but that's what I had.
You can imagine Joho came in, hanged his boots, koti, na kaachilia kuona hapo juu ya meza na akapotea na ananga stress.
Nani huyo? Ule
mtu wa sidebands. The guy disappeared. Like, he's the only person working and getting stressed. These other people are really out.
By the way, wacheni niwaulize nyinyi watu ya Murima. Watu ya Murima, watu wenu wako wapi wale walipatiwa makazi? Likinyajui yako wapi? Nani yako wapi? Mutahikagwe, Kabogo wako wapi? Mumewamaliza kwa ground hivyo.
And you're my ghost workers, my friend.
My God.
Literally. Unaambiwa guy, you can hang your coat, itapita hapo asubuhi kunywa chai.
Hakuna kitu unapitisha hapa, you're not needed.
Angalia kama ofisi imefagiliwa, kama haijafagiliwa, pigia maintenance guy. Toka.
Alafu unaweza supervise hiyo kufagiliwa. Nobody needs you here.
Nobody needs
because kwanza Likinyanjui ako yani minister wa nini, anafanya nini?
Si Likinyanjui, Kabogo alikuja na mioto akatutukana.
Kabogo alikuja akaanza kuambia watu hapo kwa ministry vile yeye ni billionaire. Unashindwa why that is important.
What?
Hivyo ndio aliambia watu hapo kwa nini? Kwa hiyo ofisi yake.
He disappeared too. Kabogo alikuwa na mioto akatutukana. Hey.
Unauliza, ndio occasionally unamsikia akijaribu kuongea, lakini hawa wengine wako wapi?
Likinyanjui ndio nimepull hata nini yake. Kumbe ni mtu aliambiwa kuja hang up koti yako na upotelee kwa miti.
Mazeli yani
ati ana CS of MITI, which is Ministry of Investment and Industry. Lakini potea kwa miti bwana, nataka kuona wewe.
Vile investment ni kubwa. Unakumbuka vile nani alivyokuwa huko? Kuria alivyokuwa huko alikuwa busy.
Kuria was actually making the right with noise.
What happened to Kuria?
Kuria unajua alikuwa na intention ya kufanya kazi but tena hakuwa na mdomo, unacheki. And also Ruto was not looking for workers. You know, like you cannot outshine Ruto.
No, he wasn't looking for workers. He's been looking for space occupying objects that we know. But then au wenu afadhali hawa wetu, by the way, tunawaonanga wakifanya uselessness yao, wakikuja wakiongea upuzi hapo hivyo. Wenu ni kama walikuja yani kuingia mitini, if kuingia mitini was a person.
Liki Nyanjui si ni minister wa mitini. Si ni Ministry of Investment, hata ukiangalia kwa Google imeandikwa miti.
Mungu wangu.
Ni minister wa miti. Unafanya nini kwa public? Si ukae kwa miti. You know, and at the same time, they came in when they were told, hata mkieka mkifufua Dedan Kimathi. So what business do they have to come out here and to speak to who? Kabogo has to pay attention to what he was saying back in the day. Nowadays, I care less.
Yeah, by the way, waliambiwa hata mkifua the old man Kenyatta, mchukue na kaburi yake muende mweke kwa Kasoi.
Atuwasti.
Nataka kusikia hiyo maneno. I think the only people that can speak the people like Inanani, huyu minister of energy. The energy for when it comes to CS, we minister of energy aitwa nani huyu?
Mbadi, Wandai,
Mbadi, you know, those people are happy to be in government. The rest
and unajua wako happy kutumika because wanatumika kutupora.
So wanasema ni time yao ya kukula, you know, so
wanatumika
I saw this senator wa Kisii anaitwa nani akisema kwamba Onyonka akisema ati these ministers now dear members of parliament wanawaambia you can go to hell, you can go hang yourself, it is our time to eat.
I think so, but the way that one I don't doubt. That sounds so true.
That's what
God. But let them eat it wakijua it wataitapika. Let them not think it will be business as usual.
And when their time is up, let me tell you, when they see Ruto is leaving, they will not support Ruto. Watamuruka kipetero kies. Once umeshiba, umestock up for a few generations, you don't owe Ruto anything.
You see, what we are saying is the following, Jemo. It will not be about Ruto following them up. It will not matter what they have. They will go back to zero and they will go into jail.
Oh yeah.
Like that is the reality of the next government that's coming. That is the next assignment. That a government inakuwa sworn in tukiwapatia terms of reference kabisa na timelines na work plan. Tunawaambia hii mandate yenu.
Kabogo nayo 3 billion. Wacha uone 2 years later the guy will be 6 billion worth.
Hakuna shida hizo mabilioni zao hata wapeleke wapi. Nakwambia, si mnasikia chali yetu alikuwa kufanya kazi wapi? Julia. Mwenye kipa anaita baba yetu. Alikuwa akifanya kazi wapi?
Nani Matiang'i, World Bank.
Bas. World Bank works where?
By the way, nikwambia Matiang'i ametoka World Bank. He will not write any.
Ni wapi World Bank inajuanga nini? Vitu za world, si ndio? Sasa unafikiri umeficha pesa sijui wapi, umeficha pesa wapi? Kumbe imeonekana, inajulikana hata imeingia wapi na ikaenda wapi. Labda zile wako nayo physical. Na tuone hizo physical wataweka wapi pia.
Okay,
huwezi jua Interpol inafanya kazi gani saa hii.
Aimba, wataka physical to change currency.
Wataka physical to change currency, but ndio nasema hata wakibeba na madola na nini wanafatwa inawe hawaamini. Mkiona chali wenu walikuja kama leo kichwa yake ya njugu imeshine kushinda siku hizo zingine, msidhani ni business as usual. Ametetemeshwa na reality ya kujua ni nini inafanyika next. Yenye inafanyika next hii country sio mambo ya kawaida tumezoea. Ni kubaya, Julia.
Yeah, it is not business.
No, it is not. It is not the usual Kenya yenye mmezoea.
Tupe Mama Karua Ministry of Justice one vile tutakimbisha syllabus.
Alafu
huyo mama
hii syllabus lazima ipelekwe na Rieng, haiwezi kupoa. Kwa saizi kila mtu ako na momentum.
Huyo mama anajua penye ataanzia.
Hata tutampatia yeye, hatutampatia work plans, tutampatia tu outcome. Tutamwambia tu sisi tunataka hii kutoka kwako, sawa? Aya, enda kazi. President, facilitate.
You know how Matiang'i needs to rule? He needs to rule like how Kibaki used to. Say, wewe kazi yako ni the agenda of our campaign manifesto ni this and that. You are tasked to go do it, you know, and let them
But see, that is how he works.
And don't
what I do work hivyo.
Yeah, and don't interfere.
Itindia will tell you.
Najua ni hivyo atafanya Matiang'i. Unajua Ruto came in trying to micromanage, but if like Matiang'i,
you can't micromanage a country.
Matiang'i
But Jemo, unajua this guy had to micromanage kwa nini? Pesa.
Si anataka kila kitu. Si anataka
pesa. Literally mpaka my allowance Julie. Yeye alikuwa ki-audit signatures za PDMs.
Ana manage mpaka TSC.
Mtu anaweza fake ID, nini signature yako ni mtu mbaya sana.
Sasa unajua siku hizi ma signatures zinafanywa audits. Nikienda hizo ma meetings kwanza, most of those NGOs they audit the signatures. So that's siku hizi ati uwezi sema ati sijui ulisainia mtu nini. They can go to great lengths to verify. Sasa hii yenu anapelekea wangu wa budgets wa State House. Yeye ndiye ana ratify. In fact kaka aliongeza PDM juzi tu kwa sababu I think anataka watu wake wamsaidie kuiba sufficiently. Ameona amewakazia sana, so wanaweza wanaweza kumthrow under the bus. Unajua sasa ikiwa sasa watu wako wana complain sana, wewe unakula peke yako, uko in danger. So I think ameona sasa hizi ni kunoma, acha nikae ni kama si wakazi sana, niwaachilie kidogo. That is why mnasikia sasa hizi dawa za 90 billion. Unashindwa zilikuwa wapi? Tulikuwa na dawa za nani alikuwa saa zile dawa za 90 billion zilikuwa zina. So unaona Oluga, mnakumbuka ule mtu wa KPMG? Sasa hii ndio nini? Hii ndio PSW Health.
PSW Health sio Duale?
Duale ni CS.
Oh, CS.
Yes, ni Oluga. Sasa Oluga, mnajua ngori yenye imeangukia Oluga? Historia 90 billion worth of drugs. Kwa watasema hizo drugs zilikuwa wapi? Nani alifaa kuwa na make sure imekuja? Na ni nani? Na mjue hizo zote ni mauongo. Kwa sababu hakuna ati drugs zote ziliprocureiwa za 90 zilikuwa drugs za nini? Sasa zile hata hatukuwa na BCG kwa hii country, hatukuwa na vaccines za watoto, hazikukua. So hizi zenye zime-expire ni gani? As in, na mnajua hizi maswali zote zitakuja kuulizwa na the next government. Si ati itakuwa ni story wanakimbia.
Dawa zime-expire.
Za 90 billion wewe, Jemo. Tuna need 600 million kuzidestroy.
Na hazijafika kwa hospitali na sasa hiyo SHA hata haifanyi juu. Ukienda kule, si hata wangepeana for free. Wakitumia hiyo SHA.
Hakuna, of course hiyo ni wizi tu Jemo. See, that's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Wizi yao imewafikisha hapo mpaka yani saa hizi department yenye waliekea wezi wao wamewaambia hebu tafuteni njia yetu ya kutengeneza hizi mabilioni za kuiba kwa hizi coffers. Ndio msikie hivyo.
Umefanya hata ni pull dawa yenye niko hapa nione zinachukua what's their shelf life.
Yeah.
Kwani ulunua kwa Kasongo?
Sisi hatuna anything ime-expire Jemo. Sisi imefanywa hivyo. Imefanywa hivyo ndio nini?
Si ndio wakule.
Hakuna dawa zozote zilikuwa. Si anakaga watu wake. Those ones of by the way department yako tunaweza kula aje? Tukisema hivi na hivi. By the way si hakuna comeback. Unaona okay, amuoni all of a sudden kuna distraction ya vitu nyingi sana. Sijui alichoma sijui nini. Tulimwona sijui akichoma nini. Mara amechoma firearms. Mara saizi kuna dawa zinafaa. Amuoni kama kuna pattern strange. Suddenly vitu za kuchoma zimekuwa tu nyingi.
Tunamwonea 18. I think amejaribu ku navigate a lot of Nene stuff. He's really trying to get on the Kenyan side by being conniving and all that, but
Inagonga mwamba.
Anagonganga tu mwamba. Alafu tena, one thing with Ruto is that he's so entangled with so many other people that some of the mess that he's trying to clean is too much, but there are people
He created most of it, Jemo.
Yeah, but there are also people out there who are starting more fires. Like zake zimemshinda.
Yake ni Mungu amemfanyia. Julia, si ulisikia Makonyango akituambia Mungu anafanya kazi yake, tusione kama kumenyamaza tukadhani ati kuna mtu ameshinda hapa. God is going to win this in the end.
Yake ni Mungu amemfanyia. You ask yourself what
happens. It doesn't make sense.
We are just Gachagua says kuna mtu anaitwa Lagat. Then before long a young man is dead and killed. Ndio huyo.
Abducted and killed. Mtu mwenye mungepiga tu makofi by the alafu mumrelease Julia.
And then when a protest Nairobi, some cop decides to test his shooting skills.
Thank you. Sasa zile ashanunua baba ya huyu mtoto ameuawa. So watu wamenyamaza wanashindwa what justice are we fighting for? Wanaua mtu mbele ya kamera. So inakuwa justice ya huyu mtu na the whole world sa hiyo inainukia hiyo.
Kuna mtu wa AP these reporters wa America anasema alichukua live. He recorded live on camera that cop shooting.
Mpaka yani unaona kumbe it's true vile movie zo uonyesha ni moto. Bullet ikitokea bullet ikitokea it's actually fire. Ikienda kugonga mtu.
Gunpowder nene.
You see the fire. Huo msali capture hiyo moment.
Hiyo mtu wa
it's a world class nini.
Press in America. How he captured that. Now let me ask you, just when then before long tunaongelelea kuna vita huko sijui ya Iran, mara Amerika nataka kuattack Iran mara nini. Ndio hiyo Mudavadi amepigwa picha na jamaa wa Iran. You people do think Kasongo ni shetani anamtembezanga mani nini?
Ni Mungu. You know, we give shetani too much credit. Anakuanga na shetani uko na limit. Well, imagine this.
Shetani ezani na hizi basi.
Unaona shetani akikupiga Julia, unaweza enda uombe kwa Mungu, ulilie Mungu, Mungu akusaidie. Lakini kama ni Mungu anakupiga utaendea nani?
Hata na Nigeria alisema kitu anapea shetani kompe.
Kabisa. Shetani alikuwa amemtuma kama agent, alafu sasa shetani amekaa akamwatch akifanya vitu. Shetani akamwambia by the way umeshinda. Umenishinda by the way. Hii kitabu ni mimi niliandika, hii moto ni mimi niliwasha, lakini naona kama wewe ndio utakuwa ukitusupply kuni. Wewe ni ule mse.
Because everything is just adding up. Okay, before long tulikuwa tunasikia Gachagua akisema ati tunajua Ruto yana support South Sudan. Before we are done with Gachagua's words, South Sudan, those thugs are in Kenya trying to launch a new government. And then we hear that Kenyan guns have been found in Sudan. You people, do you really think Ruto is normal? Is a normal man in his brain?
No. Ndio muone vile alikuwa deflated. You see, this is what I'm telling you guys. There are times unaangalia kitu unashindwa, nime apply brain zote zenye naweza, nimekuwa nafanya hizi vitu zimekuwa zina succeed. Suddenly ni nini mbaya? Kila kitu yenye nafanya, none of it is working out. You know, sasa hiyo ndio unaambiwa siku za nyani kufa. Ako hapo huyo mtu.
Nakwambia nyani yenyewe inakufa.
Nyani inakufa, imeshikilia straws zinateleza zote. Ajui anzie wapi, ajui amalize wapi. So amebaki those ones of mimi ninajaribu kama binadamu, system kila kitu inakataa. So sijui mtaniombea. As in amebaki he's helplessly there, and the same people that he's depending on for help, hao watu wako clueless because wamemzoeanga yeye ndio msema yote. So these people are looking at him, those ones of sasa tufanye aje now that wewe ndio ulikuwa tegemeo yetu, alafu sasa wewe ndio uko hivi, sisi tutakuwa aje?
By the way, if you're a leader of that level ya Ruto, you have to be willing to cut off some of the friends, because ukiangalia Ruto has the most incompetent friends hanging around him. watu kama kina Sudi. If your PA is mtu kama Faruk mwenye hajasoma, ulisikia hata kizungu yake juzi. And you know, when Uhuru, I'm trying to remember, the most incompetent person Uhuru hanged around was Ruto and Kasongo. And you know the amount of problems he had with them. He had to fire Kasongo from there.
Sonko.
Kasongo from, yeah, no, Songo. I mean, Songo from the governor of Nairobi, because that was not going well. Ruto, they had to go different direction for him to disassociate with himself with that mambo ya kukunywa maji mzima ya damu. Hata aliongea kwa Kikuyu akasema huyu mtu anakunywa maji mpaka ya generations to come, you know, ya watoto wao. Imagine. So I was thinking about, when you are talking about putting off fires, how do you put off fires if you are the people? Number one, you're not good at putting off fires, but the people surrounding you are the ones instead ya kukuja na maji wanakuja na mafuta taa. It's too much going on, but he is not doing himself justice, hanging around kina Sudi, kina Faruk, na ameongeza mwingine kama Sakaja. I used to think Sakaja is mtu with brains. Kizungu mingi. This Nairobi has to work. Lazima Nairobi lazima i work. What is working in Nairobi right now? You have to be willing sometimes to disassociate yourself with
Wait, Jemo.
Hmm?
Ni nini Sakaja ashaifanya yenye yani he's been in politics long enough. Ni nini yenye ashaifanya yenye you think he's bright?
I think nani Sakaja? Sakaja has done nothing. Kizungu tu. Kizungu
No.
mingi.
Yeah, kizungu I mean hiyo tulinunuliwa na wazazi. Lakini when it comes to performance, because you see, you've been in the political scene for a while. You've been in leadership, in positions of leadership. There needs to be something. If you've been in the governance of a system for like more than 10 years, there needs to be something that can be pointed, isemekane, that you know, like this is the doing of so and so. Just to display that you have leadership in you. Ni gani unaweza point ya Sakaja?
There's nothing other than himself.
Nothing.
Other than him calling himself super senator. I think that's what sold him into governor.
What was super about? Okay, let's take the example of Sifuna and Nani and Sonko. Sakaja. Sifuna and Sakaja. When you need to talk about anyone who's super, like when you need to talk about superness, when you want to define super and probably put it against somebody's name or face, when you compare both Sifuna and Sakaja, who would you say merited that name?
I think neither of them are super senators, but Sifuna outdoes Sakaja.
What is the role of a senator, by the way, Jemo? You can start from that.
Oversight.
And you believe Sifuna doesn't do that?
He does.
Only now, the problem is, I actually understand what your misgivings would be, because the truth is, the way Kenya is right now, if you're still holding on to any seat, and clearly your job is impossible to do, the way obviously it has been confirmed of Akina Sifuna, you have absolutely no business receiving a salary on an account of what you're supposed to be doing, which you're incapable of doing because the system can't allow you to.
And I think even Sifuna should have just said, okay, I can do my job as a senator, but I can't do my job as an SG. By disassociating himself with the position of the party.
I know, yeah, at least he ought to have given up on one, if not both.
It's so tough, and that's why nimesema siwezi muita super because now he's handy, unless wamemwekea bunduki akaya hapo kwa hiyo SG.
In which case, if at all he doesn't scream about it, what difference does it? How different does it stand compared to the others?
You know, Sifuna cries with a hot potato in his mouth, but he doesn't want to spit it. You know.
Yeah, he should.
So you should spit it. And
yeah, it's about time. Right now, the ship is sinking. It doesn't matter. You know, the guys who are going to survive will survive, but the high chance of people not surviving is there also there. So one way or the other, the outcome would be the same. So you'd rather just do what you ought.
And I think also is hanging on SG because that's the only way
His
back to
ticket.
Senate. And he thinks that if they don't give it, if ODM does not or denounce him, he's not gonna get back. But I believe if he let go SG, he can speak more freely.
Thank you.
And if ODM lets him go,
The
after
better for
5
him
years,
right
he
now.
can come back
On principle.
on principle.
Yeah.
But he's not. But if you ask me, he's better than Sakaja by far.
You can't compare.
Yeah, you can't. And that's Sifuna with all the issues that he has.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Better
yeah,
than,
not in his raw form.
So, and that's the problem. A guy like Sifuna is outdoing a guy like Sakaja, but that's who is Ruto is surrounding himself with, Kina Sakaja. You know, if I was a leader, I would take the Uhuru way. I mean, it's Uhuru Highway. Get rid of some of these people, because when you go down with them. If they go down, they go down with you.
But his idea was not to do anything. His idea was not to deliver anything to Kenyans, right? His idea was to come and make as much money as he can, to make Kenya his cash cow. So you can imagine if he took on actual technocrats who know what is required. Let's take the example of the PS for Health, Oluga now. I'm using his example because that's a seasoned doctor. That's someone who's actually led in capacity. He was a CS CC health for Nairobi at the time when Badi was Metropolitan, came to take over Nairobi Metro. So he is responsible for the changes that we experience in the healthcare system in Nairobi specifically. And of course, being that he's been a champion of reforms, even from the point of personnel, he is merited with experience, all right? He's been in office for nearly just less than 90 days. And already there's a scandal as big as the 90 billion expired medicine in the Ministry of Health. And there's nothing he can say about it. He knows it's very untrue, but he has to stand there and support it. And this is something you can clearly see. This is stealing from Kenyans. You try to do the math and imagine what 90 billion can do in the healthcare center. Even just making sure that people are properly equipped. And then there's something again that came up, that SHA is supposed to provide the hospitals with the equipment. So all the equipment that they had previously acquired, be it through NHIF or whatever means they acquired the equipment, they're supposed to shelve them and start using the ones provided for them by SHA. So at the cost of 6,900 CT scan, the hospital only gets to keep 900. Then SHA takes 6,000.
How are you gonna keep the lights on?
It doesn't. Why should Ruto care? He's out to make money with everything that is in this country. So why are you asking him to care that there's any operation costs that are there?
Na wale watu wa kumi bila break wako tu.
Kumi bila break, but unajua kumi bila break, most of them are illiterates. So they're actually leveraging on that.
Hey, kumi bila break. By the way, me, I've started a journey of this. Me mtu nikisikia, okay, me, I have a political tolerance, but if I see that there's too much
threshold ingine, yeah.
Ninaanza kuunfollow. Mimi I don't wanna. Nikikuona huko kumi bila break na upuzi, and then you make some controversial statement while Kenyans have been.
Kwa nini wajaze friend list yako na kwa nini wakuje kwa feed yako?
Yeah, because some of my friends, man, they're making controversial statements while someone was shot today. And I say, no, I'm not gonna entertain this anymore. Like,
because it gets very annoying.
Kumi bila break, 90 billion worth of drugs.
Yeah.
While there are people dying, they may expire.
And there are no drugs in hospital. If you look at the news just a few weeks ago. Nashanga.
Zilikuwa dawa zote za kuumwa na kichwa ama zilikuwa
But hata ziko kwa mahospitali kwa sababu zinge-distributiwa kwa mahospitali, si watu walikuwa kihitaji. Hakukuwa na madawa.
Ama walileta madawa zenye magonjwa hakuna Kenya.
Yawa Jemo, hakuna madawa zote zenye zinakuwa destroyed. Ni story.
Reasons to
Munakumbuka story ya edible oil ya Kuria?
Yeah.
How many billions went into that? And then inakuja alafu ni poison. Hiyo poison haijaijulikana because haijawahi destroyiwa. Hatujaiona. Hiyo pia ni pesa tu ya Kenya iliibiwa hivyo.
Let's just buckle up. It's gonna be, I'm excited for the next 5 years. 5 years ya clean up because
tutaona vitu mzuri zikihappen.
I'm excited. Excited. The cleanup process. Me, I'm more excited about the cleanup process.
I know. Yeah, because it will be very nice to see the people in handcuffs. It will feel very nice to see people jailed. It will feel very nice to know that, like property has been seized. It will be a very refreshing thing.
The 30,000 plus acres Ruto amenunua, all the land Ruto ameacquire. As a president
but the problem is at affordable housing, our watu wenye wamenunua hizo affordable housing, they'll be affected. There'll be a human way of repossessing them, but then they'll be affected. Pesa yao itakuwa imepotea.
Anybody that paid taxes towards that program, unajua makosa lazima irekebishwe. Number 1 is to stop the payments.
Alafu now unajua wata have kureimburse pesa ya Kenyans.
Number 2, me, if I was the president, I will
do that.
I will stop the payments and get the information through the inaitwanga nini fund hii number yenye watu wako na inaitwa nini,
PIN number.
The PIN number ya taxes. And kuna ile yenye Uhuru alianzishanga inaitwa nini,
Maisha card.
Ilikuwa Maisha card ama inaitwanga nini,
huduma number.
If they had huduma number, I will stop and have their huduma number, and I will work so hard to make those houses occupied, and a percentage of that
by deserving people.
By deserving people who can afford it, and the proceeds of that
highly subsidized.
And the proceeds of that, a percentage should go back towards the people who pay back.
That's what I'm saying. Money has to be refunded to the Kenyan employees whose money has been deducted. And it can be done because then there's nowadays everything is pretty much virtual. So that should be easy to
credits. In every year, unaona, okay.
Exactly.
Instead of giving them money when they file, if they owe, there's a percentage
deduction.
Tax credit. That way you don't take money from them. And
but again, you don't lose money either, so you have operations. And seeing as you'll have cut off, because trust me, Matiang'i knows every channel ya corruption in a country. And now the good thing is he's been working with World Bank. Nakwambia wamefuatilia hizo pesa pali zinapelekwa. Hata hizo matrips za Dubai zenye watu wanafanya wakipeleka mapesa nje wakienda kununua. Hizo apartments zote zitakuwa reclaimed. Yaani hao watu hawataamini.
There's no way a governor like Sakaja with his little money paycheck mshahara can own an apartment out there.
Hata unajua wameown zingine hapa hivi. Sakaja ame grab land akabuild, hizo zote zitakuwa reclaimed, akabuild hizo zote zitakuwa reclaimed, ziuzwe, government ichukue hiyo do ifanyie Wakenya kazi. But I'm just hoping they haven't strained the resources too much so that the sewer system is not strained and the water. Actually, I'm suspecting that maybe maji imekuwa directed towards hizo mabuildings zao. That is why Nairobians wananyimwa maji na zao zitakuwa nazo. As in, we are so conflicted.
Something has to be done. Unaona hizo za kina Sakaja hizo, they need to be reclaimed, sold at a good price to people who deserve, but not at a
market rate.
Not at the market nini. You know, I'm pretty sure pesa ya kuiba haikuwekwa yote huko that much, but enough to reclaim it, but also to help wananchi. You know, just sell it to people who can afford it, but at a decent, at a heri mortgage. That way pesa ya nini isaidie hizo corruption stuff inafaa isaidie wananchi. Yeah, na isaidie. It could be part of the affordable living, but to the middle class now.
Because what it would do, you see, the taxes need to go down. Taxes need to go down on electricity. Taxes need to go down on fuel. Those taxes need to be reduced just so that life is bearable. Because again, you need industries working. So the only way industries can work is by giving incentives, and incentives can only mean that the taxes are low enough and conducive. And then, of course, when you're giving industrial parks to maybe some of the investors who are coming in, but it needs to be that it is done in a very transparent manner where it is beneficial to both the country and the investor. But at the same time, you're creating jobs. You see, the reason why people are going abroad to work is because those countries have jobs. Why are those countries having jobs and ours doesn't? And yet we also similarly have a population, and we similarly have operations, and we are in need of the same things that these people go out to do. We are in need of them also. So why is it that they must go out there to work, and that appears to be the only way they can make money? It is simple. It is because those countries have been deliberate about ensuring that the economy of their land is one that is functioning, and that they've made sure that they're creating jobs using industries and agriculture. I mean, everything that we are consuming, we can produce. So when we import everything, naturally, the local business will collapse, and we've killed all our local businesses, including sugar, rice, and everything else that we previously produced, so that one individual can go and farm his own things and come back and sell to us. Who does that? It is total madness.
Oh yeah. All right, man. I am excited for the next, and I pray that
God gives us life.
Also, that as much as we are vouching for these leaders, I'm assured by the way Gen Z has streamlined the country that the next president, may I always say,
is going to be on toes.
The goal is to use Ruto as an example. That way, we don't
exactly.
We don't have a.
We never have a repeat.
Yeah, a repeat.
Or anything that comes close. Yeah.
If we don't use it like that,
And the problem is, Jemo, they will not be dealing with Gen Zs. The next person will not be dealing with Gen Zs as the young people of the nation. Gen Zs will be parents to the next generation. The Gen Zs will be parents to the next generation after Alpha. Okay? The next generation after Alpha is certainly more lethal. So you can imagine this is what is going to happen. The next president who's coming in is coming in and finding that the Gen Zs are fairly grown, and now they're settling down, and so they're a bit reasonable, and so they can nini better. And then Gen Alpha is coming in with their sense of rights and understanding. They'll obviously seek more knowledge about their country. They'll understand their rights and freedoms better. They will understand how to exercise them better. They've been exposed to the world operations, and so they have those connections. They know exactly, like they know a lot more. They've researched a lot more. So Gen Alpha will come in, yeah. So the Gen Alpha will be the young people who will be there when this president is serving, right? So when the Gen Zs are now having their own families, and they've also raised their children, telling their children that this is the way to go, this is what we did, what Gen Alpha that time wanatambarisha vitu huku. So by the time hiyo watoto wa Gen Zs wanasimama, our Gen Alphas pia sasa wamekuwa watu wazima. Sasa pia I'm telling you, Kenya, we can never be the same. Anyone who miscalculated wrong na watakipata. Watakalipa hapa mbele, haitakuwa jokes.
Yeah, they will hold the bar has been
raised, yani.
Yeah, it's raised too high.
So never be the same. Kenya will never go back to the stupidity that Kenya has had Ruto becomes the last fool and he goes with it. And then he goes as an example, and anyone else mwenye akona makili kama zake atapeperushwa naye. And you know, there's a lot of guys in the administration already who, but even serving elected people are so afraid of a Matiang'i presidency because they know how he operates. And now they've seen the level of empowerment Kenyans have. They're just thinking how these guys will catch up with us, and it will be chaos.
Oh yeah. Matiang'i, by the way, he's a worker. He's not like Ruto. When
He's
it
a
comes
worker
to
kabisa.
ground, moving things, you know. And I've always said, I used to be manager at Walmart here, Julia knows.
Yes.
And I used to have shift managers who are overnight na daytime. And you can always tell somebody, if someone can do a job and they are not in leadership level, then that's the person to promote.
Absolutely.
You know, because don't promote somebody that can barely do a job. And then when they are leaders, they are making everybody under them lazy like them. So Matiang'i, him as a person who was working under Uhuru, under authority, you know, ndio nisemanga mtu kama Ruto, I kept telling everybody before Ruto was elected, because I was for Raila, I was saying, me, I've been trained as a manager, held leadership roles. I was a team captain where yes,
you have experience in governance.
So I've always said, if you cannot follow, you can't lead. And I used to say that when I used to use that for promotion. Like if I'm having problems with you, if I give you direction and you can't
follow it, I can't trust you with a higher role.
Where would you be applying for? Like I used to skip those nikikuona ume apply for promotion in a position, and then you complain and nakwambia tu kweli during evaluation. If I'm having a problem with you now,
taking instructions.
What
makes me think that you're going to carry forth the vision of the company,
and
based on how it's stipulated.
Ruto could not be a good follower of Uhuru, and we can tell now he's a bad leader. But Matiang'i was
a very good follower
and did it. He went above and beyond. He's a worker. He can move stuff. Now put him in that position.
What happened? Jimu amerushwa nje.
Jamaa amerushwa because anapatiana assignment, anapatiana breakdown ya governance. Governance is experience, and unajua mimi the only reason, Julia, I am so excited and confident about Matiang'i is because akona experience ya governance. Na akona experience ya governance, alikuwa anawaka at a time when Ruto ndio alikuwa nuisance hapo. Na imagine Matiang'i was able to steer the ship. We did not sink. Because this guy was poking holes into the ship.
He was.
Matiang'i ndiye alikuwa kirani country, sio Uhuru. But Matiang'i was successful in doing it. So now, kitaeleweka by the way.
Yeah, he was. Matiang'i carried the dream of the ship. And
and at turbulent times, it was turbulent, Julia. Yeah. Everywhere pali unaenda, umse amevuruga. Everywhere pali unaenda, amevuruga.
And imagine Ruto was in that government, come a deputy president, and he was trying to see left and right. I mean that man is evil.
Still left and right, sabotage you left and right, sabotage the same government, bad mouthing it, like putting it, like it's almost like creating anarchy from within.
Yes. And then somebody was telling me today, give me a comment. At a history, Rivayala. Doubt Ruto was the
No. I've carried that opinion for a very long time.
Yes. He has no doubt.
I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that it was him, and the buck stopped at him. Na ile siku kweli itatokea, we will be vindicated that it was him.
Kasongo ametupe. Yani, and then you see how on earth did Ruto think he was going to take us back Moyera? How on earth did that come into his mind?
Because he believed the presidency is very powerful. Julia, wacheni tushukuru kuzaa. Aki wacha tushukuru kuzaa. Julia, tulikuwa resign ourselves to fate.
Especially
tulikuwa give up.
After Baba and team came up with this bipartisan Kalongolongo talk. Unakumbuka?
Imagine. Julia, tulikuwa tumejua tumeisha na tukaambia Mungu ni wetu na ngojea sasa. Na kumbe when you depend on God, God is enough.
Yani, do you know, yani tume struggle, tumetoka kwa elections, stolen elections, tumengangana. We are here still having a hope like to deliver Kenya, you know, juu atufukuza hii serikali. At Tuesday, we were really buying into that. Then from nowhere,
we believed him, Julia, and you know, we were not the ones on the wrong. That you're loyal to someone and then someone betrays or disappoints you doesn't make you the villain. Okay, it makes them having. Raila lost out on a loyal team. We are not the ones who lost him. So he's the one who's lost us. So the loss is on him.
He lost so bad, and you see, after that we were like, now what next? And kulikuwa kasika period kenyewe yenye
Julia, kulikuwa na period ya helplessness wewe mama.
Yes. Then let me tell you one day, June 25th, mimi nilikuwa job, June nilikuwa nimeenda kufundisha summer school. My sister never calls me kama niko job. Na akinipigia najuanga things are not good.
Kuna shida, yeah.
So I'm seeing my sister so many text calls. Nashanga nini kimefanyika? Mimi nikaambia
watu wasiwasi.
Wacha nitoke build na nikaangalia what my sister is saying. Naambia Julie, unaona news? Unaona vile kuko? Uone news na ilikuwa asubuhi hapa. Uone nikaambia acha nione. Hey, kumeenda.
Kumeinuka.
Mimi nakwambia hata nirudi class hata nikachanganya Wakenya wengine wako hapo wakakuwa waache maneno ya kazi ya mimi they left their work.
Of course. You would leave your work.
Yani it just came like with a bang boom. Like ndio Kenya imeinuka. Yani God loves you. Tell you.
God has said enough.
Yes. God was
enough.
like, no,
I take over from here.
Yes. Because who would have thought that Yani stormed into Parliament? Who would have thought?
Yani, Mimi, the truth is, Mimi, our watoto walini.
And you know me, I saw Boniface Mwangi saying, "Siji mande tuko hapa." Okay, I have always seen
I didn't take him seriously because I was thinking, sasa ni generation gani hii ndio muna expect watoke kwa street surely.
Yani I've never taken, I didn't take him seriously. I know he has been
fighting.
Akasema hiyo statement Njiru tutafuti hiyo statement ya Boniface Mwangi.
Alikuwa parliament that previous day akiwa hapo nje. Akisema Ruto hii nchi sio yako na bibi yako na watoto wako.
Nchi yako tunaambia Ruto.
Familia
yako na mama yako na bibi yako. Kenya.
Ni wa Kenya na Wakenya wataichukua ba. What?
Boniface said
tunakuja.
And boom, the next day. Yani, when I recall that day with a lot of nostalgia. And
kabisa. That was the best moment in the history of this country.
Yes, and I'm like, we are not going back. We are not relenting.
And we haven't.
And you see now, the democratic space in Kenya is too big. Yani mnasemanga tu wanaogopa watakuwa abducted. People are talking live on camera. Let Ruto do his worst.
Unajua what they expected? And wali expect hii kifo ya Ojwang ipweke watu baridi kabisa. Sa zile waliona Wakenya wameinuka vile wameinuka over Ojwang, do you know it was scary?
Yes. Mpaka wanajifanya umeona aiba unamari yake ya madaktari wa Kenyatta Hospital on that boy who was shot by the police yesterday. That I saw that doctor saying, he was admitted into an intensive care unit. We tested this. We took him for a CTV scan. It is called what? A CT
Giving
scan.
us a CT scan. Giving us updates.
Alafu nikashanga, huyu mtu aache story za jamba. Atuambie kama mtu alive or not.
No, he was dead. Ni vile walikuwa kitrai ku manage emotions zetu.
No, this boy now, the one who was shot. Is he dead yet?
Kijana yuko hai.
Are you serious?
Yeah. They are managing emotions. Na mimi what I'm suspecting, na ndio na hope it will be handled very well. Wanaweza potea na mwili huo mtoto wake. Waende
And
wampoteze.
because I'm seeing him saying that we found something lodged.
A bullet sijui karimuviwa. Hizo sasa ni mahali gani alishutiwa ndio bullet itolewe?
Alafu wacha stories za jamba. Tuambie mtoto kama ako alive ama haiko alive. Wacha you never do this. We have had many casualties in Kenya and you never care and you never even take and you call. I'm like, that didn't impress me in any way. So I'm like, so Ruto think he's going to manage our emotions upon done. The damage is done. There's no turning back. Unaona, let me say this. I want to describe this in a situation of a relationship. If you decide to hurt somebody, like Jemo was saying, to betray somebody, let's say your spouse, and you want to go back, it is usually very difficult to go back once you betray them. And because it is usually hard for them to change their mind to think
you again.
Like you could be a different person from what you them. Sasa Ruto tuko tu hapo, hatuwezi badilika, hatuwezi.
There's nothing atawahi fanya. Ati sasa tuseme by the way leo hebu tujaribu kumwamini.
You know, the other day I was asking this guy who was here, Joseph. Joseph was trying to tell me that Ruto ataanza kufanya ma projects. Nikamuuliza Joseph, mpaka sasa unaamini Ruto anaweza fanya project imalizike?
Nakumbuka I was there during that broadcast.
And do you believe that like Ruto can do anything imalizike hata choo ya mama yako kuja ujenge mama yako choo aseme hicho imeisha? Do you believe that he can do that? You know that because he can't. Ruto akuna roho chafu.
You remember Muturi saying ati anasikiaga Ruto akiambia cabinets ati I have no tolerance of corruption nini anakana mwangalia. So today I'm wondering when he was addressing our PSs our CSs wake akiwaambia, actually si pia PSs walikuwa hapo akiwaambia they took on more than they could bite. Si hao wenyewe wanajua vile corruption zina happen kwa ministry yao. Sio namwangalia tu zile za surely we ni nini unasema? Ni nini unasema na hata ile kidogo tungeweza fanya.
Alisema hivyo ati they took more than they could buy.
Ni kama yani he's trying to explain yani yani it's almost like Kenyans should understand that even they did not have an idea it was this difficult. But sasa hata hao CSS wamekaa hapo, si they know the truth. Na wanajua vile mtu anapora nchi. So much as anasema hizi vitu, I'm sure anamwangalia zile za you're saying these things and the truth is when do ume think most of this country. Ni vile tu hawezi mwambia.
I think what he might have tried to say, they have unajua ukipatikana umeiba ng'ombe ya mtu unafaa uikule haraka ndio asije na upanguze mdomo. So wamepatikana na nyama kwa mdomo. Because
but sasa nyama wewe mwenyewe as a PS as a CS unajua ni nani upatiana hizo orders za hizo pesa kukuja kuporwa. You understand? Na huyu mtu ndio akisimama mbele ya cameras ana make nyinyi ndio mkae ni kama nyinyi ndio mfanyi kazi. You get? Sasa ile kitu itasaidia hawa watu siku moja wakubaliane tu, waambiane hebu tufanye mass resignation.
But ukweli ni alisema ati, so he's speaking as a leader saying that who took more than they could buy.
Yani it's almost like, you know, like the undertone was, the subtext was the manifesto, the things we promised Kenyans appear to have been too ambitious.
But don't you think that is him saying that I can't do this job anymore?
Yes. That was
no confidence.
Yeah, that was basically what it was. But you know, like anataka to seek sympathy. Unajua him is thinking there are still some Kenyans watamwangalia waseme
Woshe in other countries, that means
you're out.
You cannot do the fit. You cannot do the minimal job description of this office, you know. So you're incompetent. You know, if you apply for a job, there's competencies and unafaa ukue unaweza, if ni mjengo, you should be willing to be able to lift 50 pounds. You know, so you're trying to say you're in a job where you said you could lift 50 pounds and it's required, and now you're saying that I can only lift 20. Then you should
incompetent.
Yeah, you're incompetent. And you are a leader telling people under you
But you know, this is what I'm saying, Jemo. In order for these guys to even save the nation, because right now, I don't even think any of them is enjoying their jobs. Of course, the ones who can steal, like Akina Mbadi, Nani, Akina Wandai, maybe those are the only ones who can now want to stay because they have something to hold on to. But if these people wanaweza to coordinate wasikizane waseme wana resign siku moja at the same time, tunajua watakuwa wameangusha hiyo government.
Yeah, the government.
So imagine tuamkie siku moja tupate ati cabinet yote imeresign. Na hao pia wanatujoin, kila mtu anapatiana statement yake kila. Do you know Kenya italipuka?
Yeah, and they go out there and say that they don't.
Yes.
But you know, Ruto is the type of guy that has reshuffled cabinet. I think at this point, you really can't say we have a cabinet. This guy, that
precisely my point. That's what I'm saying, Jemo. If these guys know for a fact that there's no work they're doing, at the end of the day, you're a Kenyan, surely. Hauna nchi ingine yenye utasema utakimbililia. There's no salary yenye unapatiwa that is enough ya mtu kukumaliza future yako, jina yako, reputation yako. Anywhere else you go, you'll always be remembered as having worked to this guy and having sunk this country. Because eventually, things are going to come home to roost in the next administration. Sindio? Yes. So mbona wasitufanyie tu all a favor sooner rather than later, wajitoe tu, wakuja watuambie Kenya, hatuna nchi, hamna president, to get our country back. Ivo, hata kama wataenda into exile, immediately they do that. Watakuwa wametupatia enough reason kukua up in arms kwenda State House kunyanyua mtu.
Naona hata Njiro anasema Ruto's job is doable with a serious person, which is true. This guy wanted to go for world record, but he could barely finish a race. ni ule mkimbiaji hata haezi maliza hiyo marathon. You know, he came in.
Do you know how much revenue we generate every day? You know, like, see, you're a governance professional, surely, Jemo, and you have that experience. Surely, see, usually you come in and assess what you have, and then you're working with the resources you have. You know what you need to cut down, you know what your budget is, you know what your needs are. And in this case, you have a team of professionals. You put them in place, and all these are Kenyans. It's not like they are foreigners. So they understand all these problems. You put them in place. And for me, I'm looking at the example of Matiang'i, for instance. He still has fairly good institutional memory. Only now, most institutions zimekuwa sunk into debt kabisa, as in yani we are in funk. The truth is, a lot of things have been sealed out, a lot of things have been sold out, vitu kama hizo. So he'll have to really work legally. We've got to have a very strong legal team that will have to try and get these things back to our country and everything.
Oh, yeah.
But now the most immediate for him would be, in this department, I don't need more than this, or rather in this ministry, I don't need more than this number of departments. I don't need more than this number of ministries. You know, like, kwanza cut off on those overheads zenye mko nazo kwa operations to the government. Put professionals in place and tell them, guys, realistically, let's look at this. And then come with technocrats kabisa. Sit down and realistically tell them, this is what we have. This is the revenue that we generate. These are our projections. Okay? What can we do on the immediate to make sure that we bring down this cost? What can we do to make sure that the lives of Kenyans are bearable? You know, like, what are those small gains? You know, like the low-hanging fruits that we can pluck even as we go towards our goal. So, like, we can even work with the 4-point agenda. And our 4-point agenda would be health, education, no, I've already said health, education, food, and the cost of living generally, be it housing, be it anything else, general cost of living, like how to bring down the taxes. Those 4. Like, you decide, in my first 5 years, I will give Kenyans this. I'll give Kenyans these 4 items. And I will do it within these timelines. Because you're a person who's served within the governance system of Kenya, and you know what we are capable of doing in terms of what we can generate and what each and every region can produce and things like that. You have Kenya mapped out properly. So you're saying, in these 4 points, how do we achieve this? Who would help us do this with the minimal operation costs? Let it be as minimal as possible, and let us offer services to Kenyans instead. What you would have applied in terms of salaries and cars and running the office of one individual who's called a CS, let us translate it into service provision for Kenyans. You think that cannot work? And considering Kenyans are generating money every day using the taxes that they're producing, besides the other. So, because the thing about a correct government being in place, we'll have a lot of goodwill. We'll even have contributions coming from well-wishers. We'll have even investors coming in and everything. And because you're dealing with these investors transparently and everything, Kenya will be salvaged. Although tumepelekwa to saizi, the kind of theft that has happened and everything is crazy, but that one we can address it as a long-term goal. But as a short-term goal, the short-term things, the lower hanging fruits that we need to pluck, we pluck those as we proceed. So we restore hope in Kenyans, we restore confidence in the government, and then now we let Kenyans now know that we're all operating together. Then now when we were working towards the first 5 years, even as we're working on the next 5 years, we are working on the next 5 years now to gain on capital investments, infrastructure, and everything like that. But meanwhile, we are maintaining what we have with the one that is coming in, even as we try to clear debt. But most importantly, the money that has been stolen is being recovered also at the same time.
That is very true, Maung. It will take whoever that's gonna take that job. It's not an easy job.
But you see, our candidate of choice has that experience of running this same government. But then that is the only thing that's giving me confidence. And then he has love for this country.
Love for it. And then he sounds like he will bring. This is not time for giving jobs to political affiliations. I think
No. There's a reason this guy was not even in the country. There's a reason he was not even available, but we called on him. There's a reason.
We need experts.
Yes.
The number one.
Full technocrats.
We need economic experts.
Gurus, yes.
Experts. That is
and we have them
as a country.
Yeah.
We do, but we don't need to flood. I'm saying that based on this.
I know.
If you look at the CS, the cabinet, Ruto.
Political appointees.
Political appointees, and they don't know anything about those ministries.
Yeah.
Let's start with how the first cabinet was. Ule mama anaitwa nani? Juma, alikuwa Jumwa, Aisha. The lady could barely speak. Nasiati or nasimuingili. I feel like
she still has a docket.
She still?
She was still given an assignment that she's receiving a salary from Kenyans.
Oh, she's receiving. That's where we are with Westage. But like putting right people in the right places.
Yeah. And necessary people at that.
And flooding that government with people who are progressive, and especially in terms of economic progress.
Yeah.
There is no way we'll get out of this issue with just watu wenye wanajua sijui. The country by itself needs money. We are bleeding money. The thing that the issue that we are complaining as a country right now, the 90 billion of drugs and all that is all about money. So we need, hatuhitaji watu wenye watakuja.
Imagine hiyo ni pesa ya Kenya imefujwa.
Imefujwa.
That is 90 billion 600 million yenye imeenda tu hivyo. Imeenda tu hivyo.
And the second most competent team will be when it comes to justice. Kenya inahitaji zero tolerance. I think corruption should be equated to murder in Kenya.
Capital, it's a capital offense. It should be declared a
And
capital offense.
somebody that's willing, Matiang'i, as serious as he was, he should be willing to look away. And that's the reason why you shouldn't put political friends there, because nobody wants to sacrifice Kalonzo. You should be willing to look away and say someone is going to jail, and I'm sorry. Call the wife.
And I don't care if he's your friend. Nobody can come and talk me out of it.
Yeah, we should have those type of conversations, tough conversations that ni sawa tuna fix, but the one thing that you should be signing is that if you're corrupted, you're going to jail. Consent.
There's no two ways.
You sign your resignation letter for corruption. You found with corruption, and you're
headed to jail.
And you're headed to jail.
It doesn't matter how senior or how junior.
That way, people in those dockets, or people, because it starts with the president and the CSs, and if they are that serious, I think wale watu, the juniors huko chini, and everybody working under them, if you have a good role model, the people below you watakuwa naogopa kuiba. I don't think it's possible to cut corruption 100%, but that measure by itself, it cut a huge percentage without even trying.
That's true.
Then if you have kina Martha Karua, watu inaitwa justice chap.
Na wako serious about it. No ways you compromise.
You can compromise them, and you have good advice here. And that's why I keep saying, someone like Maraga for Attorney General, or even either or. I think Martha Karua for Attorney General and Maraga for CS for Justice.
One of those two areas.
Those two watakimbisha hii syllabus ya nini haraka sana. Now if you have economic and rule of law running, let me tell you,
that is what you need.
Ministry of Education will run with integrity. The health department, cabinet
Interior.
will run with integrity. Interior will follow. Interior should be given to people like in Anatembea, because now those people, they are police by nature, and from what they are talking, whenever.
But I still hold that Wajakoya is a good option for Interior.
Wajakoya can come in, but unajua now Wajakoya, he has to also unajua, when we are having this discussion, come in with some seriousness, because sometimes Wajakoya to throw off na some nini.
Banter.
This conversation should be serious from the get-go. It's not time for cracking jokes. The country does not need.
So Natembea can take Interior. You're actually correct. Let's proceed. Yeah, that one is actually a good fit. It comes from that background.
And then we have from there, I think we have covered the police, we have covered justice and attorney, and we have Matiang'i Apujo. I don't think the deputy presidents, they just need to support the president. Well,
Father Danny Darius is asking why goons are asking for forgiveness. Goons will ask for forgiveness because, like right now, when people are going after the goons, and you see, the goons have realized that they'll be thrown under the bus. No one is going to cover them. They obviously have to find someone to sacrifice. So the non-goons who actually came out and openly stated that they were going to be in charge of the chaos in town. When now government is going after them, when someone has to be sacrificed, they'll be the first ones to be sacrificed. So Gaucho and Twale are going to get sacrificed as quickly as possible. So that Twale is coming out of it, it's because he's now saying, whichever the case, you guys know, I'm on your side. So I'm not an enemy. Because they've seen that goons are being outed right now. So Father D, just know that things are not easy right now in Kenya. Things are boiling in a way that nobody quite envisioned. Ndio syllabus vile Jemo anasema inasonga ikisonganga. So kila mtu anataka kupelekwa na ria. Hakuna mtu anataka kurisk. The risk is way too expensive. Ka mtu mwenye alikuwa akifikiri since ako na uniform ya Ruto na Ruto amemtuma kwa street anaweza shoot Kenyan point blank na nini. Ka yeye ako saizi ana cool his heels off in a cell. Ndio itakuwa kina Swale huwa a bunch of nobodies. Wale wanaishi kwa teen houses in Kibera wana imagine ati wana threaten wa Kenyan and they actually come and terrorize people. People who are trying to go about their businesses. And the peaceful protesters who are protesting what the Bill of Rights guarantees them nini opportunity to do. Alafu mnakuja mnawaharas mnawarob kwa street. Alafu you think ati sazile when the law is finally trying to be sought, you think ati somebody will claim, oh, this one was working for us. Hapana. Si saizi wanatafuta gunzi wenye wanatafuta watu wenye na claim walipiga Ojwang. Si saizi anybody mwenye alienda alikuwa kwa hiyo OB. Anybody can potentially be called akue nini? Akue sacrificed hapo hivyo. Adanganyiwe bure. It's crazy. So saizi huwezi kuatiweni gunu kwa confident hapo nje ati akina Gaucho. Nilimwona watu wanamuongelesha TikTok yani akona wasiwasi akona pressure yake inammaliza inamsumbua ikimmaliza yote. It's because nobody can take it for you. Unaichukua mwenyewe, kila mtu anachukua mzigo wake mwenyewe, kila mtu anabeba msalaba. So saizi wameona ni kubaya, na saizi ukithrowiwa huko kwa gallows, in fact if anything they might just silence you so that kusikuwe na evidence ati wewe usiende uka witness against any of them. So watakuingiza huko ndani wakumalizie huko na wapotee na mwili yako, ndio sijulikane hata ulienda wapi. Kwangi rahisi hivyo.
Tena gunzo hakujua there was so much.
Hapana, si walifikiri wako na government. Jemo ukusikia Gaucho akijipiga kifua au ni government?
Alisema ako na private police. Ana bragging eti have what a private.
Sasa saizi amerealize hata akina Lagat wanaenda wako kwa system.
Alafu ujinga yao walikuja mpaka wakajizoom in kwa kamera yenye hata haikuwa na zoom in options. Mteja akaongelea mbele ya kamera. Wakuja wanatoa statements. You know, and a lot of them wanajulikana hiyo mtaa. Nairobi.
Father Darius huyo ndio Swale, huyo ndio alikuwa na Gaucho ndio alikuwa wakiorganize goons Jivanji. Huyo mwenye alikuwa ushago. Huyo ndio alikuwa akiorganize goons na Jivanji. So ameona kina Lagata hizi wako kwa jail. Wako kwa system. Sasa wanashindwa sembuse yao. Na saizi unaona watu walikiliwa kwa street, kuna evidence goons waki-attack watu kwa street. So obviously our polisi watakuwa kisema hawako wakiwaka na goons. So the known goons watachukuliwa for questioning. Watachukua kina nani? Si wale kuna video evidence walikuwa kimobilize au goons. Si akina Gaucho na kina Swale watakuwa ndio hao. So before they know it, kimo chao kitakuwa motoni. So sio rahisi vile wanafikiria. So saizi lazima tu kuje nje ujisalimishe.
Kwanza sahii wamekuja mpaka na evidence wenyewe. Like I've never seen stupid people. Like how would you commit a crime and show your face?
Si walikuwa wako na protection Jemo. Si hao ndio system.
Na walikuwa na clear system. System ni complicated.
Deep state. Hawaoni watu wanatetemeshwa hapa nje, watu wametetemeka. Kenya is a country governed by law. We have a constitution. The citizen is supreme to anyone else. It doesn't matter whom we've delegated to. System iko supreme. Ndio leo hii kuja ujisimamishe hapo ukijiambia nini?
Ukiona IG anatetemeka na ako na kigugu. That's not the time to go.
Wewe sasa you're just a mere goon and goons are being looked for. And they are being documented and something needs to be pinned on them. Sasa wewe ni gunu kukaa hapo uimagine ati sasa wewe ni mtu sana. Ai. Kuna kitu kama hiyo.
Kenya penye tumefika.
Sasa hizi
tumeintroduce accountability on this accountability on site.
Yes.
On the spot.
Sasa hizi watu wa believe ni nini wanashindwa because you see they knew anything would go. They knew that because this is a fellow goon, anything that can go to get away with things. Once especially say tuko side yetu tuko side yake hata tu facilitate. Hey, shock horror.
Cyril C anasema she wishes Maraga had political capital. Matiang'i is enjoying.
Let me ask you, do you know this Maraga was the same one who went to State House na amekuwa akifanya kazi na Ruto very directly. In fact, mi ukiniuliza Maraga naona tu amewekwa hapo na Ruto ndio neutralize hiyo kisi euphoria ya Matiang'i. I'll be honest and tell you, I'm not particularly confident about Maraga. Sikudanganyi.
You think he's
I think he's Ruto's project.
Me too.
If you ask me.
He's Ruto. Because how he managed to one time he's waiting for Kenya. The other time amepatiwa job na Ruto. How does he do that?
How
does he still hold the job position?
I think his assignment ended, but he was given an assignment by Ruto. The Ruto who doesn't, he gives you an assignment and it doesn't matter what kind of report you come out with. There's nothing that is implemented.
Yes. So how did Maraga match that? How did he come to his
And then, Julia, how come when people were arrested in TZ, how come he was let through?
Yeah. So Maraga is just coming up to neutralize Matiang'i. And Maraga cannot, at the age Maraga has the political capital.
Ana yo charisma.
Maraga hana yo charisma. By the way, the only thing Kenyans remember him is for Nariva in election. Otherwise, anything else atumkumbuki. Atujua na that fight.
Now imagine judicial system imekuwa tu collapse na amekuwa part of it all those years.
Yes.
Mbona tukua imsikia?
Atuwezi remember na tufanyie nini na tusaidia na nini. How we have nothing to attribute him to anything apart from Nariva in election. So Maraga name, it is even unfair to compare him with Matiang'i.
Kabisa. I'm glad he doesn't have any charisma and he doesn't push anything.
Yes.
Because I'm glad he doesn't influence anything. Because he's there. I feel he's been put there to just try and, like cut on the euphoria ya Matiang'i.
And also, to
divide that vote in fact.
It's very hard to say Maraga, Maraga has been in the country. Why didn't he take advantage of when Matiang'i was away?
Yeah.
Thank you.
There was a lot of
opportunity,
vacuum to fill.
And the rule of law imekuwa attacked how many times? Akiwa amenyamaza kabisa.
Na alikuwa wapi
when? He was just here. So to answer that question, I feel like that's the most honest I can ever tell Maraga. It's not like people were looking internally here in the country within the borders, and you are here and you are not.
And you are here.
Usually
you are here, but nobody saw you anywhere. Hata June 25th tuliona Maraga anywhere, you guys.
And when the children
watoto wameuawa wakapatikana kwa Kware, Maraga alisema anything?
He said nothing. He was in Kenya and he said,
yeah.
So tutaki stories zake.
Aki. Those who are campaigning Maraga ni kitu bure. He said So we don't.
That Suluhu left Maraga to be in the country and go back kwa koti. Na kina Karua walitolewa. That was very telling.
Because she was under instruction to let Maraga get away.
Yes. Ndio Maraga onekane atika yeye ni fighter.
And if it's about former Chief Justice, then Justice
Mtunga.
Alitolewa.
Mtunga alitolewa kwa nini? Maraga has something to answer to us in terms of his honesty.
And that's why I feel like the only place for him, if he's genuine, is to accept a position in the same docket he's screaming about rule of law.
That's what you are saying, but saizi atutole kelele hizi za presidency.
And we may not even for that JMO. From his behavior, let me say this. If you think you can work with the devil, we'll struggle to trust him.
We can't trust you.
Yeah. tutasumbukana
with the core of our land.
Yes. So we need him kwa side kama nataka barua.
Msema Maraga apotelee mitini.
Ai, wacha apotelee mitini. Wacha afanye kile akina Likinyanjui
anafanya.
Apatiwe kakazi huko, anyamazie huko, hakuna kitu atatu convince nayo. Tushamjua.
Tunamwonea 18.
Kabisa 24.
The confusing part about Maraga, not too long ago he said he realized that people want Matiang'i. That was like in April, maybe March. And then he said he's no longer interested in running.
Vying, yeah. Then suddenly.
But then all of a sudden he's calling a press at his home. And he speaks and then he say, and that's why I'm running for the president. Me, I say, hey, bro, si ulikuwa umetoka?
Ruto alimpigia simu.
Alimwambia nilikwambia with drama, nilikwambia anaulizwa rudia, nilikwambia
instructions gani nilikupatia?
And that's the problem. You know, Kenya, we need some consistency. You stand
Thank
on your
you. Thank you. Especially saizi that we have been burnt by the one person that we trusted kabisa for a very long time. We've given him a part of our lives that we'll never get back. Saizi hakuna mtu anatuchezea tena.
Yeah, that is bad.
Na kuchezea watoto wetu. Sisi ndio tutakuwa generation ya mwisho wa kuchezewa. Moving forward, Kenyans watakuwa wamejanjaruka na wanatumia hiyo ujanja.
Ujinga.
As in someone took our loyalty for foolishness.
Yes,
akadecide hawa jinga usijali hawa nitawa manage. Wewe tuendeange, unahitaji nini? Ni nini unataka niwaambie wafanye? Hizo siku zimeenda by the way.
Hizo siku ni za yesterday. Au watu
ziko yesterday vibaya sana.
Serial, how do you say that? And I said, it's the same thing. Matiang'i never said anything. But you know, Matiang'i had that.
Was out of the country. He was out of the Kenyan political system kabisa. Sisi ndio tumeita Matiang'i into politics ya Kenya. Matiang'i alikuwa out of this country, alikuwa ameachana na affairs za Kenya kabisa. Sisi tumemwamsha. Tukamwambia tunamtaka.
So it's more like we are hiring him.
Yes, that's the word, Jim. It's more like hiring.
We are hiring him. We
are hiring him.
Not here,
he's coming to work for us. He's not coming to tell us he wants work.
By the way, he's called Mr. Fix-It. You know, hiyo nickname yake. Mr. Fix-It. We are hiring a Mr. Fix-It. We are hiring
someone to come and fix Kenya for us.
Yes. Hatutaki ujinga kama politicians. If you're a politician, get the head out of Kenya.
Yeah. Let politicians practice at this level hapa chini, but hata hapa chini tusilete wajinga kwa legislature nyinyi. Because hizi tukisha fix judiciary, tukafix executive, ile imebaki sasa ni legislature. Na hapa kwa legislature ndio tumediscover saizi tuko na mang'ombe kushinda ng'ombe zozote zishaishi Kenya.
Hata Gachagua alisema ng'ombe, kwanza anasema ng'ombe wamezuka Mount Kenya.
Hata wetu sasa wetu Julia kwanza saizi sisi ndio tume excel kwa hiyo. Msijaribu kutushinda hapo. Wacheni tu tupate hiyo trophy. Sisi ndio tuko na wajinga wenye hawajaijulikana.
Huko kwetu tunawaitanga mang'ombe juu hawa wanatufanyia kazi, hatuwafanyii kazi. You know, like in other regions, it's like people work for the leaders. Huku Mount Kenya, you go there to represent us like how it's supposed to be.
Lakini JMO, au ni ng'ombe wenye wametoka Mount Kenya.
Ndio.
Mwenye mtu si ng'ombe Mount Kenya.
Wengi ni ng'ombe. And you know the criteria kuitwa ng'ombe ni kwa sababu you forgot the people and you went to
kazi yenye ilikupeleka huko.
Yeah, but in other regions mtu kama a lot of people that especially the coast area people, the Nyanza MPs, everybody that from other regions, they don't get called out like how we call out in Mount Kenya.
We get away with things, but at this time they've gone lowest. No, unajua most of the time au masquerade as fighters for us. They masquerade as fighters for justice. Unakumbuka tumekuwa opposition. So kumbe ni vile tu hawako na proximity ya kukula idiots.
But even wakiwa kwa opposition, unaona juzi kuna mtu alisema kumbe ODM wangetuambia vile opposition itamu, cause tunaikimbisha fiti. Tunakimbisha opposition fiti, hata tukujua ni very enjoyable like this, but even
ni enjoyable because you have freedom.
But
you have the rights and freedoms zenye ukwagi nazo ukiwa kwa government, umekuwa gagged, ni kama kawaruka naenda kukunyonga every time, you can't say anything.
But even as an opposition leader, and you go and vote for everything against your own people because you have been bought, like it doesn't make sense, so you work for your own people and the interest of the country. But when you're busy working against your own people and against the country and you're working for a person, then that's why umequalify kuitwa ng'ombe. And it doesn't matter if you're in government or against government, because
against government.
Yeah, because even some of the people who are in government, they can vote for things that will go so bad against their people. For instance, let's say umetoka Mount Kenya and you don't defend issues to do with maybe coffee, just because coffee mostly comes from Mount Kenya. It also comes from other parts of the country. But if there is an opportunity for you to fight for your people and you go and tax coffee farmers, increase taxes on coffee farmers while they are still, and you haven't fought for the fair prices for coffee, so you are beating your people just because you're in government. So you have to balance between when do you work for the government and when do you work for your people, whether you're in opposition or not. Na ndio Gachagua alisema wengi wao ni mang'ombe, and nothing is going on in Mount Kenya. Hakuna pesa kwa mfuko, nothing, whether you are in government or not.
If anything, even the little that they produce, the guy is importing, so he's killed the market, the local market.
You are from where, and you support importation of rice.
Of rice and reduction of taxes, or is it zero rating of taxes on rice?
On
one
rice.
of the two. Yeah.
And you're in government. You have already you are going against your own people.
You've already sabotaged your people. You've already sold their livelihood.
So I think hapo umesema legislative is very important.
Legislature is everything, because see, the ones, in fact, CDF is illegal. It stands illegal. So what will happen is MPs will go back to making laws. They will go back to oversight, and they will go back to representation. They will not be anything near development. Development shall be done by the ward representatives and the county government. The MPs will be there simply to do those three assignments that was clearly stipulated in that terms of reference. So now we get our country back in that sense, that the legislature now is clear. They do not have conflicted interests and chasing money at the expense of doing what it is that they've been hired to do, period. So in fact, you'd make it very unattractive to people who are not there to make money, but otherwise are there to manage CDF and steal from it. Because the accountability in CDF inakwanga chini sana.
Iko chini, very. They do whatever they want to do with it. It's more like
with that money.
Like,
na ni pesa ya umma ya service. Na unajua hiyo ndio inakwanga bribery bait ya nani? Ruto anakwanga kwa bribe na.
He never gets to
ati infrastructure, schools, wanasemanga ni schools na nini. Kuna haifagi kwenda kwa services, I think.
Kuna nyona pia bursaries which
the government also gives. Kuna levels nyingi sana za bursary, unashindwa na education wametoa capitation.
Oh yeah. It makes it hard. I mean, that's why they don't want even the issue with Kibaki's free education.
Yeah.
If you are giving free education, then you shouldn't be giving bursaries.
Yeah, exactly.
I heard something. This government is crazy. The government ordered schools to admit day scholars. Ordered. Yani hakuna structure, hakuna mpangilio, hakuna anything. just kuropokwa public. No, even
Wanaamka.
past wanaamka at ordered schools to admit the scholars. With no structure or any
whatsoever. They don't care.
They don't care.
Quran nini? Banana Republic.
Imagine it's a public.
Na unajua he doesn't care. He doesn't care that nini quality education ya watoto iko affected. Lishi at all. Those of shauri zenu nyinyi wa Kenya kwanza ndio nataka mkue wajinga zaidi. Hii akili yenu ndio imefanya mnanipatia hii shida. Kibaki aliwapatia free education hapa, mumevuka nyinyi wote mmesoma. Hakuna watu illiterate baina yenu wenye naweza tumia. Akina Gaucho ndio wamebaki na hata unashindwa walikuwa wapi saa zile yote walikuwa kisoma free education mpaka Marugi akarudi shule.
Alikuwa acha na wachekesha. Jana I was listening to this guy. He's an analyst. I think his name is Ogola. I don't know if you know him.
Yeah, I know Ogola.
Ogola was saying some very interesting things when it comes to that point you guys are saying. You wake up today and order schools to admit day scholars. Kesho kutwa una order this and that. So he was saying that Ruto
roadside declarations are here.
Yeah, Kenya should not even have a budget, and this budget is nothing because Ruto, according to the budget, it's 4 trillion, but he was keeping track on Ruto's promises everywhere he went. He said in Nyanza by itself, just Nyanza, through the last few
visits,
amepeana 3 point something trillion. Nyanza, ujue na bado tunataka budget ya 4. And then he say Central amepeana promise almost 6 trillion. And he said in total, Ruto's budget is almost 60 trillion, but by this budget is 4. So tunamukanga na order things that we don't even have budget for. We don't have budget for.
See, it's populist.
Yeah. Unaendaje kwanza with a budget you shouldn't be dishing out roads. You know, schools that are not supposed to be built should come from the same budgets. It shouldn't be MPs are walking around with
Gazlas.
Hizo za walimu. That's another thing.
Hizo appointment letters.
You're just dishing out jobs to teachers without even
kwa rally.
Kwa rally, harambe, matanga. That's how bad our country has become. And I actually think it will, the likes of Matiang'i na nimeona nani hapa serials anaitwaje hiyo jina ameshinda kuipronounce. Amesema to 2028 will be here talking about
Let me tell but at least we will be better than with Ruto.
Even if Jesus was a president, tutakuwa like, you know, presidents are not supposed to be comfortable. That job is not for, you take, and that's why they are paid to take the heat. You're not
it's not a voluntary position.
We don't give you a job and trust that you will do it. You are a human being. You might want to take a vacation when it's not time for vacation. Even jobs, you know, companies with the best leaders, they have people that checks on them. Even CEOs have board of directors. Unjo umeona Elon Musk either amevutwa job ama aliambiwa achana na Trump tukuvute. Just because you're at that level does not mean you have no balance and checks. There's no balance and checks.
You know, we are not looking for an angel. Someone was saying we're not looking for a perfect human being. We're here to create one.
We are looking
even for you know, like if criminals have a future, saints have a past. So the truth is, when people are applying standards that cannot even be applied on them in their personal lives, you will not keep us in bondage just because you're claiming that the person who's coming to free us has, you know, like it's almost like saying, oh, Moses killed someone, so why would God use him to free the Israelites? You know, so the truth is, there's nothing that we are doing that is new under the sun. It is not the first time the world is in a crisis, in a turmoil, that it takes a man for that to be fixed. And because there's no perfect man, we all fall short of God's glory. We all err. And that is why we have the Lord's Prayer expressly saying that we should be forgiven of our trespasses. But then you people who usually claim here, you want to look at people's trespasses so much to the extent that their little trespasses so much to the extent that you'd rather leave a glaring trespasser who is now even finishing. Like the guy has literally finished all systems. Kenya does not have any systems that can run. But you'd rather we leave that because you're claiming, oh, this other person that's coming has a speck in their eye that we simply have a problem. We are seeing like that is the dark dot on a white paper. Please spare us. While there's a whole black paper with one white dot, you're telling us to take on that black, keep that black paper instead of taking on a white paper that has a one small dot. Musitulete, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, we will hold
We're
whoever.
not saying he's an angel. You see, that's the other thing that we need to come to reconcile ourselves to. We are not saying we're angels. Even you guys, the problem is even you guys, when you're taken on, you will not merit half of what that guy can do. So as we're looking at, and if you realize the things that we're discussing here, we're not discussing lavidavis and saying the way, oh, Matiang'i is going to give us peremende and everything like that. We know that he's going to lead with an iron fist, and an iron fist is what we need. Burkina Faso is standing today. Rwanda is standing today. It's unfortunate that the excuses that we have to give are those of dictators and military rules, because in Africa especially, democracy is not seeming to work. The same people whom you're supposed to work with are the same ones who are going to try and bring you down. I'll give you guys an example. There's a company called Jajemelo. Okay, well, it's a food franchise that recently began. It's about like 5 years old. Yes, we can say so. So now, of course, they've morphed into branches right now. So these guys, you're hiring, you're hiring riders, you're hiring delivery people, but now you are forced to go an extra mile and get an extra cost by making sure that every time that you're sending the food out, you have to get there's a seal you're getting. It is called a seal of love. It has to be in that delivery, so that huyu rider mwenye hii kazi imemwandika akuje make delivery, asikule hiyo chakula. So I was wondering, like today it actually pricked my conscience. Nikajiuliza, how can we be helped as a people? Leo hii client decide hataki kuorder hii chakula. Ni nani atakuwa ameumia? Kwa sababu hii kazi yako umekuwa hired udeliver. But sasa clients will decide that umekuwa wezi sana, hawataki kuorder anymore. They're canceling their subscriptions and everything. Nani ataumia? Itakuwa mwenye kampuni, mwenye yeye amechukua marupurupu yake, si ati pesa yake yote amechukua katupa kwa hiyo kampuni. Amechukua marupurupu yake akadecide kuinvest in this company. But the truth is, this is not their only form of income. Wewe hii kazi umeandikwa, hii ndio yako, inakupatia daily bread, and of course other people also have been hired due to this job. But you'd rather steal from your employer in that manner. Unajisaidia aje? So the truth is, even as we're looking for perfection as Kenyans, let us look within ourselves and wonder, what can I give in my capacity today? If someone gave me this opportunity, what do I know? What do I have that can be of service to these people for the immediate fix that Kenya requires? Asante Jemo. Endelea.
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, and please, for the next leader, we are not expecting a perfectionist. Don't come out here promising heaven and deliver hell, and then 2 years down the road.
Let us try a different people. You see, okay, the guys who are talking about Matiang'i and steroids, this is what I'm saying. At least we have experienced this first Ruto, Sindio, for 5 years, or for the while that he will be here. So what to experience huyo on steroids, pia tuone itakuwa aje. Kama tutahitaji kurudi kwa streets, si bado streets zitakuwa hazitakuwa zimeanuliwa. Hakuna mtu atazifunua. So pia is a breathing human being. Tujaribu pia. At least tunajaribu, wacha tujaribu shetani mwingine. Tuko na shetani tumemexperience tuka confirm. Sasa at least wacha tujaribu shetani mpya.
And Kenyans are actually going for a better leader. I think Ruto promised to be better leader than Uhuru. Delivered worse.
You see, you know there are people who are so keen on vilifying Matiang'i. Imagine Amuta succeed. Wengine wetu our minds are so made up, mutatupatia. Na imagine wakilist down vitu za Matiang'i, wana list down vitu tatu demo, na ni vitu tatu yenye hata wana si ati wako na saizi wakiambiwa watoe evidence. Za Ruto tuko na evidence. Tuko na evidence akina Muteshi walifariki juzi hapa Narok, watu wameuawa. As in, tuko na evidence, ndio huyu anamaliza ekonomi yetu saizi anatuibia. Imagine out of the health budget ukiiba 90 billion na already, kumbuka SHA ilichukua 104 billion already, tulisha lose 100. You know, we talk about billions like billion is a little money. I'll have akina keep come here, because keep being a statistician, we will have them come here and give us figures and break down to people what a billion is. So the health sector may lose almost 200 billion yenye tunajua in scandals. Hiyo SHA scandal na hii sasa ya medicine. Hiyo tu ni ile tunajua. Kuna ingine obviously itatokea labda. Hiyo ni health peke yake. Wakenya wamekufa wangapi? Because hawawezi pata treatment. Because SHA imekataa kufanya kazi. Wakenya wameumia wangapi? Saizi hospitali zina run on zero. Because of hizo mambo za bado tu hizo corruption. Na over 200 billion ya hiyo health peke yake imeibiwa na huyu Ruto. Hebu tupatieni tu nini? Tupatieni tu shetani mwingine. At least tujaribu shetani mpya. Huyu mzee tumeona vile ametufanyia, tumtaki.
Me honestly, even me I'm okay with the comment section, but they need to give us the alternatives. If as long as I hope
the alternative is keeping Ruto.
No.
Hao watu wanaongea hapo.
Kama ni Ruto yenyewe
hao watu wanaongea hapo ni watu wa Raila.
Dead on arrival.
Hao ni watu wa Raila hapo hivyo.
Hiyo debate ni dead on arrival. It can never be Raila. Ruto and Raila.
Ni watu wa Raila. Sasa unajua Raila hawezi simama against Ruto saizi. Na mjue akisimama Jemo saizi Raila akigotokea mahali yote uko pali yako akuje akitokea. Sikiza akikuja sahi aseme ati anataka kusimama, ujue ametumwa na Ruto kudivide votes.
Hata anata divide nani sasa? Raila atajidivide tu yeye mwenyewe.
Unajua?
Because atachukua kadhaa wa Ruto waende naye, because Raila si Ruto.
Ruto bado anatafuta jinsi ya kuiba. So unajua kama kuna confusion yoyote, unajua kama kuna candidates, the reason why kina Maraga wamewekwa hapo is simple also. For the same reason. It's for the same reason that akina Maraga wamewekwa hapo. Kunini? Kuchanganya.
Unajua unaona, fortunately enough they are not saying tuna champion Rigiji, so that's good. Tumeongelea Matiang'i, so
unajua inawauma, walikuwa kiexpect watu waongelele Rigiji, so inawauma sana that we have a credible alternative.
So
walikuwa wanataka kusema about ukabila, walikuwa wanataka kusema about impeachment hiyo ya Rigiji, so amekuwa impeached hawezi ku hold public office. Walikuwa wanataka tukue na hizo kasumba. Tumewatenga na Matiang'i, wanasikia ni kama watakufa.
It's not like the way forward for this side is clearer than the Ruto side. And Maraga, you know, Rigiji juzi alisema punda hata ukiparka rangi nene aje, you know, Masai unajua punda huwika sijui ni saa 7
atawika tu bado
atawika tu. So Maraga hata na nani Raila wakipako rangi aje, Masai huwika ikifika tutajua ni Ruto. So and I think their strategies are not working. These people, they don't know how to organize anything, even crime, alone political parties, leave alone confusion. They don't know how to organize even crime. Unajua una abduct mbele ya kamera. Wacha tu tuanze tu na maovu zenye zimepatikana na watu. All the abductions, most of them were, you know, they were documented.
Any things that just happened against them.
Yeah, like they are not organized in anything, you know.
Mungu ndiye ameamua. This one is God's justice, by the way. God's justice has no appeal.
So at the end of the day, if it's Ruto they are vouching for,
ni Ruto wanavouchia, hawana ingine hao. Wana ingine.
Mimi nakubali tu, wacha tu niongelee Matiang'i, as long as kuna other options tunaweza ongelea. Matiang'i is one of them, but kama ni Ruto
hao ni watu wa Ruto tu na Raila, wao hawana ingine ati utasikia ati walikuwa na option nyingine. Mtu atakwambia Omtata. Sasa Omtata ako na experience ya kurun nini kwa maisha yake? Hata hiyo NGO yake hatujai jua what is ever done. Yes, amekuwa akifanya civic engagement na advocacy. That's about it. Hatujajua any experience yake ya governance imekuwa ni gani, amefanya wapi, his card yake nini. Hatuna evidence yoyote kama hiyo. Hawajui, that is the most important thing.
Sasa naona Cyril naonekana anasema yeye si wa Ruto na yeye si wa Raila. Sawa, Cyril.
Akwende huko hatutaki watu confused hapa.
But she said Maraga. Okay, maybe she doesn't know Maraga might be a project. But also that Maraga, wacha tuone kama masaa ya kuwika. Akiwika kama punda tutakubaliana.
Tutajua ni punda.
But if Maraga is really a good leader, we will which I think I have vouched for him, but for other positions. But if he turns out to be, the only thing that I feel like with Maraga, he also missed an opportunity, just like how we were talking about Sifuna. You had an opportunity to say, okay, I'll make a statement, I'll resign as SG and fight the government from this angle.
Outside.
Yeah. Maraga has been in the country and there's so many opportunity given to him and he has missed a lot.
On all of them.
So now we are in a point where the country is now forging a way forward. Now you want to present yourself as an alternative. So we are okay with that. But can you showcase
your position?
Your position, just like how we think
Matiang'i has.
Matiang'i has. And Matiang'i, one thing with Matiang'i, he has favor. I will say favor from God and actually.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So if Maraga really wants to be the alternative, and guarantee you now, you're talking about people from the same community. Come present yourself and say, I'm sorry for taking that job Ruto gave me. This and that and that and that.
But for me, I'll be honest and tell you, anyone who's been working with Ruto, what were you looking to do? What has Ruto ever done to confirm to you that working with him would actually yield any results? That you're okay working with him and yet you're a straightforward person?
Watch. Let me say something about Maraga and Matiang'i and those who feel like, who are still arguing about Maraga and Matiang'i. First, I want to say, a lot of them are in the diaspora. No one akasirika nikisema hivi. A lot of them are watch watu wakasirika. A lot of them are in the diaspora and they have
ground yetu inasema nini?
And alafu, they have not been following Kenyan politics until the recent past. They have no record of Matiang'i's performance. They didn't follow him. They were not
follow it.
They didn't.
Life was going on well for their relatives.
So they were not interested, and they have no touch with the ground. They have no information about the transformations he made in Kenya. They have no details about the education system in Kenya. Hata sayu kiwauliza tumetoka happy hawaelewi. Hata kuna yenye wanasemanga ndani ya SHA, they have nothing. They don't know about NHIF. They don't know how much you are paying NHIF. And then they don't even sit down to research and find out NHIF tulikuwa tunalipa ngapi na what services were people getting out of that. They don't have
that.
They have no clue. Help. They don't know what is help. They don't know. They don't know that how kids were going to the university, how much they were paying. First and foremost.
Watoto walikuwa kilipa 8,000 semester.
I don't want to put in bracket. But I want to describe these people in the diaspora when you're not describing.
No, bracket. By this, joy to me your shares, joy to me so
the bracket I'm about to describe is not a good one. Our they don't help anyone at home. Unaona?
Oh yeah.
Not in touch with their kin. They don't even pay their fee. Unajua kama ungekuwa unalipa fee inakuuma. Because suddenly unasikia watu wenye ulikuwa na support wakienda university, suddenly you need to cough more money, it bites you so much. Unaona,
You need to do a harambe. Watu wamerudi kwa maharambe ndio wapeleke
you need to
watoto
do a
college.
harambe. Unasikia sasa ati mtoto last year mlikuwa mnang'ang'ania mko na 16k mtoto ameenda kusoma na mnang'ang'ania then unasikia suddenly haja access help, suddenly he has to pay 140,000. So it
Imagine.
Then if you are not helping your kid even in medication, you don't understand about NHIF.
Sha.
Kwa sababu kama
wewe ndio help na wewe ndio sha bado.
Kama ungekuwa ka ground ungekuwa unalipa NHIF ya mtu, ama ungekuwa umeshashughulika, someone was sick ukasikia kwamba NHIF ilimlipia, so ungekuwa na hiyo information. So these people have no information about Kenya because they're out of touch. They are not of touch with their relatives. They don't care. It is them themselves walikuja America ama wakanda Britain na wako na bibi zao na watoto wao huko, so they don't care about what's happening in Kenya.
What is happening with Kenyans?
Some of them don't even care about their parents, unfortunately, or their siblings. So therefore I'm challenging you.
Wanatuita black tax.
Yes, that's alafu hao ndio wanakuja kusema hapa mtu asinitishe pesa, mtu asinitishe asifanye. Come on, we are Africans. We can never run away from foods. Okay?
Responsibility of family.
Yes, and let me say this. Me, I hate the way the West functions, especially when it comes to family. I hate it so much because kwa sababu unaona West mtu anachukua mama yake mwenye amemzaa
anapeleka home. Alafu anamwabandon huko. Anaenda kuvisit as and when they are available. If at all.
Alafu ana justify ati kwa nini sababu gani amefanya hivyo. And then hapo ndio West na perform. Sisi, I told someone here hapa America nikamwambia skiza, listen carefully. Ananiambia ati why did I keep nagging my kids to do this course? Siji na bado na wafoto wamemaliza hii course. Siji fanya ati kwa nini siwezi wacha ni wazima. Listen, we live for our children and they live for us. That is how we are brought up.
That is who we are. Yeah.
That is who we are. We live for I live for my children and they
children,
live yes, because my mother lived for me and I lived for her because I like it was my
and you have seen how you've turned out as a result.
Yes. So there's yes badilisha. Sasa hao wenye wako West wamejitenga tu. Now let me tell you something. I want to challenge them. When you are na makaratasi, some of them have papers and they rarely even go home. They go home after 5 years. Ati West kisikia wakiongea sasa za West ni Trump, Biden, Trump, Biden, Trump. Skizeni. Nyinyi watu, some of us belong to the school of thought of Matiang. We are weeping for our motherland because it affects us directly. So we have a lot of information with Fred Matiang. That is because we have been on the yes. And I'm not Sikuringa. That is me. So that is our nimeanaliza watu waimba au video wako hawana information about Matiang. They have nothing. They don't know where we are coming from and where we are going. How are you? So the sikupenda kwao ni information hawana.
And the thing is, if we keep discussing, I think the people on what we now call the opposition side, we cannot front so many people who are also unsure about their career. Unajua tunaweza jibeba na mtu akuja to dump na hapo mbele. Like the pressure you give somebody should be good enough for them not to listen to Ruto. Like right now, we can talk about Kalonzo, but we have had a very bad experience in a Kalonzo. Philip Flopper.
Kuna mtu nimeguza roho ananiuliza ati have I been in touch? Listen, Sicily, I go home twice a year. Do I say I'm a very proud Kenyan for your information. Sasa naweza enda mara 3. Endelea Jemo.
So most of the time tukikuja hapa tunakoga tunajua what Ruto is doing and what other options. Guarantee you, Gachagua is not an option in that country right now. Gachagua tunamtumia kama afea, ya kurusha mawe, So, what I was saying the other day, he's the pace setter. Eventually someone else will have to cross the line. So we cannot be here speaking about multiple options. Right now, Kenyans have settled on Maraga. And I believe that's not Maraga, Matiang'i. And I believe that is a fair option based on the fact that he has been embraced by so many regions of the country. That's an option that is not Mount Kenya. That's an option that can be embraced by the Western. Even the Gusii, Gusii is a small community in Kenya. So it's, for the first time, can we even have that approach where the president does not come from the biggest communities? You know, we will hold them accountable. Gen Zs are not going in. The one thing I feel Ruto failed himself is that umepewa exam, umeanguka, ukapewa exam ingine enye iko mpaka na multiple answers checked out for you. And you still went, and if the answer was C, where ukaenda ukavuta ukaweka D. Ruto has been told all the problems that he has. So there's nothing so big that he can say that we have too much, we beat too much than we can handle. No, umeambiwa focus on this XYZ, but you're still failing. You fired the people, you brought them back to even worse positions. Murkomen was transport. Nobody even talks about transport nowadays. So Murkomen is busy messing up interior with stupid statements. Every time this guy comes back, he has to end up making statements kwa bunge. And they are very controversial statements. So Ruto is failing himself. So we need people, alternative reasons or alternative people to lead Kenya. And as long as you are here calling out, tukisema Matiang'i nasema nini? Ukisema Maraga tukwambie this is the reason Maraga. Me, I feel like Maraga did not take advantage of the vacuum. And the vacuum really needed someone to fill it. And that's the same reason Raila did. Raila, instead of taking advantage of that vacuum that was there, and he was the alternative at the time, he decided to join the problem. So I don't get it. Naona watu wakisema ati toxic, ati tumesetu na Matiang'i. Just give me an alternative reason, person, and we can chambua huyo mtu. Ezikuwa ni Wajakoya, can never be Wajakoya. Maraga.
Let me say this: the GMO, they are right to just argue that they are constitutional right. Lakini niseme hivi, sorry, unajua Matiang'i ame overtake everybody. See that all these other guys could not be considered. Unaona, at one time we were even talking about Kalonzo. We were talking about Kalonzo.
Yeah, we were.
Hata tunaweza, hata tuko tunaongelea Omtata, right?
Oh, sana.
Omtata at one time has formed this presidential bid team. See, he even announced it. He came in public and announced presidential bid. Lakini it is just in a competition. You know, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going, the best takes it. So lazima tuko kwa gia ingine sasa. Sasa shida iko ni kwamba Matiang'i has outrun all of them. We are not in there, but first and foremost, may respect Okiya Omtata, because he has also been fighting for human rights and civil rights in Kenya. Amekuwa sana. Unaona, na personally, I have nothing against Omtata. I don't think I can accuse him for anything. Now, I have candidates like, okay, Kalonzo Musyoka is seen as a tribal king. But to be sincere, we cannot accuse Kalonzo of any crimes. Can we, Jemo? We want to
No.
We cannot accuse him of any.
He's too nice.
Yes. We only don't like ati hananga msimamo saa mara mingi. Unaona, hatuwezi kumwaccuse ati Kalonzo alifanyia watu kwa Kenya hivi. You see, so I'm just trying to say that all these people have a good side of them. All of them, a lot of them that we are mentioning. Even Maraga, we remember him that he was bold enough to nullify a stolen election. You see, that's a positive thing, a positive vibe about him. But now, Matiang'i has outrun all of them. Matiang'i kuna charisma. He doesn't have to shout. He doesn't have to politic. And then he has his track record. So he's ni vile tu ni wewe Jemo umesema ni kipawa ya Mungu. Saa zingine kunaleta vipawa ya Mungu.
Ni favor.
Kuna ile favor ya Mungu anapeana mtu. So we just have to accept the fact and see that we are being toxic, Joseph. We are just calling the fact. Joseph amesema ati Ruto alidanganya watu. Hiyo watu kudanganya na Ruto, Joseph, I'll never buy it. Hiyo anybody who thinks Ruto was a killer, I'll never buy it. Walidanganywa. Hiyo sinuangi hiyo ati mtu lidanganywa. Hiyo I never buy it. I will never buy it, Jemo. I'm sorry. I can't Ruto cheated people, that lied to people and they bought it. Hiyo ilikuwa tu chuki yao against Raila Odinga that made them vote for Ruto. Hiyo tu.
Oh yeah, that's the point. You know, and I honestly say the same thing umesema. Everybody has their constitutional right ya kusema who is the alternative. But as much as you want to say your opinion, also be ready to campaign for them that much.
Jemo, a minute. Njiru, can you add Aimba to the studio? Njiru, add Irene to the show. Njiru na yeye. Njiru, jana ulikasirika vile tukusomea. Atuwa unatu abandon kwa studio. Mbona ulikuwa nakasirika and we were just telling you the truth?
Njiru is like Ruto. He doesn't learn from his mistakes. Hata msomeaji. Ata repeat. Kwa Njiru anakaa alikuwa anakula viboko sana na teacher.
Njiru.
Because
and I think he kept with the teacher. Akiambiwa hivi anaanza kuargue justify. Kwa nini amekuja amechelewa shule? Anaanza kuargue. Nimekwambia ukae pale, anaanza kuargue kwa nini he's sitting. Alafu unajua ni Kenya anapewa slap.
Njiru hajui ku learn from mistakes.
Njiru, can you add ukiendelea Jemo, acha nitumie text direct.
Okay. Lakini Joseph Karaoke, we have to be part of the next process. Hatuwezi stagnate. We make mistakes, we move on. Part of what we are doing prior to election, we talk. Itakuwa, you will do us justice if you present your ideas, we discuss it, we move on. Maybe hata wewe ndio unaweza kuwa president na huko hapa kwa comments. Pandisha maunga Njiru.
Joseph alikasirika jana tulipomwambimuza kama yeye ni wa Kasongo.
Joseph. Na wewe ni yule Joseph moja anakuanga hapa juu.
Alijambo.
Na leo amekasirika. Au jamaa anakuanga. Acha nifikirie. Kuna discussion niko hapa nayo. Joseph alikuwa side gani?
Alikuwa nasema alianza tu pole. Akaanza kusema kwamba ati Ruto will do some projects and will convince people. Mimi nikamuuliza Joseph, since when did you start in Ruto? Atuto anaweza maliza project hata ya choo. Unaona? Alafu later on wakaendelea na Irene. Wacha nitakumbuka hiyo discussion waliendelea aje. Mpaka Irene akamwambia nimekuonea 18.
Joseph unakuwaga mtu reasonable. Upande tu hapa juu kuliko kulilia hapo chini. Kuja ujionge, fungua, sema ikutoke.
Asema ikutoke.
Hizi choo za Ruto lazima tuzianze kuzihesabu sahi. Na sio kwa comment section. Because unaweza mtetea hapa hata mimi nimvotie. Niko na ID.
No, Joseph, we are not toxic. We are just straightforward. You are either hot or cold. Period. Hakuna katikati.
Wewe hata ukisema toxic nikidhani yako huko tu anatuchamusha hapa tuchamuke. Aende aseme angalia vile watu ni mwachamusha.
Unajua alikasika je tulimwambia tunamuonea 18.
Joseph, gawa ni mtu wa Ruto. Usaidie tu kuhama. Tunaweza hizo wheelbarrow za UDA, I hope nikidhani hata sijafanya kazi bado ziko na rangi. Unaweza msaidia kuhama nazo.
I don't think Joseph ni mtu wa Ruto. I think he's just disappointed that he must have voted for Ruto. Sasa unajua kako ka disappointment pia kako na hii serikali ya Nyariamini hivi ndio inapeleka mambo sasa, yani it has failed miserably. I think it's just another disappointed Kenya. That is what I think. But then because of that he won't buy in that kuna watu wanaweza outrun Ruto. Unajua hakubali kwamba unajua kuna Wakikuyu tuko na huu msemo kwamba mtu mwenye atembea anasemanga ni mama yake tu anapika poa. Unajua ile msemo ya Kikuyu James kama unajua hiyo msemo au hujaishi Kikuyu land that people who don't travel people who have not visited other homes only think that their mother is the best
cook, yeah.
Yes. So historia yani okay, those who voted for Ruto had the only reason they had is because they hated Raila Odinga, especially Mount Kenya region. I don't think they believed Ruto was a good person. And I don't think they believed that he was not evil, because they had every evidence about his evil and his crimes against humanity. But for the sake of the hate of one person called Raila Odinga, they voted for that man, wakasema mwizi wetu, muuaji wetu. Now, they are disappointed at his performance. Okay, they knew he wasn't going to do good, but they didn't know he was going to do so bad.
Yeah.
They didn't know he was going even to hurt them. They didn't know he was going to hurt the economy. They didn't know he was going to turn their lives upside down. So you're surprised, na you're shocked, na you're trauma in our frustrate sana. Lakini now, they won't buy into the thing like mtu anaweza tokea kizea kama Matiang'i. Wakenya waanze kusema ati he's a performer. Yani hiyo kitu ni kama mtu kusema ati kuna mwanamke mrembo kuliko bibi yako. Unaona?
Oh yeah. Lakini Joseph tutamsamea tu wenyewe.
Just we understand you, but we are hatuchukii watu hapa. Hatuko toxic. We are just in black and white. We don't buy middle line. Hata
Joseph na alikuanga warigiji, amesikia tuna discuss Matiang'i hapa. Joseph na umepoteza sana.
Sidhani alikuwa warigiji damu kabisa, as in buying rigiji, because I think he was just he just voted for Ruto and he was disappointed.
Oh yeah, so inaonekana Joseph is not planning to vote 2027.
Yes, he may not vote because
he's given up. He doesn't want to hear about anything about a politician.
So he doesn't want. Okay, he doesn't feel we should vote for Matiang'i. Unaona, and at the same time he has no other candidate to tell us about. Atuambie bas kama mimi na propose fulani si Matiang'i, na tukidisapprove au candidates wengine anasikia vibaya. And no, we are very reasonable here. We are trying to tell you why we disapprove of all these candidates and why we are tunawaeka kwa level number 1, number 2, number 3. Tunaweka hivyo. Hata tunawaambia kama ni Kalonzo will get tribal votes. Gema, unaona? Tunakwambia hivyo. Rigiji tunawaambia Rigiji, we are not ready for Rigiji presidency right now. But we appreciate what he's doing. In fact, Rigiji atakuwa kwa hiyo gava, by the way. Wacha tu niwaambie ukweli, mumpende msipende. Rigiji government.
He has to be there to...
Yes. And maybe...
Even without being in government, Rigiji has a lot of say right now.
Yes, he has a lot of favor and influence. And if he's in that government, Rigiji may surprise Kenyans and perform. Unaona, you and Irene, you made some good arguments here. You said that you talked about how we have set another standard and expectations for Kenya. Yani, tumewekea viongozi wetu expectations zingine, syllabus inaenda mbio sana, and our expectations are very high. So, aturudi chini, so whether it is Rigiji or who, they got to meet that expectation. We are not going back, okay? So even if Rigiji is that government, he will have to perform. I'm telling you, he will have to perform. So we are not like dismissing everybody here. We are just telling everybody else here that that is it.
Lakini Joseph anakuanga hapa juu, he is always contributing. Today, kesho Joseph ukipanda huku juu, lazima tujue wewe, utupe, mbona unakuanga hapa juu na nikamiss your opinion on your candidature? Because anakuanga hapa.
Anakuanga hapa tu, ni mpoa. Ni vile tu.
Mbona amekuwa hapa na nimesikiza, lakini ni kama ana moderatingi. Na sijuangi, ana moderate sana na kosa kutoa maoni yake.
No, he gives his maoni. He's a good moderator too, by the way. So Joseph, rudi hapa, tuendelee na hii kazi, na hii struggle. Even if you don't agree with us, it's okay.
Hii gari Joseph bwana, ni ile matatu yenye unapanda ikiwa 60 miles per hour, haisimamaangi hata kwa bumps. Unaweza ingojea hapo. Ikipiga bump unaruka, ikienda juu unarudi nayo chini, because Kenya vile inafaa iende saa hii. Ruto should never have a chance ya try to meddle with the inaitwaje, kuna ile momentum ya watu. There is a certain momentum Ruto knows he's been left behind.
Mpaka anasema anaita watu makazins.
Makazins. Hata nimeshangaa alisema ati we chew more than we could bite.
Okay.
We bite more than that we could chew.
I have been telling you guys, this guy will vacate power. So mnakumbuka before, kuna kitu alisema before he said that he cannot hand over. There is something else he said like
hizo ni syllabus.
Kuna kitu alisema, I just forgot, I was analyzing it here. Ruto spoke like someone who was dying or trying to kill himself. Before he said, I cannot hand over. Then later on, anasema ati siwezi handia watu over. Ati watu, ati wanafikiri naweza hand over to this kind of people. Mimi nikajiuliza, je, story ya hand over inakuja wapi na election 2027? Story ya hand over inakuja wapi, je? Niambie. Story ya hand over sasa inakuja wapi?
Hakuna. Na kwanza hakuna mahali kwa constitution kuna mahali ya handover.
Hata sio hivyo, kwani tuko na election kesho ama next year?
Ruto
where is coming from story ya handover?
Vile tunakimbiza hii syllabus, one week is like 1 year. Too many things are happening.
Too many things happen. So
he went from I can't hand over to these people to when he was in Naivasha kwa hiyo ka conference kake akiongea juzi sit down akasema I'm a man on a mission. To I think I bit too much than I can chew.
Say that even if it costs me my election.
Sasa yani huyu kama hata angekuwa mkimbiaji wa huko Rift Valley, he's not running a very good race because he's slowing down, he's picking up, like he cannot maintain a pace of a winning. It's said that Ruto is telling me like, this is how I can use Ruto when it comes to running, and I can use Rigiji. Rigiji is a pace setter. He's not supposed to finish the race. Okay, he's pace setting for Matiang'i once, and he's doing a good job because Matiang'i amepita Ruto na wanaenda wakienda.
Na Rigiji ameweka force ingine hapo, yani Rigiji is Rizzo. Yani Rigiji can beat you every time Rigiji stands to say something. Rigiji just anachaka tumbe Ruto ikiuma imejaa mioto. Ninaona Aimba Berudi na Joseph ameingia, sijui Jemo decide who speaks first ama Aiba says whether you want
wacha tufanye hivi. Karaoke nini, unajua tumempiga huko chini sana. Urani yako na Deto, msalimia na Deto ya kupunguza maumivu. Joseph, you can go and then Aimba.
Mambo
fiti.
Si ati mimi niko na maumivu bwana. Mimi kama unataka kujua nani nilivotia 2022, hata si mambo ya kushinda nikiongea hapa na nyinyi ati mingi. Mimi nilikuwa ninakesha kila siku tukiongelea mambo ya Raila na tukikampenia Raila. Wacha hata ukampenia Raila ati tunamkampenia na watu. Mimi nilikuwa na kampenia Raila na familia yangu. Wamekataa kuvotia Raila, wanavotia Ruto. So it's not a big wonder. Ndio ninawaambia toxicity si mzuri. Unajua mtu aikuja hapa akona views zake. Kila mtu akona issue, akona views zake ya vile aliona election ya 2022 vile ilifanyika. I saw what happened. I can never want it to happen again. I felt it. Hiyo election ya 2022 iliniguza vibaya sana. I've never been on a losing side and I can never want to be again.
And ndio tulikuwa tunauliza hivi. Just so now our only concern at this point was, okay, fine. You do not, it's a good thing you've expressed yourself fully. You do not want to be part of you do not want us to ever go through what you went through in 2022. That's a given. None of us would want to go there. What is that you feel we did not do that we should otherwise do now better? Some of us have an opinion, and we've always voiced it here as to what we ought to have done. It was our candidate. Obviously, it has boiled down to our candidate. By the year two, it has boiled down to our candidate. Tumefanya assessment, tumefanya kaswat kasmall. Tumeconfirm ni candidate wetu ndio ilikuwa kwanza shida kushinda anyone else. But sasa wewe, in your own opinion, seeing as we are moving forward with a new candidate, what would you recommend as what we should do differently in 2026, 2027, if you want a different outcome?
Aimba, you know you are very funny. Unasema move on na candidate wenyu na mpaka wale watu wamesimama pale waje chagua ule mtu atakuwa candidate wao. We need to go slow on these things. Ndio unaona hata wao wenyewe wanawaambia endeni polepole. Already you have
What
said
time
you
do
have
we have
settled
to
on
go slow on it? Already they were
even
saying,
them
do
they
you
are quick, they are
remember?
the ones who telling us to go slow. Sisi tunawaambia waende slow. They
Do
have
you
told us
remember? Do you remember,
be
Joseph?
slow, tutajua tutapanga hii
We
mambo.
were being
Nyinyi
told that we are trying to push out Ruto, yet we don't even have a replacement for him. Raila came and told us to our faces, watoto wetu wakitolewa kwa gunia kwa kwari, that tutoe Ruto, then what? Then what? Who will come? Okay, so now we have given a reason, an alternative of who will come. Ndio hawa sisi tunaambua hizi vitu mnatuambia.
Sisi hatujasema ati hakuna alternative ya kutoa Ruto. You don't understand people. I'm saying what we are saying. Let's go slowly on these things. We still have 1.5 more years to do these things.
Which is a very short time in politics. It's a very,
yeah,
very short time in politics.
And one day is a year in politics. One day.
Precisely my point.
One
So
day is a year in politics. And ndio mnaambiwa go slowly. Hata Gachagua ule na support hapa ni yeye aliwaambia. The Gachagua, sikuache niongee ama utaongea ni nyamaze. Because it's like you like to interrupt me when I'm talking. Gachagua alikuwa
imagine you come here
aliwaambia.
too combative. Joseph, imagine sisi hatuko tunapigana.
So I let you speak then. I let you speak.
Yeah, you can let me speak, but usikuje hapa na hiyo combativeness, hatukuagi hapa hivyo, by the way.
Okay, ongea
hizo
ukimaliza then I'll talk. Ukimaliza then I'll talk.
Hapa tunanga hizo hang-ups. Hizo vitu Gachagua wanatuambia are not important. They are part of the political class after all. They are part of the people who've always sold us out to the highest bidder. At this point, as we are setting our own pace, they should not tell us what to do with our nation, because at the end of the day, the constitution gives us sovereign authority over our land. That we delegated that job doesn't mean that some of us delegated including our brains, and that we suspended it and decided we are not going to apply it because other people are applying it on our behalf. So as to what they're telling us in terms of pacing it, that is up to them. Sisi, we will take our own pace. We are making a replacement, working on it, working on all the rebuttals. As for you telling us to take it slow, then again you're telling us the systems did not work. So you think that now if we took it slow and so we wait towards the elections, how are we going to fix the system better and ensure that you're closing all the loopholes?
Can I talk now? Can I talk now?
You can go ahead, yeah. But
don't interrupt me. I did not interrupt you.
Imagine, don't be condescending.
If you have something to counter, just counter me. Let's be civil. If you have something to counter, counter me.
Thank you. Apply civility. Apply civility, but whatever you do for your own good.
If you have something to counter after I finish talking.
Yes, that's what I'm telling you. But my recommendation to you would be that we become as respectful as we can get over here. Because trust me, you cannot outshout me if at all that is what you think you want to do.
Are you done?
Of course.
So what I was saying, James, what I was saying, because you gave me a chance to talk. What I was saying is, these things I talk them and they come and happen. The other day we saw Gachagua saying that there is people who are coming to be sold at Jubilee na scheme imeuzwa. All these things are happening at the same time. We are doing the same things all over again. Ukisikia Gachagua akisema ati hao watu sijui wako na nini na nini na nini. If we need to have a president there up, we need to have leaders here down. We can never have a president there up and we don't have leaders here down. What is that you're giving the president? Your president even will not become powerful or what you're making. We need to have systems from here down going onwards. Lakini ukikuja usikie mtu anakuambia ati lazima uvotie hii party ndio itakuwa majority huku. That's the problem we are facing. And that's why we are saying we need to have to take time. Look at these things carefully, deeply. Even the Matiang'i you are supporting, mwenyewe anaenda polepole. Hamja muona akiwa kwa gari juu ati amekuja ameanza campaign wa. Lazima vitu ziende systematically. The way you are dealing with the government which is power, and this is the first time you are dealing with the president that you are saying is going for one term. Amwezi kakuwa mnaenda tu kama umepeleka nduthi yenyu vua. You know, people are here, they say that Ruto, what he's saying is not hand over power. Uhuru was in his last term. He was not caring. Hakuwa anajali. Yeye alikuwa amemaliza term yake. Amekuwa amemaliza 10 years zake. We are trying to edge out somebody who is in 5 years. We need to know that atakuwa pia yeye anataka kukatalia kwa hiyo power. Atakuwa akitaka kukatalia pale. But if we don't know that, we are dealing with a monster. I think you have seen we are dealing with a monster. It's not the same Uhuru you are dealing with in 2022. Mtu ulikuwa unaambiwa ati hata 2017 alikuwa amekataa akasema kama kutatoka vita wacha nipatiane hii kiti. Tunadeal na mtu mwingine very different, na mtu akona ugaidi mwingi sana. Lakini kukuja ati kusema mtu anaea views zake ati anaambiwa wewe ni wa Ruto, that is not the right way to go. People have views and other people want to listen to those things that somebody is saying. We have been here in 2022. If we continue doing these things the same way, we're not going to get different results. That's why you are hearing us saying that we need even to mobilize at the ground level. Si lazima tukue tunavotia ati chama mzima ati imevotiwa yote. What people voted for, hiyo ilikuwa inaitwa suti UDA. What are the leaders doing? All of them. They have become part and parcel of what the government is saying. But if you have leaders with different diverge opinions, you not have all this we are having in the parliament. Because voting only for the president is not helping. We need also members of parliament who are thinking. You can vote for a president, okay, but you have members of parliament who are swayed anyway. And not only members of parliament, even the ones who are there down, the MCAs. You can see there is a guy who brought goons. Have you seen any MCA who is talking about it? They are the members of county assembly in Nairobi. They have not even taken a motion to Nairobi national county assembly to say that there were goons who are brought in the county. You have not heard about that. So if we and I had one of the MCAs that I voted for, who was a UDA, because me I never voted for ati Suti. There is people I voted for. I saw huyu naweza mchukua nimvotie, but I'm seeing now there is a different when you vote this way ati Suti, there is a different thing that it brings you. I've been doing that from 2013. I voted Suti yote. 2017 I did the same. 2022 ndio nilijaribu nika combine kidogo. I voted even for Sifuna, and I can see there is some changes in what I did. But if we continue saying that hata tutaongea tu president pale juu and we don't give good leaders, even give vote to good leaders here down, unasikia ati mtu anasema tutapiga Suti yote DCP. That is the same issues we are going to be dealing with. So for these guys, me, I don't have any issues with any presidential candidate you have in your mind. But also, I'm not the one who is going to choose him. Or you are not the people who are going to choose them. They are the ones who are going to go sit there. They have their committee. And even people did not want Gachagua in the other side. Me, I was not following the other side. But even I was thinking when Gachagua atachaguliwa hiyo kitu itaaguka haraka sana. But he came to prove us wrong in the 2022 election. Whether you say iliibiwa ama ikuibiwa, ndio walichukua hiyo kiti. So they came to prove us wrong. People came and said Gachagua all through, amekuja akawa prove wrong. So we don't know even what they are going to talk there. Hatujui kama hata ni Kalonzo watakuwa flag bearer. So we need to take these things the way they are telling us. Let us give them space also to be able to arrange these things. We are pressuring them, and also the other side is pressuring them. Let's take things easy. We don't know even if we are going to have a Maraga as the next candidate. We don't know. We don't know the plans they are planning. Tuliona ni vile kulifanywa 2022. Watu waliejiwa out na IEBC during the last phases. So we don't know. We need to hata kama tunasema hata IEBC yenyewe haija kuja ikaepo set up in place. That is what we should be fighting for. There is things we are supposed to be fighting for now. We have so many issues. IEBC pia ijaekwa. We don't know if itaekwa lini. Bado watu wanakimbia makotini. Alichagua bado haijaekwa na nini, na hawajaapishwa. Watu bado wanakimbia makotini. So these things we need to take it a little bit slower. We are going with that pace. Na tukienda na hiyo ndio kwanza Ruto anapenda hivyo. Na ndio unasikia akiwaambia nileteni candidate wenu. That is what he needs.
Okay, I hear you, Joseph, and I want to take you seriously.
Julia, yeah, Julia, I want to probably work maybe okay, yeah, this can be general. I wanted to take it on a feminine side, but then let me just take it. James, when did you have your first child, Jemo?
At 25.
At 25. Before getting the child, what were you doing?
I was a
With
student.
your life?
Actually, I had my child when I was finishing senior year of college.
All right.
Jemo, before you answer, you answer Irene, before Jemo acquires, that's my son. My son, when he acquired his first degree, alikuwa na bibi na mtoto. So he had 2 degrees.
But let me ask you, why were you studying? Why? Not
Why?
what? Why were you studying here?
Wanazanga, see, for education is part of the process. I think education became part of rite of passage, especially in America. So it was time for me to study in college. I wouldn't say that for Kenya, but for knowledge.
Also for knowledge. What did you need the knowledge for?
For skills, to equip myself with skills to handle life.
Okay, and what did life entail to you? What was your projection of what life was supposed to be?
Since I started in America, I knew it was guaranteed jobs, which I wouldn't have gotten if I didn't have a degree. So it put me in a better place. Just to grow career based on the knowledge I acquired.
All right, Julia. Yeah,
yes.
Thank you, Jamal. Julia, on to you now. You said that you live for your children and that they live for you and you're raising them to live.
Yes.
Sorry. Did you hear? Yeah. I hope you didn't lose me because my screen went on standby. I asked, you said you live for children and you're also training them to live for you. Like a family unit means everything to you.
Yes.
What are you doing that? What end is that towards?
Like, why am I doing that? Okay. Everything I do for my children, I want them to be stable in life. Like when I'm gone, they can stand on their own.
All right.
Yeah, that is always my focus.
So there's a famous saying that when you fail to plan, you plan to fail.
Yes. Exactly.
There's the whole conversation around saying that let those people come and do. I am not in a space. Like the problem is, and I think we are so used to being led. Very few of us are leaders to the extent that we actually think that the responsibility to lead belongs to someone else and not to us. We don't point ourselves first when it comes to what is my role. Even as a right, even as a right holder, we do not care about the fact that there can be the responsibility to be a duty bearer, and that is where we go wrong as a people. And guys have known that that mentality is flowing and holds. Some of us were not born like that. Some of us were born leaders, and there's absolutely nothing we can do about it. We've never known anything else. I'm literally the 9th born in a family of 10, but there's no time I would tell you in my life that I've had the luxury of sitting back and saying, so and so is doing it, so and so will think about it and tell me. I've never had that luxury. It's not something that has ever been formed in me. I have not raised any child who's come off my hands, including the young people that I train, including the children that I get involved in. I've not taught any of them to be people who wait and see. I've taught them to be people who are in charge, because in life there are no guarantees. The reason why people had an education and did not wait for something to happen, including a child coming along and thinking, oh, by the way, that one needs to feed, that one needs a life. In the case of Julia, thinking, oh, my grandchildren need a grounding and a basing. These kind of parents are the ones that I want to raise my grandchildren, and that my future holds this. That's precisely the reason why you're planning towards it with everything that you're doing deliberately. 1.5 years is a pretty short time for you to work with a new IEBC. You're working with a treacherous person whose only motivation and the only thing he's ever known to do is cut corners. Then you're bringing in a person who probably at this point you tell me anyone except for Matiang'i out of that list that has been mentioned over here and that lineup that other team has, you bring any of those guys, this guy is going to wipe the floor with them at 10 a.m. because he knows their weakness. The only person who can take on this thug is the one person who actually went against him and went head to head with him for an entire period of 10 years, working as he constructed. This guy was busy constructing back, and Kenya floated. So when someone is telling me 1.5 years is a short time and telling me let them go and sit, they are sitting to do what? Discuss my future, discuss my child's future, discuss the future of my grandchildren. Are you out of your mind? No one is going to come and sit and discuss anything on my behalf. I have taken that delegated authority out of that constitution and decided that I can exercise it. In my own right, I'm exercising what I prefer as a duty bearer on my part. As a right holder, I am expressing my right. It is held in the Bill of Rights that I have an express authority to speak about what it is that I want and how I want it. That is why I pay my taxes to work for me. Nobody comes to do for me a favor in a position that they're elected in, that my taxes pay them. I've got a right to speak about it. I've got a right to pace it. I've got a right to guide it. And nobody tells me how or when I need to do it. I do it whenever, however, and whatsoever. I am present at it. I will follow it through. Mwenye anaona kama ina infringe on their space, tafuta space yako, pia wewe ni Mkenya ama ubast. No two ways about it. Sorry.
Okay, I was saying that I had what Joseph was saying. So he's like, we shouldn't talk about Matiang. Like, we should wait for these political leaders to tell us what they want and whom they have decided that they want. So I don't know what would be discussing here. Me personally, I count myself as an opinion shaper, and I count myself that my opinion counts. And let me say this: all through since I matured, I have managed to influence the folk around me to vote according to what I think is right. Nanuwa nangangana sana Irene and the rest. Nakwambia hata MP wa ground. Sometimes hata nimeshaenda home nikapata watu wameamua ni fulani now, I start changing them because I don't think that is right. That is me. I'm just like, no, you can't do this, ma'am. You can't support this person. He's evil. Because I count myself as an opinion shaper. And a lot of times they agree with me and they thank me for the decisions they make later on. So even here, when we talk about Fred Matiang, we can't hide, we can't run away from that. We can't say we won't mention his name because it is too early. No, this has always happened since we began voting. I think Korovasia, maybe I don't know who is the youngest person here, lakini anaweza kuwa sijui ni nani. Sitaki kusema watu juu we have not met face to face. But I want to say that
Njero.
I think the first time I was old enough to vote in 1997. Okay? But the first time I voted was 2002. That is the Kibaki Tosha movement. And Kibaki did not come from somewhere. Kibaki did not just appear. Raila Odinga and team did not go and get a Kibaki who was hiding somewhere in his house. He was already a candidate for his party and a candidate for one side, ya kina Ngiru. Alikuwa candidate wa kina Ngiru na kina Michael Kijana wa Malwa. Si ati alikuwa somewhere from the blues. Ati alikuwa so nowhere in particular. He was already somewhere. So for Raila Odinga and team to decide Kibaki Tosha, It is because he was already somewhere. They didn't get him from nothing. So Kibaki and team would not have sat and said to tukubaliane nani, tusiongee mengi, tuache kuhara. First and foremost, the 202 situation was, this situation right now is almost a replica of the 202 situation. Right now as we talk, is almost a replica. We have a Kanu guy, a Moi guy, that is Ruto. In fact, we have a Moi son in every way, in character and behavior. That is William Samoei Ruto. And therefore, we have a problem. We have a problem. Okay, good Moi was retiring, but he was going to give us Uhuru Kenyatta. Who was this person? You see, he was going to perpetuate his ideologies through Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And we didn't want that as Kenyans. We had to do the unthinkable of agree, not the unthinkable. The Raila team and the others had to agree on one person, but they did not get him from the bush. He was already in the limelight of a presidential candidate. In fact, they had to agree to Kibaki or risk losing to Moi. They had to do that. Now, in 1992, I think all of us were old enough, we had the first presidential election under the Multi Party. Matiba and the others floated themselves. Nobody said that Matiba museme mnasimama, museme mungoje tukubaliane. Who does that in any political arena? Nani nasimanga hivyo? Nobody does that. So me, Joseph, I'm not buying into your idea that we should not talk about who should be president, that we should wait for them to agree. In fact, talking about who should be president is the first thing we should do. And we must make that person so popular. So we must sing his name in the neighborhood, to our children, to our grandparents. We must sing his name on the rooftops. We must sing his name on Twitter, in TikTok. We must wake up in the morning and sing his name in the morning, in the lunchtime, in the evening, so that it will be so hard for Ruto to say his name. Lakini historia atitugoje tujipange. Ebu nyinyi watu even with Azimio, so that pengine kuna mtu anataka kureact. Even with Azimio, let me say this. For Azimio flag bearer, we had already decided it was Raila Odinga. And there was no turning back. Ebu tugeanza kuanza kujadiliana. Ebu nyinyi kumbuka vile Kalonzo alitupeleka round. Had we decided to negotiate ni Kalonzo ni Raila Odinga mani nani? Let me tell you, we'd have been found with our pants down, because Kalonzo angekwama do you remember, you people, Kalonzo had refused to go to that final meeting that they had gone to decide who is the running mate. Mnakumbuka alikuwa amekataa kwenda. So do we want to be in that situation right now? No. Tumeshaweka candidate wetu. So, and in any case, we have given our good reasons why we think he stands the best chance. First, he'll not be a tribal candidate. That is one of the things that Matiang'i stands out. He'll not be like ati ni mtu wa Gema ama ni mtu wa kabila hii kubwa ama ni, no. And then we have his track record. And unfortunately, we don't have the track records of all the we know who the others are, but we don't have much to attribute to them. Okay? Some of them, we can only call them good boys, but we cannot say that we have seen them achieve 1, 2, 3. But we can say we have seen Matiang'i achieve 1, 2, 3. So we are gonna sing his name. Okay?
Julia.
Yes.
Julia kidogo have you heard that ni kama Matiang'i ako kwa nchi, ako kwa taifa? Matiang'i is like he has landed in Kenya.
He's in Kenya. Yes.
Clip. I sent you a clip, Njiru.
Njiru yuko alifika usiku.
Unajua Njiru anapenda kulala kwa darasa na tumeongea hapa.
Clip
Mpaka tukachukua mtihani.
Yeah, there is something I wanted to report about that. Kuna vile nasikia timu ya Ruto ni kama inatetemeka mbaya sana. Like
Machana karaoke. Karaoke establish yes you are Ruto.
Njiru, the way now you have said that. Now I want to ask Karaoke, Joseph, this question. So now you want us now to tell Matiang'i don't campaign, so that we go sit in a table somewhere, tuanze kujadiliana ni Matiang'i ama ni Kalonzo ama ni Omtata ama ni Gachagua. Hatuna hiyo time.
Julia, unakumbuka huyu Gachagua moja alisema lazima Matiang'i akuje na all the votes za Kisii.
Yes. Hatuna hiyo time. First and foremost, by floating Matiang'i, we are also telling Gachagua, for your information, we have a better candidate. Okay? For your information, as you people fight Ruto, for your information, for the flag bearer to connive, okay? Tumewapatia marking scheme. By the way, tumewapatia marking scheme. By the way, tumewapatia marking scheme ni Fred Okemo Matiang'i. Mtu mwenye afikishi kwa hiyo scale has no business wasting the time of Kenyans. Hiyo ndio na marking scheme, hii marking scheme sio tribal. Let me tell you, if we had not floated Fred Okemo Matiang'i, we would have risked going back to a tribal cocoon ya Gema, sijui nini. Hiyo ni mbaya. That one is a bad card. Setting a tribal card is a very nasty card. But for right now,
and I think Matiang'i is acceptable, by the way. Matiang'i, I think acceptability rate yake is very high. Frankly speaking, maybe Julia, can you comment to us about that acceptability rate ya Matiang'i? Munaona aje? Si huyu jamaa atakawajaruo atakubalika.
Luos will vote for Matiang'i because he's not been seen as a tribal candidate. Let me tell you.
Kwanza anatoka Nyanza.
Yes, yes.
Hashout
tribal, hashout ya anapigwa kula jinu Agema. And let me tell you, even Gachagua has accepted Matiang'i, has given them a run for their money. Ako pale mbele na wao wako huku nyuma. Nakwambia, Gachagua mwenyewe ame-accept hiyo fate. Because you can't hide yourself from the truth. So we are not going, it's just like the days of Kenneth and Matiba Jindo. Let me tell you, if 1992 elections were genuine, Matiba had given everybody else a run for their money. And there was no argument. Matiba got votes from Kisii to Western to Coast. This is the guy. By the way, we missed a president that would have been in Kenya. That right now tungekuwa kama Singapore. We missed a president in the name of Kenneth Stanley Matiba Jindo. So we are going to those times again. Like, okay, kuna jamaa ametokelezea, lakini wengine how these guys can't give Matiang'i compare. Hawezi mpea compare. Hakuna compare hapo. They can't. So that is why we have to sing Matiang'i in the morning, Matiang'i lunchtime, Matiang'i in the evening. So until it sinks into hata Gen Z imeingia kwa Gen Z kwamba Matiang'i ndiye, even in Gen Z imewaingia ni Matiang'i. So we can't, this story ati kuna mtu anatuambia tugojea tusiongelele. I'm sure Gachagua knows that wataongelea everything else, lakini wanajua presidential candidate nani ni Matiang'i. So, you are saying something before, I don't know, someone else want to react to what I say.
Yeah, so I wanted to react briefly to what Anne is saying. Anne is saying that Matiang'i ana energy na anacheka. I wanted to comment about that. You see, energy is perception. Matiang'i, I think now, he is now putting his cards in the table. I believe now he will now start forming association. We will now start seeing some of the people who Matiang'i will start working with. Kuna wale watu tutaanzia kuona. I don't know if Matiang'i is going to adopt the model ya rallies or he will adopt town halls. Unajua sasa there are two ways in which you can campaign. So he might choose like maybe and I would like him to use that concept. To me, that concept is much better. I wish Matiang'i can adopt the town hall model whereby like kunasemekana leo anaenda Embu, for example. A meeting is organized there and people are sitting down and anaenda kuokota maoni huko, or he goes and gives his model there. So maybe you can also react about that between town hall and rallies. Which one do you think will be effective? Or maybe he needs
Town
to
hall
do
is
a mix
perfect.
of the two.
Town hall is perfect. How we usually go about it, you organize saying you come into a place, you first go, if at all you have a friendly governor, then you pass by the office first, and then you have your day lined up. But then one at every stop, depending on, say, if you're having a town hall in, say, Meru town, so Meru County, for instance, how many points, how many sub-counties do you perhaps have that you feel you should have opinion shapers and opinion leaders who you'll be meeting? So for every town, depending on the mileage, then you can stop by and address people at an open air, and then proceed to the next town hall evo. So like you need to have a very proper program. But you see, as Joseph alluded, and I mean all of us know, we are dealing with quite a rogue as the person who's supposed to be ousted. So you need to be very careful about your movement, what you're doing, because then he can unleash anything on you guys that would even including harm you wouldn't care. I would like to respond to the comment regarding Matiang'i's energy. I don't know whoever saw Mandela speak or even Obama speak. Yeah, Obama, we can say, is a lot more, he's more of an orator and he's better projected. But who saw Mandela speak? He was a fairly soft-spoken person. Matiang'i has a way with words. He requires a certain environment for him to thrive, and it's not and that's the reason why town halls would do well. But then there's usually like a whole team that comes with you. There's like a whole team you form, and you form a team of different, like whenever you're talking about group dynamics, one of the qualities that you're looking for again is you would look for a set of orators, and then you'd break down every point. Not that everyone who takes the mic says the same thing. You could actually have all the points spread across people, then you have orators speaking it. But in this particular case, I don't think we are particularly keen on the kind of noise that Matiang'i would carry with him. Kenya has had noise for a very long time. It is about time now. Sense is what was handed to us. So Matiang'i has a lot of sense that usually comes with him. He might not be the most projected of people. He might not be the most agile in terms of energy, as what we would prefer to see it. That is, I guess, to mean bubbly, because that is what is known of most politicians who are considered charismatic. He might not be the best dancer. Actually, he dances with 2 left feet and things like that. But that by no means says that the guy cannot do an assignment that he's given to do. The rest of us will do the talking, we will do the dancing, we will do the shouting. Let the guy come and occupy a seat and work.
Okay, there's something Anne is saying that at what happened to Matiang'i. I think, Anne, you need to read the history of Kenya. Maybe you are a very young person. Matiba died as a result of the torture he went through the reigns of Moi. Matiba would have been the president that we never had, but unfortunately he died. So Ebu Sama, your history, and in fact, dismissing Matiba, it is a very painful thing to even say, look at what happened to Matiba. Matiba was killed by the KANU regime. Did you read that, Anne? You need to read that history. Kama hauna history, I think you are missing a lot of information about Kenya. That's the same thing I keep saying here. People missing information about Kenya. People missing information about Kenya. Then, Jiru, can you play for these people the clip that Matiang'i was talking about good governance some time back? Maybe they need to really see how much Matiang'i can articulate issues. He doesn't.
Julia washaona, very many people know they know the capacity of Matiang'i. The only problem which we are having is that people are being blurred by some of the propaganda which are being given by Ruto team, because the Ruto team doesn't want a strong man. So in fact, kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema Njuria hapa. Unaona huyo mtu ambaye akina Ruto wana criticize sana, that is the person we should go for, because remember Ruto would want a weak person for us. So ukisikia ati akina Ruto anatuambia sijui huyu sijui nini, and because you can even see the amount of fighting which Ruto regime is fighting Matiang'i. Hata Gachagua hajafika hiyo level in terms of presidency. Can you hear me? I've had ngoja kidogo wacha nimalizie hii point kidogo.
Nitauliza kwa sababu sijaongea bado. Nimeona nimenyamaza hapa for a long time.
Yeah. Wacha nimalize hii point alafu sasa uongee ni nyamaze. Can you imagine, sababu I follow the UDA guys. Can you imagine that even some UDA guys are even projecting Gachagua to be a presidential candidate, but they are diminishing Matiang'i? Unajua kitu nimeanzia kujiuliza why? They are projecting Gachagua, by the some of them wanasema by the way he can be a presidential candidate. So anyway, maybe the question which I also wanted to
Gachagua will lose. It is because they know that they will play the tribal card against Gachagua and atashindwa. That is why they are projecting him. That is UDA. And they are
there's that projection which is being done. But there's a question now which I also now wanted to ask, because now we need to see a team playing here. Maybe I want to ask you people, how do you see the interaction of Matiang'i and Gachagua, either in rallies of town halls? How are they going to play it out so that now we build a very harmonious team, and a team which seems to have guidance, and also a team which might start looking little? because our team has to start looking lethal so that we can continue killing Ruto ambitions. So that is also one thing which we have to look at. How will Matiang'i and Gachagua work together? We need to analyze that. Maybe Joseph unaweza endelea. Nimemaliza.
Mi hata siko na mambo mingi. Unajua kila mtu is entitled to his own view of things. And the question I just wanted to ask, just one question. Have we ever seen Matiang'i in any political nini? Yani ako kwa hiyo political stress. Ile political stress inakujaga at the onset of campaign. Have we ever seen him? Even when he was doing unajua alikufanyia Uhuru campaign because he did some campaign for Uhuru. Have you ever seen him under political stress? Unajua hata tukikuja kuvotia Raila hapa, si Matiang'i alikuwa saidia Uhuru. What do you know why Anne is asking those questions? We had a Matiang'i who ndio unasikiaga mpaka wale watu wanashindaga wale akina wanashindaga wakitusi Gachagua. Wanashindana tu wakitusi Matiang'i, wanasema alijificha. Si wanasemaga alijificha wakati mambo ilianza kuwa moto. Zile kina Uhuru walikuwa wanachomewa shamba zao na nini zao zinaibiwa. Alisema sijui Matiang'i ni kama, kwanza tulikuwa tumesikia story ati ameanza kukaa kama anataka kuongea na Ruto, amuombe atulie. Have we seen him in that political stress? You know, for Gachagua, you know why I give credit to Gachagua? Gachagua has been all through that. Gachagua amepitia hiyo. Tumeona ni mtu amekuwa stand firm.
Can I give an example?
Okay.
Yeah, Joseph, I wanted to give an example, and I want to use the American model when they are trying to project their presidential candidates. For information, in America, most of the presidential candidates are projected by the media before even the political parties take over. And in America, either a Democrat or a Republican, it is not about the most strongest candidate who actually is propagated as the candidate of the next election. This is what happens in America, and how parties start aligning on a certain individual. The issues of alignment, they are built based on perception. And I wanted to explain like the reason actually even which even made my guy, Julia ananiambianga all the time, the reason why actually Donald Trump went all the way even to become the Republican candidate at one time. It begins by perception. How did it happen? By 2015. By 2015, people have started gravitating towards him. And you could hear different people from different corners saying that, feeling that this guy can be a president, this guy can be a president. So there is that perception and people moving towards an individual. And then you now start forming that mammoth ideology, which is galvanized towards that individual. So forming a candidate, because actually a candidate is formed, you need to understand, like right now, and maybe that is a discussion I want us to come and appreciate here in the next day or in another time. In Kenya so far, have we been able to form a candidate? And I will come and tell you here, Bwana Joseph, the reason why, and it's not that because that maybe I'm gravitating towards him, but with the little knowledge which I know, I can tell you that regardless of the scandals which Ruto regime want to propagate to Matiang'i, if we are talking about how candidates are formed, I can tell you already Matiang'i is a formed candidate. In terms of presidential election, he is a formed candidate. Because how is a candidate formed? You look at how are people gravitating towards that person. How is the media perception towards that person? Because you need those two aspects. Because at the end of the day, these are the two aspects which actually now make now that candidate now to be able to be propagated as a presidential candidate. You need that. That is the reason why somebody like me, I cannot be a presidential candidate, because there's no gravitation of people about me, and there's no media perception about me. So those are two things which they have to work together. And now after that, you have formed the candidate. Now, after now forming the candidate, now you have now to analyze the other two things. Which are the other two things? The other two things is about now the negative energy towards that candidate. How is the energy towards that person? Sio ile energy ana alikuwa anasema, hiyo ni energy ya campaign. I'm talking about any person, there is the likes and the dislikes. So how many as equal people are supporting that person as opposing that person? It is something you need to analyze. Then from there, another thing which you need to look at it is how is that person able to propagate his messaging? Maybe Julia anatuambia tuongea hapa, and maybe that would be one of the things which maybe people have not been able to interact with a lot. Maybe people have not been able to look at much of Matiang'i literature work vile amekuwa akiongea, other than maybe zile vitu alikuwa anafanya and his staff talks. So Matiang'i has not been extremely political, and this is the first time when now people want to hear Matiang'i political statements, of which you will not hear and that is one thing which now we have now to understand our candidate, as our candidate is forming. Matiang'i, don't expect him to become extremely political. I know that Kenyans are willing, they want to hear candidates who are extremely political. And that is how actually Matiang'i has capacity to defeat Ruto, because Ruto will come with the polarization of politics. How watu wana mpango na wana nini? That is the politics which Ruto will come with. But how will Matiang'i come? Matiang'i will come with the politics which is ideology and delivery based. He will come about this is what I want to do, especially like in Kenya right now. And maybe Maunga, you can also help me to explain about this. Right now, Kenyans are tired of rhetoric. Kenyans are tired about sijui this and this. So Kenyans are looking at solutions. Kenyans hawataki history ya kuongea mingi. That is why hata Ruto akienda anasimama pale like yesterday he was in a certain town pale alikuwa anaongea. No one is listening to him because people cannot tie up to what he is saying and deliverable. So now, if you are a candidate who can be able to tie what you are talking and deliverable, you'll be the candidate of the day and you will win this election. Because now that is the gap which Kenyans want to fill. And Joseph, we need to analyze that, because Kenyans are tired of empty rhetoric. How many promises did Ruto do and he delivered none? So Kenyans are not willing to listen to other promises from people who have no track record. So that's why I'm trying to say now, Matiang'i has that leg forward where he is a little bit dependable, because you need that confidence that can this person deliver. So now that is the gap. Now you need a candidate of that. Gachagua has that deficit, by the way, for your information. Yes, Gachagua anaongea vitu mzuri sana, lakini nikikuuliza swali sahi, Joseph sahi, are you sure if Gachagua is given the government today, he can fight cartels? Ni swali tu nauliza. I'm not trying to fight Gachagua, but ni swali nakuuliza, because Kenyans are ready to fight cartels, and because we have seen what cartels can do to a country. But nikuuliza swali sahi, Bwana Joseph, let's assume Gachagua is the president today. Can he fight cartels? Can he, some of the things which Ruto is doing, are we sure? So for me, I have that deficit of trust. Yes, rhetorically he is very good, but do I trust him on delivering? I'm not sure he can deliver. Maybe Julia, you also need to advise me on that.
Jiro,
yes,
you went to US. Let's come back now to Kenya. You know that is US. We have we have good things that we can say, but it all boils down to tribalism when it comes to election. And you know that. Let us not try kujaribu kuhepa kwa hii mambo yote. When it comes to 2027, we are going to go back to our tribal basis. That is what is going to happen. Na Gachagua amekuwa pia akiwaambia. Even now you are telling us, Matiang'i ataroot all the Kisii. We are going still to go back to our tribal basis. And that's why we are trying to tell you. Si ati mi napingana na Matiang'i. Juu hata kama ni yeye watachagua, you know, I'll be the end itabidi nivotie, because I cannot vote for Ruto. That is one thing I know. But that's ndio nilikuwa tunauliza, then if you are saying Matiang'i will not be the same hiyo passive, unasema ati hatakuwa mtu strong wa kuongea, then it is better even Kalonzo basi achukue. Hata Kalonzo is the same thing. You are talking here saying Kalonzo hawezi kuongea. So if Matiang'i is the same thing as Kalonzo, kama hawezi ongea, what is the difference are we doing? Tulikuwa tunataka mtu anaweza kakuja akuwe another Gachagua. My friend, 2026 campaign mpaka 2027 juu, it's about now to begin. Wakiset up ABC, it's about now to begin. Ikianza sasa kwa dance floor, kwa unajua kile kina happenigi Njiru, you are seeing the back and forth zilikuwa zinarushwa between Raila na Ruto. Does Matiang'i have the does Matiang'i have the nini to take that pressure? That is what we need to know before we, you can be having all a good candidate. Oh, he can do marvelous work, he can do, but Kenyan politics is about smear me, I smear you. Nitasema wewe ulifanya nini? Ulifanya hivi. It will go down there.
Joseph kidogo. Okay, kidogo. What you need to do is that a presidential candidate just needs a very serious supportive system.
Imagine
you are not doing everything as a president. I don't know why you want Matiang'i to do everything alone. We just need to analyze how is the supportive system looking like. That is what we need to look at.
Jiru, who has ever had a supporting system? Tell me any presidential candidate from who has been having a supporting system.
Matiang'i will have
because
one.
all of them, wote wamekuwa noma. Wote wamekuwa unataka kusema Uhuru alikuwa mnoma.
Uongo.
Unataka kusema Raila has not been powerful.
No, he's
Ruto has not been powerful.
He's not been powerful in his...
So you mean
Ruto has been the only candidate ule anakuanga hands on kwa campaign zake.
So you mean Gachagua was stronger than Ruto?
Hakuna candidate yoyote in this country.
So you mean Gachagua was stronger than Ruto? If that is what you mean.
Okay,
if you mean that, kama kumaanisha Gachagua was stronger than Ruto na ndio basi Gachagua ndiye alimuinie hii election yote. We need, even if you have a deputy who is going to campaign for you, you need to be strong yourself.
Okay,
you cannot be, you're not strong, you're cold or what.
Joseph, I want to approve you by giving a live example. And I think after this, you'll agree with me. Kibaki was not anything like a strong candidate. Yet, everybody agreed Kibaki tosha. Are we in agreement there? Kibaki was not even an orator. Was he? Nope. Kibaki was just a government, a public servant. And one day, wacha nipatie Joseph. And one
day, utakuja kutuambia kile kilifanyika 2007. Hakuwa orator. Tuambie kile kili happen 2007.
Joseph, hebu nipeleke pole pole. In 2002, for once, people came and said Kibaki tosha. Kibaki was not an orator. He didn't even speak. In fact, he's very far from Matiang'i. Now, second point I want to give Joseph. Joseph. I think you belong to the generation that want to take Kenyan backward kama miaka 50 tuliyotoka. Kwa sababu gani? According to you, a performing candidate is one who can go around yelling and yapping. That is what you want. That is the Kenya you want. That is the Kenya you are looking forward to. Okay? Jiru amekuuliza swali, akakuuliza, you didn't reply to him. Can Gachagua fight cartels? You didn't respond. And I want to ask you, can Gachagua practice zero tolerance to corruption? I don't think you'll say yes. So, Joseph, you need some information that the Kenya we want is not politicking. The Kenya we want is results and performance. The Kenya we want is somebody who will practice zero tolerance to corruption. The Kenya we want is somebody who will make sure Kenyans access clean water. Kenyans have good roads. Kenyans access health. Kenyans access equitable access to education. All the way to university education. All the way to tertiary colleges. That is the Kenya we want. We are not like thinking like sasa kama vile umetukana watu vibaya, wewe uko na matusi mingi ya siasa kwa barabara, and now you are a leader. Let me, for your information, Joseph, Gachagua, we are applauding him because he's the bullfighting Ruto. But we do not think he's the best leader we need in Kenya. We do not even think he can transform Kenya a bit. Because we attribute him to the failures of this government. Jiru amekuuliza, can Gachagua fight cartels? Hujajibu.
Juria, let us not stop pretending that tuko America. We are in Kenya and you know what happens. Atuko all about the fight na cartels and you not see those things coming in campaign. Campaign, you will not see those things. Utakuwa ukisikia watu wakisema ule jamaa muganga, you know what happens.
Joseph, you are interrupting me. You are getting mad with Aiba interrupt. Just after I was interrupt. Because now you are also getting mad with
So
that.
you're asking me some questions
I did interrupt you.
and I'm not being given time. Unajua nikienda kuongea mnani interrupt nyinyi wote. So I'm not even able to bear my views.
No,
and I'm keeping quiet.
You to finish. I allowed you to finish. I didn't interrupt you. So let me finish too. Now, Joseph, you have a wrong idea of what Kenya we want. And I think you're where Joseph wacha tu nikuambie. Last time I think nilikusamehe. Lisi wacha saa hii nikuambie. Nenda, make sure from today henceforth you'll be joining the X spaces. Na usikize vile Gen Z watoto wenyu wanaongea. Watoto wenyu hawaongei ipuzi ya kina Gachagua, ya kupuzi ati tunataka mtu wa kuyap kwa political arena. Watoto wenyu wako kwa Gen Z, they want a transformation, a transformative leadership. Sasa atutaniambia ati niko America. Unataka kuniambia Gen Z wako America? This Gen Z who went to fight against the finance bill in 25, June 25, are they in America? Were they doing that in America? What is wrong with you, Joseph? Were they fighting for the finance bill for the sake of fighting the
Actually, Julia, when I heard about the tribalism line, that is when I knew Joseph Akonyuma.
What is wrong with you? Were they fighting the finance bill because they're in America? What is wrong with you? That you not kutuambia that we will come back and vote on tribalism. What is wrong with you? I'm very disappointed.
No, he's totally out of touch with the political operations.
Can I now speak?
Njiru, as you rightly put it, there's normally a system behind. That's why there's a presidential secretariat. That is why there's teams, there's caucuses. There's a lot that goes. Like it's easy for people who've never even run a cattle dip campaign to talk over here, and so that is how come you hear a lot of ignorance there in the comment section. So all the things that you're saying may not be understood by a lot of people. What I'll tell you is the character of a leader, the character of a worker is not how loud they are. Actually, most loud people make lousy leaders. I'll tell you that for free. So when you look at there's 10 group dynamics that is usually required in, oh God, why should I get technical? Anyway, I'll get technical when I go to X. Here, let me be as lay as I can be. Yeah, maybe that's what some people will understand. We have a voting block that is coming up that is not old and sold. Those guys are the reason why Kenya is where we are today. Had those children not arisen in June of last year, Kenya would have still been in the generation of Akina Joseph and Akina Annie Uko. Right now, where we are going, we are in a woke generation. We've raised children of repute. You see, like Julian, I've told you this severally. When in your own household, you're looking at children the age of the ones that fought for the liberation of their country and succeeded, by the way, exponentially. When you look at them and your children are weak, you as a person, there's no spine, there's nothing you've ever done that has excelled beyond what is ordinary. You want to assume everybody's as ordinary as you, and everybody has ordinary children, and that all children think like yours. Sadly, some of us, or allow me to call it luckily, some of us have seen in our own households the quality of leadership that is coming in the future of this country, and we can only but smile. God has smiled upon our nation and has remembered our country, and has ridden us of lazy people who cannot think for a living, they cannot do anything trajectory for a living. So right now, Kenya has a changed demographic. We have children who are coming up in 2 generations, 2 successive generations, by the way. We're not talking about one. We're talking about 2 successive generations. So Gen Z are the passive ones. The Gen Alphas are vile. They will come and run some people out of town, and including throw some in the ocean where they belong and forget about them. Like, they'll totally throw them out into oblivion. That generation is not going to listen to someone just because you're old, and as such, they assume that whatever you're speaking to them should be wisdom, and yet you have none to provide. They will listen to you, they will call you out on your bullshit, they will tell you where you belong, and they will move on, and they will start their way. And that is the beauty of where we are headed. So Julia, do not get frustrated. For as long as like you're a teacher, you come to Kenya very frequently.
Yes, Irene, I'm very annoyed with your, not with
I know why you're annoyed. It's because you have seen the quality.
Yes, I'm very disappointed.
No,
with
no,
his
no. The
views.
problem is, Julia, what I usually say is, you see, when you're often just eating your mother's food, you always assume your mother is the best cook until you go elsewhere. So in our cases, for instance, the kind of exposure we've had, the kind of interaction we've had, the kind of open minds we have had while doing it has been one that takes in, including even when they're not our own, we are taking we are taking the right energy out of those children and giving credit where it's due. God has not only bestowed upon us and has not only just been kind to us for us to birth children who are of repute and can stand their ground and can stand their own, but he has also indicated to us that there are enough out there for us to be able to hold their hands, and when it's time to release them to the world to do the right thing, we have confidence in them to do it. So sadly, some of the people that you hear casting aspersions on these children are people who've not had that exposure. So you cannot blame them for the limitation of circulation. It is not up to you to try and help them get exposed. It's not sometimes anything you can do. You see, some people can be blind, and it is not up to you to get their eyes to see. There's very little you can do right now, as we are moving with what we have and what we need, and we will succeed, and we are headed there. Si labda Mungu akitusaidia watakuwa hapa akiona hizo changes.
Yeah, I hope
Tusikie
they'll be here
watasema nini.
because you
So
see,
don't be upset.
Njiru, mtu anaweza ongea ama mtu hatapata chance ya kuongea because
Yeah,
I've
ni
been
sawa.
telling.
Joseph, endelea sasa. It's your time.
Yeah, so I was
Take your
talking
time
about
now.
we all come here and paint like it's gloom and gloom and that everything is okay. But when I hear the people talking here, I'm always also amazed. Tukikuja hapa tu bado we are the guys who say that Matiang'i ni yeye atafagia Nyanza Gachagua na yeye ataweza kushikanisha watu wa mlima. What are we trying to talk about? Kwani hao watu wa mlima who are the people who are staying in that mlima? Who are the people who are staying in that Kisii and the Nyanza region? People always say watu wale wanasema Kalonzo anashikanisha huko Eastern ama anashikanisha Ukambani. What are we trying to talk about? Those are tribal names. Hao ni watu wakona tribes zao, and it all boils down to that. I'm telling you might speak like it's gloom and gloom, lakini ile wakati tutafika tu ya mwisho, Jiru, I'm telling you, mbele ya Mungu tutakuwa na nyinyi hapa, tutaenda tu kwa hizo tribe, wanaendaga wanaangalia unaleta nini kwa meza. Even you had Gachagua saying hapo, tutakuja tumuulize yeye analeta nini, kwa sababu this election time na hii campaign time lazima mkuwe mko na numbers bado. It's not all about ati we need a good candidate. Yes, a good candidate is okay. Matiang'i, me, I don't have a problem with him. I've seen his work because nimeona akifanya kazi, but there is too many dynamics at play, na kuna kitu utamliambia hapo tu. There is so many things that are in play, not only even tribe itakuwa lazima italetwa kwa nini, kwa fold, kwa sababu ndio itakuwa ikigenerate the numbers, but there is so many things also that need to be checked. And ulisikia Gachagua akiwaambia we want nini, hawataki kudistractiwa, wanataka kuwa ni kazi yao ni kutoa Ruto kwa kiti, but kutoa Ruto kwa kiti lazima utumie the same formulas you have been using are the same formulas we are going to use, because you cannot say that tutaenda tu umekuja tuambia Wakenya wote to vote Matiang'i. Lazima mtu atakuuliza na mtu wetu pale, if you are still voting for the likes of akina Didmas Baraza and akina Waluke, people who have had graft cases, we are still voting for mpaka huku nasikia bado Nairobi they want to bring another person there even who does not know how he's going to manage Nairobi, and the one we have is still another useless person. Tuko still in the same issues. I know change. We are going to change, but we are still in 2027. We still be having the same issues. We are going to change, I know, after, because we are trying, but tuko held up. Unajua sisi tu tutakuwa tukivote. You know, I hear people saying there's only old people, Gen Z watakuwa. There is so many people who are going to vote in that election. Even the old people are there. Na unajua bado watu wa kitambo bado wako na ile akili. We are the ones who are bridging between them. By the way, if there is a generation bridging between the Gen Z and the generation boomers, is the millennials. We are the one who are bridging that gap, and that's why you see millennials can be able to talk well with Gen Zs. But I'm telling you, vile Kenya inakuwaga imedesigniwa. It's good, Jiru unaleta, we want a person who to fight with cartels. It's okay. Everything is okay. And I hope for my sake, I hope Matiang'i can become a presidential candidate and they settle on him. But it all boils down to how many votes are you going to bring from your region? And you know that happened even in 2022. Saa zile uliona nani alitoka alitagwa nani huyu bure na kabisa. Watu wanasema bure na kabisa. How much vote do you think Raila lost by huko ulikuwa unasikia mpaka governor mwenyewe alivotiwa wa nini? Alivotiwa wa hii chama yake in I think Wetangula, I don't know he comes from which region. You had there they were giving Ruto numbers that you could not see. So even now we can talk Matiang'i, upate tumeshikanisha Matiang'i na upate na mtu mwingine usikie Kalonzo amesema hapana, hii deal yenu mimi sitaki, nimeenda. So it is going to boil down to those things. And you wait and see. Mimi hata stashinda nikibishana kuhusu hiki kitu tena. We are going to wait and see that. That is my final remark.
Okay, so
Joseph, I feel you.
Alafu
So
tupe mtu
for the
mwingine.
tribal vote, I agree with you, and we cannot run away from that. But I'm telling you this: if Gachagua and Kalonzo's argue the way you are arguing, Kenya is going nowhere. And I want to ask you, Joseph, maybe you can answer maybe a question here which you can answer ukitaka. Why did the Gen Z protest on June 25th? Do you understand why they protested? Can you try and explain to me what you think? Joseph?
Gen Z were protesting against bad governance. It was not even about tribal or what. It was bad governance that was being protected.
Good answer.
And you know, you want me to continue and explain because I need to expound on that because I cannot just say the
you have said what I was looking for. Bad governance. Right, and okay. They were mad with the financial bill, what it was portraying, and all that, blah blah blah. So, in other words, we are here because we don't want bad governance. Okay, so however much we have political, our politicians who are strong like Gachagua, who are able to go out and fight Ruto and all that, we know as Kenyans we know what we want. One thing we don't want bad governance. And that one we are all in agreement. Okay? So even as these people campaign, we must bring out the best person that we think will fight bad governance. Now, you are saying we'll go back to a tribal cocoon. Fortunately or unfortunately, let me say this. If we had a different candidate in Mount Kenya region, mwenye hakuwa kwa serikali ya Ruto, tuseme sijui ni nani nitatumia nani. Right now I don't have anyone as in my thoughts that I think could rise in Mount Kenya. The only person I think could rise is Mother Karua. If let's say akina Gachagua, all of them were behind Mother Karua, and we have a Matiang'i, we could be thinking like the tribal card will work here. I'm telling you, because anyway, Mother Karua has stood out her guns and she ni mtu mwenye akona msimamo. Unfortunately, mwenye unasema akona tribal backing ni Gachagua. I'm saying unfortunately. Let me tell you. Sijui nani amesema kitu hapa na watu wamekubaliana na yeye, si kama ni Jemu ama ni nani amesema. Let me tell you, those who are behind Gachagua should even know that Kenyans are only cheering Gachagua because he's fighting Ruto. Lakini dhubutu siku moja usimamishe Gachagua as president, you will see the reaction. I'm telling you, you'll see the reaction, Joseph. And even I know Gachagua knows that. Gachagua knows that. The worst thing that can happen right now is for him to vie for presidency. That would be giving Ruto a direct win. Because Ruto will go back to his box of fighting Gachagua as a tribal leader. Ruto, even Kalonzo is a dangerous card to play. Because Kalonzo will be a gamer candidate. Kalonzo is a dangerous card to play. So, and I don't think Gachagua and Kalonzo are dumb. In fact, mimi siku hizi nimeona Gachagua is a very intelligent person. I have come to realize that Gachagua is a very smart person. So let me tell you, Joseph, it will go the 2002 way. That is what it will go. It will go that way because that is the only card that can silence Ruto. Why? for around about 3 reasons. But the main 2 reasons: one, he will not be a tribal candidate. So he will sell even to those who are on the side of Ruto, that is the Luos. Secondly, he's a person who has a track record. So Matiang'i only needs akina Kalonzo na Gachagua waseme Matiang'i tosha. And now you are saying that Gachagua has been saying that the agenda is to remove Ruto. To remove Ruto with who? What do you mean the agenda is to remove Ruto? How? You are removing Ruto with another person. And that person must have a name. You're not removing Ruto with an object. We are removing Ruto. We are removing Ruto. No, you're not removing Ruto with an object. You're removing Ruto with another person. That is what Gachagua needs to tell Kenyans. And Gachagua knows that. Gachagua knows that. He's not dumb. Gachagua is not dumb to vie for presidency. I am telling you, he's not dumb to vie for presidency. Si mjinga. So I want to tell you, Joseph, tunarudi 2002 situation. We are going for another Kibaki Tosha movement, and this time will be a Matiang'i Tosha for the 2 reasons I have given you. And Matiang'i, history ya kumuliza tunaleta kukura ngapi, that won't count, let me tell you. Because he'll be a national candidate. And then finally, me, Joseph, I just want to plead with you. Stop telling me I'm in America. I shouldn't expect Kenya to have equitable access to education. Stop telling me that I'm in America, that I shouldn't desire Kenyans to have access to health. Stop telling me that I'm in America, that I shouldn't have the desire for Kenyans to have good roles. Please take that out of your mind. There are developing countries that are getting there, like Botswana. Switch is already there. There are African countries that are getting there.
Rwanda.
So Rwanda is getting
Burkina Faso.
Yes, remove that out
Senegal,
of your mind.
Mali.
That's very bad thinking to tell me ati niko America, nisilete vitu za America Kenya, ati nisianze kusema ati wa Kenya waende shule bure. For your information, as I wind up, I want to tell you that it's possible to provide free education in Kenya without necessarily increasing the budgetary allocation on education. I want to prove to you here today before uende ukalari ama uende job. Kwa sababu gani? If sasa as we talk, the Kenyan government has been, until to decide to withdraw capitation, has been providing funds to buy stationery for school children, has been paying the teachers, Kenyan teachers, which is the biggest budget, are paid by the Teachers Service Commission. So the only thing we need to do is to transform our schools progressively. See, happen progressively to public day schools. We call them community schools, and tell our children to walk to the nearest school. I'm talking about from primary, from kindergarten to secondary, from 4 to walk to the nearest school, because already we are providing stationery na tunalipa walimu. Story ya chakula tuta cross the bridge tukifika hapo. Sorry, kama watakula lunch ama watakula breakfast, we'll cross the bridge. So I am not trying to speak America to Kenya. I am talking about that something that can happen right now, kama kesho, without necessarily increasing the budgetary allocation to education. So usiyewi kuniambia tena kwamba naleta America Kenya. I find that a very outdated thinking. I'm sorry, I have to say that.
And you know why I don't like conversing so much and kuleta mambo mingi is because you start saying things I did not say. Where did I say that we don't want good education? Where did I say? Why did I say I don't want free education? Unajua umeleta mambo mingi sana ukasema I told Jiru, if you understood, I told Jiru. Hizo mambo unasema huko America ni mzuri, lakini tuwacha tukuje Kenya. Alikuwa anaongea kuhusu candidate kwa US ama alikuwa anaongea kuhusu candidate kwa wapi? He was talking about the candidates in US.
I told him let's
come back to
Kenya,
Julia, because that is
Julia,
US.
the truth is we, in this forum, we never used to be people who used to antagonize for the sake of antagonizing. We literally decided that we are getting to a point where we are expressing ourselves to the way forward. We are no longer whining because whatever we are whining about, all of us are aware of. And some of us are actually experiencing it on the ground. So by the time some of us are talking, we are political players here. Another idiot is talking up or down akiniambia ati I should go advise ODM. Too bad, get used to it by the way. I'll advise whoever I want. It's a free country.
Lakini
You
Julia,
know?
ni vibaya
So the
sana
truth
kuweka kitu
is,
kwa mdomo
what
ya
I'm
mtu. Si
telling you
poa. It's
is,
not good kuweka
Julia,
mambo mdomo kwa mtu ya mtu. Kusema kitu kama hiyo
we have
umesema.
lost
It's not
200
right.
billion
It's
shillings
very wrong.
in our health system. We have lost 200 billion shillings. 200 billion is enough to run education for 5 years. It is enough to run free education for 5 years. We have lost it in one ministry, in procuring Shashif, and then in right now we are claiming that we have lost drugs for 90 billion. That is only but one ministry, and that is only but 2 items. So if at all we look at it critically, maybe we've even lost 1 trillion already in health sector only. Not that Kenyans are having any alternative to better medication, not that they're even getting treatment. They are seeking it, they can't find it. So as it is, the country is literally shrunk into nothing. We cannot remind ourselves of that enough. What we are saying is the possibility of Kenya going back to become the country that we envisioned, the country that it was being modeled to be in 2002 and successfully was drawn into plan, is there. We just need the right individual to do it. We need the right energy to do it. And we all need to pull and tag together to do it. Meanwhile, we need to understand ourselves what it is that we need and how it can be done. I cannot come out and tell someone to do something when I am incapable of knowing how it can be done myself. That is not a very responsible way of looking at life in the first place. So some of us who are on the ground and know how it is done and have done it before can confirm emphatically that some of these things will be done, and the rest of you guys, may God give you life, because you will sit here and watch them being done, and you'll be disappointed. Meanwhile, kuna watoto wamezaliwa Kenya. Please take your minds, take your slow minds out of our children's future. It's a good thing that we are sending them to a future that you guys will not belong in. By all means, we don't want you to corrupt our children's minds. Some of us, God has confirmed to us that watoto wa maana wakizaliwa, nchi inapona. Kenya imezaa watoto wa maana, nchi yetu imepona. So nyinyi na everything that is retrogressive about the rest of you, please keep it there. Keep it in the past. A past that our children will not necessarily thrive in. Allow them to go into the future without the baggage of having your kind of negativity, your kind of non-progressiveness, your kind of inactivity. We have a generation that acts. Some of us have been a generation that speaks and does very little and just point out what is wrong. A few of us have been people who are doers. So we have since birthed and raised children and trained young people in this nation who are actually progressive enough and are able to roll up their sleeves and are doing the right thing of getting the country back. By all means, let them be. Leave them alone. You remain in your past with your past baggage. Nobody needs them. That's all we are saying. Kenya has had a break, and that break is good, and that is where we're headed. The rest of you, bakini nyuma, na kasumba zenu, na everything that you have been wrong with. The reason Kenya came into this garbage that we are in right now is because some people existed in it. Let these children forge their future. Let them go into a future that doesn't have the rest of you. The rest of your useless energy, the rest of your non-energy, your inactivity, your uselessness for growing old without ever growing up. Let these children proceed and take the country. They already proved it. They've already achieved something that if you live 3 lifetimes, you wouldn't. So leave them the hell alone. Tumetosheka.
Julia, I just wanted you to say useme, unajua umeniweka vitu kwa mdomo Julia, and it's not right. Si vizuri. It's not right Julia. Julia, si vizuri kuja kusema kitu mtu hakusema. It's not right.
Why did you say I should
Umesema ati nimekuja nikasema it's not good for education ati tupate free education.
Ulisema,
I talked to Njiru nikamwambia, wewe uko US unasema model ya US. Nikamwambia let's come back down here to Kenya because we are not talking about US.
Whatever I just give is not model ya US. Did I talk about model US? Sasa nimekwambia Kenya can walk to school, hiyo ni model ya US. It's not US. Umeniambia ati nisilete US Kenya. That one is annoying. It's very annoying, Joseph. It just shows backwardness. I will not apologize. It's very annoying. And this letter US Kenya. What is that? And I gave you an example that Kenya can provide free education without increasing the budgetary allocation. You make party what is happening in Kenya right now. Listen, for your information, Joseph, half of my teaching life nimefundisha Kenya. And for your information, I was a school administrator. For your information, sikuwa tu classroom teacher. So I know how the government provided finances to buy textbooks, ratio of 1:1, to buy stationery, and paid teachers. I'm talking from a point of view of that. And I'm saying that Kenyans can access free education without necessarily the government increasing the budgetary allocation. Sasa kuniambia ati nisilete vitu za US nini, that is I even found it disrespectful. And I found that you are like in that status quo, tukaevere tuko na tusitamani mambo mema. Tukubali any politicians coming around as long as it's being backed by the tribe. Tukubali, kuja, welcome. Your tribe
Julia,
is Julia,
swali ni, are you accepting that we are going to still go to our tribes, or you are saying we are going to vote unanimously? That is the question I asked.
I refuse to buy you.
We are going to vote unanimously?
Yes.
I bet we are going to be here. Hata
you get stuck in your
2027 will be here. Tutakuwa tu hapa. Unajua hii conversation haitaenda. We are still here. We are going to
stay in your tribe. Some of us
okay, no problem. Issue, tutakuwa tu hapa na wewe.
And now you see, you not blame us for telling
close.
You tulikuwa nea 18. Hapana, you not blame us.
You not blame us for saying kusema mlionea 18. We are going to be here.
You are the kind of hapana, Joseph. You are the kind of people that could not support Raila because ni Mjaluo. Hiyo kitu ina ball.
Julia, don't tell me that again. Nilikuambia I voted for Raila. And I tried to convince people. I don't need even to explain to you why I voted or I did not vote for Raila. But I know where I voted on 2022. Lakini nakwambia, I'm telling you, we'll be here. Hatutakuwa mbali, tutakuwa tu hapa. We'll be here in the comment section ama everywhere. Yeah? Tutakuwa hapa. I'll be at home kwanza. Lazima niende nipige hiyo kura. So we'll be here. I'll tell you. And it all starts with ule MP utaenda kuvotia kwenye.
Okay, now Joseph,
why have we never ever voted other MPs from other areas? Kumekuwa na watu
the bush, Joseph, instead of beating around the bush. So who is your favorite presidential candidate as we talk now? Gachagua.
Julia, I cannot talk about a presidential candidate kwa sababu si mimi nita make your decision. We are going to talk here and rant here. Wale watu wataenda wakae pale chini. They are the ones who are going to give us a presidential candidate. We can be saying tutapatia Matiang'i, tutapatia Kalonzo. They are the ones who are going to go there na waongee. The same thing, unajua nimesikia mtu akisema hapa ati hawataweza hata hawataongea. Ati sisi tuta make decision. Julia, sisi tutafanya hiyo decision. You have been here. Umekuwa ukiona hizi mambo ikiendelea. Hata Kibaki huyo unaongea before amemekiwa the flag bearer, walienda kwa meeting Serena. They had gone for a meeting in Serena. Nobody knew Kibaki ni atakuwa flag bearer. So we don't know what will happen. What I know Julia, na kitu moja ninajua na wacha nikwambie leo. Unajua mtu akiea views zake anaonekanaga ni kama ana support ile side nyingine. What I know, I'll never choose Ruto as a presidential candidate. I never chose him in 2022 and I will not choose him in 2027. That is what I know. But hizi mambo za candidate, I'm going to wait and see. I cannot say who is going to be and who is not going to be, because we are going to be told by them.
It is your right, and if you want to vote for Gachagua, it's your right. Vote for whoever you want. If you want a tribal candidate, that's your choice. What else Vika ongee?
Vipi, asante sana Julia, Maria, Jose na kila mtu kwa comment section. Nimekuwa nasikia story hapo vile next election ilikuwa heated, you know. I think it's kind of too early to get so emotional about our candidates. Let's assess those who are bringing up their names so that we end up making the right decision. End up to ati kuchagua mtu kwa sababu tunataka kutoa Ruto. Ruto is one of the most useless presidents Kenya has ever had. What I wanted to talk about was the recent demonstrations that happened in Kenya after Ojwang's death. It was so unfortunate that the government is counter attacking demonstrators by hiring goons, and yet wanatudanganya ati wanafuatilia mambo ya nini, mambo ya Ojwang. It's so unfortunate. I think Kenyans needs to be alert kwa sababu Raila juzi anakuja anaongea after amenyamaza, hata angenyamaza tu, anakuja anaongea ati sijui ati anaongea kama mzazi. Kwani Raila anafikiria to anybody's son in any part of the world. So Raila asifikiria ati yeye ndio mzazi kushinda wazazi wote. Anajaribu kutoanisha watu ati serikali itatatua hii story. Serikali ishaitatua story gani? Hakuna. You know, all the time wanatuliza vitu, sahii wamesha buy out family. Huyo mzee amechapwa ma 2 million, amechapwa pesa mpaka sasa mdomo imekuwa tamu. Every time akipata microphone analia tu vile bado wanahitaji usaidizi, kwa sababu ni kama pia yeye ameona this is an opportunity to milk, you know, and asipochunga hivyo ndio vile story ya kijana wake itapotea hivyo. When it comes to dealing with this goons situation, I think we need to identify these individuals kwa sababu put up a video on his Facebook page na magoons akitisha Gen Z ati watakuja kunyosha Gen Z. Alafu you know, I'm kind of surprised the police hasn't done anything. As we speak, that boy should be behind bars na magoons wake, kwa sababu kwa hiyo video inaonyesha fiti sana, ni kama yeye ndiye analipa hao magoons, ni kama politicians wanamtumia kulipa hao magoons, kwa sababu magoons wanamsupport ghetto president na wanatisha Gen Zs. So that video, you know, if police are very serious in Kenya with their work, they need to take that video serious and arrest Gaucho and detain him completely. That's where he belongs. He doesn't belong on the street. That boy belongs to jail. And if Raila natuambia ati tutulize na kijana wake Gaucho ako busy ana mobilize goons, unajua hiyo ni Raila anatutoanisha. You know, he's lying to us because he is one person who is supposed to condemn such things. Gaucho ni kijana wake, ushindaga kwake saa zote. So kama amejua vizuri sana kijana wake ana mobilize goons, so he knows that, you know, he's mobilizing goods for Ruto ili atandike demonstrators. So Raila should stop lying to us. You know, yeye ile bonus amekula ya Ruto akule tu polepole, but aache Wakenya washughulikie kunyorosha nchi yao. That's it for now.
Nani Rasvik, nilisikia na Gaucho akilalamika ati kwamba ati ODM people wanataka kumuua. Uliona hiyo?
Yeah, they should kill him. You know, he's a disgrace to ODM. You know, hizo vitu wanafanya, it's giving ODM a bad name. And some of the things that he does, even this so-called broad-based government, not the entire ODM party is supporting that broad-based government. It's like a scam.
Yeah, and that is why I was saying here, Rasvik. Yeah? even the Luos who are perceived in quotes to be in the broad base, nakwambia, if they find a good person that they can trust Kenya for, they will support him. So me I totally want to think that the next election we shall have a candidate mwenye backing yake haitakuwa tribal. Itakuwa is because Kenyans are for once in agreement this person can save Kenya. Maneno ya tribal itakuwa ngumu sana kusela tribal card. It will be very hard because we've been there before. Na tumeona penye natupelekanga. So, and me, I have been watching, trying to jump into these spaces, into X spaces, to hear what people are saying. Really, Wakenya wamechoka. I mean, we have tried everything. We have tried. Tumetoka kwa Kenyatta, the mzee. Umenyari, they tolerate corruption to the highest level. Akaweka hiyo shida ya corruption. Tukaenda kwa Moi. We've been there. We have seen how tumetembea in those tribal alliances and tribal backings. We've not gotten anywhere. So me saizi ninajua even the politicians who are politicking around, they know that the last thing they can do is to sell a tribal card right now. The last thing they can do. Kama wako na akili timamu. If they do that, they're destined for failure. For example, I want to say this without fear of contradiction. Anybody thinking that Gachagua should vie for presidency should call that mass failure kabisa. Hiyo ndio itakuwa direct ticket ya Ruto. Because don't forget, Ruto has been selling that ticket kwamba Gachagua is a tribalist, Gachagua ni mkabila, Gachagua alafu sasa tumsimamishe kama rais. Hiyo ticket itakuwa kama tribal card. So me, I am saying for once, and I want to beg Kenyans and ask them, I really hate it that we can be here arguing and saying that things cannot change in Kenya. We can be arguing here saying, kama vile nani ananiambia ati nisilete maneno ya America Kenya. It is personally, that is very disappointing, and I'm sorry to keep repeating that, because some of us here weep for our motherland. Me, I weep for Kenya. I weep for my motherland. Every time nikiwa hapa naona kwamba simple things being done, not necessarily spending so much, I feel like even this could be done in Kenya. And then every time I remember that there are times like, nikikumbuka for example, maneno ya health. Me, I have been able to fund people in HIF, na walipia 500, and they could access good health services in Kenya within HIF. After wange access private hospitals, especially mission hospitals. NHIF was working for the mission hospitals, and the mission hospitals in Kenya are very good, and they have been very effective. Na saa hizi nasikia hata hawezi access, hawezi tumia hiyo SHA, sijui SHIF, sijui SHA. I've been in Kenya when university kids were paying 16,000 shillings for their fee. Saa hizi mtu ananitumia platform ananiambia ya 140,000 for a public university like Laikipia University. Is very depressing. I know that the Kenyan government, since the days of Kibaki, has been able to pay teachers, has been able to provide capitation, buy stationery, even in textbooks. Okay? So I know that it is possible to provide free education to Kenyans without necessarily increase the budgetary allocation to education in Kenya. So I know that it is possible. So me, I'm not talking from the point of view of America. I know that things are possible in Kenya, even with the income that the government generates. So me, I am asking those who are watching and those who are listening, change your mindset. Look forward to a better Kenya and ask yourself, whom among these people can I trust for my country? Can I trust for my economy? Can I trust for the education of my children, for my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren? Who will set the pace? Ask yourself, who do I trust to set the pace for a good future for my grandchildren, for my great-grandchildren? Ask yourself, jiulize hilo swali. Usiseme ati nani ana campaign vizuri, nani ana politic vizuri. Jiulize ni nani unaweza amini. For once, ukae chini ujiulize hilo swali. Critically. That is what I'm asking Kenyans who are listening, who are watching.
Julia.
Ati tuko na kabila. Yes, let me finish then you say something. Hii story ya kusema tuko na kabila kubwa. Me, I'm just hoping. Let me say this. When I listened to the Gen Z last year and the protests they held, and later on the meetings they were holding in the X platform, and even what they continue to deliberate right now, when I listen to them, I am so impressed. They know what they want. They know they want accountability. Okay, they want everybody to be accountable. They know that. They know they want good governance. They know they want zero tolerance to corruption. Now, by the way, Gen Z, even at times, some time back, they were talking about Okiya Mtata. Kwa sababu gani? They are not looking at the numbers that Okiya Mtata can bring in. They are looking at the person who Okiya Mtata is. They don't go there to discuss ati huyu mtu kwa kabila fulani kana watu wengi wanamunga mkono. That is where these young people are trying to take us. So if we come here and try to drag them backwards, kuambia kwamba kabila letu ni kubwa, personally, I refuse to dance to that. And I refuse to sail in that direction, personally. And I'm not going to do it, even if it means my candidate will fail in the next election. That's my point. Go ahead, Joseph.
Julia, the best thing there is nobody who has come here and said we are supporting Ruto ama kuna mtu anasema na support Ruto. What we are saying, everybody has his own way ya vile tutaenda to this. Kila mtu akona his own opinion of what we are going to do this. And unaona, when you have different opinions, that's the best thing because you are going to bring these different opinions into one opinion. And that opinion is the one which is going to forge us ahead. Fighting against Ruto is not a small hill battle. Si ati ni kitu kidogo. It's a happy hill task. Na lazima kila mtu akue into his right senses and mind. So just say us coming here and saying we are going to support just this one candidate because it's not as easy as that, Julie. Lazima kuna mambo mingi sana mlisema between now and is a very small time, but I'm telling you, unaona kutoka saizi mpaka 2026 December, it will be a showdown utaiona. That's why I'm saying what we are doing now, what I'm doing now, I'm trying to look for the options. Hivyo ndivyo ninafanya, si ati nina seto tu na mtu. I'm trying to look for options. You don't know, even maybe we can have an Mumtata as a candidate who will be very good. When wewe tumekuja ukatuambia hata Kibaki came from alichaguliwa tu kwa hiyo kitu bila kujulikana. Alikuja tu akaseliwa through because I don't accept how Kibaki ati angechaguliwa among the people kama akina Raila who had all those votes. So we are still checking. Unajua these things si hata Gachagua alikuja akatuambia hapa juzi. We saw him with Kioni. He came and told us amenunuliwa. So we are trying to play with these things tuone vile na ndio Kipa alikuja hapa siku moja akasema let us stop clinching on these politicians. We don't know what they can do next. We can clinch on one politician, then you don't know what he will do. He will do the next thing. Tulisikia mpaka Ruto anajaribu kuongea na Gachagua. Tunasikia Ruto anajaribu kukoche Kalonzo. Let's not keep on one candidate. Let's keep on kumark time pale. Tunaangalia tunaona huyu candidate. Tunaangalia huyu candidate. All candidates, Julia, all of them, even if they are bad or what, there is something they bring to the table. Hata Ruto kuna kile kitu alituletea kwa the table. Alituletea hii mashida yote tunaona. So this story mimi si ati napingana na Matiang'i. By the way tulikuwa na yeye hapa tukimsupport sana. We were with you Julia, the other day we were supporting you. What changed my view ni vile nataka kuangalia. Unajua siku hizi nimeona Ruto kuna moves ana make za kununua watu. So I just want to be, sitaki kuingiza my whole heart there. Niliingisha roho yangu yote kwa Raila, unaona vile itufanya. I never thought that Raila is going to be wataingiana na Ruto. I never thought. And it also hurt me so much because ule candidate nilikuwa ninachagua ati nikidhania ni the better option. Alikuja kunifail after 2024. After Gen Z wamedemonstrate wanasema ati tunataka Ruto ajibike. That time was the time they was ready for revolution. Ikikuwa kuna time tungefanya revolution na tuondoe Ruto kwa power. Ilikuwa that time. But you found the candidate that I supported in 2022 who was telling me all through that Ruto is a bad person. He came and told me that we don't need anarchy. Ati tunataka nchi isimame. So I'm playing with all the players. I want to see how they are going to play. That is my stand. Hiyo si ati mimi nasema ati mimi na support Ruto. I'm just checking these things to see how they are going to be played out. It's good to be cautious also. Si vizuri kwenda inside. Unaweza kaenda na roho yako yote alafu upate umechezea game huku unajua. So that is what I'm doing. Hiyo ndio kitu mimi ninafanya as for now.
Yes, Joseph, we hear. That is your constitutional right to do so. As for me, I'm saying Fred Okemo Matiang. He is the candidate to beat. Sitagoagwa wenye wataniunga mkono, waniunge mkono not on the basis of their tribe, but on the basis that they feel that he can transform their motherland. Yes, Rasvik, you are going to say something.
Nilikuwa tu nasema tu, I kind of tend to agree with Joseph to some extent, whereby all these candidates, let's evaluate them. One thing is these politicians watatupanga, wawacha tu watatupanga, they'll go behind boardrooms, alafu wata strike deals. And their deals is not what's there for their people, it's what's there for them. Kila mtu atasema, mimi siwezi pewa hiyo cheo kwa sababu niko na X amount of time. They're shareholders. So even right now, Gachagua is just mobilizing Mulima so that when it comes to negotiation, whether he's running or not, he'll be somebody in that government. And that is what these politicians, career politicians, will do to us. So even these other candidates who've never been into politics before, let's listen to them. Let's evaluate them and see what plans they have they have for the country, because some of them might have very good ideas that we shouldn't just take for granted. Let's listen to them. Between now and election time, a lot can change. There might be another candidate who might be silent for now, just planning. Let's not just brush him under the rug because maybe he's not popular or anything. That might be like Kombozi, Hulata Komboa Inchi, than these career politicians who are taking advantage of the moment, and they know that Kenyans are so emotional. Kenyans hate Ruto, but at the end of the day, they still dine and they still do business with Ruto. That's the bitter truth. Our politicians see Madui, kuna companies that they operate or they manage, or there's a business that, in one way or the other, they do with Ruto. And in front of us, they'll lie to us like, wako ni Madui, but sio Madui. At the end of the day, they'll be the first to protect Ruto. If you look at, let's look at an example of Kisii. The Kisii career politicians, they fear Maraga because one thing they know about Maraga atanyorosha inchi. So if you're corrupt, atataka kujua that you're a Kisii or not, he's going to streamline. So those career politicians, they are afraid of him. That's the bitter truth. So, let's just evaluate every politician and give them a fair shot so that when the time for voting comes, we ensure that we vote the right person, not just a person that we were carried away. Vile tulikuwa carried away na Ruto.
Last week, and if I can add on that also, kwenda kwa election pia is not a kitu rahisi hivyo. There is so many things that are always in play. Unajua pia finance, finance is always there. So that's why you find these people. They will be having even other influential people who are going to be coming and trying to overdo the thing. Like Julia, si tulikuwa na yeye hapa 2022 Raila akisapotiwa by the Kikuyu. Wanaitwa Kikuyu nini? Remember those guys? Julia, walikuwa wanaitwa nani? Wale
Huyu businessmen ama walikuwa
ndio
najiita
nakwambia, pia kuna mambo mingi sana Julia inachezago hapo. Si ati mi by the way tuko kikapu moja na wewe Julia. Ni vile labda unaona nikisema vitu zingine unaona labda ni kama sipigi Matiang'i. Ni vile lazima kutakuwa na factors mingi sana. So between now and then tutakuwa tumejua. Between now and then we are going to know. It's good also vile unasema about ati anaweza Matiang'i, if there is a candidate that can be able ataweza kupigana na Makatel, ametuonesha is Matiang'i, but Sasa pale ikifika pale, unajua kufika pale si ati ni mchezo. Kufika pale kileleni si mchezo. Lazima ukuu umetransfer all these things. Na I'm telling you, Matiang'i lazima ataguza hiyo mambo yote. Lazima aguzaguzwe kwa hiyo mambo ya ukabila. Lazima ataguzaguzwa kwa hii mambo ya finance. Lazima ataguzaguzwa kwa hii mambo ya hao business people wakitaka kumwambia pana, tunataka utuambie ni itakuwa na mambo mingi sana, Julia. And even we are forgetting also the international community want a hand in Kenya. Au US mnasikia huko, au Russia mnasikia huko, wote wanataka a piece of this presidential election. Wanataka kujua nani ule ataingia kama atakuwa akieneza agenda yao. And you saw what happened to Ruto. Ruto alieneza agenda ya US vibaya sana, until the US imekuja kurealize that ni kama watu hawamtaki, so wameanza kumpiga. So even what we can see in the places unaona Iran and what have you. Unaona what is happening in Iran and the likes of the Middle East. Unaona kile kina happen. Unaangalia ni kama wanataka kutoa hii regime waweke ingine, because US needs, wanataka kuplay as the father role, ati yao ndio wanaambia all these other communities as vile tutafanya, vile nyinyi mtakuwa na huyu president, utakuwa na huyu, because they want to eneza the agenda. So hata hao wanaangalia wanasema hapana. That's why I've been thinking the US have not been supporting Raila from kitambo. Umeona Raila amekuwa na hiyo mambo yake mambo yake na US haijakuwa ikienda vizuri, because US always think him as a Russia supporter or the eastern watu wa kutoka east supporter. So there is so many things we are going to be tested. Kuna vitu mingi sana. Utasikia mpaka na ndio nimekuuliza Julia, Matiang'i vile unamjua atakuwa na hiyo nini ya kuweza hizi storm zote zitakuja. Kuna storm itakuja. Unajua kuna wale watu wa matusi unawajua. Tunataka kujua kama ataweza, juu lazima urudishe. Unajua huwezi kanyamaza tu ati unashinda ukitusiwa kutoka sijui lini mpaka lini na unyamaze. Lazima pia utakuwa na agenda ya kama tusi kidogo, hata kama unatuambia agenda ya hope na everything. So that is what I was asking, Julie.
Okay, I think we are wrong about Matiang'i. I think Matiang'i will be a different candidate, and he may not have to insult back. Because nimepatia example ya Kibaki. I don't think Kibaki ever insulted anybody in his campaign. Nashangaa kama Kibaki alicampaign. Sidhani hata alicampaign. Other people campaigned for him. Because because there are people, they had an agenda. Unajua agenda ilikuwa nini? Agenda ilikuwa kutoa Moi. That was the agenda. So if Kibaki was going to help them to remove Moi, then they had to campaign for him. He was on a wheelchair. He didn't campaign. Hata kama alita kina Rasbik Mafia kuku. Lakini he didn't campaign. He campaigned, but he didn't campaign the aggressive campaigns that we are thinking about. I don't think Matiang'i will do that. I think Matiang'i is gonna bring a different dispensation of kind of politicking and leadership. You know, people change. People are not stuck to one thing all the time. So we are not going to say unajua saa hii tunashere. So right now, we really need Gachagua to call out Ruto. And Gachagua has gained a mileage over that. And needless to say that I think Gachagua will be in the next government. However much we may attribute him to this government, hii serikali ya Ruto, kwa ile Gachagua kazi atakuwa amefanya, atakuwa kwa hiyo serikali nyingine. I believe so. The other person that I think will be the next government is Kalonzo Musyoka. If he doesn't sell to the devil right now, people are busy saying that Kalonzo Musyoka anapigwa simu usiku, sijui. I don't know how true that is. But if he remains steadfast, he's likely to be in the next government. Another person that I think will be the next government is Martha Karua. I think she'll be in the next government if Ruto is removed. I think the likes of Okiya Mtata will be in the next government. Kuna watu tu watakuwa kwa hiyo serikali wenye they are featuring right now. But right now, the message I'm trying to give here. We know what we want as Kenyans. We are not looking for politicking. We are not looking for nani akona matusi best. Hapana. We are looking for transformative, for revolutionary leadership right now. That is why sahi wa Kenya, hata kama wangepata mtu kama Traore, hata wasipige kura, wapate mtu kama Traore kind of revolution, na huyo mtu abadilishe nchi, they are okay with that. Si ati Wakenya wanatafuta mtu mwenye anajua kucampaign. Kenyans are tired. They are tired of police brutality. They are tired of mass corruption. They are tired and fed up of having their own dying in hospitals because they cannot access good medical health. They are tired and fed up of seeing their children drop out of school. Kenyans are tired and fed up of bad governance. And they are done. And they are like, it is now or never. So easy. Joseph, I buy your idea that can Matiang insult. Uko tumetoka. Let me tell you. Now, people will still insult each other in the next campaign. Okay? People will still campaign and run around and call each other names. But let me shock you that this time, kuna people watakuwa too surprised by realizing that matusi yao haikuwasaidia. And me, I'm seeing a situation where we'll have very many Gen Zs in parliament. In fact, I'm seeing a situation where we'll have very many independent candidates in parliament, where even the parties may not determine nani atashinda. So especially in neutral grounds kama Nairobi, Mombasa, uko utapata hata mtu amesimama independent na ameshinda. Even Central, Mount Kenya may prove that in once in a while, because I think like if your governor in 2013 alikuwa independent. So we'll have a lot of independent candidates winning because Kenyans are tired and fed. Tuko kwa wave ya mabadiliko. Tuko kwa wave ya status quo. So anybody tell us to going back to status quo in kabila letu, that we have a big tribe. I'm telling you, Joseph, even big tribe may not be selling unless Kikus won't go on their own, which I think they have learned a bitter lesson. They would not want to be segregated at 41 against 1. Kikuyus cannot dare one thing to be sold 41 against 1. And the only way they can have 41 against 1 is having Gachagua as a presidential candidate. So even Gachagua knows that he cannot, that's a no-go zone. It is not because it is wrong to have a Kikuyu as a president. It is because I'm just being sincere to myself. Where are we coming from? We are coming from Ruto Gachagua government. That's where we are coming from. So I don't think I will have the audacity. In fact, let me ask myself, if I must campaign for Gachagua, ninaweza sema nini? Let me say if I'm campaigning for Gachagua, niseme chagueni Gachagua kama president. Nitasema nitamtetea namna gani? Mniambie vile nitamtetea kwamba yeye ndiye anapiga Ruto. Point number 1. Point number 2 iko wapi? Sina point. I don't have point number 2. You see? And if point number 2 idea said we have the large numbers, that point number 2 is already poisoning. That we have large numbers. That is poisonous right now in Kenya. It's very poisonous. It's like telling Kenyans, we say and you listen. And we don't want to take that direction. So me, I'm urging those who are listening, tafadhali na waomba, mwende mjisikize vile watu wanasema mpaka kwa X, hiyo space utasikia wa Kenya, what they want a new Kenya, they want revolutionary leadership, they want transformative leadership. People who believe that Kenyans can be accorded equal rights, that human rights can be observed in Kenya, that a Kenya without police brutality, that is what Kenyans want. So anybody mwenye anasimama na atumwezi muamini for that, then we don't need them. So Joseph,
Julia.
Yes.
And my question is, if you are trying to change a new Kenya, because that is what I want. Sikatani na wewe everything. By the way, you know, I always agree. Mi hata nikikaa na nikiota, I always kuota Kenya ambayo iko na free health system inafanya. Do you know me, mtoto wangu aligonjeka juzi, unajua I was told to pay SHA na sikuwa nalipa NHIF, Julia. So the question is, kama tunataka hizi mambo zote, why don't we have a candidate who is not among the other candidates? Kwa sababu hao candidates wamekuwa in the political arena. Why don't we have our own candidate who atakuja kusema no, mimi nakuja because we are still recycling these old people.
Joseph, I refuse to
tunaisai
buy.
kwa watu tu walikuwa wa tribal lines bado, hata
I refuse
tukisemaga
to
hivi.
buy your statement. Kwa sababu gani? Every time you people come here and say, give us a candidate who is not here, you don't give us a candidate. You don't. You have no name in your mind. Which means you are here dismissing one person and you're not giving us a solution.
Why can we not vote for that Morara basi? Because even that
Morara
Morara
mwenye
is a
amekuja saa hii na
Gen Z.
ametupatia mascandos. What has Morara done for Kenya, by the way?
Sasa hivyo ndivyo sasa Julia tunaanzaga. You see when we start like that, sasa hivyo ndivyo tunaanzaga. That's why I'm
Okay.
saying also those guys who have been there, hawa tunajaribu kutetea na kuvotia
Me,
Julia.
I'm not talking
They have
about
been
those
part
guys.
of the regimes that we have
No,
been, that have been
me,
there.
I'm not
All
talking
of them.
about those guys. I'm not me. Let me tell you, I'm very decisive. By the way, just as I'm
Umeongea
not.
about Matiang'i. Matiang'i, where was
Yes,
Matiang'i? He was in the last government.
yes, and he
Alikuwa kwa
was in the
serikali
last government.
iliyopita. Na and si ati ilitufurahisha pia hiyo serikali Julia.
Yes,
Joseph, I have a question. I have a question for Matiang'i. How is Matiang'i going to deal with police brutality? Na yeye ndiye alikuwa ananyorosha watu
in fact,
when he
today
was interior.
let me tell you.
How is he going to address that? Na yeye
Last
pia he has blood in his hand, ameua watu.
By the
So
last week, I'm
yeah,
very
so these were the red flags. Ruto alikuwa na uza fertilizer, anaiba mahindi, alafu despite those red flags tulimchagua president and we expected him to turn out to be an angel.
Atupigi Gachagua Matiang'i sana. But do you know he'll be asked this question, Julia, in the debate?
Yes. And
mambo because we'll have a
let me
debate.
say this. I agree with you. He'll be asked this question, and I would like to see how he responds to that. In fact, I hope he responds to them sooner than later. Na leo nimeshangaa, nimeona kaskando kakisurround leo kakizunguka kwamba that Ruto is involved in those Yala killings. Nimeona that scandal coming up. That Ruto mwenyewe ametajwa kwa hizo those Yala killings. Ruto was in that government. He was the deputy president. Bona, you don't mention him, these people. In fact, I want Matiang'i to bring everything.
Yeah, he was there. He was there. He's part of them.
Yes.
Was
in
there.
fact, I want Matiang'i to come out, bring it out like JB style. Unaona? I want Matiang'i to bring all those things out. Unajua JB ametoka ameongea sana. Nataka Matiang'i hata yeye akute atuambie exactly what happened. So for that one, I agree with you. He owes Kenyans an explanation. Okay?
Lakini pia Julie, unajua kwa nini mimi sipingani Matiang'i hata vile nilikwambia from the beginning anaweza kuwa very good but we also need to see him guns blazing. Unajua uwezi kuja tu umekuja ati Kenya is okay, you will give us hope. Ni sawa, hope is good. Julia, unajua mpaka Ruto alikuja akatupatia hope. You don't remember Julia? Ruto alikuwa anapea watu hope.
Okay,
we are
now,
going to fix the economy.
You are wrong, Joseph.
So now
Again, you are wrong. You are comparing Ruto and Matiang'i. Ruto gave you
hope. No, I'm not comparing. I'm just comparing the ideology.
No. Ruto gave you hope by talking. Matiang'i has not said anything. We are only talking about the things Matiang'i has done. We are not talking about the things he has said. That is the difference. We are talking about the things Matiang'i achieved. We are not talking about the things Matiang'i has said.
Naongea kuhusu, unajua mimi Matiang'i nimemsikia tu akiongea once kwa rally.
Hapana.
I saw him in Kisii. Hiyo ndio tu rally niliona akiongea.
Hapana.
Rally ningesema juu mimi sijamsikia akiongea. Isipokuwa diaspora ni wapi wengine Matiang'i ameongea Kenya.
Me, I'm not basing on Matiang'i talks. In fact, I've not heard him talk, by the way, for your information.
He talked in Kisii and he said about hope. That's why I'm telling you, mimi naanzia na hapo aliongea.
Me, I'm not basing my argument on that. Joseph, you've been umekuwa Kenya na si ujue umekuwa wapi. Let me give you 3 points only about Matiang'i. So I'm not basing my argument on his talking. Okay? Because as far as I'm concerned, I've not heard him talk much on politics in the recent past. Especially this year na last sijamsikia kiongea tu kidogo Kisii. Okay? I know Matiang'i transformed the education system in Kenya. I know that. He did. And so the security area in Kenya. I know he did that. He forced that. He forced Kenya to move from analog to digital. He did that. Everywhere Matiang'i did, he performed. So that is what I know. Me, I'm not talking about his talking. So about talking, Ruto alisema na Matiang'i amesema hapana. I'm not comparing the talking because people say things and they don't do them. I am talking about what Matiang'i did and achieved. And to top his point about education, in 2015, schools like I think Kamsinga High School or Chevakari High School had over 300 A's in KCSE. In 2016, I think the AIs in Kenya were less than 100 or less than 500 in the whole country. Kwa sababu Matiang'i vile alipelekwa kwa hiyo ministry, alisema 2016 ikianza, hamtaimba mtihani huu mwaka. And he proved his point. People didn't steal exams. So I know what Matiang'i has done for Kenya. Not what he has said, Joseph. So you are wrong. Again, you are wrong. You are looking at people at the things they say as they politic. No, for me, I'm looking at the things people have done and they can do for us, not what they say.
It's very good. Mi unajua hata sijui kwa nini tuelewani na wewe. Labda kuna pahali tunapoteana na wewe. You know, the problem ni what I was trying to tell you here, lakini Julia, you are just trying to brush it off. Nilikwambia that those guys, hii mambo itaenda tu kwa vile ile pahali tumetoka. Uliona mpaka Matiang'i akianza kuenda Kisii kusema ati nakuja kuwaomba ndio niweze kuenda kusimama. He was going back to his community because he knows he needs his backing from his community. Na unajua kitu moja itakuja, Julia. You know one thing itakuja 2027. Wakikuyu wataanza kujiuliza kwa basi unajua wataanza kujiuliza. Ndio unasikia unasema DCP. Kwa nini Gachagua amekuja na DCP? Aje sema tukuje na uniformity, chama yoyote itaitwa kama tuseme Jubilee, imecover all areas, tuseme ati sisi yetu yote ni Jubilee. Amekuja na chama yake. Kwa nini? Pia yeye aliumwa kidole akajua na kumbe ninaweza kuja na niambiwe nitolewe hivyo juu nilikuwa nimeingia chama nikisema ati tunataka kuwa na chama yote ya uniformity, nikuje hata mimi nionyeshwe moto. Na after Gachagua ametolewa, ulisikia Wakikuyu wakisema nini? Ametutolea mtu wetu. Wakaanza kusema tulichagua Ruto kwa sababu Gachagua alikuwa. That is all that happens, Julia. Julia, I want to you are painting a very beautiful picture. But you see this picture, me I'm painting it after 2032 because 2027 we still have the same caliber. Tukiweza toa Ruto, I am telling you, tukitoa Ruto 2027 and I know we are going to do, hapo ndipo sasa siasa za ukabila zitaishia, Julia. I'm telling you.
Let me ask
Hapo
you
ndio
my question,
zitaishia.
Joseph. Let me ask you my last question. Has Gachagua said he cannot back Matiang'i?
No, he has not said that, and he has not said he cannot back Kalonzo, so we don't know who is back.
So even you are also jumping before the gun. Gachagua, you are also before the drum. You are also jumping the gun and you are jumping before the drum kama Wakurino. Gachagua na DCP yake, na tuseme hata tuwazimu Wakikuyu wako behind yeye, hajasema he's not backing Matiang'i. Okay? So let me just tell you that he has not said that. And I want to tell you that Gachagua is a very intelligent man. And he knows. So no alitoa hiyo story yake ya kusimama president, hata alisema that he withdrew it. Kwa sababu gani? He's intelligent. He's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing. So Gachagua has not said he's not backing Matiang'i. So hii story ya kusema ati kwamba ati of course most Kikuyus will be in DCP. That one I'm not refusing that. Most of them, most members of parliament in Mount Kenya will be in DCP. I'm not refuting that. But Gachagua has not said he's not backing Fred Matiang'i. Hajasema. So I want you to always say
Na Julia, sasa hiyo ndio sasa umekuja kwa point. Even me have not said I will not back Matiang'i. What we are doing with Rasvik here, we are trying to kuangalia, kujiuliza maswali. Unajua Julia 2022 tulikimbilia, wale watu tulikimbilia Raila, wale wengine wakakimbilia Ruto. Mimi nilikimbilia Raila. And we did not ask. Unajua yesterday I was hearing a guy called Danstan, it's called Danstan Omari or it's called no, not Danstan Omari. He has a name. Nilikuwa namsikia alikuwa TV 47. Unajua alikuwa anasema you see the manifesto ya UDA na manifesto ya Azimio, if you brought them together zilikuwa zinatengeneza kitu moja, Julie. It was forming one thing, and we did not take our time kuangalia watu wanaweza ka incline. Unajua nilikuwa nasikia tu watu wakisema ati Ruto hawezi join Raila hawezi kujaribu kujoin Ruto, but these things happened. That's why we say we need to check at the calibers of leaders also tunataka kuchagua 2027. Ni caliber ya leaders ati wawezi compromiseiwa ati juu opposition imesha kuwa moto sana wakaanza kuona hapana. wacha tu nini, wacha tu na mimi kile kitu mimi naogopaga sana ni tufanye tu the same things tumekuwa tukifanya all through. Hiyo ndio kitu mimi naogopa, si ati naogopa kitu ingine Julia. Na mimi sijasema si support Matiang'i, hiyo kitu mnafaa muondoe kwa akili. Ile kitu mimi nimesema, mimi for now nitawaangalia, hata wakisema watatupatia another candidate ambayo si Matiang'i, I'll still support. Juu si lazima, unajua Julia, tunaongea ni kama finalize hii issue, ni Matiang'i na ni Matiang'i. Hatujui kama tutapewa Kalonzo, we don't know. So let's keep kuangalia our leaders vile wanatuambia and what they are selling. We need to also look at them. Hivyo ndivyo nini nilikuwa najaribu kusema Julie.
Okay, me personally, Joseph, I like to make up my mind. I am never lukewarm. I'm either yes or no, or black or white, period. Let me tell you something. A Kalonzo candidacy will be a tribal candidacy. Upende ama usipende, hiyo itakuwa president wa kabila, wa Gema. Okay? Now, Gachagua candidacy will be a tribal candidacy. Will be rais wa Mount Kenya. Call a spade. But any other candidate, awe Matiang'i, awe Okiya Mtata, that will be a national candidate. Because he'll be similarly deeming from the smaller tribe, but having been picked from what they stand for. That is a difference. So
Julie, and you see, there is also good candidates. You can bado na good candidates,
because
but you have made up your mind on Matiang'i. I understand.
I made up my mind. I'm not trying to play good girl here. People can like me, they can hate me, I don't care. I'm not trying to play good girl. I've made up my Mimi sikuangi lukewarm. I've made up my mind that a Kalonzo candidacy is a Gema candidacy. Will not sell to the whole country. I've made up my mind. A Gachagua candidacy will be a Mount Kenya candidacy. Will not sell to the whole Kenyans. But I know that Kenyans of goodwill are looking for somebody who can transform their country into good governance, accountability. And me, the strongest person I have, okay, I believe Okiya Mtata is clean. I believe Mother Wangari Karua is clean. Personally, I believe those people I'm mentioning are clean. Okay? But I know Maraga, I would say I think he's clean, but I'm doubting his stand. I am beginning to think that he's Ruto's candidate. So I'm not proposing Maraga at all. Okay? According to me. So according to me, the person who stands out, who is transformative, who has a proven record. Okay? Okay, I'm saying Kalonzo, I think Mother Karua is clean. I think Okiya Mtata is clean. Then I have Fred Matiang'i. But now those three people, the person who has a proven record of having changed Kenya is Fred Okemo Matiang'i, according to me. So mimi sitakuwa hapa nikiwaambia nagojea kuamua, nagojea kufanya nini. No, I'm not lukewarm. I make up my mind. I don't take my time to make up my mind. If Matiang'i withdraws, and if Matiang'i withdraws, let me finish. If Matiang'i withdraws his candidacy, I'll make up my mind to the next person that I think can transform Kenya. If Matiang'i withdraws. So mimi sitaki kujifanya hapa ati I'm waiting for Gachagua to tell me what he wants with Kenya. Yeye ananiambianga. Hapana, I know what I want. I know what I want for my country. It's not like I don't know what I want for my country.
Julia, what if they don't settle on Matiang'i? They settle on another candidate, and it becomes the candidate ule una advocate hapa. What then?
If they settle, you see, if they settle for Kalonzo candidacy, that's a tribal candidacy. That's a Ngema candidate. If they settle for Gachagua candidacy, that's a Mount Kenya candidate, that's a tribal candidacy. So we will be back to square one as Kenya. We will not have solved our problems because the two, I do not believe they are revolutionary and they are not transformative. They will be there on the basis of their numbers from their tribe. So we'll be back to square one as Kenya. So me, I will not vote for them because I don't even think Matiang'i will be in that basket. I think he'll vie. He'll still vie. So I'll vie for him. Atakama lose. I'll vote for him. Atakama lose. I'll vote for him.
So ume stick na Matiang'i?
Yes.
Nice. Hiyo mimi nasema ni vizuri Julia. Ni vizuri.
I don't
But
play
but mimi yangu Julia, unajua mimi nataka nini? Mimi si kustick na what I need, we need to win the elections.
You don't even
That is what hivi kile mimi nataka ni tushinde elections. Mimi nataka Ruto aende. Mimi nataka Ruto, mimi sitaki mambo ya kujua nani. Sitaki kujua nani atasimamishwa pale. Ule atasimamishwa pale Julia, tunampropel. Mimi ndio unasikia ninasema. Juu mimi sijui vile kutaenda Julia. Juu tukianza unajua the more tutacheza hii game, the more tutapoteza watu. And you know leaders also they have a following Julia. Si ati hawana following. Hata Kalonzo usimuone kama hana following.
Is pretending here he doesn't know that Kalonzo is in Gema. Kalonzo is being prepared by Gema. Huku sio jina na makazi watu wachanga hiyo kujifanya yako hapo.
Ndio nakwambia Julia
pretending there. Kalonzo
ile kitu tuko nayo tunataka Ruto aende. Ruto ndio agenda yetu Julia. But lazima tukue tukiangalia ways za
you really make my day and you sound very ironic. I don't know how to say your statement. You here claiming unataka Ruto aende, yet you don't raise the strategies that Ruto aende. Una hata hizo strategies. Nikikuuliza unataka nani? Unasema hujui unataka nani, tunangojea wakwambie. Na mimi nimekwambia ukweli kwamba, and not ukweli according to me, not according to you. And maybe if you also argue that point and ask me tell me what you think. Nimekwambia if Gachagua decides to vie for presidency, itakuwa kura ya mlima. Sasa nikuulize, do you think Gachagua can win against Ruto? You can answer me there. What do you think?
No, Gachagua cannot win against Ruto.
Yes.
Even it's very easy kukuambia hivyo.
So you know it will be a wrong idea to have him as what? Presidential candidate. Question number 2. Do you think Kalonzo Musyoka can win against Ruto?
He can be supported by these teams. Kama wataenda nyuma yake, he can.
If
Matiang'i becomes a deputy to Kalonzo, unajua pia akikuwa deputy it can, unajua nani hajaikuwa deputy Matiang'i, it will be his first time to become a deputy. Now the problem is with the people who are backing Matiang'i, accept Kalonzo to become a president, and with the people supporting Kalonzo accept Matiang'i to become president. That now hapo ndipo tuko Julia.
Okay, I know about that challenge, Kalonzo, but I'm asking you, if you look at if you are genuine to yourself and you are you are surveying around in Kenya, do you think Kenyans would prefer Matiang'i presidency or Kalonzo presidency? Which one do you think will sell more? Let me ask you, at the current generation yenye tuko na penye tuko wa Kenya saa hii, which presidency will sell more? A Kalonzo presidency or Matiang'i presidency? Now, to narrow now on 2. We have narrowed on 2.
Yeah, if you narrow on 2, naweza sema Matiang'i. If you narrow on 2, I'll say Matiang'i.
Okay, we began by 3.
If you narrow on 2.
Yeah? Kwa Wamunyoro. Tukasema Wanyoro cannot sell.
Gachagua hata muondoe hakuna pahali anasema. Gachagua hata mimi siwezi hata amka kupigia kura.
So now you understand why my argument is for Matiang'i. Okay? Now, if now you look at the other candidates, we have Okiya Mtata hapo mbele alikuwa amesema atakona team. Sasa ni kama hiyo team imeenda kulala. Why do you think Matiang'i ame reduced to? Yani they are like hakuna haja. Now we have 2 people, Maraga and Matiang'i. Let me ask you, according to you, Maraga and Matiang'i, who is selling more?
Me, I support Maraga.
But according to you, what do you think? According, if you see the ata hewa na nini, nani ana sell more between Maraga and Matiang'i?
Julia, don't underestimate Maraga. Don't underestimate Maraga.
You know what happens, Julia? Unajua Julia, Gen Z wanaonekana wana support Matiang'i, but we cannot all base this on Gen Z, Julia. We have so many. Sisi tumekuwa tukiongea hapa Julia, tunasema tuko mpaka na the working class. Si tulisema tuko na the waitwaje? The civil servants. Ujue pia hao they are voting. Kuko na watu wengi sana wana vote kwa hii election. So let us not base it only for Gen Z. Gen Z, I know they are supporting Matiang'i. Let's base it on Kenya mzima.
Okay, let me ask you the next question. Okay, I am now I'm listening to you. I'm not dismissing.
Maraga pia kuna support ya Gen Z.
Okay, sijawa dismiss maneno ya Maraga. Sasa nikiwauliza sasa, tuko na team players hapa, tuko na Kalonzo Musyoka, tuko na Gachagua. In fact, Gachagua is the guy here. Yeah? Gachagua, let me tell you, whether we like it or not, Gachagua is the kingmaker. Gachagua is the kingmaker. Whether tumpende, tusimpende, Gachagua is the kingmaker. Do you think Gachagua would go for a Matiang'i presidency or a Maraga presidency?
Who the kingmaker?
Gachagua will go for a Matiang'i presidency.
Yeah.
Sababu Matiang'i can protect his interest, but Maraga won't protect his interest.
No.
That's the bitter truth.
Oh, good job. Now, whatever the reason Rasbig you give, I don't know whether it is true or
Julia, na mimi I can differ kidogo na speak niseme because you know we are just discussing. Hii ni vitu tuna converse. Si vitu ati tume make up our mind.
Yes.
So I was saying and me what I can hapo ndipo nilikuwa nakwambia Julia, we'll have now the numbers come into play. Maraga ametoka wapi?
Kisii.
Ametoka Kisii pia, si ndio? So if Maraga ako na numbers lakini hapana hapo hata mimi nakubaliana na Rasbig. Nataka kusema spade as spade. Maraga Matiang'i atachukua.
Matiang'i
Let's call a spade a spade. Eh? But if we look at general but if we look at general Julia, general kuangalia ule leader ambaye ako clean, who will we say between Matiang'i and Maraga? The leader who has shown us in the limelight is clear.
Something coming up. Unajua recently Maraga was appointed by Ruto and he worked for Ruto last year. Msijui mpaka lini. So Maraga there's a scandal popping that Maraga is a Ruto candidate to scatter Matiang'i. Lakini nyinyi, what I want, you have agreed with me that Gachagua would go for a Matiang'i presidency. And you are also agreeing that Gachagua is a kingmaker right now. Okay? So it follows that we are making some deductions here. So that hii usiku yote usiku kucha tumekuwa tukiagi mkiniambia nisiconclude niseme Matiang'i. Nyinyi amjaamua. Me, I'm not wrong because I have read the signs of times. Okay? Nimejua penye upepo unaelekea. Kwamba that even Gachagua himself, he is most likely to back Matiang'i. Because Gachagua is very intelligent. Because
Julia, me what I can say Gachagua atakuwa, unajua Gachagua atakuwa nini? Gachagua will not be the tripping of the vote. Gachagua atakuwa, unaona if unaona kama Kalenjin, let's take it tribal. Tuache kusema vile tutapush about tutakuwa tribal ni sawa Gen Z na everything. Let's first take it tribal kidogo tuone kama itawaka. Kama wa Kalenjin na Wajaluo watashikana Julia, eh? Unajua itabidi ni Gachagua hiyo cancel ya hiyo vote ya Mount Kenya ndio ita cancel hizi votes za hizi tribe mbili, si ndio? As we know, hiyo ndio itajaribu cancel. So tutakuwa draw, si ndio? So that's why I'm saying unaona zile votes zitakuja pale juu. It will come from a place, itakuja kwa ni kama tu vile sijui kama aliiba ama kuiba. Me I talk about 2020. Unajua hao ndio walituambia, mimi sijui kama aliiba ama kuiba, sijui. But do you see that zile votes walipata ili vile blocks zilipigwa, zile votes ziliongezekea juu ni kama zilikuwa zimetoka Western Julia. Ama unaonaje? Zile votes Ruto alishinda nazo hizo 200,000. Uliona kama zilitoka wapi? I see like it came from the wale
even Western Odinga had more votes in Western province.
Yeah, ndio nasema kuna hii region ya nani anaitagwa aje huyu jamaa. Unajua Mudavadi anaga kura, huyu jamaa mwingine Wetangula. You know Wetangula, their guys in I think anakuwa wapi Bungoma they voted for that guy for Ruto. Unajua Bungoma they voted for Ruto nani Julia. Nilikuwa naangalia I was following those elections in 2022. And unaona the tripping of na pia
Bungoma walivotia UDA in large numbers.
Yes, ndio nakwambia Julie. And you see even in coast. Sasa ndio ninasema itakuwa tu kuna mtu atakuja kutripi kitu. So
generally
I'm just
Bungoma. Generally Bungoma always vote for the government.
So hao unataka kusema Rasbig wanajuaga serikali ikikuja?
No,
wanajua serikali
most like I'm voting against ODM. If you look at their trend. Yeah,
so
that's what I mean.
Julia, also you have not talked about Western. Unajua pia Western itakuwa at play. Na tuwezi jua kama pia anatembea anaweza kuja kuingilia kwa hii equation Julia.
He's definitely.
Kuna mambo mingi sana. There is so many things. Ndio
and
ninasema
akina Wamalwa, they are there. By the way, akina Wamalwa wako na Gachagua sahi. So let me just say this. So you people keep saying here ati hamjui penye mko, hamjui sijui nini.
No, si tunajua Julius. Si tunajua.
hatuko kwa Ruto.
Me personally, I'm a team Maraga unless you want to be on the ballot.
Aya, ati Joseph anasema ati hajui hayuko, ati he still removing Ruto na hajui hayuko. Me, I don't play safe. Okay? Kama ni mbaya ni mbaya. I have made up my mind, and I think Gachagua will tell me I'm not wrong. Nimeambia Gachagua is very smart. Gachagua will be the kingmaker. Wakenya wampende, asimpende, he'll be the kingmaker this time. Okay?
Gachagua is the kingmaker, I agree with you.
Yes, he's a kingmaker right now. Okay? Na niwaambie Gachagua knows he cannot just go for somebody mwenye is a losing ticket. He won't do that foolishness. Hatafanya hivyo. He will go for someone who knows will win votes across Kenya. Si mtu mwenye ataonekana ni mtu wa kabila. He will avoid that very much. I know that. He's a smart guy. So, we have balanced the questions with the three of you, and you have agreed with me that Gachagua is most likely to propose Matiang'i. So now you know that even I am not wrong for deciding that Matiang'i is the best candidate for the presidency. He's a winning ticket.
Julia, what about Kalonzo? Can Kalonzo propagate Matiang'i?
Nimekwambia Kalonzo is a credible candidate.
So can he no, nasema can he propagate between Matiang'i and Maraga? Who can he support?
Me, I don't think Maraga will, first and foremost, I want to promise you Maraga will not feature anywhere. Yeah, he'll not. He'll not even
give him time. Give him time. Don't underestimate him.
He'll not even be in the ballot. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Mtu angekuwa kwa ballot lakini kama amejitoa pia. You remember when earlier before, I think last year, and people were very excited, even Gen Z were very excited. Okiya Mtata formed his presidential campaign team. Mnakumbuka hivyo? Si ni kama ameenda underground. Amepewa pressure by the time Matiang'i came into the picture. Now,
nani huyo Julia pole nimepotea nani?
Okiya Mtata. Kumbuka alikuwa na timu yake. You don't remember he had his team. Haya. The other person mwenye amepewa Kalonzo amepewa ile pressure mbaya mbovu. Because before Matiang'i, Kalonzo was selling a tribal card. Wao unafikiri historia ya makazi nimetoka wapi? You know, Kalonzo was selling a tribal card. You know, and I don't blame him. Angepata hizo numbers by the way, lakini it would have been an uphill task for him to get an appeal at numbers across Kenya. Unajua ingekuwa gumu kiasi kwa sababu Wakenya wanamuona kama watermelon. Hata saizi wanamsengenya wanasema ati atanaendanga State House usiku. How true that is I don't know. I think it's just something to scandalize him. Lakini sijui kama ni kweli ama ni uongo ama ni scandal tu ama ni propaganda tu. Now, so Kalonzo amepata pressure. History ya Matiang'i atile umeona Matiang'i vile amekuja ameingia airport leo. Have you seen the picture? People have you seen?
Niliona na ndio nakwambia unadhani Kalonzo pia yeye anasikiaje Julia? Unajua?
Anasikia aje?
Hizi vitu ni ngumu pia. Si ati ninahisi hivyo Julia.
You know Kalonzo before Matiang'i, let me tell you, before Matiang'i, Kalonzo candidacy was selling because Kenyans tungekuwa kwamba kwanza tuchague mtu mkabila alafu tujisota hapo mbele. Unaona tutoe Ruto. Tungekuwa hivyo. Lakini saa hizi Matiang'i's entry is like, we no longer have to do this tribal thing. We can do a national thing now. You know, we don't have to do this tribal thing. And you see, like we keep saying, Wamunyoro si mjinga. Wamunyoro ati sababu Wamunyoro amewaambia wanyamaze wape historia. Unajua Kalonzo in the around 6 weeks ago or something, or 2 months ago, Kalonzo was saying that at sirudi nyuma, this time it is my time, I must vie for presidency. I think Kalonzo said that. Then somewhere Wamunyoro said that ati hapana tutulize Boris. Wamunyoro said that tutulize Boris.
Na ndio Julia umeulizwa swali hapo chini na Jimmy Ombati. Ameuliza can Kalonzo remain if Matiang'i is given the ticket? Also me, that is my question to you. As I echo what he said, yeah. Can Kalonzo remain if Matiang'i is given the ticket? Also me, I wanted to ask you that. Also me, that is the question I wanted to ask you because I doubt it.
I doubt
Will he
it.
wait for another 5 years to become the president?
Anakonserva.
Sasa
So
unaona
answer us, Julia. You know, even we want now to ask you question about your candidate. Kwa sababu umesimama kabisa na Matiang'i. He's the one you're rooting for.
okay, wacha nijibu your story ya Kalonzo kwanza. Kalonzo itakuwa ngumu. Unaona nani Joseph? Uko unasema ati kama anaweza kuwa. First, let me tell you, there's no way of having Matiang'i running mate and Kalonzo president. You are it a make. But Kalonzo cannot accept to be running mate ya Matiang'i. Juu amesema mara mingi ati ameambiwa kuwa running mate ati he cannot play second fiddle anymore. Si amesema hivyo. He cannot play second fiddle. So Kalonzo, it will be difficult to manage Kalonzo.
Yeah, he has said that.
Yeah, so it will be very difficult to manage Kalonzo, but we are waiting to see what he'll do. Now, ask me questions about Matiang'i.
Okay, I'm the first one to ask you a question about Matiang'i. How will he answer the question that he has been propagated by IMF? Because that will be a question which will be in the campaign, and that question will also come in the debate. Mina juu hizi zitakuja kwa debate.
If he has not been propagated by IMF, of course you say no. You just say if you are not, you are not. What else do you have to tell people? What else do you have to prove to people? Which other question do you want to ask about Matiang'i?
Unajua Julie umeijibu tu kama rais. Unajua hiyo kitu itasindiliwa sana hiyo kitu. Juu ataanza kusema he was working for IMF. So is it that you're bringing the politics for IMF?
I'm working for IMF and have resigned. You repeat, you respond like that. Unataka respond aje kwingine? Nani hana job sahi? Sasa uko na job yenyewe.
Unashikana moto sana Matiang'i akiguzwa. Tunauliza tu maswali zile atakuwa akiulizwa. Hizo ndizo maswali mtagojea akiulizwa. Juu pia mimi unajua nitakao nikimsupport at that time kama ni atakuwa candidate.
Let me ask you. Now right now niko hapa. Nikirudi Kenya kusimama kiti. Watu waanze kusema ati nimetumwa na Amerika. Sintawajibu tu nimesha resign. Won't people ask?
Wewe tutakutolea scandal kwanza.
Won't people say ati nimetumwa na Amerika? People say ati won't people say that?
Huyu ametumwa na Trump.
Ametumwa na Trump kwanza hata si Amerika na Trump.
Huyu ametumwa na Trump.
So scandals, I mean, let me say this. I think Matiang'i is very articulate. When that time comes, he will answer. Sidhani ati Matiang'i akona shida speaking problem. By the way, he's very akona charisma. Ushamsikia akiongea. Huyu jamaa akona charisma. And did you watch?
Ule ni professor bwana. Public speaking, he's a professor.
Did you watch him responding to the MPs? Last week unakumbuka siku yenye MPs walimuita vile aliwasomea. That's the way around.
Yeah, in terms of public speaking is good.
I know. By the way, he's very good. Unajua ni mzuri sana. He's very good at it's called what? Public speaking.
Yes.
But he's very good at public speaking. Like, but the energy, unajua hiyo energy ndio tulikuwa si ati tunauliza kwa ubaya nani Julia. Tunauliza the energy. Unajua if there is a person who alikuwa na energy last week, can you agree with me that Ruto had the energy in 2022?
Yes.
He did how many campaigns? You know, that is the energy we are asking, Julia. Unajua lazima pia huyo mtu anasimama kwa na energy.
Let's wait and see. Last week na Joseph. Hebu tuone. Alafu chenye mimi najua hiyo energy itakuwa too much for Ruto because it will be from all corners. Unajua this will be one candidate. If they agree to back Matiang'i, if they agree to go differently, they are done. I can assure them Ruto will win. Okay? If they decide to go separately, ati kila mtu asimame, they are done. It's a waste of time. But if they agree to back one candidate, that is Matiang'i, Ruto atakuwa na Ruto ayap afanye nini hata manage hata make so you know what me the candidate is Matiang'i, Fred Okemo Matiang'i.
Julia, mimi by the way, I like now a debate like this one. We are not shouting at each other, Julia. Unajua mimi si ati sija support Matiang'i. Kile huku unaelewa ni hiyo. Sasa kuna swali pia, unajua lazima mtu pia electorate ajiulize swali Julia. Unajua lazima ujiulize huyu mtu. Nimemuona akifanya hizo kazi, lakini unajua pia lazima kuna maswali. Matiang'i, I know him as a worker. You know, I'm not seeing Matiang'i as a politician.
Yes,
now you have called him as a worker.
Yes, that is a description. You are right, Joseph. He's not a politician. He's a worker.
Yes.
And guess
Sasa ndio nilikuwa nataka kumuona as a politician kidogo pia nione vile anaweza unajua Julia, unajua elections zinashindagwa bado na politics.
Nope.
That's why another person came and told me here politics will be everywhere. Kuna siku niliuliza swali hapa nikaambia politics is everything. Politics is like the way of life in Kenya. Nilikuja nikaambia hivyo hapa.
Not just in Kenya, everywhere in the world.
Alex nakumbuka alikuja akaniambia politics is everything in Kenya. Nakumbuka alikuja kuniambia hivyo. Juu nilikuwa ninapingana nasema hapana. Si lazima tukue tukiangalia at politicians we were talking about the death of Ojwang. And I told them to tusiingishe politics into this. You know, they told me that politics is the way of life in Kenya. So I was trying to argue out that. Sasa unajua sasa Julie umekuja kuniambia tena politics way of. So what do I trust now?
So I'm telling you that Matiang'i will not play politics. He's a worker, he's a professional. But if you're asking about being articulate, he's very articulate at whatever he says. So he'll not shy away from issues. He knows what to say, when, where, to who. He knows, and he's not afraid. Matiang'i is not afraid. You cannot intimidate him, either in a political arena or privately. He's not the kind to be intimidated. So you're talking about energy. He's not the guy to be intimidated. You cannot intimidate him. Na kuna mtu anaita Kalonzo ati catwalker. Hiyo nyinyi watu tumewasamehe for saying Kalonzo
lakini Kalonzo ni slippery, Julia. Kalonzo is very slippery. Mimi namuogopa mimi Kalonzo.
Father Danny
Kalonzo
anasema Father Didi anasema I heard Matiang'i say at the airport, negative energy has no resource. It has focused on issues, not personalities. So issues for Kenya. Yes, Matiang'i, we are looking for a worker, not just a politician or a catwalker. So we want someone who will produce resources in Kenya and change our country, period. That is what we want. Tutaki drama na side shows. Ati nitatenga, nitafanya, nitanunua, nitawaluza, nitawapeleka Russia, nimefanya nini. Hapana, we want...
una support Matiang'i kabisa. Wewe hata ukiguzika damu yako inatoka tu Matiang'i.
Wewe Matiang'i asipokuwa kwa ballot utalia. You'll be safe.
Damu ya Julia ikikatwa inasoma Matiang'i.
Julia will be at blockers. Me, I'm ready for any candidate though.
If he's not in the ballot, I know Kenyans, you are done. Because if he's not on the ballot, unless you have Mother Karua on the ballot. If you remove Matiang'i on the ballot, you put Mother Karua, mtakuwa tu sawa.
Na Mother Karua, where do you see her?
Mother Karua,
because we are talking...
I don't know whether she's going to seek an elective position. I don't know what she wants right now. Sijui, but I just hope she'll be in the next government. In fact, Mother Karua, we should kick out Mother Kome and have her as our CJ. Okay? We should kick out Mother Kome and have her.
But Julia, hata juu unasema ati politics does not change. Hata tutaangalia. Umeona vile Kindiki ametransformiwa. He has been transformed by politics kabisa. Alikuwa mjamaa amenyamaza. Unaona vile anaongea siku hizi. Politics I think is a must change you. Lazima zikubadilishe.
Let me ask you, do you really admire the way Kindiki talks?
I don't admire, but do you see vile zimembadilisha? Somebody even who cannot talk in that hostility. Ata by the way, another person I can tell you, Julie, example, the Mudavadi. Could you expect Mudavadi kuwa anaongea? We knew Mudavadi as a calm politician. Mtu ambaye hana mambo mingi. We knew Mudavadi. Ata Kibaki, that's why I heard that he was campaigning for Mudavadi in 2013. Alikuwa namuona kama mtu wako calm sana. But after he entered in the pact with Ruto, my friend, tumeona Mudavadi amekuwa ni nini? Amekuwa ni sumbua kabisa. Not the way I had seen Mudavadi kitambo.
Let me call Mato a thing. Mato, I call you a thing. Nitakwambia what thing nimekuita. Nikikuja hapa. Nimekuonea 18.
Julia unaweza kuwa ulimuhost. Julia tunakuogopa sasa. Wewe ni Matiang'i.
Nitakuonea 18. Kwenda huko.
But it's good. I like your stand. Unasimama na mtu wako na nini na mtu wako. But mimi wacha Julia kwanza nijipe time. I just want to give myself time kidogo. Nione vile hizi vitu zitachezwa. Because I know it's politics.
If you hear me change my mind, it's because Okiya Omtata is running for president na Matiang'i asimami.
Na nikuulize Julia,
Those
Matiang'i
are
akianza
kind of candidates.
na Matiang'i akianza kutingisha tingishwa na Ruto, juu Ruto ataanza kumtingisha.
As how
Sijui mara amemtumania polisi,
arresting him.
amefanya nini. Unajua lazima ataanza kutingishwa. You know Ruto.
I think
Ataanza
sahi,
kama anakaa na mthreaten.
unaona sahi what is happening, penye amejiweka, now Ruto will not touch him. If he was going to keep quiet and start politicking underground, Ruto angemharakisha. Unaona? Saizi it depend on where, and unaona watu wote wamejiweka hapo. My friend Matiang'i, Martha Karua, JB Mboturi, Gachagua, sasa Ruto hawezi waguza. You know, kuna vile unajiweka inakaa you are not touchable, you are untouchable, you know, because if Ruto decides to start harassing Matiang'i, it will be making him popular, you know that.
Yeah, I know, but you know Ruto does not have brains, Julia.
No,
Unajua ana akili.
That is mbona hajashika Gachagua. Now he knows what, if you don't do this.
I think because Gachagua talks too much. Unajua Gachagua anaongeaga mingi. Gachagua atasema na walikuwa wanataka kudiua, walikuwa wameniwekea you know Gachagua talks.
I don't think Ruto will do that. He'll keep off, because if he arrests him, he makes him more popular. Kunakuwa ati protest ya Matiang'i, arrest Matiang'i go. Unaona, leave Matiang'i alone. Ma protest kama hapo. Sasa hizo story Ruto sidhani anataka. Let me say this. If Matiang'i is not vying for presidency, and I hear that Martha Karua is vying for presidency, kura yangu itapotea na Martha Karua. If Martha Karua is not vying for presidency, and I hear Okiya Mtota is vying for presidency, kura yangu itapotea na Okiya Mtota. Because me personally, I'm looking for people who believe that things should be done right in Kenya. I'm not looking for my candidates. I'm not. I'm looking for people who I think sell the ideology that I believe in, that things should be done right in Kenya. Those are kind of people I'm looking for.
Julia, now you have umekuja kwa point yangu. Me, I'm looking for somebody who will change our country. Unasikia bado sija settle, because hata nikiweza sikia Onyonka anataka kusimama, mimi naweza patia hata Onyonka. So we are still bado mimi naangalia a candidate. Yes, tuko na Matiang'i. Matiang'i is a good one, is a good one, and is a very good one, but lazima pia, unajua pia lazima mtu aangalie kani. Ni kama tu vile ukienda kuvotia MP, Julia. Do you know the MPs you are going to vote? Because tunaongeaga tu kuhusu president huku juu. Umeona vile tumekuwa na headache of members of parliament, because hata tukivotia president huko juu na tuvotie members of parliament na governors wazuri, there is nothing we are doing. We are not changing the system. Juu utavotia president huko, lakini umevotia corrupt governor hapo, anawatesa kuwatesa. An MP anaenda bunge amelala na serikali. So when we are thinking about that, pia unafaa ufikirie kuhusu MP. Na ndio unaona pia MP ni kama uko na moja. Julia, najua una MP moja in mind. Where do you vote? Where do you vote?
I don't have.
Where is your police station? Unavotia wapi?
Okay, saizi mimi nilipigia kura hapa, but usually I vote in Mathira constituency. Na sina MP kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu we've not even, yes. So, but sina MP kwa sababu they have not even gone for nominations. Why should I? And then me, by the way, nilikwambia Joseph, I'm planning to transfer my vote to Nairobi. Nilikwambia sababu.
Welcome. Mimi najua niko Nairobi ndio kinawaka.
I have a very good reason to transfer to Nairobi, because there are some people who should not become governors and senators in that city.
And that's why I'm telling you know also Julia, they start aligning themselves. Unaona pia saa hizi kuna watu wanajialign, unaona kuna watu wako potential kupata governorship ya 2027. Unaona mpaka akina I heard even Sakaja amesema hataki governor. I heard amesema hataki. I heard he does not. He knows he's not popular. That guy, do you know Julia, unajua nimekuja kuogopa hawa watu wanasemaga ati ni educated na ni watu wanaweza tuonesha. Hata si educated, juu Sakaja si educated. Watu wanataka kutuonesha ati sisi tuko, mimi ni mule na fightia. Did you see Sakaja when he was in Senate, Julia? Kuna mtu angeguza Sakaja when he was in Senate. Na ndipo walikuwa wanapiga serikali ya Sonko. But right now I think the people walichukua Sakaja is like a intellectual na anaweza kuja kuwa transformia life. But I think people now, pia watu wamechange. They have known. Juu pia ujui, unaweza kuwa ukiimba watu hapo unasema ati tunataka sijui Onyonka akuje akue governor sijui wa Kisii. Unapata huyo jamaa transform, tumekuwa na akina Orengo Julia. Unasikia watu wasikia wakilia kila wakati Orengo vile amewachilia maendeleo. Who was Orengo? Orengo was a very prominent person in this country. Akiwa Senate hata sidhani kuna mtu. He came even with the coin phrase ya the government it's his own people. But I don't know, it's like when they are in the sazile wako Senate, it's like wanakuwaga ni wako wazuri, unaweza dhania ni watu wazuri, but tukiwatoa huku nje like unajua Julia, mimi MP wangu saa hizi ni nani? My MP is KJ. How could I have ever thought that KJ angekuja kuongea zile vitu amekuwa akiongea? Akitusi mpaka jenzi. I never thought that I could have come to a place that unasikia KJ akitusi watu kama jenzi. I never thought. Na ndio ninasema pia watu wakienda kuchagua leaders, hawa leaders wanafaa waekelewa kwa mizani. Juu pia KJ second term yake alivotiwa na fluke. Unajua KJ yako votiwa tijijua nini? Walivotiwa na fluke, ile fluke nilikuwa na. Ndio uliona mpaka Kikuyu au kuwa na candidate alikuwa na ranga against Ishongwa. Ilivyo tuliambiwa. Ishongwa alirun peke yake. But hivyo ndivyo nakwambia, hata tukifikiria kuhusu huko juu lazima tufikirie huku chini. Ndio nakwambia lazima pia ujipe free space kwa mind, uangalia watu juu tutakuwa nao wote Julia, tutakuwa na leaders tofauti hata kwa constituency yenu, na utaona ule utachagua. That is it's come kutoka chini kwenda juu, all has effect kutoka chini kwenda juu.
So Joseph, do you think sahi tumepata, we know anybody that will vie for, I mean, those lower seats? Hatujapata hao watu, si watajitokeza tu when the time comes?
Mimi najua mmoja. Mimi kama Sakaja anasimama senator na mvutia. Sisa nani Sifuna. I have my senator.
So you vote for
kama vile tu nasema kama vile tu nasema Matiang'i, I have my senator. Kama atasimama senator.
Vice for with ODM utampigia kura?
Nitampigia. Na ndio nilikwambia mimi si vote DCP hivyo watu wanasema atipiga block. Mimi sikubali hivyo Julia this time round. Nilifanya hivyo 2013, nimefanya hivyo 2017 na 2022. 2022 hata ndio siku unajua 22 pia nilivote block. Juu nilivotia aitagwa nani? Polycarp. I voted for Polycarp. MP ndio tu nilivotia KJ. I voted for Polycarp and I voted for Raila and I voted for another MCA huko kwetu. Alikuwa anasimama na Jubilee.
Na gavana mnasimamisha nani Nairobi?
Gavana mi kama Babuino. Lakini mimi sitaki kumwe. Sitaki.
Are you serious?
Naogopa sana watu.
For the city? Are you serious?
Now who is it, Julia? Because you know governorship ya Nairobi si mchezo.
Hawajasimama, pengine watasimama.
Governorship ya Nairobi si mchezo.
Manager.
Yeah, that's why I was saying
Nairobi ni kama mayor wa New York.
You know you need to
tasbika tunaona nani anaweza simama?
No, nasema governor wa Nairobi ni kama kukuwa mayor wa New York ama DC. You deal with so many cartels and
ni norma. That's why we need somebody who is firm. Vile mnasema Matiang'i, I think governor wa Nairobi, me the only person I knew was great and he can come back. Kama Polycarp anaweza kuja, I can vote for him. He was a manager, that guy.
Yeah, you should vote
that
for
guy. Me, I can vote for him. I can vote for him if he come back. But
Babuino ni kutupa city. It's like throwing your seat.
But Jose, you know, saa zingine wa Kenya unishangaza how they ended up with Sakaja over Polycarp.
Ni the same thing Vic watafanya. The same thing watafanya. Sio na Babuino. The same thing Babuino walifanya ndivyo watafanya tu 2027. Watasema huyu jamaa ako sawa, tunamuona bunge akiongea. It's the same thing watu walifanya. Mimi najua mimi sikuvotia Sakaja, but the people who are telling me, Jumi family members, by the way, let me tell you, mimi nilifight sana na my mom na my dad. Unajua sasa hizi mpaka watakaki tuongee siasa. Juu nilikuwa nimewaambia, nikajaribu kuwaambia sijui mara ngapi waachane na Ruto, wasichague Sakaja. I tried convincing them. Hawangenisikiza. Waliniambia wewe, si tuna vote. Wewe kama hutaki wewe votie huyo jamaa wenu, huyo jamaa. Hata walikuwa wanamuita kitendawili. Nikamwambia ni sawa. But do you know, nikiwauliza why you want to vote for Sakaja, nobody had a reason to tell me. Walikuwa wananiambia tu he has been good in Senate. Tumemwona akipigania watu. The same things that we are going to do. Tutasema Babuino amekuwa akipigania watu. Tumeanza kusikia hizo mambo ndio zinaanza kusemekana. Babuino amekuwa akipigania watu. Sijui unamuona anaongelea kuhusu hizi injustices. That is where we get it wrong. Tutavote for the same leader. That is what they did in Nakuru. Julia, si kwenyu tu, ilifanyika kila pahali. Nakuru walichagua nani? They had a very good governor, anaitwa Lee Kenyanjui. Walienda wakachagua nani? They voted for Susan Kihika. Na it happens. Sijui ni kama watu ikifika hiyo wakati, I don't know. Lakini mimi Rasvik nilisema mimi si vote na hizo vitu wanaitaga ati block. Mimi sitakubali. Hizo block mimi sitapiga hizo block wanasemaga. Hata Kashagu asema ati DCP. Kashagu aniambia DCP, mimi sitavote hizo ma DCP. Kama if a leader is not good, Rasvik, stand with your stand.
Yeah.
Kama si
Exactly. You know, Dini, when it comes to Julia comparing to US politics, where I live, it's like I don't care about who becomes the president. Kwa sababu, you know, Trump has signed executive orders, but my local leaders will represent my interest. Akisign an executive order ile in effect, the locals, our local leaders, they stand up against the president. And they don't kiss. Utaona wamecamp nini White House ati wameenda kutafuta mradi, you know, mradi zinapitishwa, you know, kwa Congress na Senate na inakuwa divided equally without kwenda kucamp kwa nini kwa White House. And the functioning system whereby I pay taxes, those taxes, they work, you know, like the area that I live, the school districts is pretty good, you know, like my kids, wanaenda shule, wanapewa breakfast na lunch, wanapewa kitabu, mpaka bagi ya kubeba hizo vitabu, you know. Me as a parent, my only commitment ni to make sure mtoto ameenda shule na akosi kuenda shule. That's and just to follow up na education yake. And everything is free. Once I pay my taxes, kila kitu ni free. Those are things that you know, we can do in Kenya, but ile kitu inafanyika Kenya, uizi iko hali ya juu. Unapata vijana wale wana nini maproxy wa au ma politicians wanaishi maisha ingine, unashindwa huyu mtu ufanyanga biashara gani? You know, maybe somebody is a lawyer na wewe pia ni lawyer, unashindwa kwani huyu mtu angukia kesi ya aina gani? No, ni kesi zile anaangukia ni fraud za county, ati yeye ni lawyer wa county ama yeye ni lawyer sijui wa serikali. They go falsify documents za fees, legal fees. Unasikia sijui county iko na sijui how many millions in legal fees, mpaka unashindwa kwani hizi ni legal fees gani? Kwani county imekuwa sued for what? Umejua? But they are paying out legal fees through this proxy. Alafu pia hao malawyer ukiwachunguza fiti, si ati ni malawyer wengine ati wanoma sana, ni tu makatels tu, kwa sababu wako kwa hiyo scandal ya Wembezol Chapa.
Kabisa.
So,
Julia,
we need to fight these kind of things.
Julia.
Yes.
Unaona Father Dan hapo akituchekelea, na Father Dan walichagua mtu mpaka ajui haezi mpaka kuongea kwa bunge. Ulimwona hapo? Ule anaitwa Mundiki.
Ule mtu
Mundiki.
wa Embu.
He cannot even compose a straight sentence. Imagine, and that guy is supposed to
Jiru wacha, you should attack Jiru, he's here. He's hearing.
And they are supposed to oversight. Unajua mimi nashindaga watu why they do like this. These guys, they are supposed to oversight the government, the counties. Unajua when we need to be, tunafaa kuwa serious sana, Rasvik and Julia. When we are electing these people, tukue very careful, because tuache kuangalia kama huyu mtu atakuja kutujengeshea mabarabara, kwa sababu the work of a member of parliament, the first work is to make laws and to oversight the government. But one thing we have done, MPs wetu wamekuja wakaingia mambo za kutengenezaga mabarabara na what have you. They have forgot their sole responsibility about making laws na ku-oversight the government. Nobody is oversighting the government. The government can wake up and say, we are going to tax sanitary towels. We are going to tax anything. Na utaona tu kama mang'ombe huko kwa bunge, yes, we are going to tutakubali. Yes, we agree with the finance bill. That's why we need people who are over caliber. Si kuangalia tu hata kama pia unachagua tu leader juu unamuona anafanyia vizuri, pia lazima uchague leader akona masomo kidogo pia rasmi. Lazima uchague leader pia akona masomo kidogo, kwa sababu sasa imagine Mundingi ni anaenda kuangalia gavana wa Siaya ama gavana wa Kisumu, ati ni anaenda kumuuliza maswali kuhusu nini zimefanyika, kuhusu corruption imefanyika kwa county. Can you imagine? That senator ataenda kuuliza maswali gani? If he cannot even make statements in parliament, in the Senate, how will he ask the questions that are supposed to be asked? Sometimes I see like we also joke so much. I think tunaangalia tu kuhusu pale juu sana kwa president, tunasahau about the other things, Rasmi. I see like we forget the other things and we joke so much.
Sudi.
Imagine we voted even for somebody who shot somebody point blank. Mtu kama Didmans watu walimuona akipiga mtu risasi. Na bado watu wakampigia kura. So mi sijui, but we need to change so many things by 2027. Mambo mingi sana inafaa kubadilika. Na sio tu ati pale juu. Hapo juu tukibadilisha, to make sure tunabadilisha hata huku chini. Juu hauwezi kapea pia kama ni Matiang'i hivyo Julia anasema tupee Matiang'i. Hatuwezi mpatia pia ma-MP ambao hawezi kufanya kazi vizuri rasmi. We cannot.
Yeah.
We need to give them also governors that are going to work hand in hand. Kwa sababu the most important thing Rasbik, president is important, but have you noticed that counties are important so much?
Actually, MPs na senators na governors are more important than the presidency.
I came to realize that, and when you vote a governor,
if you get the right members of parliament and the right senators, they'll put that president in check. President hatakuwa na wa bulldoze, you know, president atakuwa anafanya kazi yake.
Imagine Rasbik, an area like Murang'a, you find the health system is working. Hata kama tunasema health system ya nchi ifanyi, the healthcare system ya Murang'a unasikia inafanya hata kama haifanyi the whole way inafanya. And then you hear also they are building roads in Murang'a, unasikia bado mashule. Si umeona mashule vile Didi Nyoro ametengeneza mashule huko Rasbik. You find the shule zimewekwa mpaka cabros, zimewekwa mpaka tiles ndani. Not only him, nimeona mpaka mashule huyu governor wao Irungu Kang'ata ametengeneza. But unapata another area like Bomet, wanasema tuko kwa serikali ndani. Lakini ukiangalia zile vitu tunaletewa na huyu jamaa anaitagwa nani, huyu jamaa wa Jacket Party, huyu anaitagwa nani, huyu jamaa huyu anasemaga Chronicle. Anaitagwa nani? Huyu jamaa wanashinda wakibishana na huyo government wa Bomet. There's this guy Kalenjin guy who always wear yellow jacket. Alikuwa professor, you know professor. Unajua Professor Rasvik?
Yeah.
That guy is showing how the county of Bomet has been let down by their governor. That even watu had before instead of watengenezewa barabara, I saw some older men and alikuwa anabebwa na kiti. I think he's a man wa umma. Alikuwa amebebwa na kiti, ati hiyo ndio ambulance inampeleka juu ya vile barabara zimeharibika. That even an ambulance cannot come inside to the villages to take somebody who is sick. You seen a place kids are in the mud. Floor. Imagine brother, floor imekaa tu ni matope. Ukiangalia mpaka pale wamekanyaga juu, that time it was dry. Unaona tu step to watoto. You wonder, are we say in the same country? But me, I always blame it. Na ndio unasikia nakwambia, if we don't have good governorship, tukipatia magavana wazuri kazi na maseneta wazuri na ma-MP, that one will also ail us. Tunaweza kuwa tunasema tumepatia Matiang'i ni sawa, ameshinda. Hata tuseme Matiang'i ameshinda election ya 2027 ameshinda na amekuwa na anaongoza serikali. But as long as ameshinda na wewe uko na governor mzuri Rasmik, there is no way service delivery itakufikia pale chini. There is no day. You will still be having the same issues. Unasema mara hakuna mabarabara, hakuna, you still be having the same issues. And that is what I like Kenyans to understand. Even as we are talking about presidentship here, let's talk about also these leaders who are who you see they are working, others who are not working, because kila mtu ataenda kuvotia gavana wa kwake. Hata yeye anajua rasmi kule kuna pahali utakuwa ukivotia, me I vote in Nairobi, so there is things I've seen that are not going well in Nairobi. I need to remove this guy because I need to bring somebody who is managing Nairobi well. There is no day that you hear a governor. I was so much shocked and nilisikia vibaya sana ati a whole governor had instead ajue means na mechanism za kuenda kutafuta vile ataitisha pesa kutoka kwa KPLC, that he can bring garbage to the KPLC. A whole governor, mtu anafikiria ako na mawazo yake. So it's a high time also Kenyans wajue wale watu wanachagua si all ni pale juu we focus so much na pale juu rasmi, tunasahau hapa chini. Yeah, that is what happened.
Yeah, it's so sad.
And if we don't change, nakwambia bado tutakuwa tukilia tu, tutakuwa tu hapa tukilia tukisema hakuna service deliveries kwa county, kwa sababu ujue now for example brother Ras now who is in charge of health in the country? Who is in charge of the health in the country? It is governors, no? Governors ndio wako in charge of health sector departments in the county, kwa sababu zilipushwa to the county. Imagine unakuja unapata kuna governor ametengeneza a level 5 hospital, mwingine amereback bado ako na the level 3 pale chini. He does not even want
governor's mansions.
Bado anatengeneza na county assemblies wameweka viti zinakaa kama za Nairobi, sijui kama zile zinakuaga Senate. Unapata like I was so shocked that I saw in the daily this gossip permanent, it was in the TV that the governor, unajua mimi ninakaa Kirinyaga, that is where I am, but I'll vote in Nairobi because it's time to change. I want to remove Sakaja. Next time I'll transfer my vote. So I was shocked that Waigoro tulikuwa tunaambiwa he can buy a TV of almost 1 million. At hizo ni TV and all furnitures. Unasikia ati mpaka kiti unapata tikiti imeandikiwa 800,000. You know, I was shocked, nikajiuliza, are these the leaders we voted for wakuji to represent? Other things, hata mambo zingine mimi hata sakai kuziconnect na mambo na president pale juu.
Unajua, when you speak of Waiguru, before akwe governor alikuwa na scandals za wizi, so there's no way unaweza expect akwe Angel Maria ama Angel Waiguru, you know, atakuwa tu bado mwizi tu. And I was people of Kirinyaga will disappoint if they can vote for Waiguru over, you know, Martha Karua. There's something wrong with Kirinyaga. At first nilikuwa nafikiria ati sijui alibiwa kura, but most people that I interact with from Kirinyaga ni kama wapendi Martha Karua. It's kind of shame, you know, if they can prefer a thief over, you know, somebody who is kind of straight.
Rasvik, and also hata kwa kina Julia walichagua nani? Uliza Julia hapo juu. Walichagua jamaa anaitwa aje? Wamombi. Waulize.
Julia mkuchagua Matiangi.
MP ni kamjinga kengine kanaitwa Wamombi. Lakini all those MPs from Mount Kenya are dams, ni ng'ombe tu. Ni mang'ombe tu.
By the way, sioni hata mmoja akirudi.
Watarudi.
Julia, sir, now you are coming to my point. To sanitize our members juu ana join DCP. That's why I'm telling you, Mr. Boti, ati kila mtu anakuja DCP.
Si nakwambia ati nilisikia ati Warogoro ako kwa cheo kwa DCP.
Imagine. Na utasikia mpaka mtu kama Kiunjuri amekuja last minute amesema hapana, nimekataana, mimi sitaki mambo ya Ruto, nataka kuingia DCP. Na bado watu waende wavotie Julia. This same caliber. Mimi unajua ndio
and Ruto is going to finance so many candidates kwa hiyo party. So watu watafikiria ati wanachagua watu wa hiyo party, but they'll be ending up electing Ruto's people.
And that is the issue, brother. We are fighting a very hard war. Unajua pia hii mambo ya kusimama hizi viti imekuwa raised to a high bar. Unajua pia we gave somebody kura, mtu ambaye tulidhania amekuja from the grounds. Tulidhania huyo mtu ati ametoka tu kule chini. But we are seeing what he's doing, even ni kama watu wanaogopa kupea hawa watu pia kura. Watu wanakuja wampya wanasema hawana kitu. Have you seen the likes of this guy Peter Salasya?
Yeah.
Have you seen? That guy was just given a free pass by people. They did not even have anything to campaign.
Lakini
Hakuwa na pesa.
Salasya kona kaujinga na hiyo bangi yake, by the way.
Na ndio nasema Julia, watu tunaweza
grow up. Si mtu
ndio ninasema Julia, tunaogopa mpaka hawa watu.
Rasvik, wewe umetoka Nyanza lakini umekaribia Western. Si mtafutie ukijana bibi ya grow up kiasi.
Wewe tujui kama yeye ni wa huko nyuma.
Kwenda huko.
Saa zingine atumuonangi hata na kademu. Unajua saa zile na wakawaka yana wakatu na wanaume. Unajua wengine wetu tukiwaka meza lazima kukuwe na tumaridadi around. Atukai tu kama mashoga peke yetu.
Ako na kaujinga tu kengine tu kaujinga ati mara amelewa. Sijui what is wrong with that boy? Kwani ameona Wakenya aje? Hata watu wa his constituency seriously.
It's a shame.
We look at these leaders at another lens. Unaweza kasema mtu atiana pesa za campaign, lakini huyo mtu pia kuja kumleta hapa kwa limelight unakuta hata yeye bure kabisa. Unajua kuna kitu kingine nilisikia nani akitusiana juzi Julia. Ulisikia Kameko vile alikuwa anasema, unajua Kameko?
No, Kameko ni nani?
Kameko ni huyu jamaa aitwa Gojiri wa Mbogo. Alikuwa anasema najua ni team Ruto, Gojiri wa Mbogo ni team Ruto, but alikuwa anasema kitu kingine pia ina make sense. Unajua Mount Kenya tumekuwa tukitoa ma MPs tukileta wengine Julia, si ndio? Unajua tukileta ma MPs wa mpya hizi committees zinapeanago, unajua zinapeanago kwa watu wako na leadership traits. Watu wamekaa kwa bunge. Hawezi kuwa ati Julia wewe umetoka tu juzi, umekuja tu juzi na ujui paka functioning za bunge umeshapatiwa nini. So pia alikuwa anaongea sense, lakini pia nikikumbuka ati wanataka tu wakuwa kitukalia ndio wakuwa kisema. Sasa mimi ina catch 22 Julia. Juu hizi mambo si rahisi hivyo tunadhania. Tukiangalia Julia, si rahisi hivyo tunaona Julia. Juu pia MP hauwezi jua kama MP ukichagua mpya ataenda hatua tana kuwe kama hao wengine. So hata sijui. It's very hard.
Okay, my conclusion is on that note that you are saying that you know what, the buck stops at the presidency. Why have our MPs behave like this? First and foremost, they began by being bought by Ruto. Immediately Ruto was sworn in. The first thing he did is buying Azimio MPs who were from independent candidates. Hizo chama kidogo akaanza kununua. Na alinunua mpaka akanunua Jubilee, mnakumbuka? He began buying them. So first and foremost, we had the presidency who was not sure of himself, who had no focus on performing and delivering to Kenyans. And the only way he knew he was going to survive is by the members of parliament. So the buck stopped at the presidency. If you have somebody who doesn't believe in buying people, watakosa mtu wa kuwanunua, unaona? And now we shall begin looking at them at how they perform and whether they are able to perform. And even I think when we have that kind of presidency, it will be easy to kick an MP out of parliament. Unajua kuna ile tunaweza tapitisha sheria kwamba sio lazima tungojee miaka 2 ndio tukutoe. Unajua wa MP walijiweka sheria kwamba can remove them after 2 years. I think I stand to be corrected, but I don't know after how long can members of the constituency sign a memorandum to kick out the MP. I don't know after how long. Maybe someone need to explain to us. But I think we must find a way of not tolerating this.
You have it, Julia. You have it on your. You just said it. They passed an petition that even before you think of recalling, 2 years kwanza lazima ziishe.
Unaona walijipitia kisa hizo ndio sheria tunataka. In fact tunataka Martha Karua apewe hiyo Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Review ndio tuangalie, kwa sababu hatuwezi kuwa na hii mediocrity ati mtu amepelekwa bunge alafu anaishi analipwa mshahara miaka mbili for what? Now, so if we have first a president that does not believe in being bought, tutakuwa tumekill kwanza issue ya MP kujia wanunuliwe. Sinasikia wanapeangwa pesa huko kwa bafu, kwa choo. And they are bribed in the toilets. They will not wait to be bribed. So watalala njaa maneno ya bribery na pesa ya kupewa. So we'll also come to a point, I hope we'll come to a point in Kenya where hii entrepreneurship iishe. Ila kwamba mtu hawezi pewa tenda na anafanya kazi na gava. Hata kama wewe ni MP, hapa you are relative man, you should not get those tenders because you are proxy to the government that you are working for. So you shouldn't get the tenders. So I hope we'll reach a point where your entrepreneurship itakufa. So if we get to a point, we may have a parliament that is driven on performance. The other thing I need, which is kind of radical, and Kenyans, a lot of people will oppose me on this, I think people should be paid according to their level of education. Mimi hapa nimeona kuna kitu nimeona America that doesn't happen to Kenya, but I think TSC is doing that right now. I don't know that TSC imeanza kufanya hivyo, lakini Teacher Service Commission was not doing that. In the past, Kenya, you are paid for years of experience, lakini you are not paid for your level of education. But I think TSC is changing that. Teacher Service Commission. Sijui wamefika wapi na hiyo. Hapa America, they pay for your level of education and years of experience. So I think that thing should flow to Kenya and even to the members of parliament. Kwa sababu gani?
Lakini
Julia,
hapo tushikanisha because sasa Sudi na ni engineer, unataka tumlipe kuwa engineer.
Hapo sasa amtakuwa na
Julia, also I wanted to add an information to you. The teachers in Kenya after 3 years uaga unachange your level of ile class ulikuwa. There is classes, wanakuwa wameklasiwa na classes. My wife is one of them. My wife anashiftiwa to another level this year. Anapelekwa to the higher level.
Ni ya job group, kwa hivyo wanalipwa kulingana na experience. Lakini sasa mimi nasema mbona walimu wanafinywa hivyo na MP kuna mtu anawashughulikia? So we should these things should flow to the all levels of government, right? Kama wewe ni MP na uko tu na bachelors, uko na mshahara ya bachelors. Na mimi naona hii salary remuneration committee should just be destroyed and banned because they are being bribed by to increase MP salary every now and then. Because the standards and expectations should be the same for everybody. Iwe when member of parliament na uko na masters unalipwa the same na mwalimu ako na masters. Now we'll stop having mediocre MPs. And if kama uendi bunge upati mshahara, you are paid for going to parliament to make laws. You're not paid for loitering in your village. Unaona? And then ECDF itolewe wasipewe pesa ya development. Kwani wao ni akina nani? They should not be given that money for developing what? Now the government should make budgets for roads, for schools, for hospitals and that. Si ati MP fulani ati alipewa pesa kajenga mashule na mwingine akijenga mashule kwao. Hapana, alipe mshahara yake and make laws that suit us in parliament. Period. For that, if he doesn't go to parliament, he's not paid because he's cutting his job. He's trying to be paid for doing nothing and loitering in the city and loitering in the village and spreading propaganda. We don't want that. Now, and we also need to think about, do we really need this number of members of MPs? Do we need 300 and so MPs? No, we don't even need 200 MPs. In fact, we need only one MP for every county. That means we should have 47 members of parliament. And I'm asking, do we need the Senate? If we need the Senate, then we should have 8 senators for each region. Turudi kwa region za kitambo. Unaona? Province za kitambo, tuwe senator mmoja wa Central, senator mmoja wa Coast. Na kama province zingine ni kubwa, zika marambi, kama Rift Valley is very big. Rift Valley we should have North Rift and South Rift. Eastern we should have Upper Eastern and Lower Eastern. Okay? Kenya ikae tu vile iko, Central ikae tu hivyo imetosha. So that we have this kind, we don't have stop wasting public funds on some useless kind of characters seated somewhere speaking nonsense in parliament and being bought by the president. Now, and they should be paid for their qualification. And if they don't attend those sessions, they will not be paid. And we should also, that should follow to our government. That is the cabinet secretaries, principal secretaries. We should not have more than 15 cabinet secretaries. Minimum is 16 and 15. We should not have more than that. What for? We can have a minister. We can have a cabinet secretary for education, science, and technology. We used to have that sometime in the days of Kibaki. We can have one cabinet secretary for education, science, and technology. Moja too. We can have one cabinet secretary for sports, culture and social services. Moja. We don't have to have a cabinet secretary for sports, na mwingine wa culture and social services, na mwingine sijui wa mining, na mwingine sijui wa nini. We can have a cabinet secretary for agriculture, mining, all that, and natural resources. Unaona, moja tu. We can have moja tu.
Julia, na kuongezea on what you are saying, I was so much angry that uliona jana ati a whole nini building imejaa ati yao ndio executive. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa ati ndio executive. You know, I was very angry ati unaona hao watu wamejazana hapo, hata unaweza ni meeting ya MPs in Kenya. So many people walikuwa huko.
We don't need those principal secretaries. We only need one for every cabinet secretary. Si wawili. Mna tulikuwa na
mna saw the 32 advisors of the president.
Hey.
And the 27 nominated kwa is 20 nominated in the Senate.
Alafu nasikianga ati governor wako na cabinet secretaries. Mimi nasema tukuwe na governor moja wa Mount Kenya region. Mount Kenya region ikuwe the old central province, Meru, Tharaka Nithi, Embu and Laikipia. Mount Kenya region, one governor, one performing governor. MCS wasitolewe because we need them on the ground. MCS bado wawachwe. Unaona? Na MCS wakuwe graduates, hatutaki takataka. Kama una bachelor's usimame kama MCA. I'm not calling people without a bachelor's takataka. I'm just mad about ignorant people. Okay? So please, I want to withdraw that. I want to say this. MCAs wakuwe na bachelor's education. That will help them, enlighten them on something. Okay? You know, people will fight me and say, kusoma sana sikumaliza una perform. I agree. We have a lot of educated fools that exist in Kenya. That one I totally agree. We have a lot of educated fools. Not educated fools, wanaitwa learned fools. Because kama mtu mwenye ako educated anakuanga na information. But we have a lot of learned fools wenye hata mpaka wako na madigiri 3 lakini wanatusumbua akili wako. But then we want some level of information, some level of education even for our MCAs. We want to set some expectations. Unaona, for Kenyans, for governance, for good governance, for our motherland, for Kenya. Sasa tukipunguza watu, tutapunguza wage bill. Unaona, we won't have idlers. People idling in parliament, waiting to be bought, to be given money in the toilet. Akina Karen Nyamo. Last but not least, we don't need women representatives. I hope this is the last time we're having women representatives. And we don't need nominated members of parliament, nominated senators, councillors. We don't need. Kama you can't in an election kaa kwako, ushirikie watoto wako ama ushirikie bwana yako na watoto wako. Ushirikie bibi yako na watoto wako ama ushirikie bwana yako na watoto wako. Not everybody.
Kama umeshindwa kura, enda nyumbani. Simple.
Yes. Not everybody.
Simple, full stop.
Simple. Si lazima ukue ati akina Nyamo anatutusi hapo akiongea matope. Imagine Nyamo, do you know ati Nyamo sits in one of the houses in Kenya. Can you believe that? Karen Nyamo. Halafu anaenda kupiga bibi ya Samindo huko Dubai. Can you believe that is how low we have stepped in Kenya? Can you believe that, fellow Kenyans? No, we don't need that. So that is my take. So if we implement, that is why Mother Wangari Karua should be the cabinet secretary for constitutional review. So that we call her, we write to her, we tell her to make all those reforms, and we do a referendum, one touch. We have 47 MPs, 8 senators. Hey,
Julia, the funny thing is that I kudos to you. Najua kuna kitu ulikuwa unataka kuniita cause nilikuwa nakusumbua huko chini, lakini usiseme hiyo, tutaongea baadaye. Lakini pole. This is a public apology kusema ulihost Matiang'i, lakini leo nimependa kucheka na nyinyi, yani nimesikiza mkiongea. I like it. Karaoke, mimi, I started off listening to you kakwani kama sikuelewi unajaribu kusema nini, but eventually umekuja ukani prove wrong. What you're saying is true, na hiyo nimependa sana kitu yenye umebonga. Ras, wewe unakwanga tu backseat, unakwanga poa, lakini maze nimependa conversation yenyu. But Julia, yes, it's true, we need to have a reform, because I don't even understand this budget. I was watching the other day, my friends, nilikuwa na watch is watu wakifanya maandamano hivyo, kuna kakitu kalikuwa kanaendelea pale Parliament. Alafu nikasema wacha niache kuangalia maandamano, I'm on vacation, wacha niangalie nini inaendelea Parliament. The budgetary allowances that were really being passed in that Parliament scared me. Nikajiuliza, are Kenyans really watching this? Maze, alafu unajua inapitishwa na watu wangapi? Less than 20 people. Yani, even when they put the question, the eyes have it. Hata kabla hata mtu aseme nini, the eyes have it. So ishapita. The eyes have it. I sat down and I started even commenting, na tulikuwa watu kadhaa, even kina Latif wa Spice, and tulikuwa tunaangalia, nikasema kuna moja nays what I have. And why are you passing a bill with 20 people in the Parliament? Hata hapo kuna quorum. Hiyo ni swali nataka kuuliza, kuna quorum ya 20? Yet the same question Julia anauliza, we have 290 something MPs. How do you pass something with only 20 people in the house? And actually, they are not even, I mean, they are just out there wanapiga tu ma stories zao, wako happy. I mean, mimi hata mkiniambia, Julia, sorry, let me come back to your Matiangi thing. Yeah, is someone that we have is tainted kidogo, lakini yes, he was a performer. So I really do not have a big issue with someone like Matiangi coming and becoming the president. Maraga sidhani kama akona bado, I don't, is a mellow mtu mwenye, he's not done anything. And then also, you know, like Matiangi came at the time that Uhuru, and kudos to Uhuru, brought the name technocrat, where you had Joe Musheri actually running the nini, unajua internet na vitu kama hizo, you know, the technological thing that alikuwa ametoka Google. So that's somebody who's qualified. Now we have this Murkomen who's running the docket of ana running nini security docket, na hata ujamaa hata sidhani kana ajua security inafanyanga nini. He went to school to be a lawyer. He should be doing something towards law. So hiyo kitu yenye mlikuwa mkisema na like venye mnaisema, mimi kivyangu, mimi personally, I think, and like, yeah, the other nani venye mmesema, even the MCAs, sisemi hafai kuwa educated, I mean, ama lazima kuwa educated. I'm not, sitaki kukata mtu, lakini even you, when you're going to look for a job, you have to be qualified for it. So unaendaje kumake law na ujui, I mean, you've never done anything of the sort, ama unaenda unakuwa kwa docket fulani. Mi sijui, me, I think the nonsense in Kenya is actually, mi imenichapa, naangaliaga kwanza, sijui ati advisors wa president ni nini. Kwani hizi dockets zote uko nazo, those are not advisors, why are they there? Then fire all those dockets, wenye wameshikilia hizo dockets zote, ubaki nao advisors then. And then that way, we don't hear billions 24/7, maze billions nini hata ujui zinaenda wapi. No wonder watu wanapewa nini 2 million, unasahau mtoto wako alikufa.
And you know, Mato and Julia, and I speak, you know, You know, how did we come to know Matiang'i? Because nobody knew him. Tulikuja kujua Matiang'i through where? Tulikuja kujua Matiang'i when he was elected as cabinet secretary for a docket even we did not from a place we did not know. So I think even the problem we did, Julian and Martin and us, the problem we did, huyu jamaa alituletea kwani kuna mtu amelala? alituletea those MPs
Are you
ndio
serious?
wakakuwa
Snoring?
I think
That's big kweli una snore. Oh no. Njiru come.
Julia, nilikuwa ninasema Matiang'i tulimjulia juu he came from a place that he came from a place yeye aliletwa kama mtu anajua ile kazi anafaa kufanya. It's not like these people we brought in MPs ati ndio wanakuja kutuambia ati they are coming to be cabinet secretaries for land like that Wahome. Kwanza that Wahome I hate her. I don't know what she does in land. I don't even understand. Unasikia mwingine ameitwa Murkomen, sijui amepatiwa sijui docket ya nini, ametransferiwa amepatiwa docket ya nini. I think even if we are going to have that Matiang'i as our nini president Julia, tunafaa pia tuangalie ile team pia atakuja nayo. He needs to give work kwa watu ambao ni technocrats, si hao watu politicians. They will mess him up like they are doing. Like right now we have Duale as the CS of health. Imagine Duale ni yeye anatuangalia maugonjwa zetu. What if we have another thing like that when we had corona? Si kutakuwa kunoma sana. So also if we are voting for Matiang'i.
Sasa Dani bro, sasa Duale isipokuwa kuchunga ngamia anajua nini ya health?
Na niye amesimamilia health docket yenyu brother. Vitu zikikuja hizo consignment unasikia zikiletwa sijui za polio and the other consignments zinaletwa. Niye anafaa kuangalia. But sijui I think the next person, even Julia, now here I come to agree with you. The next person who is supposed to become a president, wacha tujaribu pia technocrat pia Julia. Hata mimi nitasema hivyo. Hata mimi sasa nitakujoin. Let us try a technocrat. Sasa tukitry our politicians brother is like they want to play with our heads. Wanacheza tu na akili zetu. Tutafute mtu wako technocrat angalau tuone vile anaweza tufanyia. Martin.
Aki hata ukweli ya Mungu hata hiyo presidency maybe tunafaa pia hata ikuwe technocrat. Even tu umesema mtu mwenye anaelewa anaelewa amesomea either international law, mtu mwenye anaelewa diplomacy, mtu mwenye anaelewa something of the something. Hatuwezi kuwa tu tunachukua mtu nini ile kubwa amefanya ni kulisha kuku, which ni kuku hatujui kule hatujaiziona, and then kidogo kidogo akiwa hapo hivyo anaenda anafanya sijui doctorate, which we don't know what doctorate, na hatujaimwona shule. I mean seriously, I think we need to get serious. Unajua
kabisa, I agree with you. We need to be serious. Na Julia sasa nipige viboko juu mimi kama ni technocrat hata sasa nitachagua Matiang'i. Juu wanasiasa watatuchezea hapa. Hizo vitu mmeniongelesha leo mkaniambia mimi I think wacha tukue tu na technocrat brother. Julia, hapo sasa umeshinda.
Last week nilikuwa nimetupwa nje. Tunasema aje?
Nasema hapo ni kama umenishinda hapo, nimesema wacha tukue na technocrat Julia. Mimi sitachagua mtu atakuja kutuambia mambo ati ameleta ma CSs wanasiasa. Hiyo ndio kitu kwanza
that is
inatukula
the
sana.
problem. Like you were saying,
me by the way there is somebody I hate. Kama kuna mtu nachukia kwa hiyo serikali, wacha vile umesema Murkomen. What is the work of this Kamama Karaitago wa home? You know me, I hate her with my heart. Huyo mama mi kwanza nilimchukia kutoka ile siku alikuwa anatusitusi watu. Tukiwa 2022 I hated her with my heart.
hawezi unaona, see, I began by telling you that the buck stops at the presidency, because who show me your friends and tell you who you are. Unaona Ruto ni mtu mwenye tu ako na shida na his attitude. I think he has an inferiority complex. Sasa he wouldn't want to work with technocrats. He would want to work with people who worship him. Unaona, he wouldn't want to work with people who stand by the right thing. Hawezi kufanya kazi na watu kama hawa. Sidhani. So that's why we need somebody who is sure of himself. Mtu mwenye hata ameamua, hata nikishindwa after 5 years it's okay. Bora nitakuwa nimechange something. Si mtu mwenye wa political psycho fancy. And that is a problem that Kenyans are having with our political elite. And I'm sure Matu will agree with me that most of these politicians enjoy political psychophancy. Now, Joseph unaniambia wezi chagua ati suit kumaanisha ati president this party, governor this party. Sababu uamini kwamba those parties will give you the right person, the person you're looking for. And I agree with you. Now, I was kind of disappointed to see the leaders were DCP. Ni akina nani? Akina Kate Waruguru. But you know what? Though I was disappointed, I'm not surprised. You know, sijapata surprise kwa sababu gani? That is what Gachagua is. Those are au ni babeshto wake. Au ndio wamemsupport, wanamtetea. So who would you expect him to have as his officials? Si ni akina Kate Waruguru. Now let me ask you. Unaweza imagine government yenye ilikuwa determined na akina Kate Waruguru? You tell me how that government hiyo serikali inaweza kuwa aje? Ati na kina Kate ndio wanaamua who is the next cabinet secretary for this. Tell me what kind of a government would you have for that? Tell me. So in other words, we still don't need that. We need people who believe in performance. Hatutaki hiyo story ya psychophancy.
Julia, pia umeulizwa swali hapo juu. Umeulizwa swali mkichagua Matiang'i, who is going to work with him? Kioni. Juu pia unajua Matiang'i tunasikia anasimama na Jubilee. Ama anasimama na chama gani?
Hata hiyo story ya Kioni, I kind of am not buying it. Mimi naona like Kioni is using Matiang'i to get somewhere. Mimi sijui. Matiang'i mwenyewe hajafanya asema anasimama na Jubilee.
Lakini si Gachagua ataleta vita already ndani ya hii kitu. Kama Matiang'i anasimama na Jubilee, si already nani ataleta vita kwa hii kitu?
Kwanza Kioni has begun antagonizing Gachagua. Juzi kuna kitu alisema yenye hizi kwa Gachagua. Unaona? So mi hata nilisema hapo watu wakasema tunaonea Kioni. Nikasema naonea Kioni 18, namuonea 18. Naona kama mtu mwenye ametumwa. So I really doubt whether Matiang'i is going to vie through Jubilee. And my advice is asijaribu. He should be his own man, his own person. Kunya na chama chake. It will sell. Because he'll be vying for presidency. It will obviously sell.
So Julia, hiyo kitu ni confusing. What if
hiyo Jubilee isharudi kwa I know iko hajatoka. I'm just asking a rhetorical question. Hiyo Jubilee bado kina Sabina Chege bado ndio wanasema ndio wameshikilia.
Na sidhani
ndio ninachanganyikiwa brother Martin, ndio nimechanganyikiwa. Kama tunapatiana Matiang'i atasimama na Jubilee, sijui nimeconfusika sasa kabisa. Ujue bado akina Edan Keynan.
I just answered you, Joseph. I asked you, Joseph, a question. Has Matiang'i himself saying he's vying with Jubilee?
I've not heard him say that.
Yes.
But you know it's like,
but he was vouched for Jubilee.
No, he hasn't said. So hiyo ni story ya Kioni.
Julia, what about the relation between Matiang'i and Uhuru? Because I see like there is something.
Are you sure that Uhuru is still like active in Jubilee?
I don't miss that's now the questions we need to ask ourselves, Julia.
Yes.
These questions they are very hard to answer. Kama Jubilee ni ile ya kina Edan Keynan. So unakumbuka Edan Keynan? Kale kajamaa kamehama sasa siku hizi kanaimbaga Ruto kutoka asubuhi mpaka mchana. I know mnajua kina Edan Keynan. Wale walikuwa wanajaribu ku overthrow Uhuru from Jubilee. Sasa hizi Jubilee obviously
tunakajua vizuri.
It was not overthrown. So inamaanisha what does it mean? What does it mean? Where are they? Unajua mimi sielewi. Sijaelewa. Julia, you need to explain to us this one. And we need to see this one within the couple of days. Ndio nasema tujipe time tuone. Because if Matiang'i atasimama na Jubilee, that is saying atasimama nayo.
So hajasema, that is one. So that means I think hiyo ni creation ya Kioni. Na another second thing I want to say. I have not seen Uhuru active in Jubilee in the recent past. So I'm even wondering ni Jubilee gani hiyo. So my conclusion is Kioni na mwonea mbali, Kioni is a ploy of Ruto. And the fact that he was antagonizing Wamunyoro recently, na mwonea mbali, naona kama ni ploy ya Ruto. So I don't think Matiang'i is going to vie with Jubilee. And Matiang'i hajasema.
So, cause that's your candidate of choice, yeah? What do you expect he will, or what
Expect
would
atakuwa na
you
chama
like?
chake.
Chama gani?
I think you'll have a party. And there's a party in Kisii right now that Onyoka was a proponent.
I hear there is a upia. Kuna upia lakini bado sijaisikia connection ya Matiang'i na upia. So now that is what we need to know. But pia Julia, unaona sasa zile questions tunafaa kuwa tukijiuliza Julia. We need to know even the party is vying for. Tunafaa kujua.
I think
Ruto ananunua hizi chama zote kama chapa. Unajua Ruto amezinunua zote. Huyu jamaa ni lunatic kabisa. Amezinunua zote.
We don't care. Let him buy all of them. He'll buy shares. Let him buy them. He'll buy shares. He'll not buy the people. So we don't care. So that is my answer.
Thing, Joseph and Julia, the other thing we need to ask, tukisema huyu jamaa amenunua, ananunua na pesa gani?
You know, Martin, the political party registrar is working hand in hand with the government. So you know that. Huyu registrar itago nani? I don't know her name. I forget it. Jamaa huku kwetu. She's a lady. She's always is like she's working with Ruto. So unaona pa kuna chama waga yeye anakataa kuregister. I think even DCP register in DCP. I think it was pressure. Ange kataa kuregister hiyo chama. But do you see they always make those games. Unaona hizo games. Paka hizi chama mingi
also unajua niliingia kwa hiyo registrar hiyo nikaangalia machama. I counted at least 120.
So many but zimenunuliwa brother. And unaona mpaka hizi unasikia zinaitwa mbas. Unasikia hizi mbas na hii ingine inaitagwa aje. Kuna ingine bado iko hapo. Kuna chama mingi sana Mount Kenya.
Hata ya Kalembe Ndile bado iko registered tip.
Kama ukiuliza Julia tuko na chama ngapi Mount Kenya? Because we have a lot of chama mingi sana Mount Kenya. You know we are forgetting even there is DP ya huyu Muturi. We have DP. Na DP pia hatujui. This guy is a cunning guy. Unajua kile anafanyaga Martin? What Ruto does, he goes for the people wale walikuwa wameshikilia chama. Unaona wale party leader. Unajua kunapataka chama ingine party leader yuko yes, but si vocal sana. Ako na nguvu sana kuliko vile kuna jamaa ameshikilia hiyo chama. So unapata yeye amenunua hiyo chama, party leader anaachwa hivyo. So these things tutaziona till 2026 huko mwisho tukianza
and Julia and my brother here Joseph, you know another time I brought up that thing. Do you guys nyose mnaelewaga hizi chama why people go register chamas na hata ujaiwasikia unasikia kona kachama mahali, like a good example, do you remember the coming together of Azimio? You remember watu walikuwa napata tuchama hata wajaisikia tuko huko hivyo, but do you understand that because of the registrar of parties there's always money allocated to those parties, so unapata mtu ameenda amefungua kachama kaupuzi which will never even have anyone, but they still get a little bit of an allocation. It might not be more kwa sababu kina ODM now the big parties Wiper, Jubilee or UDA, the big ones hao ndio wanapata the big lion share, but the little party like even you ukienda ufungue kachama hivi na ikubalike, you know there's still a cut that you get. It might not be in the billions or in the millions that these guys are getting. Wewe una bado auto twingine tunapataga. So I want to ask you a question, both of you. Kalembe Ndile is gone. Kalembe Ndile doesn't have, I mean, your tip does not even have an MCA, does not even have an MP, does not have nada. Why is it even still registered?
Julia, you can go first. Martin, I think Julia is lost. So, is this political parties, brother Martin, is a must they are going to do that. Unajua unakujaga tu unapatwa na mtu. You know, this guy has stolen a lot of billions of money and he has them in the pocket. So I don't expect that when he comes and tells you that I want to buy nini chama kutoka kwako, you are going to refuse. You cannot refuse. You'll be given some billions of money. You see, even I'm seeing Father Dan is saying there upia. You don't know even if this upia, the person who was left there ataanza kusema ameuziwa chama, usikie Matiang'i tena amekosa chama, tuanze tena muona akianza kurudi tena kusupport Jubilee. So this chamas, me, I don't trust them so much. This is my chama trust so much. Any party can be bought by the highest bidder. I think that is what happens. We brought so much democracy, brother, but we brought a democracy which came and ruined also the political parties. Because if we had two parties like in America.
Yeah, is it time we did a forensic audit of the parties in Kenya? And yes, I know we want multi-party democracy, but again, can we limit? I know we wanted that, but can we limit to 3, 4, 5, and then independence?
That is what even was been. I don't nowadays. I don't support Raila, but before he was saying that he was saying the same thing you are saying, Martin, that we should lower these parties to around even. Let us not even go. Let's say 10, because these political parties are too much, brother. You find a party has no even member of parliament. Imagine there is a party called PA. You know PA, brother Mato?
Yeah, I've had it. See,
Yeah,
I was very idle, and I was looking into those parties, and I counted them. I didn't actually. Who's the owner of? I mean, who's the party leader of PAC?
PA, the party leader is the Senate speaker.
Nani?
I think it was yeah. So there is so many nonsensical parties we have in Kenya. Ambazo hazitusaidii. So many. And I think but now you know the political registrar is always in the pocket of the government. So he does the bidding of the president or the person in power at that time. But if he was working the way he's supposed to work, these political parties zilikuwa zinaangaliwa. If you have one member zinafungwa, they do an audit. If your party is not actively, zinafungwa. Juu hizi parties zimekuwa mingi. Do you know even we have a party called Sifuna? Safina.
Yeah. Wait, wait. No. Safina is Kina Willis.
Yeah, Safina ni akina Willis. Who has been
Punky.
elected in Safina? It's akina Jimmy Wanjigi.
Yeah, Kina Piki Ponki. There's Jimmy Wanjigi and Piki Ponki.
So tell me any member you know who is coming from Safina. Who is elected member?
I have no idea.
Yeah, that is the things we are doing. We are doing the same thing. Yes, there is some parties which are small, but they are trying. Those are the ones we are supposed to be left. Ziweze kumenyana. But if we all have these political parties, and that's why you saw our politics ikuja pale kwa elections, you find so many political parties, brother. Unapata watu wameweka mabango za political parties hata hujaisikia. You have so many.
And they start decorating our streets with their ugly photos.
First, this thing should be they should be taken serious. The way they were doing tukipatikana, you know, they dirtify our environment. If you need to do your campaign, put a billboard, or you go and talk to the people in the ground. Stop putting these posters you're putting for us there. They are dirtifying everywhere.
Yeah, you find a whole wall. You find a whole wall is decorated of very ugly people just sitting there looking like this, this and that, and they can't even share the same wall. And the whole wall, you wonder now, why did you even paint that wall?
Yeah, and even in the roads, I think even Kenya should take this action on the people putting these posters on the road. because I don't think posters are supposed to be used the way Kenyans use them. It is very ugly scene. Unapata a very ugly scene on the roads. Unapata tuma, and when they get old, brother, they become very dirty. The area becomes very dirty. Father Dan was telling you Safina ni ya Mwite, but I want kukataa na Safina iliuzwa. Mwite uzad the Safina. He used it to this guy Jimmy Wanjiru. You remember he was standing for the elections in 2022. Alimuuzia. It's like he sold for him the party because that's why I told you these parties they don't have even any ideology, brother Mato. As in ideology,
you just stole that sentence from my word. I was opening my mouth to ask you. Do we okay, what is this thing about parties? Is it ideology or what? Because I really, sorry my brother, I hate comparing our countries in Africa that are called third world countries according to the whole other world, but being called third world countries, but then the countries that we are relating to, they actually have the Democrats and the Republicans, and then independent. Done. And these guys don't go standing on the Jukus Mamuko Magari. These guys, you will never even know who you're voting. The only thing you can see, you will see it on paper, and you will look. I mean, you will look at what their track record is if you're going to vote anyone, even a mayor, even a sheriff. Why can't Kenya have that? That is why you can have someone, the nonsensical thing of even no jurisdiction, to where somebody can actually be driven through so many jurisdictions that they had courts and in so many jurisdictions to end up in Nairobi dead. I think it's just a rot, and we just don't know what governance is. And I think that is what even Gen Z are coming up with. That you guys, what are you guys doing? I mean, this thing that even you can lose. I mean, you can leave your job. Okay, you can tell us that you are a lawyer. You don't practice, but just because you got a government job or something in the government, that's where you are. And you can never tell us what you went to school for or what you did. Sijui kama you're connecting the dots that I'm asking, bro.
Yeah. I'm connecting everything you're saying, brother. And you see, it's okay even if they continue adding these parties. Even if you are going to reach 500 parties, is okay. But let me tell you, brother, you see the next election, this election we are coming, 2027. I think even independent candidates will be more than the ones who have the parties.
You know what? Kunyo soda madiaba on me. I was on another forum, and I told them this. I told them this one, and there's something I keep on saying, something that always comes up of even a mosquito who will win that election. This thing, the parties will be left alone. Nobody is going to look at it. I mean, even the career politicians, which I hate, that should be public service, not politician. And by the way, just suffice to say that, do you know there's a law that they passed about 3 years ago or 4 years ago, that whatever you say within the precinct of parliament, you cannot be charged with. Now, what kind of nonsense is that?
Imagine. I'm telling you, brother, imagine. And you asked me a question at why are these parties so many and why they are being created. It's like you asking me that question, but not in the way I put it. Do you know why these parties are formed? They are formed because there is a person who felt aggrieved in another party, so he saw ni kama nataka kutolewa. So he saw nataka ni kama I'm going to form my own party. And if I put my own party, I'm the one who's going to say. Then the problem with our parties, brother Martin, the way unajua kwa nini hatuwezi kuwa kama US? or the other places who have political parties which are less like 1, 2, 3, is because in Kenya, in Kenya we have one symptom. Kuna ile symptom ya nataka kuwa mwenye chama. I can command these people to do what I want. Nataka nikuwe ni me the top leader. But you see these other parties like Chama cha Mapinduzi, just go to Tanzania there. Just go and study the chama. Hiyo chama si about the person who is in power. It is a chama ambayo inaendelea continuously. Which chama do we have in Kenya that is continuous? Isipokuwa tu ODM. And you know ODM is dictatorial. ODM is dictatorship.
ODM is over. I was a staunch member of ODM. I deflected. Nilitoka after June last year. I mean that mass exit. Nilitoka. I used to believe in the ideology.
And in dictatorship, brother, if you are not supporting the person there at the helm, brother, utaona moto. And if you don't have money, even I was being told by another brother who comes from those regions, ananiambia, you know the reason why we don't see new MPs coming from that area? Because the MPs who are there, wameshika watu mateka. You cannot even talk about another MP. Kama ODM imesema tunachagua Martin kama MP wa hapa. And you know uchaguliwi tu just like that, Mr. Brother. You are voted kama uko na pesa. I was being told, mimi unajua I like to listen so much. I listen to him explain to me akiniambia that unachaguliwa kama uko na pesa.
Ala. Kumeenda
Kwani mashetani zimeingia hapa bwana.
What happened? Kuna mtu amehack.
Mashetani hapa ni nini?
Yes, sijaelewa lini imefanyika. Kumbe Julio uko area na tumekuita ukanyamaza.
Tumekuita hakukuwa na itika.
Na watch kitu kingine hapa lakini nawasikiza, tuendeleeni.
Go ahead, brother.
Brother Martin, nilikuwa naongea about ODM. You know, he told me that vile watu wameshika huko mateka, brother. You can even be killed. Ukijaribu kusema ati mtaki huyu MP, ati you are trying to kusimama kubishana na huyu MP. And that's why I say I have not seen any party in Kenya which can stay. Ile chama tulikuwa nayo ni KANU tu. KANU was the only party.
That's what I was about to say. I was about to say maybe KANU.
Ilikufa pia. It died because of the democracy of the multi-party. It died. This multi-party was good. Ni mzuri, yes. I don't refuse. Ni mzuri. But in another hand pia, unajua kila kitu ukipata ni kama sukari.
Too much of everything is poisonous.
Yeah, it's like when you are eating,
poisonous.
It's like eating a dark forest chocolate cake. Unaikula every day. It's like you unakula, hakuna chakula kingine unakula. You know, you be prone to diabetes, no? My brother. Utapata on diabetes. Ni kitu mzuri unasikia ni tamu lakini. So we were given this, and it's the same thing happening to the National Police Service. Nilikuwa ninapeana example jana. Nasema, you see the moment we removed a National Police Force, tukaifanya National Police Service. It was good move, and everybody welcomed the move. But we did not know where we missed. Because, my brother Martin, can you tell me, isipokuwa sisi tunajua hiyo jamaa anaitwa Baraza ni polisi. Do we know ile kitengo ya polisi ametoka? We don't know.
No. Actually, it was so funny. It was so funny that actually it's not was. It's present tense. It's funny that you say that because, like, for me, I follow these things a lot. I was, and I'm still proud of these young guys, and I believe it's not just Gen Zs. And I heard you guys mkisema kwanza alpha ndio watakuwa wabaya, because I saw some two scenarios. One of them, I think this was happening somewhere in Mombasa, in the coast, where somebody refused to get in the car because the guy was not uniformed. And he said, they went and said, we are not getting, he's not getting in this car. Tuambie tumefanya makosa gani na haingii kwa hiyo gari. The guy, that non-uniformed officer or whatever, I don't even know if he's an officer, got in the car na akakuja kwa dirisha akamwambia, wewe nitapita na wewe. And then at that time they are telling them, give us your badges. Tupatie badge zako. Nataka badge yako, tunataka badge yako. Now, the second one was somewhere in Nairobi, and I think I know I have those videos. It's just that I don't have my rights right now. Ningekuchezea hapa hivi if I had my admin rights, because I'm using my phone. But if I was in my desk, ningekuchezea. But this other one aliambiwa walikuwa wengi wako non-uniform, wakaambia no, go put on uniform, go put on uniform, we need you on uniform, vaini uniform. Now, what does this say? It says that Kenyans are walking up to where this police service also, which you call it used to be police force, but now it's a police service. You hear kuna kitengo fulani, there's a group made of people, a certain caliber of a force, a kitengo fulani, for the lack of an English word, kitengo fulani on this and this and this and this. And what I wonder is, for me, I have lived in countries where I know even with FBI, an FBI officer will not arrest you on plain clothes. They will investigate you. But when it comes to time to arrest, it will be a uniformed police officer. And then wote lazima watoke kotini, the investigating FBI and the arresting officer who was uniformed. And you cannot be pulled over by a car that is not even, it's not, inaitwaje, haijamakiwa, an unmarked car, that this is a police officer. What if I'm being arrested by a thug? So yeah, you're right in what you're saying. Pole nimeenda sana, lakini maybe you understand. I agree with your point, brother.
Yes, Brother Martin, that's what I was saying, that we don't even know if that guy was coming from the AP, he was coming from the police, he was coming from the this anti-riot police GSU. So we don't know. So it's the country is full in a mess. Then we also gave powers, tulipatia power kwa polisi kuwa independent. It's good. Ndio nasemaga everything that is the way you say. Too much of something is dangerous. We gave them all the powers. So the problem is the president comes and tell us, me, I'm not in charge of the police. So what are you trying to tell me? But if it was kitambo, tungekuwa tunamwambia pana, wewe ni wewe ulituma polisi. But right now he has a place kuruka. Even if you take him to the international court or somewhere, he'll say the police acted on their own merit. It's not like kitambo zazi uliona akina Hussein wakishikwa, the Hussein guy who was taken to ICC. So these things, kuna vitu mingi sana we did, and they have brought us such kinds of problems. Also the new constitution, Brother Martin, it was not all gloom. There was other things which were there inside that also did not favor us as Kenyans. So Kenya, we have been prone to doing mistakes. I think those mistakes are the ones which came and caught up with us, and that's why we have all these problems we are having, Brother Martin.
And I agree with you 100.1, if that's even a number, anyways. But I agree with you. Yes, it's good to have this democracy, but we never looked at the accountability of that democracy, if that makes sense to you. Because you can see, like today, and I want to give some kudos to some kiddos who were in the streets, and they went and pulled a mask out of a police. Now, let me ask you a question. I want to ask you, and I want you to answer me. Sijui Julia atarudi, sijui ameanguka tena kwa nini. But let me ask you a question. But it's good. We can have this conversation, actually, because it's a one-on-one as we continue. Let me ask you a question. In which which chapter of our constitution that involves the police wearing a mask? Why are they wearing masks or covering their faces? Unless it's a
There is no
covert, unless it's a
there is,
covert operation, which is that military, that's for military. But a police officer should never, ever cover their face. Why are they always covering their face?
there is no way. And if you had this Kanja trying to explain, I felt even to vomit when he was trying to explain that the police should come with, I don't know, these ventilators. You know these ventilators they always wear because of the tear
Mm,
gas. So I was
mm,
trying to hear him talking about that. Then why do you want to throw tear gas? If you are coming with ventilators, why do you want to throw the tear gas? Just come and calm the people down. Not a must you come and use, because if you looked at the demonstration on Tuesday, there was
mhm,
nobody who was bringing fracas. The fracas started when goons showed up. The goons who were sent, they started beating people. People are demonstrating peacefully. I was watching it from the beginning. It was very peaceful.
mhm.
People came out. Even they took a word of prayer. Sijui kama unakumbuka, they were taking a word
Yeah,
of
I
prayer
saw
in
it.
Nation
I saw when
Center.
they took the
And
word
then
of
the police
prayer.
drew a tear gas. They drew a tear gas at them. Imagine, you are taking a word of prayer, telling God to help you and guide you when you are going through the streets. A police officer throws a tear gas at you. Then they come and tell us, Brother Martin, that they are going to be with us when you are demonstrating 25th. That they are going to give us security. Which security are they going to provide us? If they cannot even shield us from the goons, why have they seen they can give us security, Brother Martin? On
And the
Tuesday,
funny
they did not
thing,
give
and,
they
and
did
the
not
funny
give the
thing that
people
the
security.
funny thing that irritated me to the core is that these guys, the goons, they were walking with them, and I don't know why we don't hold, and that's why I say this nonsensical thing. Yet is him a governor. Someone had already said, "Hey, last time you mulitupata off guard. This time jaribini." But I love these kiddos. Now, for them, they decided to react the way they are gonna react. So you come with that border, you want to be a goon, we chopper you. But we're not gonna affect anyone's shop. Do you understand? Did you see that? These guys were not touching anything. They were looking for those guys. Those guys that are
Imagine,
chopping them. Yeah.
imagine, Brother Martin, you found a police officer stealing a laptop.
Yes.
Akiwa amebeba laptop hivi. And then they try telling us that they are going to come and keep us safe. It means they want to steal. Inamaanisha wanataka kuiba. That's why they bring the fracas in Nairobi. That's why we never see a peaceful demonstration. How many peaceful demonstrations have I seen? Why is the US demonstration sometimes you see there is no fight? Because the police knows how to restrain themselves. But that's the point I was making, Brother Martin. You see the people who are supposed to man the demonstrations. Since the police force was joined to police national service, police service, the people who are supposed to come and quell the demonstration, wale wamepatiwa hiyo kitu, wamefundishwa kuhusu vile wataweza kuja kuhandle riots. Nowadays we don't have them because they were joined all together, and that's why you are seeing kitambo ungesikia watu wanapigwa marisasi vile we see, ulikuwa unasikia mtu anakuja unapigwa huku kwa elbows,
But
unapigwa kwa the knees.
and you know nowadays the worst enemy of the police is the phone. They don't like to see, and that's why they're hiding their faces. Did you see? I know anyway. I know you've already seen it. I think that's public. Manenos. The guy, the mask guy. What was so necessary? The guy was standing. He wasn't even hata kuwa anasumbuana na mtu. He was standing. Then you pull him, take him from a bench, and then pa.
Imagine sasa ule ofisa mwingine ameenda nini sasa? The one who slapped him and left him ameenda nini? Ameenda juu jamaa he decided a wrong move to shoot somebody. I think even that guy is angry. Ama unadhania ako aje Martin? That guy who was with him.
Joseph kidogo
Yeah.
Joseph
Yeah.
Hebu to determine who James Benson Muhimi ni nani. Unajua tu I just nimemweka through confidence but I don't know who he is. Mkenya Mkora, hebu ongea naye.
I was about actually thank you for catching that. I was about karibu niambie nani Joseph atulie kidogo tuone Benson ni nani because we've been attacked. Na unajua Njiru sina right. I mean I'm not on my gadget but kama mungiza
That is
Benson
niko hapa
tusalimie.
chini. Niko hapa chini. I am looking. So hebu tujue huyu Muhemi ni nani. Bwana Muhemi, how
Mwambie
are you?
tusalimie. Okay.
So wao ni wale watu
Akirudi
wanatumwa bwana Jiru. Labda hao ndio wanatumwa kuhack nini? Kasi amepotea.
yeah, akirudi Njiru I know you can see the huko Njiru I'm using my phone I can't see. You know unajua na kwanga na chunga huko. Akirudi mrudishe lakini umuulize ni nani atuongeleshe. Asikuja nyamaze. I was about kuambia Joseph kwanza atulie kidogo tumjue. But yeah, Joseph, yeah, that was nonsense.
So I was saying, I was talking about that police officer, brother Matt. How do you think he feels? Huyo police officer ule akushoot the bullet. Ati he's going down with that guy. Wako wote wako pamoja kwa kesi moja. That is one case. Ameenda juu ya nini?
But there's a catch here. I don't feel vibaya kwake. Ask me why. I'll tell you.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
The police force or the police service has to understand just because unakimbizana uko na Joseph in the same patrol na nini, whatever Joseph anafanya na mko pamoja, you have to be taken both of you accountable because he should have stopped it. He should have said we huyu hakuna kitu anafanya. It's okay kusukuma mtu mwambie toka hapa ama nata kusukuma, it's not okay because you don't have to touch anyone, but that's complicity. You cannot take him out of that crime. I'm sorry, brother Joseph.
No, I was not even taking him, brother Martin. Sikuwa na muondo. I was just saying, imagine vile anasikia juu sasa, you know, if it was only pushing, it could have been another case. Sasa wameingishwa wote kwa kesi, wote wako pamoja. I was not. He also did a mistake. He pushed that guy, and he hit him. He hit that guy. But sasa yeye kugonga, sasa wote wako kwa kesi ya assault.
Yes.
All of them in the case of assault.
Yes. Ukiona kama umetumwa na mtu is your partner, unafaa kuwa unajua kushika mtu mwambie Do you remember, let me ask you a question anyway, I know you know it. Do you remember George Floyd's case?
Yeah, I remember.
How many cops are serving lifetime right now?
All of them, they were arrested. Me, I thought that one guy. Walishikwa wote, Martin. Me, I just, well, they were arrested, all of them.
They were arrested, all of them, including the one that was just telling people, stay away, stay away, stay away. Whoever never did not even touch or put a hand on George Floyd. But the fact that he was part of it and he saw an atrocity happen and did nothing. And so, like, even today in the US, and Jiru can tell you because I can see he's around, but I don't know. I know he's busy. But, and everybody here, even on the comment section, they can tell you, even today, nowadays, cops are scared of seeing an atrocity and being part of it. You have to stop it. If you see someone, if I see you killing someone, and I don't do anything, and I attested to the constitution of that country, my friend, you're just as guilty as the other one. They went, all of them, same. Okay, George Floyd got the guy, the main cop got the worst. Huyo hata hajatoka ndani forever, but the other ones got the same charges, just only that they got watakuwa na parole, they can be paroled I think wakiwa ma 80s. So yes, complicit, yani ukiona kitu inafanyika simamisha.
But that's why I was telling you, Brother Martin, we have people, you know, we were given the people who have been sent to quell this demonstration. I don't think even they have temperament for anger. You saw that lady who was slapped in Mombasa. That's just because that a protester has talked to you bad. You know, that's why I say these things should be given. Unajua hizi kazi zinapatiwa ma AP. You know, AP they are not they cannot stand anger or anger issues. And that's why you see hawa ma AP wakiendelea ati ndio wanatumwa huku kwa nini kwa hizi demonstrations, brother. Yeah? The real people who are supposed to be sent to the demonstration are the real guys we know. Wale GSU. And that's why I'm telling you, the National Police Service, it did as well then, but it is harmful. Even I don't think it did as well, because if still the IG is still liable to the president, unapata ni kama anafuata commands of president. We were removing it from a force so that the president can stop control of it. But kama bado iko control, there is nothing we cured. So it's still the same issue. We have an IPOA ambayo mpaka inaga watu wa kushika watu. They don't have even people who can go and arrest those officers. So for this policeman, me kwanza ukiniambia utanigadi, you are not guarding.
Hapo umeniangusha bro. Which IPOA?
The IPOA, the body that is mandated to arrest this policeman.
When was the last time they did a job? What is their job, and when was the last time you saw them doing a job?
You know, they are saying they are underfunded and they don't have even people to arrest these people. That they use the same police officers to arrest the police officers.
So why do we need them? Why don't we need them? Why don't we need internal service?
So you are coming to my point, brother. It's better even we have the force which we had than this police service. What help are we getting from them? What help? Because if you had a national police service, that's why we had an independent police body. Ndio tulifanya tukakuwa na IPOA. Kitambo polisi alikuwa anapelekwa mbele. Hakuna mambo ati ya investigations za IPOA. Si unakumbuka hiyo kitambo brother Mark? Mato. Si unakumbuka polisi alikuwa anapelekwa mbele direct. Hakuna mambo ati investigation hapo nini. Ni anafanya investigation hapo na DCI haraka anapeleka na processiwa. Ati saa hizi we need to wait for 15 days for this stupid IPOA to tell us ati Talama atakaa ndani mpaka tujue. Already we are hearing their clones even the phones.
Understand? Even till today, we still don't have the people. Gen Z eshimu, hao ndio walituonesha wanajua kutafuta their own investigative thing. But other than that, do you understand that the police has not given us the names of the people who actually transported Albert?
Imagine that we are waiting for IPOA to tell us.
Okay, another thing. Do you understand that do you remember the Quarry massacre?
Yeah, I remember it. Just yesterday.
Do you remember the guy escaped?
Yeah, he escaped.
Has he ever been found?
Even that guy was not a murderer. That guy was not involved in that case. They were trying to hide something big that was happening. They tried to hide it with that guy. Because kama I know the police force and the detectives in Kenya, kama wanataka kupata mutu, they cannot tell us somebody escaped. Brother Martin, we are here with you the other day. Wamepata killers wa Were aje? How have they gotten the killers for Were? Even if it has not taken, even now they're in court. I heard the case is going to be mentioned. I think even watafungwa very soon. Very quick. So how can you tell me that they cannot get just one guy who does not have even funds? Huyo jamaa ulimuona kama akona pesa ya kufanya hizo vitu alikuwa anaambiwa. Hata the person himself.
Na hiyo story ilisha, by the way, alipotea.
Yeah. They had cloned him, told him kuja, tutakupatia kitu kidogo wewe kuja ujifanye ni wewe umeua watu, alafu tukiongeongea pale behind the scene hiyo mambo imeisha, wewe umepotelea hivyo. Tutajifanya umepotea. How can you even there is a guy who was asking how can you run away from committee? Unasikia watu wakitoroka committee, brother. Kuna jamaa alikuwa anapeana history anasema committee huwezi toroka. Kamiti ukisikia mtu ametoroka jua ni polisi wamefanya deal na yeye. Kamiti you cannot run away. Kama unasikia kuna gate karibu 7 brother Martin. Gate karibu 7. So all these dramas zinapewa hapa.
Because now coming back to IPOA, look at this. Sasa hao makarao wenye walikuwa on duty, huyo wa Kwari akitoroka, where was IPOA? Can they tell us what they did to? Because I mean they're supposed to be the oversight. What did they do to find out how this cops let the guy go?
Mkajamkola kidogo Mwimi. Mwimi, go ahead. Mwimi, how are you? Mwimi, ongea.
Maybe ni siku yake ya kwanza Njiro na ajui kwa ni
Labda ajui ku unmute Njiro.
Akirudi tena mwambie nini how to unmute. I remember my very first time 3 years or 4 years ago. Hata pia mimi nilikuwa naingia kwa show hivi alafu sijui venye nita unmute.
Mimi yangu ilikuwa easy. Unajua mimi niliwapata, unajua Kenya Mkora mkiwa na Njiro tulipatana kwa Mtembei.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, we met there. So for me it was not that hard because nilijaribu kuchango my way, but si ati ni rahisi hivyo. I can understand him. Si rahisi hivyo. So maybe he does not know where from me.
Ongei, tulieni. Mwemi, ongea. Speak up. Mwemi?
Ambia afishike hao kwa microphone ngako hapo chini afungue.
No, Asha ako unmute. I can see. Mwemi, can you speak? Speak up. Fungua mdomo.
Yes, guys.
Unmute. Umefinya mic. Unmute. Mkenya Mkona guide your person.
Just unmute mara moja tu na wachane nao and then uongee. Usishinde ukifinya. Tunaona kama umeunmute ama hujaunmute.
Wacha nimtoe.
Yeah, pia I think pia internet yake pia iko na huyo ni wa Kuito. Huyo ni wa Kuito.
Ni wa kwenyu.
Mwimi.
Ni wa kwenyu.
Mwimi huyo ni mlimaji.
Brother Martin, ulikuwa unaniuliza, kuna swali ulikuwa unaniuliza.
Ilikuwa nini hata sasa nimesahau. You know, my chain of thought has disappeared a little bit. Nilikuwa nakuuliza nini?
Hata mimi imeanza about this guy, huyu jamaa alipotea kutoka Kware. That guy.
Oh yeah. Tulikuwa tunaongea story ya IPOA and their job, because at the end of the day, IPOA is supposed to be internal investigations, right, to the police, right?
Yeah.
So how? And I don't know where that. I don't know if they extend to prisons, but anyway, I guess it's internal. So how is it that the people who are and that's why maybe utanieleza kidogo, that way I hapo na draw blank kidogo. Sijui kama IPOA pia wanachunga prisons because
all officers, because they are police officers, all of them paka wa forest, all of them paka wa jela, paka Kenya prisons, they are supposed to be done an investigation by IPOA. IPOA inafanya investigation on behalf of all the National Police Service. Na hao watu wa police prisons wako bado kwa National Police Service. All of them wako under police service.
Why don't okay, you know what, let me make it easier for you so nisi complicate sana. Give me 3 recollections of IPOA investigations that has gone, that you know. I don't want to say gone public, but anyway, it's supposed to be public, kila kitu, because that's public. So give me 4, actually 3, ama nikuteremshe nikuweke 2, that you know investigations that have been done by IPOA.
None. There is
So
no,
you can make
none.
2.
Even 2 you can't, because there is none. I can remember even the Ebu brothers. You remember them? Kejokuma brothers?
Yes.
There is none. You cannot give even 1. Imagine, it is a shame. A whole institution which is gobbling people's taxes. You cannot even give 1 instance.
Exactly my
There
point.
is no.
Mi sina, I don't. Ni tu
Hata mi
hii
sina,
sasa
there is
naona
no.
sasa, and it's because of public cry.
Then and you know, brother, you know what even has charged this issue is the video we saw in Baghdad. This issue they could have played with it kabisa. The video that was taken that we were shown from Baghdad hospital, ndio iliasha kidonda ya hii kitu tena. Hii kitu ingelala tu hivyo flat, wangesema tu ni hivyo kuliisha hivyo na alipelekwa alirashiwa.
Wangesema ama
It used
walikuwa
even those.
wait bro. Wangesema ama walikuwa washasema. You know, the first time I heard, and I don't know, I woke up early and then I realized, you know, because anyway, being admins in these channels, you get a lot of videos people send and whatever, and you get those fast stories. So and I was looking, I'm like, okay, what is this? Who's this Albert? What is happening? And then kidogo I see a video, not I didn't, that is quite a video. Yeah, Baghdadi, that one came later. Then I am following the story, and all of a sudden I hear that he was in a, the police are saying that he was in a single cell, and he hit his head, and that's how he died. And okay, I shook my head and I went to the bathroom for a minute. Kwanza nijiulize something. Now I know Central Police Station very well because nishailala huko tukiwa kampo. And then I'm asking myself, even mwendo wazimu, I don't be, wait, Jose,
Yes.
nikupatie ukuta?
Unipatie ukuta? Siwezi
Ujichape
jaribu.
kichwa mpaka ukufe?
Siwezi jaribu. Hata wacha hiyo ukuta. Nisikie mwingine ati alijinyonga na trouser. How?
Kwani usikiangi uchungu? Atujichape.
Ndio nimeuliza. Ulisikia mwingine ati walisema alijinyonga na trouser? Kisumu, uko Nyanza. Au kusikia?
Nilisikia. Unajua ukiniambia mtu aliruka kutoka kwa building akaanguka huko chini akachapisha kichwa chini na akakufa. You know, that one I'll buy. Lakini saizi nikakuacha kwa room. Naweza kuacha kwa room for a whole month. My friend, uweze jichapisha kwa ukuta ukufe. So that's why I started looking at this. Acheni ujinga bwana. That tuko nursery school. You know, even me siwezi hata mkono siwezi jigongesha mpaka ivunjike.
Alafu there is so many other means unaweza jiua. Mi if ningeulizwa siwezi jigongesha kwa ukuta. There is so many other means unaweza jiua nazo. Hata afadhali angetafuta kakitu kanaka kitu anaweza jikata nako. Hata kama nikachuma jaribu kujigrind hizi veins zake ya kufe. That one even is easy than me kujigongesha kwa ukuta. Imagine mimi nikigongesha kwa ukuta mara 10. Afadhali atangetafuta ka blade akate risk zake. Si hata angetafuta kitu ajikatishe hata hizo cells kunakuwa na hizo chuma. Ajikatishe tu risk zake ya kufe kama ni kukufa alikuwa anataka kufa. Kuliko kujigongesha kichwa.
Utajigongesha ukuta ya kwanza ya pili, I bet you utajigongesha. Even my daughter crazy. Sasa kijigongesha hivi anaanza kulia hata kwanza na ile accident.
hata hawa watu wako Mathare, utapata mtu anajigongesha kichwa mara ya kwanza, utampata akijigongesha tena, au patient unapata kwa akijigongesha. It's not
Muone
easy.
Mogoroki.
Yeah, it's not, hata Mogoroki hawezi fanya hiyo. Mogoroki hawezi fanya hiyo ya kujigongesha mara. Naona kuna rafiki amekuja hapo Maturi.
Ya ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema, hebu tusikie. Unmute.
Brother Jared, Joram.
How are you?
Uko sawa, usiguze tena,
Can you hear me?
Yes, uko poa. Huu ni Jared, huu namjua. Huu tunamjua, huu ni wetu. Yeah, Jared, go ahead.
How are you guys?
Long time.
You know, I don't know what is the topic. What's the topic? I've just entered now. I don't know what you are discussing.
We were discussing about police. Tulikuwa tuna discuss about police and the brutality, and also you were discussing about the issue of national police, vile ilibadilisha kutoka national police force to national police service. As it help us ama inaendelea kutudhurumu tu. That's why what we were talking about.
Okay.
And IPOA, the work of IPOA.
Okay,
also.
thank you. Let me just say one or two things. Let me just say one or two things. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
You can hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, let me just say one or two things. You know, one of the reasons why people agitated for a new constitution, the 2010 constitution, was because of the way the police were behaving then. Because, you know, when we got our independence in 1963, the police continued behaving as if, you know, they were the old colonial police. They never reformed. And for nearly 30 years, you know, they were here, you know, harassing the citizens, brutalizing the citizens, ensuring that, you know, the common wananchi never knew peace. And, you know, that was one of the reasons why the people agitated for a new constitution. And if you look at the 2010 constitution, you know, it has very good objects and functions for the National Police Service. For example, the new constitution talks about striving for the highest standards of professionalism and discipline among its members of the National Police Service. It talks about prevention of corruption
Joseph, sijui kama ni mimi.
No, I think ni amepotea, brother Martin. I think amepotea.
Anyway, watarudi.
But he was coming with very good points.
Ni venye siko kwa rights, lakini, but anyway, let's continue with our conversation.
I like the way he was coming with the constitution. You know, me, I don't know about law so much, so me, I don't like to talk about articles of the constitution as sijui. So me, I don't know so much about the constitution. I don't always talk about it so much. Me, I just talk as generally issues,
but you're a smart person and you're very articulate. You know, the thing that I came to realize is that there's a saying that and I know you know it. If you want to hide something from a Kenyan, hide it in where?
In the books. Yeah, no, in the books. You hide it in the books. He's back. I think he's back. He can continue.
Okay.
Jared,
let me continue. Sorry, you know, the internet misbehaved. So I was telling you that if you look at our 2010 constitution, it has very good objects and functions of the National Police Service. It talks about, the police service must strive for the highest standards of professionalism and discipline. It talks about prevention of corruption and promotion and practice of transparency and accountability among the members of the National Police Service. It talks about the members of the National Police Service complying to constitutional standards of human rights and fundamental freedoms. It talks about training of staff to the highest standards. Then it also talks about fostering and promotion of relationships between the broader society and members of the National Police Service. On paper, this looks very, very good objects and functions for the National Police Service. But unfortunately, what we seem to have in Kenya is what I always call, a case of, new wine in the old wineskin. We have a political class that does not want to see a police transform. And the reason why the political class does not want to see the police transform is because, they want to continue using the police in the manner that, the colonial leaders were using the police, in the manner that Jomo Kenyatta, Daniel Toroitich, Arap Moi was using the police. So no, they don't want to see a transformation in the police. And that's why, even if you visit the police stations, majority of police stations, my father was OCPD Embu, and anytime I visit Embu town, I see the old block of the police. If you go to Embu police station, you see the old block the way it was in 1970s. It is in the same manner that it is today. So nobody wants to see, the police transform. They cannot even paint their buildings. It is the old face of the police. And, so long as, we don't want to have a mindset, the mindset starts from transformation. Change even the buildings, paint them so that, they become people friendly. The police environment, when you walk into a police station, the police station does not look people friendly. It's not people friendly. It's not people friendly at all. The curriculum, what people are being taught at Kiganjo to become the policemen, is the same thing that they were being taught in 1959. The way a policeman was trained in 1959 is the same way a policeman in Kenya is being trained in 2025. So, the political leadership, enjoys such a scenario because, it serves them better. Like, I was just listening to you people saying that, the late Albert Ojwang was purported to have knocked his head on the wall. Seriously, the first time I read that statement, I said, when did the policemen turn themselves into pathologists? Because some of those findings can come out of a pathology report. But even before the body has been at the mortuary for 2-3 hours, you have already written a statement. So you want to make a cover. And senior police, in Kenya, a policeman ni bwana kubwa. That's why every time a citizen meets a policeman atamsalimia, habari mkubwa, habari ya fande. A policeman is supposed to be a servant of the people. He's not supposed to be about a fande. He's not supposed to be about bwana mkubwa. But a policeman, even a constable in a village, you want to be adored. You want to be treated as bwana mkubwa. You want to be treated as a fande. Where imagine. So, that thing gets into their brains, inaingia katika akili yao that they think that they are extraordinary people. And, there's this also mindset of people who have joined the police thinking that, they are doing us a favor. For example, there are people who have decided to become teachers. People have decided to become doctors, nurses, Every time they don't go singing around, how they are sacrificing for the country. If you choose to serve in a career, serve in that career in the manner that you are supposed to serve it. Because equally, nurses are sacrificing for the nation. Teachers are equally sacrificing for the nation. Doctors are sacrificing for the nation. Even farmers are sacrificing for the nation. Everybody is sacrificing for the nation. So there's nobody who is sacrificing for the nation more than the other. But a policeman believes that he's sacrificing for you more than any other person. So he believes that he must be adored, he must be treated separately. And that has gotten into their brain. Imagine that clip of a policeman, armed with a shotgun, firing at an armed hawker. How do we treat such things? How do we treat such things? This case of Albert Ojwang, where, one over people are running away from what we call criminal defamation, or if you believe that, I've tarnished your name, there are civil ways in which you can tackle me. But, a senior policeman believing that because, he holds the rank of Deputy Inspector General of Police, decides to abuse power, uses state resources, deploy state resources to go to pick an innocent person in Homa Bay. Then we are being told by a police constable called Mukwana that, there was even an arrangement that immediately he arrives, he must be disciplined. This is what we call abuse, because, there is that imagination in a man in uniform that, is enjoying extraordinary powers, his powers are above the power that an ordinary Kenyan is supposed to enjoy. So, we need a serious transformation of the police. Because the people in uniform that you have today in this country still behave like Kule Askari Colony, in 1959 or in 1943. They don't want to transform and become the servant of the people. Because the police, what I understand of the police is a civilian service. It is a civilian service, it's not an armed service. Is a civilian service, but they want to behave as if they are armed service, as if they are members of a KDF, as if they are dealing with aggressors. How can citizens of a country be treated as aggressors? Kila wakati unaitwa adui, raia anaonekana ni kama ni adui wa askari, and the mentality is brought about by the same policemen who treat citizens of a country as if they are the enemies. So how I wonder, I don't know. And all this thing is brought about by the political leadership that does not want to see a transformation in the management of the National Police Service. So, we need a serious mind shift, and we need a serious change, serious transformation in the management of the National Police Service. Because if we don't get that change that we need, people will revolt against the police, because, they'll start treating the police as if they are the enemies. And that's why, the Constitution was very, very clear about fostering and promoting relationship between the broader society and the police. I don't see that. Anytime, for example, when people want to exercise, their democratic right of demonstrating, assembling or petitioning, every time, there's no single day the police have this sat down and decided that, we are going to implement this. We have been notified. Let us facilitate, a peaceful demonstration. Anytime they are being served with a notice for demonstration, they'll come up with scapegoats. They'll say that, we were not given an adequate notice. Very, very useless technicalities. We are never given adequate notice. Or they will even go against, or the fact that they were notified to start to try and stop a demonstration. What we saw the other time in town where you see policemen working side by side with goons. So, where we are, the country, we are not at a very, very good place. And, we need to start by transforming our policemen so that they discover that, they are here to serve the people of Kenya and not to serve the powers that are. So long as they believe that they are here to serve the powers that they are and not the people of Kenya, then we shall continue having the problems that we are facing here as a country. Let me just stop there.
And I'm thankful you have said everything that I could ever want to say regarding this, because you have talked even about what I was saying the other day, that these policemen are trigger happy cops. They just want to feel they have power, so wanataka tu kuwa na jina bwana mkubwa. I thank you so much. That was all I wanted to say. I think people have understood. That's why saying kuwa professor ni kitu ya maana sana. Siwezi bishana na professor. Siwezi bishana na professor because he's articulate and well spoken. Thank you so much. That is all I could have want to say about that issue. I don't have any other question. So, Njiru, are you there? Njiru, kama unanisikia, nataka kufunga sasa. Najua mmechoka, mmekuwa hapo. You know me, I came just asubuhi. Njiru.